This happened in the 2000s in the Gangnam district of Seoul, South Korea. This is where Group D is located. On the top floor of Base D is the headquarters of the world's top-ranked First Division team. This is the training hall for the best players. One of them finally got to meet a player with the nickname Dex. The player called his opponent arrogant and selfish. He wanted to show why their company was considered the best in everything, but Dex defeated him. The team rushed to help, not understanding how he could destroy the best player with one combo. But this player destroyed almost the entire team. One of the attackers thought that this simply couldn't be true, because he destroyed their two best players in one fell swoop. Another player on the team told him to pull himself together, because they had to win and, most importantly, not lose their concentration. But the player destroyed them too and they were out of the game. The guy couldn't understand how someone like him could just destroy his entire team, especially without any help from others. This player is an ordinary person named NJ Yoon with the nickname Dan, but that's not his only nickname. He had many of them. Currently, his new nickname is Dex, but that doesn't matter to him. His only goal is to get to the top. Jae-yoon ran out of chips, so he decided it was time to go to the store and buy more, especially since he deserved them, because he took first place in the game. He finally achieved his goal, so now he can just quit the game. He warned the best team of players that he was leaving. His character is retiring the day after his appearance. Team D couldn't believe that he left the game. Two men talking to each other can't believe it. One of them said that this troll always goes to the end, and here he suddenly decided to leave. The other asked why he left, and he replied that he didn't know because he couldn't read his mind. But it's clear anyway. Lately, players have been leaving games one after another. This means that the era of computer games is coming to an end. Arcadia Online has come to replace all computer games. 3 leading companies have joined forces to secretly create a game. But not a computer game, but one that can only be played with a special device. This device is called Dreamer. It is the world's first virtual reality, a game for those who are tired of boring routines. The game will give you a chance to live an exciting life in a world of unlimited possibilities. Virtual reality developers are always happy to welcome new players to Arcadia. Jae-young finally waited for the delivery of that very device. He is turning 20 this year. He decided to permanently delete his character to immerse himself in something completely new, a new world called Arcadia. Immersing himself in virtual reality, he finally saw what Arcadia looked like. There are a large number of different games, and in them, developers hide a lot of secrets, from simple jokes to cheats and tricks that greatly change the gameplay. They are also called Easter eggs or hidden features. Ju-young decided to leave everything to Alice. Everything for the next generation of travelers. Virtual reality is possible thanks to the device being connected directly to the brain. Therefore, all the sensations of being in virtual reality seem quite realistic. In addition, the experience gained in virtual reality is also quite real. This means that talk of new possibilities is not just a marketing ploy. Ju-yoon saw that a large number of players had gathered in the game. Some offered endurance potions, while others suggested going hunting. They are gathering a team for a quest to defeat 100 slimes. Hearing the conversations of others, Ju-yoon decided to open his notification screen to check his character information. The interface seemed pretty intuitive to him, but first he had to complete his first quest. That was to destroy a slime. It is very difficult to make sudden movements in the arcade. To simplify movement, there are various skills. But for the almighty Ju-yoon, nothing is impossible, so he completed the task right away. He felt that he was slowly getting used to the game. After completing the task, he received the next quest, in which he had to read 100 books. He didn't like it, but he decided to complete the task. So he went to the library. 2 girls were talking about him. One of them noticed that he was reading books for days on end. The other asked what was so special about that, especially since he was in a library. The girl replied that she understood perfectly well that it was because of the task. Many people come here, take 10 books, and just flip through them. So the girl asked if she had ever seen anyone actually read them. She replied that he would probably get bored very quickly. Jae-yoon didn't like that, but he had a goal to conquer this game. So he continued reading and asked the girl if there was a second volume of the book. She asked him why he wanted the second volume. She was surprised that he had actually read everything, but thought that maybe it was some kind of trick. Jae-yoon replied that he was interested in a few passages and thought that the second volume might have more about them. He was referring to the book The History of Arcadia, the first trace of Edelin. The girl gave him the second volume of the book and reminded him not to forget to return it. Jae-young thanked her and asked why the second volume was kept separate from the other books. The girl replied that it was a special book that was only available upon request. The artificial intelligence knows that a new event has occurred in Edelin's starting city. The conditions necessary to unlock a special quest have been met. The system identified this player as one who deserves special attention. As is known from history, a legendary adventurer roamed this world a long time ago. He hid a treasure at the bottom of Lake Blizz near the starting town of Edelin. Rumors about it have been circulating for a long time, but no one has ever found it. All that is known is that the treasure was the first sign of darkness. They say that Ezreal hid the treasure at the bottom of a lake near Edelin, but no one ever found the trace of darkness, and the legend gradually faded into oblivion. There is only one lake near the city, and it is called Iruna. It is located south of Edelin. Ju-yoon couldn't resist and decided to check if this was true. But given how peaceful and beautiful the place was, it was impossible to say that there was any darkness there. Ju-yoon's attention was drawn to the notification screen. He had fulfilled the conditions necessary to create a special task. The main scenario was activated, and a new B+ rank task was created for him. Yoon had to find out if the information in the book was true. He had to find a clue. He was surprised that the task was so high ranking because he had only just entered the game. With his current level, even the most difficult quest should be of the highest rank S. But that made it even more interesting. He looked around the area and found nothing unusual, but that made it even more suspicious. Jae-yoon decided to check if there really was treasure at the bottom of the lake, as the book said. Diving underwater, he realized that it was too deep for a normal lake. In the Korean department of Arcadia, the man couldn't understand what this guy had done to complete the main quest in less than a week. This was Kwon Myung-chan, the executive director and general manager of Arcadia's Korean division. Another man explained that according to the task analysis, one of the players had touched an item related to the main scenario. The director did not understand how this could have happened. Therefore, he had to report everything to the company president and warned all departments to be prepared for unforeseen situations. The main scenario opened 4 days after launch, but in the US, everything has been quiet for 3 months. Perhaps the reason is the location of the server. Jae-young has developed his diving skills to rank B. Now he can dive deeper into the water and stay underwater longer. He felt as if he had dived 200 meters underwater but could not see the bottom, so he thought that maybe he should just give up. The game has just opened and the ratings are not stable yet, and everyone is trying to get ahead. There is no time to level up diving skills at this crucial moment. But more importantly, the capsule that allowed him to stay in the game would cost him $920 a month. He wanted to try to cover the cost by selling rare items he found in the game, but diving would prevent him from doing that. But this special task could solve all his problems. No other user knows about it. It would be a shame if the reward turned out to be useless, but no gamer would pass up such an opportunity. So he decided to go all the way and get that item after all. Meanwhile, Jenica Pol, the head of the company, learns that someone in Korea has discovered the main storyline. He found a path to a secret class hidden in the starting city. Alice's analysis suggests that the player will find the main storyline. Jenica Pol wondered who would have thought to hide something so important in the starting city. After reviewing the user's information, she saw that he had a secret Bard of Anarchy class, but he had no level or attack skills. She couldn't understand how such a character could even play, but she was surprised that he would receive a unique ability in return. After 10 days of constant searching, Joo-yoon finally found the item. His diving skill increased to rank A. His endurance also increased. His water perception increased by 10 points. Now he can dive very deep. The game system counted the task as completed. As a reward, he received a necklace of darkness, but Joo-yoon doesn't understand how to use it or if it's even worth it. In his opinion, the description sounds quite threatening. Nevertheless, he decided to give it a try. He confirmed his actions several times, and the system warned him that there was no turning back, even if he regretted his decision. But he confirmed the use of the item again and said that he was sure and that it was enough to ask him the same question. The system informed him that if he had gone this far, he must be sure of his desire to use this item. But then he should not complain because he had been warned about it. From that moment on, he must do everything in his power to create chaos. At first, he didn't understand what that meant. After confirming, he received the secret class of Bard of Anarchy. The level system was disabled, and he received an influence stat and a new mission. His character was permanently assigned to the player. In his new quest, he must destroy newbies who have not yet changed classes. He has a week to complete this task. The place to hunt newbies is where there is slime. New players are tasked with destroying the slime. Jae-yoon watched the players who completed this task and received a slime bubble. One of the players said that he was lucky and that this is how the game should be. He suggested staying there for the whole weekend, but the girl asked him about the mock exams next week. Watching them, Joo-yoon realizes that he must destroy noobs like them. That is his mission. An hour earlier, the system had warned him that he couldn't delete his character. He felt like he was in a dangerous situation. He received a hidden class along with multiple warnings and immediately tried to delete his character. The reason for this is very simple. His character has no level system. The main system of the game is to increase stats. The absence of such a system for the character means that he has no way to level up. Right now, the difference is not very noticeable. But when other users start to level up, the difference will become noticeable and will increase indefinitely. He remembered another player's words that he should try to do everything possible, destroying everything in his path. Jae-young believes that he should have stopped as soon as he heard this from him. That's why you need to check everything first. But nothing will change if he just lies here. Even if the Bard of Anarchy is just ordinary trash, it's still a hidden class. So Joo-yoon thought that maybe he could be useful in some way. After that, he stared at the system window for a long time to find at least some important information, and suddenly he found something. He was interested in what influence meant. Thanks to this, he could increase his influence in this world by using the appropriate indicators to change its rules. But he couldn't understand how this could be useful. Next, he was given the task of destroying newbies. He went to the place where newbies hunted, not understanding why the system wanted him to destroy noobs. But it seemed like this task could decide his fate in the game, so without knowing what to do next, he decided to at least try. He attacked the newbies and told them not to blame him because he was just playing the game too. Suddenly, someone else approached them. One of them said he could destroy him with a single blow. The player asked who they were. The man replied that they were the owners of this hunting ground. He asked who gave them the right to hunt on their territory. Jae-yoon was surprised that they were actually claiming territory when not even enough time had passed since the beta version was released. The player replied that it was a public place where any beginner could hunt and that it was not their territory. So why should they ask for permission? The man replied that he was being very noisy. From his accent, it was clear that he lived in Seoul. He had heard them talking about entrance exams, so they were probably high school students. The player noticed his red nickname. This meant that he had been killing other players. The man said he could find his location if he searched for his nickname. He asked the player if he understood what he was saying. Then he told them to leave the area if they didn't want to die. The player started calling for help. Another player asked why they were doing this, since it was just a game. Couldn't they all just enjoy the game? The man replied that yes, it was just a game, virtual reality. That's why they were doing it. The game was good because there were no rules. It was a world where the player with the most power was always right. But then Ju-young suddenly attacked him, saying that he felt sorry for him because he could have destroyed him with one blow. Then he dealt with the 3 players and his influence increased by 3 points. Jae-yoon realized that he would receive 1 influence point for each new player. He doesn't know exactly how it will work, but it would be quite difficult to earn a lot of points. The other players thanked him for saving them. Then they asked how they could repay him. Ju-yoon replied that there was no need to thank him, because he also had to destroy them, as that was his mission. This answer surprised the players. Ju-yoon told them not to be upset because it was just a game. The player looked him in the eyes and felt that he was truly insane. After that, Ju-yoon destroyed them. Then he said that now it was time to deal with those who had just stood there and watched. He said that they should not take it personally and asked if anyone objected. That day, a rumor spread on Arcadia's homepage. Everyone was talking about the same thing, that a true madman had appeared. Some time passed, but Ji-yoon continued to hunt newbies. He caught up with one of them. The player called him names and said he was just minding his own business and hunting, so why would he try to destroy him? Then he asked if he thought the administration would leave him alone if he did something like that right after the game was launched. He said he would report him. Ji-yoon laughed and asked what he meant by that. After all, he was doing it because he was told to. The newbie asked what that meant, but he destroyed him and got 1 influence point. Ji-young felt strong because he had been hunting for so long, but he didn't even think about stopping. In the Arcadia Online system, there is a death penalty. It restricts access to the game for 24 hours. This is a measure to combat addiction. It is also intended to improve interaction with the game. The man asked to be given access because why should he be punished if that player destroyed him? The customer service department began receiving complaints about incidents with PCs. This happened just when they were so busy. Therefore, it was decided to work overtime. Ju-young had already destroyed 1,025 newbies. That's not a bad result for 2 sleepless nights, but the task turned out to be more difficult than he thought. He was hated for destroying them, and on top of that, he felt a strange emotional burden. But in his case, that was normal. He had destroyed so many newbies right after launch that it would definitely be a problem for the game. But he didn't understand why he had been given such a quest. Jae-yoon reassured himself that he had nothing to do with it. Then he heard someone approaching him. It was slugs, and because he saved them, they grew fond of him. At first he was scared, but then he realized that they didn't want to hurt him. He was just thinking about how unlucky he was socially. But now he was happy that he could at least communicate with them. The slugs surrounded him on all sides. He saw that someone was hunting him, so he told them that he would like to play with them a little longer, but he couldn't, because if he didn't start running, others would chase him, and that would complicate things. So he started to run away. The players saw him and tried to catch up with him, until he reached the precipice. The player told him that he had been running all this time only to end up on the edge of a cliff, so he should forget about mercy because he was completely trapped. But he jumped down anyway and left the system. The players thought he was really crazy for jumping. Everyone on the internet was talking about the newbie destroyer. One of them had been destroyed by Ji-yoon 2 days ago, and since then he had been checking the forums. As a result, more than 700 cases were reported. This guy only uses a PC in places where slugs live, so he doesn't think he's very good. He suggested that anyone interested should contact him and gave them the location and time. He gathered a large number of players and thanked everyone who came. Then he said that they were starting a meeting to clean the world of trolls. The main differences between the virtual reality of Arcadia are that users create different scenarios not only within the game objects, but also with players from all over the world. In the game, they can implement and embody anything in the form of content. This happens slowly through artificial intelligence that controls everything at Alice's will. Artificial intelligence detected a large group of players and is investigating the cause. After that, Alice generated a quest for them. Everyone received a notification that they had to catch a serial assassin of newbies in the slug environment. At the Korean branch of Arcadia, the team responsible for planning and creating quests received a notification about the start of the main quest. The employees were surprised that the quest appeared out of nowhere. Therefore, they had to urgently find out the reason. The head of the scriptwriting team, Kang Tae-hoon, asked if they should do anything. He was curious to know what the chaos was about, since not much time had passed since the game started. This is considered an emergency situation. If a simple quest had been issued to all users, the department would not have been so nervous. But this is the main quest related to the main storyline, so their team's expectations were not met. Just 2 days after the main quest was regenerated, it was launched, so it's even a little strange. There is a clear difference between the concepts of generation and start. It's similar to how a planted seed does not immediately sprout and bloom. This also applies to a generated scenario that has affected users and turned into a real scenario. On average, this takes several months. That was the development team's prediction. 2 days is too big a difference to say that the prediction was correct, so there must be some reason. The manager asked about the assassin of newbies, and the subordinate replied that it was a user who frequents slime and hunting grounds. While doing so, he was completing his PC, and it seems that he is directly related to this main scenario. Kan Tae-hoon asked about the information regarding his place of residence. The subordinate replied that they had tried to find out, but headquarters had imposed restrictions, so they did not have the authority to check. Kang Tae-hoon doesn't understand why headquarters would bother with this for just one user. He's curious about who this guy really is. Jae-yoon finally got some sleep after a long time and decided to check the latest developments. He learned that a new quest had appeared in which he had to catch a dangerous criminal who had taken over the hunting grounds of newbies. Jae-yoon immediately realized that this had something to do with him. He decided to look through the comments, of which there were more than 2,000, but he thought it would be boring. He certainly didn't want to create problems for himself, so he wondered if he should stop. Still, he had so many payments to make and didn't know what to do about it all. Jae-yoon didn't think they would create a whole quest to catch him, and that meant he could be in trouble. He saw slugs approaching him and thought it was the perfect place to hunt newbies. But it looks like he'll have to find another place. A slug approached him and he heard someone talking. The players were discussing how difficult it was to hunt slugs. You replied that this was why you told them to choose something other than a mage. But he couldn't even imagine that killing slugs would be so difficult. Then the players saw the same slug they were hunting, and standing next to it was Ji-yoon. The players said that they found it first, so he shouldn't touch it. They should respect each other and not steal each other's prey. Jae-yoon told them not to even think about touching the slug. It had low HP and could die. The players thought something was wrong with him and wondered why he was suddenly defending the slug. One of the players remembered that he seemed familiar. Jae-yoon approached them and the player wanted to attack him and asked if he could hear him. But then Ju-yeon fell down and shouted that he was going to die because there was a PC criminal there. The player asked what that meant since he had only pushed him. The other players immediately paid attention to this. The player explained that it wasn't like that. He had gotten in his way, so he pushed him. Then he told them to look at him and that he was the one who really looked suspicious. Jae-yoon just ran away. Everyone pounced on the other player, demanding a reward and saying how dare he attack newbies. Another player said he remembered where he had seen those sinister eyes before. The guy who ran away was the same PC. The players tried to prove that they had been framed, but they were destroyed anyway. Ju-yoon told the slime that he barely managed to escape. Then Ju-yoon saw the slug running after him and asked if he was okay. Because he saved the slug from danger, the slug's affection for him reached its peak, and he was given the title of Friend of the Slugs. Jae-yoon thought that this was quite logical, because by destroying newcomers, he always saves slugs. So it was no surprise that he received this title. But nothing would change because he had earned the affection of first-level slugs. He needed a game changer to continue playing. He looked at the system notifications and saw that he could help the slugs by using the influence characteristic. Jae-yoon thought that this game was really crazy, but it was quite fun. He finally understood where to use influence, so he decided to use his influence to help the slugs. Thanks to this, their stats were changed. All the slugs reached level 15. Monsters are creatures that users must defeat. Their existence is necessary for RPG games. Among these monsters are beginners who are hunted by new users known as newbies. There are also monsters that serve as basic practice, known as training monsters. In Arcadia Online, the type of monster that plays this role is considered to be slime. But what if the initial monsters become strong? Then the newbies won't be able to beat them. You can see the result on Arcadia's official YouTube channel. Many users have posted videos of their experiences in this game. One of them was surprised that he could even see the lines of his hands in it. This means that the graphics in the game are simply incredible. Then he saw someone approaching him. It was a slime, and at first glance he even thought it was very cute the way it melted. But he still decided to destroy it. However, the slime attacked him, and he failed. After that, he was eliminated from the game and received a sentence. Many users began to complain that the slime was impossible to defeat. It was a terrible ending caused by the monster's weak appearance. Every day, there are an average of 10,000 new users in Arcadia, but the slime began to engage in total destruction. The players couldn't hurt the slime at all. They didn't understand what was happening and why they had almost no HP left after 2 hits. Jae-young watched everything that was happening. If you think about it, slime is a passive type that attacks after being attacked, but he was curious why they became an aggro type that attacks first. Their characteristics changed after leveling up. And if that's really the case, then the effect could really change the game. Therefore, this ability is not so ordinary. The players couldn't fight off the slime attacks. They didn't understand how ordinary slime could attack them. Seeing how the enhanced slime destroyed a player, other players began to worry. But the slimes continued to hunt them until they destroyed all the newbies. For this, Ju-yoon received influence points. Jae-yoon realized that everything was even better than he could have imagined. After 2 hours, his influence reached almost 4,000. That was 4 times more than the amount of influence he had gathered on his own before. This made the results of the previous 2 days meaningless, But he didn't want to just complete the quest, so he thought that maybe he should strengthen the slugs even more. But they had already reached their maximum level. Jae-yoon knew it wouldn't be that easy. Still, it should be enough. So he decided that it didn't matter that he couldn't raise their level any further. He told the slimes that he was counting on them. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch, Executive Director Kwon Myung-chan demanded a report from the Development Department employees. They had never seen him so angry before. An employee replied that today they had confirmed that the slime's characteristics had increased abnormally. This had led to a sudden increase in the number of deaths among new recruits, and the situation was still ongoing. The director asked if there was any news from headquarters. The employee replied that they had submitted many reports on this matter but had not yet received any response. Kwon Myung-chan said he would take care of it himself. The slugs had become 10 times stronger. For new recruits with 100 horsepower, a single hit would be enough to kill them. The director is certain that everything happening in Arcadia cannot be a mere mistake. The world has been calculated down to the smallest detail using the best technology. But they cannot ignore this incident. So if he cannot understand what is happening, he must figure it out himself. Therefore, Kwon Myung-chan decided to immerse himself in virtual reality to find out the truth. So he came to Alice to find out what was really going on and what it all meant. Jae-yoon saw that there was no one at the rookie hunting ground in the city where the slugs live, and that could be a problem. The number of newbies killed currently stands at 9,640. There are less than 2 days left until the end of the class. He began to destroy players more slowly. Presumably, they began to appear here less often. News of the danger in this city spread everywhere. Players above level 15 began hunting in this area. It is difficult for him and the slimes to deal with them. It would no longer be an easy walk, but the situation was not so bad. The counter had not stopped completely. When he reached 10,000, he received a reward. He exceeded the reward limit for this mission, so he received an interim reward. Joo-yoon thought he was very lucky and looked inside. Jae-yoon didn't understand what was going on and thought it was a trap in the form of a reward because there were so many special effects. Then he saw something and thought that this black thing was the reward. It looked like some kind of egg. As a reward, he received a familiar. It appeared before him and asked who dared to summon it. Jae-yoon felt intense pressure and became curious about what he had summoned. Then he realized that it was the king of demons and chaos. The familiar asked if a full summoning was too much for him, which is why he had been summoned in a younger body. But that didn't matter to him. He was sure that even this power would be enough for him to wipe out all angelic beings. But then he asked what this place was and why he had such a body, because in it, he looked so small and stocky. He asked Jae-yoon if he dared to summon him. He replied that he did not yet know how to do that. He explained that he appeared here immediately after he took the interim reward, which said that he was now his familiar. This surprised him. He couldn't believe that he would have to obey someone. Surely he wasn't on the same level as these low-level people. This wasn't even a mutual contract, but a forced one. He didn't understand what to do now because he had done so much in the demon world. Jae-yoon realized who he was, the king of demons. The familiar was saddened that his demonic life had been so ruined. He doesn't understand why this happened to him. Turning to Joo-yoon and calling him a human, he said that he was forced into a contract with him. And they turned him into a familiar. Therefore, they will have to be together for some time. Joo-yoon was surprised by this answer. If that was the case, the familiar was counting on him. Joo-yoon was surprised that the demon king was sitting on his head and wondered if he should be happy about it. The familiar noted that he possessed much more power than he could have imagined. Joo-yoon asked what power he was talking about. The influence gained could be used to increase the familiar's power, but he was a demon, so he had to beware of deception and temptation. The familiar understood the purpose of the contract and asked to be given power. Chae-young asked what he meant, and he replied that this power was capable of overturning the laws of the world. He meant influence. The familiar noted that humans definitely had limitations on the use of this power. Therefore, he asks for it to be given to him. If Joo-yoon agrees, he will reward him for it. It seems that influence is a very important element of the game, so Joo-yoon asked the familiar what he could give him in exchange for influence. The familiar offered to exchange all of his power right now for the Sai of the Nurgle. It is the Cloak of the Lord. To use it, one must be at level 150. It has strong physical and magical protection. Jae-yoon heard that on the American server that opened earlier, the highest level was 50, but he doesn't need that right now. The familiar asked if that was enough for him. It was obvious to him that he would not be satisfied with that. So the familiar asked again what he wanted. Joo-young replied that he didn't need anything special right now. But then he remembered one thing and asked if he could strengthen his monsters. The familiar asked which ones specifically. Jae-yoon replied that he would like to increase the level of slugs. Hearing this, the familiar was surprised and called him crazy. He didn't understand what was going on. After all, no one had ever asked him for anything like that before. Joo-yoon asked if it was possible, and the familiar replied that anything was possible for him. Then he asked how much he could offer for this, and Joo-yoon replied that he would give everything he had. With that, their deal was struck. Everyone got what they wanted. The Demon King gave the slugs power, and they received the title of 100th level Slime Queen. The players were hunting, and one of them said that he didn't understand what kind of bug this was, and that it would be a sin not to take advantage of it. Who would have thought that slime would give so much experience? But it's just slime, even if it's of a higher level. It has a primitive behavior model, so it's an easy opponent, but not for beginners. If they continue like this, they could make it into the rankings. After all, a quick level up has its rewards. But then the players felt something strange. The familiar told the slime to unleash the fury of the weak creatures they were destroying for no reason. After all, their race had lived here peacefully until the thieves came and began to destroy them, therefore their revenge would soon take place. The players heard an unbearable rumbling and thought it was an earthquake, but then they saw slimes approaching them. They had become much stronger and turned into real monsters. The players began to call for help, realizing that it was the end for all of them. But then they saw that these creatures had changed direction. The players couldn't believe their eyes. They saw the slugs merge into one huge slime, creating a 100-level slug queen. The players saw a message on the screen saying that the slime race could not tolerate abuse. They sacrificed their lives to give life to a deity who would lead their race. The queen destroyed everything in her path. The players called for help and tried to escape, but their attempts were futile. Watching this, Ju-yoon asked his familiar what he had done, calling him Tan. He replied that he had simply strengthened the slime as requested. To which Ju-yoon replied that he had indeed asked him to strengthen the slime, but not to such an extent. They felt that they could also be harmed, so they decided to flee. The familiar said that it was incredible power. A little more and he would not have minded including it in the demonic legion. Despite the fact that these were lower forms of life, the desire for revenge worked wonders. The familiar himself did not expect them to sacrifice their lives to create a deity. Ji-yoon asked what revenge he was talking about. He replied that humans had destroyed the slime as soon as they appeared here, and he simply fueled their desire for revenge against this backdrop, but not without the help of the influence that Ju-yoon had given him. Only a small crumb of that power could strengthen this race so much. The familiar noted that this was the power that Ji-yoon possessed, incredible power of influence. The queen and the slimes continued to hunt the players. They tried to hold their positions. If this line of defense fell, it would be the end for them, but they couldn't hold the line. The game system deleted the task of catching the assassin and created a new wave of slime. The players received a notification that the ancient darkness had been forgotten and the slime's fury had awakened. Therefore, the players must destroy the queen to protect the village. Everyone was surprised that this was the main scenario. They were frightened that the village could be destroyed forever, and what would happen to them then? They don't understand what's wrong with this game. But then the players saw the slime queen approaching them. The familiar asked Ju-yoon, calling him master, what he was going to do. He asked what he suggested. He said that everyone was holding back the slime, so why didn't he sneak in and break the guard's stone? Ju-yoon realized that he was inciting him to do as the demon wanted. Ju-yoon replied that he would just watch for now. Tan asked why he didn't want to intervene. Was he really waiting for the moment to destroy their hopes of victory? The familiar said that if that was the case, then it was amazing, and he was truly a thief. Therefore, he eagerly awaits this moment. Ji-yoon decides to ignore him. For every novice he destroys, he receives a point of influence. So, as Tan had told him, he had to make a choice. Either the players or the monsters. He wondered which side was better to be on. The company held a meeting about the creation of the Slime Queen. Kang Tae-yong, the head of the script writing department, suggested restarting the server. This must be some kind of mistake, because a level 100 monster couldn't possibly appear where newbies get their classes and learn about them. Hwang Ji-e, head of the design department, agreed with him. After all, they had never made such a monster. The Korean branch did not create it. She believes that it was done by management, so they have to make a decision. Kang Tae-yong suggested filing a complaint. He doesn't know what the developers came up with, but they are abusing their position by allowing such things to happen. Kwon Myung-chan recalled all the recent events, the unexpected start of the main quest and the slime attack. Then he said that he understands everyone's concerns about these events, but what their company wants to achieve. Kang Tae-yeon was surprised that he mentioned this. Kwon Myung-chan said that their company wants to achieve endless possibilities and endless freedom. Do they really think that management is planning such measures? Are these lazy people who dumped the organization of plans and events on them capable of such a thing? Hwang Ji-e asked what he meant. Kwon Myung-chan replied that it was all done by one single player. The beginning of the main scenario of destroying newbies, manipulating slime stats, and the appearance of the boss. The employees were surprised that this was even possible, but after thinking about it, they realized that it made sense if you looked at the history of the tasks. Kang Tae-yong said that this meant that all the events were the fault of one strange player. Kwon Myung-chan replied that if this was indeed the case and all events were caused by the player's actions, then they had no right to interfere. Such was the policy of Arcadia, even if it meant punishment. If the quest failed, the newbie village would disappear forever. Meanwhile, the battle between the queen and the newcomers continued. The players tried to defend their home, but couldn't cope with either the queen or the slimes. One of the players thought that if it weren't for the adventurers, the city would already have been destroyed. There were so many slimes, and no one knew where they were coming from. But then a slime attacked him, and one of the players stood up for him. He said to use this chance to retreat. They managed to escape, and the man was sure that they would not find them here. Another player told him to heal himself, while he wanted to return to the battle. The guard Byron thanked him. After all, he only survived thanks to him, so he didn't even know how to thank him. The player replied that he didn't worry about it because he had done what he had to do. Byron said that looking at him reminded him of a story. He had heard it from his grandfather about a fearless, righteous warrior. This warrior helped everyone he met on his way, just like him. The man was even more embarrassed than he thought. Byron told him to find him later when he had time. He added that the warrior's notes were kept in his grandfather's diary. After these words, the warrior received his task. The system asked if he wanted to learn more about the hero from the old stories. He was surprised that he had managed to discover a quest that he had only heard about through rumors. He realized that this was what participation in the main scenario gave him, so he said he would not forget, because he was interested in the warrior Byron had told him about. Byron replied that he would wait for him, but first they had to stop the monster. 3 days had passed since the revenge on the slime. About half of the time allotted for the raid, the players were losing to the slime almost the entire time. But Korean gamers are known for their tenacity. High-level players heard about what was happening and also decided to participate. Therefore, the scales tipped in the other direction. The newbies formed their own team and held the defense. But the biggest impact is given to those who destroy thousands of slimes. As soon as players started getting this title, the slime's progress slowed down. This gave the players hope. The chief exterminator said that this was excellent and that they should continue in the same vein. Jae-yoon watched the events unfold. There were less than 2 days left until the end of the quest. More than 32,000 newbies had been destroyed. Familiar Tan said that this was how he understood a real battle. He had never seen a devil like Ju-yoon before. After all, he had many deaths to his name. Jae-yoon thought it was strange and even a little scary that the devil himself was fascinated by his terrible deeds. He decided it was time to end this. He couldn't believe he had gathered so many, and that it would have taken him a long time to gather that many on his own. Tan asked what he was going to do. Jae-young asked what he meant, and he replied that he was referring to the current situation. After all, if he didn't act, the humans could win. To which Ju-yoon replied that then all the fun would be gone. The familiar asked why he had suddenly fallen silent. Jae-yoon took out his cloak and put it on. The familiar told him not to say that he had gotten blood on it when he saw the traces on the cloak. Be that as it may, it was time to choose sides. So Jong-yoon said that from now on, they were on the side of the slime. Kwon Myung-chun came to the head of Arcadia and asked her to stop the raid. Her name was Lee Mi-yeon. She was the CEO of Arcadia. Kwon Myung-chun begged her to stop everything. 7 days were allocated for the slime raid. There wasn't much time, but it still dragged on for a long time. 7 days ago, this place began to be called a battlefield rather than a village for newbies. The end was very close. The players discussed among themselves that the slime was calming down a bit. Another replied that the monsters must have given up. What was the point of doing anything if they hadn't even had a week to overcome these fortifications? There were only 10 minutes left until the end of the raid. It was almost over, but then the players saw that the sky had suddenly turned red, which was not a good sign. So they decided to gather together because something was approaching. Ju-yoon was determined and joined the battle. The player told the others not to be afraid because it didn't matter what color the sky was. Everything was still under control, so it didn't matter what the slime tried to do. Everyone saw that the slime queen was moving. Due to the people who had been destroying countless amounts of slime for a long time, the slime began to resist because it couldn't stand the actions of humans. The desire for revenge forced it to intervene in the battle personally. People realized that they should retreat because they definitely couldn't defeat her. They were amazed at how such a monster could be slime. But among the people there were those who kept their ranks and asked the others not to scatter, but to attack and fight the monsters with magic, arrows, and whatever else they had. The warrior did not understand why everyone was afraid because it was just a game, so why were they so scared? But then he saw the queen approaching him and realized that the end had come. This monster cannot be defeated. Another player told everyone not to run away because they only had to hold out for 5 minutes. He warned them not to try to destroy her, but just to distract her. They would win if she couldn't reach the guardian crystal in the square. They had to protect this crystal at all costs. After all, the reputation of Korean players was at stake. All the players supported this idea. The man told them not to be afraid of dying, but to just attack, and that it didn't matter whether she could respond to the attack or not. He told the archers and mages to gather in teams and attack from a distance. That's what he calls rushing a monster in a crowd. If they managed to take care of the most important thing, it would be good, so they had to do it. There were only a few seconds left until the end of the raid. The warrior tried to attack the queen, but her defenses prevented him from doing so. He said it was too late and that this was the end. Time ran out and the raid was over. Kwon Myung-chan asked Lee Mi-yeon to stop the slime raid, but she replied that she had already explained that it was impossible, because they were not gods of Arcadia but merely administrators. Their role was to figure out how to deal with what was happening, without particularly influencing it. Since the raid time was up, all the players hoped that it was over. After all, they had defended the Guardian Crystal until the very end. But Ji-yoon destroyed the crystal that protected the village. Therefore, the slime's quest failed, and the village of newbies was destroyed forever. Seeing this, the player became enraged and attacked Ju-yoon, but he destroyed him and received an influence point for it. So he thought that he wasn't a newbie if he got influence for it. But that doesn't make sense anyway, because he has a good supply. The players couldn't believe that the Guardian's crystal had been destroyed. They didn't understand how the slime had reached the square. Approaching the place where the crystal had been, they saw Ji-yoon and thought he was also a player. They realized that he was the one who destroyed the crystal and thought that something was wrong with this player. The players asked him what he had done and called him a troll. Then they decided to catch him and find out his nickname. One of the players said that he would destroy him until the end of his gaming life. Ju-yoon asked if he meant it. Then he said that now was not the right time for that. Because the quest had failed, the village of newbies had to be destroyed. The players noticed that the slime queen had exploded. Her slime began to evaporate and merge. One of them said that the slime would spawn. Another replied that a raid was underway, but monsters couldn't appear in the village. But the slime gradually accumulated until it formed huge slime monsters. The slime, viewed from above, was able to win the battle against the humans. And now it was his turn to start hunting. The slime began to thrive on the former land of humans, just like the ruler who led them. Noticing the slime queen, Ju-yoon said that she looked pretty cool. All players received a notification that they had entered an area with a recommended level of at least 80, so they had to be careful. The players did not understand what was happening. Then they saw huge slime creatures surrounding them on all sides. Jae-yoon said that this is what people call putting the cart before the horse. Blogger Megan decided to announce the latest news from the world of video games on her TVG channel. She is happy to see everyone again. She says that Arcadia is becoming popular not only as the first virtual reality, but also as the game with the most scandalous event that recently took place. The reason for this was the main scenario that took place in the newbie village. Since the players failed the quest, the village has existed as a raid dungeon. This is surprising even for her, despite her 5 years of experience as a reporter and 20 years as a gamer. So she is curious to hear the viewers' opinions. After this news, many people started leaving comments, not understanding how the developers could have allowed this to happen. Are there really no hopes left for the newcomers? The forum discussed that it was the newbie assassin who destroyed the guard's crystal. Chae-yoon wondered if he should appear less often in the game. There could be people who lost their equipment because of him, but he was just doing what the game wanted him to do, and he doesn't understand what they could possibly want from the Bard of Anarchy, the familiar of the Demon King, and that man. That guy asked him to cause as much trouble as he did. Jae-yoon tried not to worry about it, because if he did something forbidden, he would get banned or something like that. So he decided that right now he needed to focus more on the real thing. He couldn't wait to study engineering at Seomina University, even though it wasn't such a fantastic university. Jae-yoon saw a video on the phone of the guy sitting next to him. This guy was watching a video that he was in. He became curious about when and by whom the video was made. He was surprised that the video had 2 million views. Jae-young didn't understand why people were watching it, but he was even more interested in how much money the author of the video was making. The guy sitting next to him asked if he wanted to watch the video too. Ju-young apologized and said that the video looked interesting, so he joined him. He wondered how he could not be interested in a video in which he himself appeared. The guy introduced himself and said his name was Lim Jae-young. Since fate had brought them together, they should get to know each other. Jae-young also introduced himself and said he was pleased to meet him. Then he asked if it was a clip from the game arcade and if he knew about it too. Lim Jae-young replied that something strange was happening there. At first, there was a village of newcomers, but the local slime became stronger and razed the village to the ground. He realized that he wasn't interested in it. Zhu Yan wanted to talk about Arcadia, so Lim Jae-young asked if he had heard about the assassin of newcomers. Jae-young was surprised why he suddenly asked about it and wondered if he had exposed him. Lee Mi-yeon learned that the newcomers' village had been destroyed and realized that from now on, everything would become more difficult. They did not expect an unexpected situation due to the peculiarities of Arcadia, and did not think that everything would become so serious. But in the end, it led to a lot of public interest in the game, so it should be taken as a good lesson. But she had never seen CEO Kwon so upset before. It was all done by one user and she wanted to see him. Jae-young was afraid that Lim Jae-young knew who he was. He asked him what was wrong. Then he said that he probably didn't know anything and that he should tell him about it. So Lim called him a real lucky guy. Jae-young thought that maybe he was imagining things and just wanted to sound smart. Lim showed him a video of a recent incident involving a rookie assassin. Many people say that he is closely connected to the attack on the rookie village. He then noted that this was very important information and that only he knew about it. Jae-yoon asked how a regular user could have done such a thing. Jae-yoon realized that his interlocutor was smarter than he seemed, and if he made a mistake, he could be in trouble. He must not let him find out that he is the assassin of the newbies. Lim Jae-young asked if something was wrong and if he was talking too much. Then the lecture began. The lecturer said that it seemed everyone was present and that he was pleased to meet them all. The professor said that his name was Kim Tae-hoon and that he was the head of the computer engineering department. He didn't want to overload them with information during the introductory lecture, but he had to say something to them and to the students who were already studying at the Department of Computer Engineering. After all, they were probably receiving a lot of information about all types of media related to a technology called virtual reality. This is a huge revolution in computer engineering, so we will talk specifically about arcade games. The professor understands that some of them have already played them, so they know that their field is no longer sufficient. This has led to discussions, and their university has decided that their curriculum is no longer able to keep up with modern technology. Jae-young thinks he's right. That's because all the existing tech is outdated and has taken a backseat to virtual reality, which is the future. Kim Tae-hoon said that after numerous discussions between directors and ministers of education, it was decided to replace the computer engineering major. Instead, starting this year, students will study virtual reality engineering. The professor understands that such changes may be shocking for them, but if they do not adapt to the rapidly changing world of technology, they will undoubtedly fall behind. After the lecture, Ju-young and Lim Jae-young decided to have lunch and discuss what had happened. Lim cannot believe that the name of an entire major will be changed. He also can't believe that the professor mentioned Arcadia right in the lecture and how cool that is. Jae-young wonders why he is having lunch with him. In his opinion, he is really into Arcadia. Lim Jae-yong asked why he doesn't play the game. Ju-yoon explained that the capsule is expensive. Therefore, he cannot afford it, and besides, he is bad at games. While answering, Ju-yoon only thought about not getting caught. He decided to carefully change the subject and asked Lim Jae-yong if he played arcade games himself, to which he replied, "Of course." Then he said he should be more modest, but he was quite good at it. Jae-yong hoped he had managed to divert attention away from himself. Lim offered to help him if he started playing, because it had become more difficult lately and now beginners were in a random place. Jae-yong replied that he would let him know as soon as he started. He thinks his conversation partner is too kind and strange at the same time. After that, he returned to the game and the familiar Demon King asked him why he took so long and how he dared to make him wait so long. Then he remarked that he was indeed brave. Ja-yoon replied that he hadn't slept for several days because of the raid and had rested more than usual. The familiar said that it was all because he was weak and that was why he should not make contracts with humans. Ju-yoon thought that he was sad here all by himself. Then the queen and the slugs, who had also missed him very much, pounced on him. They knocked him to the ground along with the familiar and Ju-yoon said he couldn't breathe. Tan told them to get lost, calling them jellyfish. This is how the queen expressed her gratitude. The game system announced that the slime race would forever remember how he drove away the humans and allocated territory for them. So from now on, they consider him the eternal savior of the slime race. Ju-yoon said he didn't do anything. His title changed to Savior of the Slime, and he received a slime crown as a reward. The slime's wrath quest was considered complete, and Ju-yoon's character rating increased by 2,413 points. Jae-young was delighted to receive so many rewards. His stats also increased. He managed to earn the title of Novice Assassin, and then he became a slime savior even though he hadn't been playing for very long. But it was better not to show these titles to anyone. Tan addressed him as master and said that maybe they should leave, because he would get sick if he saw any more purple. Jae-yoon agreed with him and they left, saying goodbye to the queen and the slimes. Now they had to find their next target. As a result of the slime raid, the newbies' village was completely destroyed. But the users found a replacement even faster than expected. About 10 kilometers north of the village is the barony of Mikhail. The players recommended this place because the monsters in this area were not strong, and you could find some good items there. Rumors spread very quickly and people gathered in the barony. Everyone knew this fact. Jae-young also decided to come here, but the guard asked him his name, so he gave him his nickname. The guard asked if he had also come from the village of newcomers. Ju-yoon replied that of course he had. The man asked what had happened there. He had heard that something strange had happened, as if the slime had started to rebel. Ju-yoon realized that the rumors had spread even among the non-player characters, NPCs. So he realized that he had to be a little more careful, and said that the man would find out for himself if he went there. Now it was unusual slime. Edolin was now considered a monster lair, and the minimum level for entry was approximately 85. The character replied that he now understood why everyone was gathering here, and that he had come for the same reason as everyone else, to settle here. So he asked Ji-yoon to wait a little while he registered him. After that, he would let him in. Ji-yoon thanked him and asked Tan what he was looking for. He replied that the place seemed a little familiar to him, but maybe he was just thinking too much. Then he asked why he kept calling him Tan. After all, he had a wonderful name, Satan. Ju-yoon replied that he called him that because his name was too wonderful. So it might attract too much attention if he called him by his real name. Tan replied that in that case there was nothing to be done and laughed. Jae-yoon thought he was quite picky. Tan asked him what he was going to do with her. Jae-yoon asked what exactly he meant and what he meant by her. Tan hinted at the power known as influence. After all, he had gained more than when he first met him. The familiar didn't think he would gather so much, and if you add the points spent, it turns out that he destroyed 40,000 people. If he didn't need this power, Tan asked him to give it to him. Ji-yoon replied that he did not want to give it up. The familiar asked why, since he would not be able to use it without him anyway. If he gave it to him, he would reward him generously. All he had to do was say the word, and the familiar would immediately give him everything he wanted. He promised that with all the equipment, he would be able to easily conquer the entire continent. He would not have to worry about money to live on. All he had to do was sell one item. Jong-yoon said he would let him know when he needed something, and that he should just wait for now. Tang thought he was a tough nut to crack, but in reality, Ju-yoon was intrigued by the offer. The item he had shown him earlier was unique. It was a level 150 item, but relying solely on Tan and the system known as influence wasn't a very good idea. Influence could prove to be more valuable than those items, so he should be careful in using his influence while he knew little about it. But most importantly, it would be quite boring, and he didn't want that. Ji-yoon walked past the newbies and saw that the characters were selling various items or exchanging them for something. Tan asked where they were going. Jae-yoon replied that they were going to explore the village, find out what was there, and look for a good quest if there was one. But then he overheard the characters talking about how things weren't going very well. The lord of these lands had ordered an increase in ore production. This was very bad because how could they get more ore than they were already getting? They were already sleeping and resting less than they needed to. Another man said that he knew this well and that if they did not increase production by the deadline, they would be punished. Jae-yoon thought about the lord of these lands and thought that this could be interesting. Tan does not understand what he is up to again. After greeting the characters, Jong-yoon said that he could help solve their problems. They were very happy to hear this and asked him to help them. He received the miner's quest and must obtain iron ore. Tan tried to convince him to move on because this quest looks like a repeat one that anyone can complete. Jae-yoon replied that he would be surprised if that were the case and asked him to look around. People were selling weapons they had made with the blacksmith skill, while others were selling ore. Someone offered to repair equipment for free. Tan asked what there was to see, as if they were unusual blacksmiths. Jae-yoon replied that it seemed so at first glance, but most of them were ordinary players. Perhaps it was because there was a demand for blacksmiths due to the influx of users, and many were rejecting the quest to mine iron ore. This is because it is a repetitive quest. However, the demand for metal has increased and there is no supply. So, Joo-yoon asked Tan what he thought would happen. He replied that he didn't know, and Jae-young said that he definitely wouldn't like the result. But for starters, he suggested they start earning money. The landowner Baroness Mikhail thought about how iron ore cost 10 bronze last month, and now it costs 15. This was a huge price increase. Because of this, rural blacksmiths would not have enough supplies. If this happened, low-quality items would be sold on the market. Because of the items made by trainees for educational purposes, the quality of goods produced in their territory would eventually drop dramatically. If this really happens, things will be very bad, and there will be nothing that can be done about it. So she has to come up with something. Jae-young and his familiar went deep into the mine where there shouldn't be many people, so he suggested they get started. He told Tan that he was counting on him. Tan asked if this was really a good idea and what he hoped to achieve by using his influence for something so useless. Jae-yoon told him to stop talking and get to work. Tan agreed and said he was already starting. 8,000 influence points were spent on the Mine Destroyer. This item was created from the bones of an underground mole hunter from the demon world. Jae-yoon said that it was an incredible item and that it was time to get rich with it. Many different items were being sold in the barony again. Someone was offering a dagger made with their own hands. Someone else was offering to repair and sell equipment. One of the players announced that she would buy 20 iron ore at a low price to complete a miner's quest. A man asked if she was trying to complete a repeat quest, and she replied that she was. Then she asked what the quest was about. He replied that she didn't have to complete it. After all, there was nothing to gain from it except a small increase in friendship with the miners. The girl thought she would get something better as a reward. The man suggested that it would be better to mine and sell the ore, and she thanked him for the advice. Blacksmith Aiden said that these adventurers were using such precious materials to make low-level items. Another blacksmith agreed with him. He believes that these nobodies came from nowhere and now behave as if they are master blacksmith. The world seems to be going downhill. Aiden said he was sure the Lord would do something about it soon. Otherwise, the barony would be doomed. The economy of Arcadia is not very different from the ordinary world. There is production and consumption, as well as supply and demand. All regions have their own unique resources and specializations. Demand changes quickly depending on the situation and the season. Currently, iron ore, which is difficult to extract, is in high demand. Many believe this is why most people chose blacksmithing as their profession. Extracting ore is becoming increasingly difficult. Some players regretted changing their blacksmith class and started mining iron ore. Its price is simply absurd. Due to a chronic shortage of iron ore, its price used to be 10 bronze, but now it has risen to 17. Even if someone smelts it to make an item, they barely make a profit or simply lose money. Users began to complain more and more. A girl said that she knows the game should be realistic, but not that realistic. A player replied that if he had known that would happen, he would have become a warrior instead. A guy approached them and asked if they couldn't just mine the ore themselves. They asked if he had tried to do it himself. The road from the village to the mine takes more than 2 hours. There's also the difficulty of extracting the minerals themselves. Iron ore cannot be obtained just like that. To put it simply, it would be better to just let someone else mine it. And they could focus on improving their skills by repairing equipment. The girl asked the boy if he understood, and he said yes. In fact, that is true. Independent extraction is not worth it from a profit perspective, but if you use a special item, you can get good results. Chae-young worked hard and reached the A rank in ore extraction. He decided that was enough for today. It should be enough to recoup the influence he had spent. Tan told Jae-yoon that he had been looking for him everywhere, and Jae-yoon asked him where he had been. He replied that he had thought about it and decided that his master would be dissatisfied. After all, one drill might not be enough. After a long search, he found an item that was perfect for exchanging for the remaining influence. Tan asked what he thought of it. This item was the Tears of Darkness and was suitable for level 220. But Chae-young repeated that he didn't need anything. Who would buy it if it required such a high level to equip? Even he couldn't use it, and moreover, it was too powerful. He didn't want it because it would make the game boring. Besides, if he sold this item, people might guess who he was. It would work if he sold it and quit the game. But wouldn't that be like selling the goose that lays the golden eggs? Tan said he understood and asked him to stop. Jae-yoon asked Tan again where he had been, as he had been gone for a long time. He replied that it was nothing important, but Jae-yoon became curious. The familiar said that if he wanted to know, he would tell him. But then he laughed and said he would tell him later when he found him. Then he noted that his master had found quite a lot of useful minerals. It seemed that he now had more ore than the entire barony. Chae-yoon replied that he was going to mine ore every day and sell it. That way, he could earn a lot of friendship points with the miners, because he would often complete the repeatable quest. And when that happened, it would interest the baroness. The Baroness had read letters stating that due to insufficient iron ore reserves, they would not be able to meet their delivery deadlines. This time things are not easy and they may have to close the workshop and move to another area where there is enough iron. The Baroness asked them what they thought was the cause of this problem. The man replied that many adventurers had changed their class to blacksmith. Another man agreed. Even if they are adventurers, they are still new blacksmiths, and their products are of poor quality, although they are trying to reach the level of a master craftsman. But this requires a lot of ore, and the number of blacksmiths is growing faster than the number of miners. Adventurers do not do what does not bring them profit. The biggest problem is the adventurers, but can they be entrusted with mining? That is impossible due to the law of the continent. The Baroness suggested selling the iron to craftsmen first, but this is also impossible due to the laws of the continent. She doesn't know what to do, and wonders why these adventurers came here in the first place and asks if there is any way out. Then a man came to her and told her about the big problems, so she decided to check what happened herself. Everyone saw a pile of iron ore of excellent quality. The players immediately wanted to buy it. Not only iron ore was available, but also silver and gold ore. There was even a magic crystal. No one understood where it all came from. The Baroness was shocked to see this. In 3 days of mining iron ore, Chae-Yun managed to earn 5 gold and 12 silver coins. If you convert that to real money, it's about 512,000 won. That's about 171 per person. Continuing to work at this pace, he could earn 5 million won. This is a high profit considering the contributions for the capsule and the rental of the study room. But he feels that there could be more. But should he really do it? He has things he needs to prepare in order to do this. Suddenly, he hears someone ask him if he brought the redhead. Then he sees the Baroness standing in front of him. The game informed him that the Baroness was interested in him, so his friendship points with her were increased. Jae-Yoon confirmed this, and she introduced herself, saying that her name was Mikhail and that she was the Baroness of the area. She asked if he would like to have a cup of tea with her if he wasn't busy. He accepted her invitation to go to the castle. The Baroness offered him some tea made from herbs from Mount Fian. He tried it and said that it was quite good tea. She replied that of course it was, as it was one of their barony's specialties. Then she asked him how long it had taken him to extract the ore from the square. Ju-Yoon replied that it had taken him about 3 days. She couldn't understand how that was possible and asked if other adventurers could mine ore like him. Ju-Yoon replied that it was impossible for them. The Baroness replied that she knew it would be too good to be true. He said that if she collected a lot of it, it might change something. She replied that she knew, but that mining ore was not easy and asked if he could help her. As he knew, the barony's economy was unstable. All this was due to the appearance of a large number of adventurers. After that, the game offered him a special quest to solve the Baroness's problem. He had to obtain 100,000 pieces of iron ore. Chae-Yong finally got the quest he wanted. Then he asked if she needed help increasing the number of adventurers who would work in the mines. The Baroness said yes, and Ju-Yoon said he would solve this problem for her. After that, he accepted the quest. After a while, he realized that the quest given by the Baroness was very difficult to complete. Users find arcade games like this boring, therefore they do not want to engage in routine activities. However, he has a plan. He decided to change the users' minds and created a channel about the daily life of a miner. In Seojin Middle School in Seoul Mapogu, one boy asked another if he was going to play arcade today. A 15-year-old boy named Choi Hen-taek replied that he was not going to play it anymore. It was a strange game in which he was killed by an assassin. The next day, when he went back, he found that the slime had become much stronger. After that, the village of newbies was destroyed. It was difficult for him to even think about how many times he had died while trying to get out of there. The boy replied that he was just unlucky. Then he said that he had managed to get to the barony after all, and had become a merchant. Choi Hen-taek replied that that was the problem. In the barony, Mikhail did not have much choice, so he became a merchant. There were options for negotiation, horse taming, and treasury. Now he doesn't have many combat skills and can't hunt, so his character is doomed. The guy realized that he was really upset. So he asked if he really wanted to have something to do besides hunting, and offered him a solution. It is something he can do besides hunting and earn money in Arcadia. The boy showed Hentaku a video. It is the inner part of Mount Fian and a fairly popular place which they themselves know about. What he is offering is iron ore mining. Many people think it's routine work, but in a week you can earn a pretty good amount of money. When he saw how much money he could earn, Choi Hen-taek couldn't believe his eyes. It was very cool and he didn't understand how it could be done. At first, the mining skill will be at rank F, but it will be possible to mine 20 pieces of iron ore per hour. That's 400 bronze, but if that's not interesting, you need to increase your rank first. If you do that, your mining speed and success rate will increase. Sometimes you can find rare ores. With rank A, you can mine at least 1 magic crystal or diamond every day. Choi Hen-taek thought this was incredible. Surely no one had improved their mining skill before, considering it ineffective. The man said that he had sold the ore he found today and would later tell him how to talk to merchants and earn friendship points with them. Chae-Yoon showed how much he had earned today, namely 1 gold and 80 silver coins. Then he asked what they thought since it was easy money. John Henta really liked the idea and decided to give it a try. In fact, most of what is shown in the video is a lie. This method is only effective with a cheat item such as a mine destroyer. These details were not mentioned, and it looked as if anyone could earn a lot of money. As a result, the video attracted a large number of users. This influenced Arcadia users, and many people wanted to get iron ore. Everyone wanted to get into the mine. Some were surprised by the large number of miners. The Baroness couldn't believe it. All those adventurers who didn't want to engage in mining went to the mines in droves. It wasn't just those who had presented themselves as blacksmiths. There were also adventurers from other professions. The Baroness couldn't understand how he had done it. Chae-young replied that he had done almost nothing. He just awakened basic human desires. Everyone has only one desire, money. That's why people do everything to get it. They're willing to do a lot for a handful of shiny coins. All these adventurers are just the product of a cataclysm. The Baroness does not understand how he did it, but his method proved to be effective. Ju-yoon said that it was too early to relax. Some measures would still have to be taken. First, the miners' wages would have to be reduced, and, in return, they would be given a percentage of the ore they extracted. Then they will be more motivated to work productively. The freeloaders who rest instead of working will simply drop out. The Baroness liked this idea. Jae-young explained the basic concepts to her, and the Baroness was delighted. She didn't understand economics. He would have to teach her how things worked in the harsh reality. She asked what to do about ore prices because she had not imposed any sanctions on trade. Prices had skyrocketed and continued to rise. According to reports, the cost of a unit of iron ore already exceeds 20 bronze. Jae-yoon said not to pay attention to it. Let everyone buy ore at that price. The prices for blacksmith services have not risen, even despite the increase in the cost of materials. He would even say that ore prices were too low before. That is why no one wanted to mine it. But there may be complaints. The Baroness asked if anyone had complained, and Jae-young said that those who didn't like it could mine the ore themselves, if only they wanted to. The Baroness said he was right and asked if he would like to become her finance minister. She promised to pay him generously. If he decided to join her, she would repay him for his services and valuable advice. Ju-yoon said it was a very tempting offer, but his adventure was not over yet. The Baroness said that he was surely an adventurer, so she apologized. Jae-yoon had helped her a lot and she was grateful, but it was time for him to go. The Baroness asked how she could help him. She would do everything in her power to pay for his services. Ju-yoon came up with a plan and decided that it was time to carry it out. He gave her a scroll and she asked what it was. Ju-yoon replied that it was his business proposal. He promised that she would like it. She unfolded the scroll and began to read. One person can only earn a limited amount of money. So what needs to be done to break these limitations? It is very easy to gain power over others and become the head of the food chain. The Baroness read the proposal. Ji-young asked what she thought about it and she was certainly interested. He wanted her to give him 10% of her profits. If she agreed, he would elevate her to the top of the trade. Several thousand years ago, a great battle took place between angels and demons. The demon asked if her spear was Muspelheim. He couldn't believe that she had brought a sacred weapon with her. The follower of sacred splendor, Archangel Michael, told the demon that she would destroy him. Familiar Tan woke up and realized it was a dream. He thought it was because they were close to that place. Then he told Jae-yoon that he had just remembered something very unpleasant. He asked what was in the scroll he had given to the warrior woman. Jae-yoon was surprised that he was actually interested. Then he asked if he knew the expression, "Call yourself cargo, get in the cart." Digging ore is not easy. If an average player is lucky enough to find a vein, he can get 10 ore per hour. The rare ore he sometimes digs up is found thanks to a unique tool he possesses. In general, mining is not a very noble profession, but that doesn't mean you can't make money doing it. There is one way, after all. You can sell tickets. So, Ju-young decided to charge people for the right to enter the mine. Those who don't have money for a ticket can pay later, but that's not so important. Tan asked how much he planned to charge them. Jae-yoon thinks that people will quickly realize that it's a scam, so probably 1 gold coin. Tan said that he's not a financier, but isn't that too expensive? People are naive creatures, but not that naive. Who would even decide how much to pay? Jae-yoon replied that people rushed to the mine after his video. They are willing to invest money without hesitation because they are confident that their expenses will pay off many times over, and he will be able to get easy money. That's his plan. Tan thought that this guy was simply evil. He doesn't feel a shred of guilt for using other people. The familiar doesn't even know whether to pity these unfortunate people or push them for their gullibility. Tan said that he is simply incredible and the perfect master, and he has no doubt about that. Then he asked his master to follow him. He wants to show him a place. Tan is even willing to swear that he won't regret it once he sees this place. They came to some doors and Ju-young asked where they were. Tan replied that he had been looking for this place for several days and had finally found it. At first, he didn't understand why the place seemed familiar, but then he remembered that he had been here while bathing in the mine. Finally, he found it. The entrance looked long abandoned, but the iron wasn't rusty and the wood wasn't rotten. This meant that some kind of spell must have been cast on the gate. Tan offered to open the gate for his master. After all, he should be able to do it. He tried but received a message that a strong seal had been placed on the entrance and he could not enter due to a lack of the necessary parameters. However, he could receive a reward if he told the Baroness about it. Ju-yoon said that the gate would not open because of some kind of powerful seal. The familiar said that this was obvious and that was why he had brought him here. Ju-yoon asked what he wanted from him and if he had any skills in breaking seals. So what does he think he should do? The gate looks quite convincing, but as long as it is closed, there is no use in finding it. The familiar asked if he really knew nothing about his power. He was surprised why such a powerful tool was given to a human. If he were his subordinate, Tan could at least give him orders. Chae-young noticed that he was not even hiding his desire to control him. Tan confused his master once again and asked him to answer seriously how much he knew about the power he possessed. Jae-young asked if he meant integrity. Tan replied that he certainly did, and that no matter what he called it, This power was beyond divine authority. This power was capable of creating anything to upset the balance of the world. It could change the nature of things and control the environment. It was closest to the power of creation. Tan asked if he now understood how much he could do with it. Ji Young replied that he did not really understand. The familiar became angry and said that he could do anything. Anything at all. 10 minutes after the explanation, Ju Yoon asked if the power of integrity was necessary for beings like Tan to interact with their reality. The familiar replied that it was indeed necessary. It accumulates constantly but very slowly and in negligible amounts. He didn't know how it happened, but his power accumulated at an incredible rate. The amount of integrity that Tang received after contact with him would take him 500 years to accumulate. Chae Yun understood why he wanted to get integrity points. He asked if he could use this power to open the gate, but when he touched the gate, he received a message saying that he could not break the seal. Tan replied that whether it was a seal or not, the saints had made sure that ordinary people could not enter, and that this was for the good of the world. Cho Won realized that this place was more important than he thought. Tan replied that it didn't matter. It all mattered to others, but not to him. He himself does not yet understand that with the amount of power he has, some seal is nothing at all. He just doesn't know it yet. Jae-yoon has to want to do it, so the familiar told him to try again, but this time with the clear intention of opening the gate. He tried, and the seal began to respond to his power. With the help of the integrity parameter, he could bypass the conditions for destroying the seal. It takes 15,000 integrity points to open the gate. For that, he could get 2 unique items. But then he decided that if he couldn't use his integrity for things like this, then what was it for? He removed the seal and found an unidentified divine altar. Tan said that this was the lair of the feathered ones, namely the stairway to heaven. During the great battle between the angels and demons of the earth, Arcadia became one big battlefield for higher beings. Very soon, the entire continent was painted red with blood. If it weren't for the protection of the world tree, perhaps no creature would have survived. Millennia have passed since then, but the echoes of the great battle still remain in the hearts of the inhabitants of Arcadia. The battle became a warning to future generations. People prayed and still pray that such a thing will never happen again. This is written in the memoirs of a traveler. The scriptwriting department has called an emergency meeting. Kan Tae-hoon, the development team manager, understands that everyone is tired and already has a lot of problems to deal with. But this matter is of utmost importance. The employees asked what else had happened, as they were hoping to finally go home and take a shower. Only a few days had passed since the situation in the city of newcomers, but some of the employees still want to take the day off. Kang Tae-hoon said that exactly 32 minutes ago, the trigger for a mysterious task was accidentally activated. After checking the related tasks, he found out that what happened was related to something hidden in Mount Fian. Details are on the 3rd page of the report. Kwon Mayung-chan, the executive director, asked if Mount Fian was also in the Angel's possession. He did not know about this. Kang Tae-hoon replied that none of them knew about it until today's incident. He will now tell them about the plotline he found. In the past, the mountain was called the Stairway to Heaven. This was because angels first descended to the continent in this region, and the large amount of ore was meant to somehow protect the stairs from outsiders. To put it simply, the entrance to the angelic dimension was located at the top. Kwon Myung-chan said that this game was full of mysteries. But there are too many plot lines that weren't even thought of at the beginning of the game. But that doesn't matter. He asked what this mystical task was called. Kang Tae-hoon said that this question needed an explanation. They had time to look at the related tasks, taking into account the mistake. Kwon Myung-chan said that it was enough to beat around the bush and asked directly what the task was. He replied that it was the second great battle between angels and demons. Tan was delighted to have found the stairway to heaven. After all, he had said he would get back to the birds. He suggested that his master go and deal with the saints, destroying all their plans. Chae-yoon asked if he was sure that treasure was hidden there. Tan replied that he was and told him to open it quickly. The system warned that the text was written in a language unknown to him. He couldn't decipher it, but the entity would help him. Ji-young received a new task called Ancient Ruins. Holy energy enveloped his body and increased the speed of mana and health regeneration. He was curious about the object inside and whether he could take it. The notification said that he would receive a reward for reporting the ruins to the Baroness. Tan asked him what he was waiting for and told him to open the chest. Ju-yoon asked him to wait because he needed to think, but he had no choice. If he didn't know the story, he would already be on his way to the Baroness and would have forgotten about these ruins. But after Tan's story, he couldn't leave everything as it was. After all, she would never find a reward more valuable than an artifact from the Stairway to Heaven. But more importantly, he discovered this location with the help of integrity points, which makes him a real Tomb Raider. But if he tells anyone else about it, there could be problems. So maybe it would be better to keep it a secret. That's why he told Tanchik that he was opening it. He supported him because he had finally waited for these words from him and said that he believed in his master. But within 10 minutes, he still couldn't open the chest with Tan's help, even though he tried his best. Chae-yoon thought that he had wasted his strength. Tan said that if he were in his true form, he would have opened it. He would only need the little finger of one hand to open it. After all, he had come so far to be stopped by a mere lid. And it wasn't even a sacred seal or a magical barrier, just a heavy stone. Ji-yoon asked if he was sure there was treasure there if it was just a stone. He replied that there must be something valuable there, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. So Ju-young decided to use his mind destruction equipment. Tan asked if he really intended to use it. He replied to Tanchik that there was no other way to open the lid. He simply had no other choice. And in moments like these, self-destruction is the only right decision. Tan thought that sometimes people behave even worse than demons. He managed to destroy the cover, and the system warned him that the heavens' favor toward him had fallen to 0, and that he'd better not let any holy being see him. He opened the lid and saw a skeleton inside and was surprised that this was the treasure. Then he told Tan that he should have warned him what was inside. Jae-yoon is certainly not a saint, but destroying someone's sarcophagus is too much. Tan asked if he would have touched the tomb if he had known what was inside. He did not expect such kindness from him. Jae-yoon asked what was so valuable in the sarcophagus and suggested taking only what was necessary. Tan said that he already had his answer and that they would take the necklace. It was a sacred necklace that angels had preserved for the future. He was glad that the master would take it and that the birds would no longer see his secret weapon. That's what it means to deal with a demon. Jae-yoon took the shining heavenly medallion. He felt himself filled with some unknown power. Jae-yoon received the hidden class of holy prophet. But the system warned him that his profession was not among the saints. There was a contradiction in the data, and the item was temporarily deactivated. The system suggested that he contact customer service to resolve the issue. Tang thought that it was the end for him, as he had not expected such a powerful surge of holy energy. He asked the owner what it was. He said he didn't know what it was, but that he needed to find out. The subject was deactivated due to a system error. Jae-young thought that things were getting even more complicated and that there was a problem with his profession. He asked if they were going to do anything about it. Another player decided to try to get some iron ore, but the guard at the mine entrance stopped him. The guy was surprised to see guards there. The man said he hadn't seen him here before and asked if he was going to the mine. After all, there was now a fee to enter the mine. So he asked if he already had a pass, but the boy did not know that a pass was required. He had never heard of this before, and nothing was mentioned in the video. The man told him that freeloaders were not welcome here. Those who wanted to find treasures in the mountains had to contribute to the development of the mine. So now Baroness Mikhail charges a fee for entering the territory. The guy asked how much the pass costs. The man replied that it was only 30 gold coins and that the pass would be valid for a month. The boy was surprised and thought it was too much. To earn the pass, he would have to earn at least 1 gold coin a day. That's 100,000 won and 3 million won a month if you multiply it. He definitely couldn't afford it, so he decided not to become a miner to find countless treasures. The man asked if he didn't have enough money for the pass. He replied that he didn't because he had come here to earn some extra money and didn't have that kind of money yet. He replied that he understood because it was obvious that he was struggling financially, but he had a proposal. Baroness Mikhail had devised a special system especially for people like him. Something like enter now and pay later. So if he was interested, he could contact their customer service department for more information. The young man was very happy, and the man thought that another player had taken the bait. So they got another slave for the mine. Recently, there was a critical shortage of workers in the mine, but now the work process is constantly underway. All the players worked as hard as they could to work off their passes and start making money. The woman from customer service couldn't believe that people were so eager, but they don't understand that the cage door has closed behind them. She couldn't believe how many people had fallen for it. How could they not realize right away that it was a trap when it was so obvious? But the desire for easy money drowns out the voice of reason. The plan is too cunning to belong to a baroness. She doesn't know who came up with it, but she thinks that whoever did is a sadist. The task with the mine was quickly completed. To receive his reward, Jae-yoon must go to the baroness. He is surprised that the task was completed so quickly and says that they can finish up. Tan asked his master what he planned to do next. Jong-yoon said he didn't understand what he meant, but Tan asked him what he meant. Jae-yoon felt uncomfortable. After all, he had sneaked into the angel's territory, then stolen a sacred artifact and destroyed someone's sarcophagus. He had also damaged the person resting in the sarcophagus when he took the medallion. Now he was a grave robber and a thief, a true criminal of society. If anyone found out about this, his life would become even more difficult. But before it seemed that things couldn't get any worse. Therefore, he said he would like to keep what happened a secret. To do this, he would need to get rid of the evidence. Tan told him not to say that he was going to completely destroy the stairway to heaven. Chae-yoon replied that this was exactly what he was going to do. He used an object to destroy the evidence and finally got rid of it. Then he said that all that was left was to destroy the entrance, and the job would be done. Tan was surprised and thought that it turned out he still had something to learn from people. After that, he went to the Baroness, and she said she had been waiting for him. Jae-young asked if the Baroness had enough miners now. She replied that they did, and it was all thanks to him. They would not have to worry about ore for the next year. She did not know what he had told them. But after that, all the adventurers went there. How many people voluntarily gave themselves into slavery? Jae-yoon asked how many exactly. She replied that there were more than 9,500. Before that, there were only 800 workers in the mine. They take a percentage of the sales. The Baroness doesn't know how he came up with that. He replied that he had a source of inspiration, and noticed that she wasn't very cheerful when they first met. She said that now she had to squeeze everything out of her slaves and might even become a countess soon. Joo-yoon remarked that it seemed she had achieved her goal. So, wasn't it time to discuss his reward? The Baroness remembered this and said she had something prepared for him. As promised, she had prepared 10% of the proceeds for him. That was 120 gold coins and 23 silver coins. That was about 120 million won. Now he would definitely have enough to pay for the capsule rental. The Baroness asked if he was sure he didn't want to work for her. She promised to make him the second most powerful person in the barony and share all her power equally with him. He received an offer from the game to share power, and if he agreed, the Baroness's favor would increase significantly. It sounded very tempting to him, but he doesn't know what to do. In the world of virtual reality, a hidden story has begun. It's funny that it all started with one person, for the sake of another person. The boy thanked a girl named Jennifer for helping him find happiness in a world where he cannot move without permission. He cannot describe what he feels, so he simply tells her to look. This world was created especially for her. His name is Jack, and he is the creator of Arcadia. He contacted Alice and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time because she had been busy lately. So he asked her what happened. He saw a notification about a system error. A discrepancy in the data had been detected. This required the intervention of the administration. Resolving this malfunction was not within her authority and required his intervention. Jack said that this was interesting and that even he had not expected such a turn of events. It seemed that a destroyer had appeared in his world, but that only made it more interesting. In addition, he took possession of a shining heavenly medallion, a special item belonging to a holy prophet. Only one person should belong to the class of anarchist bards, the main character of the great battle between angels and demons. Now he has two important items, and this creates a conflict with the system. Jack said that it was still a good thing that he had created Arcadia, and asked Alice if he was right. She replied that as long as he was satisfied, she would do whatever he asked. After all, at this point, it is impossible to grant a user the class of holy prophet. So she asked him to solve this problem. Jack said he would think about it later because other things were more important right now. They had to reward the boy for finding the valuable item, so he decided to slightly change the properties of the medallion. After all, this player had managed to disrupt the order of his world, so he had to restore the previous balance, and for this he needed to use Michael. Jae-young thought about what to do with the Baroness's offer and apologized, saying he had to decline. This answer surprised her. She asked why he was refusing, whether he was dissatisfied with the conditions. Jae-yoon replied that he was a traveler, so when he had explored the entire continent, he would consider her proposal. He felt that working with the Baroness would cause him more problems. She asked if he promised. Joo-yoon remarked that she was standing too close to him. The Baroness offered to write him a personal letter of recommendation. With it, he would be able to obtain protection anywhere in the kingdom. He thanked her, but wondered what he needed protection from. She asked if he hadn't heard that the kingdom was in complete chaos. Even a whole chest of letters of recommendation would not guarantee him complete safety. Jae-yoon asked what she meant. He hadn't heard anything like that. At least the other players hadn't said anything like that. Perhaps information could be obtained from an NPC. The Baroness said that things were not going well in the royal family. Soon the heir would have to ascend the throne, because the king had grown old. But the prince was too young. The nobles were manipulating him as they pleased in an attempt to gain power and secure their positions. But the worst of the nobles is Duke Birkin. He has become their leader, gathering all the top nobles around him and trying to turn the prince into a puppet. In addition, he calls on the people to go to battle against a neighboring state. The Baroness is convinced that he simply wants to get closer to the treasury under the pretext of expenses. She is concerned about what might happen to the country if the Duke gets his way. She is even afraid to imagine it. Jae-yoon did not expect things to be so complicated. He would prefer not to get involved in this matter if possible. The Baroness said that she had explained everything in detail in her letter of recommendation. She wrote about how he had helped her solve the problems of the barony. If he shows it to the royal family, they will accept him. But first he needs to find Count Broken, who will evaluate his talents. She asked him to help the kingdom. Joo-yoon was just thinking that he wanted to stay away from this story when he was given a new mission. It turns out he has no choice because the mission is assigned automatically. So he said he would do everything in his power. She knows that he can be relied upon and has no doubt that he will agree to this mission. Joo-yoon says that she can count on him. Jae-yoon left and the Baroness wished him a safe trip and told him to contact her immediately if he needed anything. He laughed and wondered if it was a good idea to be friends with her at all. The Baroness was 100% sure, and even a fool would understand after meeting him, that this adventurer would change the world. She was not mistaken. The decisions and actions of the player under the nickname DEX began to rapidly change the world of Arcadia. But did he want this himself? And it doesn't matter which direction he tried to steer events in. His actions changed more than one destiny. The magnitude of his contribution is undeniable. Even if what is happening is not always logical, this world was created for players. Of course, one can condemn him for playing the way he does. But who knows what the creator's idea was from the beginning? And more importantly, what chaos he still has to cause, so-called achievements. These achievements will overshadow all his previous antics so much that in comparison they will seem simply magical. The familiar asked his master if everything was okay. Ji-yoon asked what he meant. He replied that he knew human politics was a complicated thing. He understood that it was all for the good of the kingdom, but did he really want to do it? Jae-young replied that it wasn't that he wanted to. But since he had already started, he had to see it through to the end. In any case, it was all just for the sake of decency points. So why not do it? After that, the game system announced that the error had been successfully fixed, and the parameter of the item Shining Heavenly Medallion had been changed. Something strange began to happen. Tan asked why it suddenly lit up. Ju-yoon noticed that the light of the medallion began to intensify. The medallion gave him a connection to a higher being and summoned his personal guardian angel. Tan couldn't believe it. This item was forever bound to his character and could not be removed. Before him appeared the shining holiness of the Archangel Michael. Angels and demons have long been considered enemies. They simply cannot coexist peacefully under the same sky. So the meeting between the leaders of the two races turned out to be more awkward than expected. The creatures began to argue with each other. Tan asked her to call him back. She replied that he should disappear himself because he was annoying her with his whining. Archangel Michael said that she was curious what he was doing if he had become so quiet. Now she sees that he is destroying their sacred land. This meant that he had finally gone mad. Tan replied that she would have done the same in his place. She said that it seemed he had not learned his lesson and wanted to compete again. He replied that he was always ready for that and told her to attack. Ji-young told them to stop arguing and asked what they were doing, but they didn't hear him and continued to argue. Tan said that if he had his true body with him now, he would show it to her. Archangel Michael said that he wasn't the only one without a real body right now, and this was coming from the one who ran away so shamefully last time. Tan replied that it was because she had taken the sacred weapon for the last battle. She asked since when she was not allowed to use it. Choyun thinks that they now look like two children. He cannot believe that they are legendary creatures from myths. Archangel Michael asked if he was the one who made the contract with the Demon King. He replied that he was. But he explained that the contract was not made of his own free will. Tan remarked that he had enjoyed his services and had no complaints. She said that the power he possessed was called decency. In the wrong hands, it could be very dangerous, especially in the clutches of those vile flying mice. Tan asked who she meant by mice, and she replied by calling him a chicken. She said that in any case, nothing could be done about the contract, so she asked him to restrain himself and not give in to the temptation of the devil. She would be his guardian angel and help him stay on the right path. Tan called her naive and asked if she really thought he would let her. She asked why he was so concerned. Tan replied that as the king of demons, he guarantees that this seemingly innocent boy is worse than any demon. He had seen this for himself. Zeyun did not like his words, but in some ways he was right. The Anarchy Bard class was obviously created to bring destruction and chaos to the world of Arcadia. To be honest, all his actions can only be described as evil. In this situation, her desire is understandable. Archangel Michael replied that she saw it differently. Humans are God's great creation, and there is goodness in the heart of each of them. And it is the mission of angels to discover and nurture it. So from now on, she would guide him toward goodness, and asked him to call her Ellie. Tan said he would try to turn a blind eye to her presence for the sake of his master's peace of mind. But his integrity was his own. He would get rid of her if she tried to take him away. Ellie called him ridiculous and said that if one listened to him, one would think he was her rightful owner. Demons have no shame or conscience, and he shouldn't even try to take this power. Tan said that he was the first to sign the contract, so he should get in line. Ellie asked what he should do with his decency. He has only one goal, to bring chaos to the heavenly realm. Ji-yoon now has another talkative companion, so now such arguments would happen often. Turning to Ellie, he wanted to say something and ask a question. It doesn't matter who you choose, demon or angel. Money rules the world. Everything obeys the capitalist laws of the market economy. Jae-yoon noted that he didn't actually give Tanchika her decency for free. Therefore, he has one question for her. What would she give him in exchange for his power? The most important rule of all is that nothing is free. Ellie was surprised by this question, but she understands that he wants to set a price she will have to pay to get what she wants. In the heavenly realm, this is familiar. She has several things in her arsenal that could definitely be useful to a human. So she asked him if he needed a weapon. Jae-young replied that he didn't need any items. Maybe she had some kind of skill. She asked him what he meant by skill. He realized that she had no way of knowing gaming terminology, so he said that his combat skills were not very impressive. That's why he needed abilities to fight stronger opponents and asked her if that made more sense. Ellie thought about this question. The Bard of Anarchy allows you to earn integrity points, and this class is really worth it. But it also has its drawbacks. There is no leveling system. In addition, he only has non-combat skills. These are ore mining and diving. Tank could, of course, give him good items to compensate for the lack of strong attack skills, but weapons have their limits. Therefore, he would like to acquire at least a few skills. Ellie remembered something that might suit him. She signed a contract with him. She said that their contract was now officially in effect. Heaven would give him as much power as he needed, but the more power he had, the more integrity he would need. Jae-young said that was great, so he decided to try using the skill of divine intervention. Thanks to this, he gained the power of Farhan, the Knight of Honor, Merlin, the Great Wizard of Truth, Parcel, the legendary archer, and Mirfin, the Great Righteous Thief. Ellie said that divine intervention would allow him to borrow the power of ancient heroes who possessed faith for a certain period of time. Jae-young replied that it sounded pretty good, but then he heard someone calling him, demanding that he give them everything he had. If he voluntarily gave up everything he had, he would grant him a quick and painless death. Turning around, Zhu-yun saw a huge orc and told him that he was just in time. After all, he needed someone to try out his new power on. In the mine inside Mount Fian, people worked tirelessly, and it was hard to believe. They work around the clock in the game. All this because of the hope of striking it rich with just one find. But they were not so naive. Sooner or later, they would understand. Namely, that their dreams were not meant to come true. They slowly came to terms with the idea that they had been deceived. Choi Hentak no longer wanted to stay in the mine. All his friends had gone hunting, and he can't tell them that he's working off his past of the mine because it's too ridiculous. He considers himself naive for being deceived even in a game. He no longer wanted money, he just wanted to get out of there and escape. Then he thought it wasn't such a bad idea. After all, he could just run away from here. Then he saw that someone had already tried to escape. The guards brought him back. The player said that he bought the capsule to play, not to work. They asked him what he was talking about. They thought he was high on dust. The other players said he was just another failed escapee. He shouldn't have done it. It's not worth trying. Hentak asked what he meant. He replied that if you escape from the mine without working off your past, it is considered a crime. Runaways were reported to the authorities, and after that, they couldn't show up anywhere or in any village, so there was no point in running away. You'll have to come back and work it off anyway, so you might as well keep going. The player asked if he was planning to escape, and Hentak replied that of course he wasn't. He continued to mine ore out of anger and earned the title of hard-working miner. His mining speed increased and his skill reached the 5th rank. The eternal flame of good opinion about him burns because he spends most of his time with iron in his hands. But Hentak doesn't understand what that means. Then he was told to speed up and called the #1 miner, and he continued to work. Farhan, the Knight of Honor, is a legendary holy warrior who always brings victory to those who stand with him. His sword strikes fear into the hearts of demons, and his shield has protected many innocent souls. His mere presence is like a promise of victory. He is also called the Honor in the Flesh, but the demons gave him another name. During a battle with a demon, he destroyed its shield and said that in a moment it would suffer the same fate. He destroyed his opponent and was therefore also called the Demon Slayer. Ji-Yong gained the temporary ability to use divine powers, and all of Farhan's skills were revealed to him. He realized what this skill was, and that the name was not misleading. After all, he had truly received divine help, and everything was even cooler than he had imagined. Tan asked why this particular knight had possessed him. Ju-Yoon asked if he knew him. He replied that every inhabitant of hell knew him. This monster had reached every demon in hell, even the most innocent ones, and he was simply obsessed. Ju-Yoon said that this probably meant that he was a great warrior. He had many feats to his name, and in the demon dimension, he was considered dangerous, so Zhang Yun had every chance of defeating his opponents. He apologized for making them wait so long and said that they could start the battle. They noticed that he had become much stronger in a single second. Ju-Yoon realized that even they had noticed the change in him. Normal monsters would have immediately attacked him, but the mini-bosses seemed to possess some level of critical thinking. Leaving the barony, Ju-Yoon set off on a special route. The chosen path runs through a forest that is rarely visited. In fact, it was the shortest route to the next location, but no one dared to go anywhere near it. The reason is that there is a mini-boss orc bandit there. Ju-Yoon saw that he was level 25, so it's a pretty strong opponent. The orc attacked him, and Ju-Yoon finally understood how to use his powers. After that, he decided to make his move. He asked the monster for only one thing, not to give up quickly. The Sacred Shield entered battle mode, and he used the skills of just Punishment and Burning Dawn. The orc called him a terrifying man and asked them not to come near him. Ju-Yoon told them to line up. He destroyed them with a single blow. This cost him 352 points of integrity. Ellie said it was unbelievable. She thought it was impossible even with a skill. An ordinary person couldn't handle that much power. So now she understands why the creator sent her here, because this man is capable of changing the whole world with his actions. And she saw it with her own eyes. She also saw what he was capable of. Ju-Yoon thought about how he wanted to fight like in the good old days. While Ellie and Tan were resting, he decided to learn more about his new Divine Intervention skill. Ji-Yoon thought it was good that he had a reason to use Divine Intervention. In battle, he understood the pros and cons of this skill quite well. The strong point was that it closed the level gap between him and his opponent. Before that, he was only helped by items he bought from Tanchika, but they were not cheap. He couldn't afford to buy all kinds of weapons, and they also had limitations on their use, so he had to rely on luck. After all, he didn't have an arsenal for all occasions. That's why he didn't buy any combat items. The problem was solved, but it had one drawback. It took 3 minutes to destroy the orcs, but at the same time, a lot of integrity was lost. It was hard for him to imagine how much he would have spent in a battle with a strong opponent, and he would have to learn how to play again. But it's even a little fun. Ju-Yoon saw that Ellie had already woken up. She said that all angels are early birds, unlike some people. She asked if he was bothered by spending integrity points to use skills. He might not know, but Farhan was a really powerful warrior. He possesses incredible strength, and it's a very small price to pay to summon such a great personality to Earth. But what's more interesting is what integrity can do. It can make the impossible possible, and that's just an amazing power. Jae-Yoon thought she was good at conversation. Then he said he still felt a little cheated, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had no other options, and he should appreciate that. He would just use the skill when necessary, and control the amount of time spent under its influence. Ellie said it was a wise decision. Then he asked if familiars needed sleep, because Tan sleeps quite a long time. She replied that she wasn't sure and asked what he thought. In the kingdom of Moran, which belongs to the Korean server of Arcadia, internal affairs are not going as well as everyone would like. But among its neighbors, Marin is considered a powerful and wealthy state. Its geographical location helps it generate income from trade. Its strategic location brings in a lot of profit. It is easy to guess that there are several large trade associations in the kingdom. One of the merchants said that he brought a lot of goods with him, but the guildmaster is nowhere to be found. He understands that this is an association of adventurers, but it is not allowed. A man approached him and apologized for the disrespect shown to him. He is not the head of the guild he mentioned, but he hopes that the modest department manager will be able to help him. His name is John Smith. He is the manager of the GM's main store. The man explained that their head is currently at a very important meeting. The head of the Merchants Association, Duke Birkin, remarked that he suspected that a battle would soon begin between the kingdoms of Moron and Parkle. The two nations need to resolve their old feud. The head of the association, Choi, asked if he could help the guild after victory. He thought to himself that he had too sharp a tongue for an evil NPC. He could manipulate an entire army if he wanted to. This is a dangerous man about whom there are many rumors. Everyone knows that he wants to sit on the throne, but for the GM store, he is the best candidate for an ally. Because this man could make them all rich. He didn't think he would meet him so soon, and it was good that he had found out about him in advance. Credit must be given to the strategy development team. Choi JQ is the younger son of the chairman of the company that created Arcadia. His father was angry with him for leaving his position as director of the main department and team leader. He always creates problems and then runs away without caring what other employees think of him, so he can't fail this task. GM Group is a large Korean corporation. Choi's father works there. He specializes in developing currency through the game Arcadia. To this end, an association of guild merchants was created in the kingdom. As a result, representatives of the real and digital worlds met at the negotiating table. GM was founded by adventurers and is mostly made up of them. Duke Birchin said he found him because he heard how fast their guild was growing. He is also aware of the strong bond between its members. Now he sees that these are not just rumors, so he asked to buy all the grain they could provide and promised to pay them well for it. Choi liked the idea. The Duke said he would make sure that GM had influence over the kingdom's logistics routes. They just need to do everything quietly so as not to attract unnecessary attention. That is why he wanted to meet with the adventurer. Choi agreed and thought that his chance had finally come. He told his subordinate that they had a big job ahead of them, one they had been waiting for. Manager Smith agreed with the guildmaster. Choi said that he needed to contact his father urgently to ask for additional investment. Then the deal would be even more profitable, but Smith said that unfortunately he couldn't allow it. Choi asked why. Smith said that he should understand. The company had already invested $8 million in the guild. It would be difficult to get more. But he tried to convince him that it was a small amount of money and that all the expenses would be recouped. But he realized that no one would listen to him. He was sorry that he couldn't get more funding. But when you think about it, what he had already been given should be enough. He will help the Duke by supplying the kingdom with provisions. And if the Duke manages to conquer the kingdom of Parkle, he will take the throne, replacing the old king. If that happens, the entire Korean server of Arcadia will fall into the hands of his GM Merchant Association. And then Choi, with the help of Arcadia, will show his father what he is capable of. No one will be able to stop him. Count Brocken, the third most important person in the kingdom of Moron, asked Choi Yoon if it was Baroness Mikhail who sent him. Choi Yoon replied that he was pleased to meet him. Then he gave him the letter of recommendation he had received from the Baroness. Brocken asked if it was a letter of recommendation. He replied that he did not know what was written in it, but according to the Baroness, its contents guaranteed favor. Then he said that it seemed to say something about his achievements. But Brocken tore up the letter without even reading it. He asked Chae-yoon why Mikhail had sent him to him. Chae-yoon realized that he had decided to ask everything directly. He replied that he didn't know either and that she had simply asked him to keep an eye on them. How could he, a simple adventurer, know the motives of such an important person? The man laughed and said that was great, then remarked that he liked Ji-yoon. So now he understood why she had sent him to him. It seemed that Mikhail had decided that he could help stop the battle between the two kingdoms that was to take place in the near future. Jae-yoon replied that he did not think he had such a great influence on the political situation. Broken remarked that he was not even surprised when he heard about the battle. This means that Mikhail had already told him everything. If this is indeed the case, then it seems that she trusts him. So he asked him if he could offer any ideas. Ju-yoon said he heard that the heir to the throne wasn't in a good state to take the throne. And in the kingdom, most of the influential people were in league with Duke Birchin. Brocken replied that this was indeed the case. Chae-young thought about it and said that there were two ways to solve this problem. One was difficult and the other was easy. Brocken asked which one was easy. He replied that from what he understood, Duke Birchin was the main instigator. Usually without a leader, a union quickly falls apart. Brocken asked if he was suggesting simply getting rid of Duke Birchin. Jae-young replied, "Why not?" Hearing this, Brocken laughed and said that he was very interesting. After all, Mikhail knew how to choose his friends. Jae-yoon thought that his voice was as oppressive as his body. Brocken said that he had thought the same thing. But he wasn't sure if taking the life of a nobleman would be that easy, because he was guarded by the strongest knights and mages in the kingdom. They provided him with round-the-clock protection anywhere and at any time, and the Duke's guards were ready for battle. He was even curious to see the brave man who considered himself capable of such a daring adventure. Jae-young said he was ready to do it. Brocken asked him again because he couldn't believe his words. He told him not to misunderstand him. He thinks that someone like him wouldn't even be able to scratch the Duke, let alone destroy him. Jae-yoon asked what was wrong with him and if Brocken really thought he couldn't do it. Brocken replied that it was the power of youth. He had enough self-confidence, so Brocken told him to follow him. If he was so sure of himself, let him prove his abilities in a sparring match. Brocken believes that Mikhail may be impatient, but she chooses her associates wisely, and he has no doubt about that. Moreover, he trusts her opinion. Therefore, Brocken told Ji-yoon to try not to disappoint him and use the kingdom's shield. Jae-yoon used divine intervention and applied the skills of the wandering knight Kophelis. Brocken doesn't get what's going on because he feels like his aura has totally changed. Just a moment ago, he seemed weak. He felt as if he had never held a sword in his hands before. But now he exuded the confidence of a man who had devoted his entire life to battle. The Wandering Knight has taken over Ju-yoon's body and can temporarily use his strength, so he decides that 5 minutes will be enough. He said he would finish it in 5 minutes so as not to waste too many integrity points. But Broken didn't understand what he meant. Jae-yoon used several skills, and Brocken realized that he had a very powerful punch. Jae-yoon said that he had planned to finish him off with one blow, but as it turned out, swordmasters weren't that easy to beat. Brocken said that he was an unusual adventurer. Jae-yoon asked if he had only just realized that. Brocken replied that now he could see that he could get rid of the Duke on his own. After that, Jae-yoon said that if he saw how serious he was, then the test was over. But Brocken said to wait a little because he also had to show what he was capable of. And then he used the skill of the shapeless sword of the aura. Although he was an old warrior, he also had something to boast about, and here was the proof. Joo-yoon asked if they really had to go this far. But Broken had no intention of stopping because he was curious to see how he would withstand his power. But then he saw that his opponent had also used a shapeless sword. It was different from his, but he was sure it was the same type of sword. This skill can only be mastered by reaching the level of a swordmaster. Brocken told him not to say that he also possessed it. Jae-yoon tells Ellie to just look at how much decency it takes. Brocken thinks he is talking to himself. Then Joo-yoon told the Count that this time it would really end quickly and attacked him. He managed to catch him and knock the sword out of his hands. After that, he finished using the Divine Intervention skill. Brocken couldn't believe his strength and that he was still alive. Thanks to the use of his skill, Ji-yoon achieved the feat of surpassing the Swordmaster. Jae-yoon was not very happy that Divine Intervention had taken away almost 3,000 points of integrity from him. Ellie explained that last time he hadn't tried very hard, but now everything was different. It was the first time she had seen him truly enjoying the process. In her opinion, they both had nothing to complain about. It was simply incredible, and even with the skill, it was quite difficult to use it so flawlessly. She asked if he had practiced sword fighting before. Joo-yoon replied that he had, but not here. She asked where. Once he took first place in a tournament in the game, so technically he wasn't cheating her. Count Brocken thought it was incredible that the Swordmaster of the Kingdom of Moran couldn't guess this guy's moves, and it's not really a horse with incredible strength. Brocken asked if he could ask him something. The Count was intrigued by the element of his sword. Joo-young thought about it and replied that it was probably the wind. The power of the wind is the most agile in the world. It is sharper and freer. Brocken said that if only he could get a little closer to such mastery. Then he took the sword and decided to practice. Tan asked why he was still swinging his sword when it was already night. Jae-yoon replied that who knows. Brocken apologized for his rudeness as he had been very impolite. He sincerely asked for forgiveness. He began to treat Jae-yoon with respect, calling him sir. Jae-yoon replied that it was no big deal and that things happen. So the Count decided to return to the previous topic and asked if he was serious about destroying Duke Birkin. Jae-yoon replied that it was the easiest way to solve the problem, especially since Birkin was on the side of evil. Brocken saw that he was indeed capable of doing so, but he was still concerned that the death of Duke Birkin would lead to real chaos. Ji-young asked if he had heard anything about the Gordian knot. Brocken asked what it was, so he decided to tell him about its peculiarity. It consists in the fact that it is impossible to untie it, but in fact, there is one way. Then Ji-yoon asked if he knew anything about this method. Brocken replied that he had no idea. Jae-yoon said that it was enough to simply cut the knot. You could spend days trying to untie it, but it would be pointless. The knot is so difficult to untie that it is easier to cut it. As for the consequences, he thinks that everything will work out somehow. Brocken was struck by his carefree attitude, but he was the first to find such an easy solution to the country's problem, and there was no better option. So he said that if Ji-yoon is sure it will work, then so be it. But he thought to himself that it's not just about the aura. Inside him lurked the most dangerous man in the kingdom. Jong-yoon was given a side quest to destroy Duke Birkin. He did not expect to receive a side quest. It seems that the game system itself cannot wait for the Duke to play into his hands, which is very interesting. Tan asked if he really intended to destroy this man. Ellie was also curious to know. After all, she hopes that he is not really going to do it. But then Tan and Ellie started arguing with each other. Tan asked if she had anything against it, and Ellie replied that only low creatures do such things. The Duke must be defeated in a fair duel. Ji-young asked if he had any questions about the idea itself, and she said that he just needed to inform him before doing what he had in mind. Ellie replied that he had to give them at least 3 days to prepare or send a message about his intentions, so that he would have time to prepare. And that would be the right thing to do. Tan said that this was complete nonsense, and that he knew she was not right in the head. Ellie replied that she didn't care about the opinion of a scoundrel and a demon. Ji-yoon asked them not to argue because he wasn't planning to destroy anyone yet. They were surprised by this response, and Jae-yoon said that when you're in the middle of a conflict, you can't just listen to one side. You have to listen to and understand the other side. Why would Duke Birkin suddenly want to fight a battle in an empty place? He doubts that it's just like that, and that there must be some reason for it. From the point of view of an adventurer who has no ties to the Kingdom of Moran, internal power struggles and battles are a good opportunity. The most important thing here is his own benefit. After all, he intends to help the side that can offer him more, and everyone will be satisfied. Tan called him a real monster. Ellie pointed out that promises must be kept, so he must deal with the Duke. Being an adventurer means throwing words to the wind and forgetting promises for your own benefit. Meanwhile, some news reached the head office. The company that developed Arcadia had achieved a record. The company's shares are now worth more than 5 million won. This news was announced by the company's CEO, Shu Sun-ent, the CEO of GM, cannot understand how they managed to create something like this. Just 5 years ago, these two companies were constantly competing with each other. But the study of innovative technologies that led to smartphones gradually faded into the background, and now everything looks different. With the advent of virtual reality, the entire global market has been turned upside down, and huge changes have taken place, which is now the biggest concern. This means that now they need to start creating something new and stop engaging in machine building and construction, which is of no use, because their companies will come to an end. The secretary informed the chairman that Mr. Choi Jae-kyu had arrived. It was his son. He wanted to tell him some wonderful news, but to do so, he needed 8 million. He began to ask where the previous money had gone. After all, he had recently given him that amount and did not understand where he had spent it. Choi replied that the situation was much more serious now and promised that this would be the last time. Chu Sun-yoon asked why he needed it. It was not a small amount of money. Moreover, he was playing a game with competitors and doing nothing. And now he had completely lost his mind. So if he wants to get funding, he must first show his documents. Choi gave him the papers and he asked what they were. Choi told him to read them first and then tell him what he thinks. Choi Sun-eun saw that it described a plan to capture the kingdom of Marin, so he decided to read the documents. Then he asked if everything written there was really true. Choi replied that of course it was. He managed to contact Duke Bergen. He was one of the most influential people in the kingdom, so everything was going according to plan. If everything worked out, they would be able to create their own version of Arcadia. Choi Sun-eun thought that this might not be a bad idea. Choi said that in that case, he would need 50 million. His father replied that he should not even ask for more and remember that this was his last chance. Choi thanked him and promised that he would definitely succeed. Cho Sun-ent thought that a love scandal was involved. It was connected to the Duke and Duchess. It was a completely different world, and he thought that games were just child's play, but in reality that wasn't the case. He wondered when everything had started to change so much. A guest from the Empire of Harmel arrived at the residence of Duke Berchen. He had traveled a long way to get here. He came from the farthest reaches of the south and must have been very tired. His name was Lord Leonid. He was a secret envoy from the Empire of Harmel. Lord Berchen asked his guest what had brought him to his kingdom. He replied that he had received information that they were preparing for battle. In response, they wanted to offer him something on behalf of the Harmel Empire. Their empire was ready to help them with all its might, but on condition that after victory they would promise to hand over the lands of the Trula Valley to them. If they did not object, their empire was ready to help him become king of the state of Meran. Most of the valley's territory is located among the rocky mountains on the border between the Kingdom of Meran and the Empire of Harmel. Therefore, Berchen needs to obtain this land to strengthen his country's defenses, and it is unlikely that there is any trickery involved. So they agreed on everything, and the Duke said he was very pleased to do business with him and was counting on him. Lord Leonid also believes that they will not let each other down and hopes for further cooperation. After that, Lord Leonid left, and Duke Berchen thought about how everything was going according to plan. Below the one but above the darkness means to be under the power of one but to rule over thousands of others. These words suit him best. In this world, there is only one person higher than him, but we are talking about an 8-year-old boy, which makes it even a little funny. This country needs someone who will be a wise leader, not a decoration, and that person should be Duke Berchen himself. Choi, the leader of a large association of GM traders, came to the Duke and noticed that he was in a good mood. So he became curious about what had happened. He replied that when a big deal comes along, it is best to make an interim report. Choi said that the plan was to find a country that was hostile to Parkle. They would buy the land on which they bought food and purchase everything they had produced in a year. And they bought grain. The Duke said that cutting off the enemy's supply route in advance and damaging their economy was not a bad idea for an adventurer like him. It was the first time he had heard of buying the necessary amount of goods in advance. He was curious how he had come up with that idea. Choi said that it was called an exchange of gifts. It was a form of a prearranged contract based on the purchase of certain goods at an agreed price, and then the sale itself at a specified time. Berchen said that it was quite good and that adventurers can sometimes be useful. Choi replied that he was flattered. Their Merchants Association took a big risk when it agreed to this, so could he explain in more detail about the right to profit? The Duke asked if he didn't think he was rushing things and that he was busy with other more important matters at the moment. Surely such matters should be discussed after the battle was over, not now. But Choi did not like this answer, so the Duke asked if he doubted him. Choi realized that he was in trouble, so he replied that how could he say such a thing? Of course he didn't doubt him. Berchen replied that in that case he had to go because he had some business to attend to. Choi left, but he was angry that this character was sitting around doing nonsense. But he had no other choice. He had invested a lot of money in this business, so all he could do was beg and flatter, waiting for the right moment. All the grain on the market cost him about 500,000 gold pieces. He spent all the money his father had invested in it, but it wasn't enough to start controlling all the grain that is currently distributed in Arcadia. Therefore, all he can do is wait and hope that the deal will still go through. With that amount, he could thwart the future plans of the Kingdom of Parkle. But the contract says 10 million gold coins for helping to implement the plan, and if you convert that to dollars, it's 1 trillion. If something goes wrong, it will cause enormous damage not only to the Merchants Association, but also to GM as a whole. There is a possibility that it will come to an end. It is obvious that his father would never have allowed this, which is why they had to act in secret. There is no need to worry because the battle will take place. So, it's best to stay calm. If something happens, grain prices will skyrocket. This isn't a gamble, but a real investment in the future. Everything must work out because this is his last chance. As he was thinking about everything, he saw someone walking by him. He became curious about who this person was and what he wanted from Duke Birkin, so he told him to stop. But he didn't have time to stop him, and Ju Yong ran away. Although his equipment was covered with a cloak, he would recognize him among 1,000 people. Such equipment is worn by novice adventurers, so he became seriously interested in why he had decided to visit Duke Birkin. He didn't understand what could connect them, and was worried that he was going to interfere with his plan. So he called security and said that an unknown man had just entered Duke Birkin's audience chamber. So for now, they are to simply observe him, and if he turns out to be the user, they are to bring him to him immediately. Choi doesn't know who he is, but he can't let him ruin his plans. Birkin said that his precious guest had finally arrived. He couldn't believe that Count Brocken himself had advised him to take him in. He would hardly recommend just anyone, so the Duke asked what brought him here. Doesn't he think he's wasting his time? And even more so, threaten him. So there must be some reason for his visit. Jae-yoon said that Count Brocken wanted to take his life. Birkin said that was a good reason to visit. Ju-yoon explained the whole situation. He said that the Count thought this was the perfect way to stop the battle. He didn't even bother to come up with a plan. Birkin asked if he really expected him to believe his words without any proof. Jae-yoon replied that he should have enough evidence. Birkin laughed and said that was true. Tan pointed out that he himself had suggested destroying him. Count Brocken was just thinking about the best course of action when Jae-yoon appeared. Ellie said that it was impossible now because sooner or later he would be destroyed anyway. Tan told her to shut up. Then he thought that Ji-yoon had deliberately made it all up. Birkin said that he would never have thought Count Brocken capable of such a thing. He had always fought for justice, and now he had come up with a plan to secretly destroy him, and that simply amazed him. Jae-yoon said that people always do things like this when they reach their peak. Birkin asked him to share this information. He asked what he wanted in return. Jae-yoon said that it was obvious that a mature and wise leader should become king, not some boy who can't speak well. In his opinion, it would be ideal if Duke Birchen ruled the kingdom of Maron. The Duke liked these words and asked his name. Ju-yoon replied that his name was Dex. They shook hands. Birchen said he hoped their future cooperation would be fruitful. Ju-yoon replied that he would try not to disappoint him. After that, Ju-yoon left. Ellie couldn't believe her eyes that he had simply lied and left. She asked God to forgive the sinner for his actions. Tan asked why he had done all this. Was it just to disappear in the middle of a conversation like a bat? Jae-yoon asked if he still didn't understand that he was just trying to assess the possible outcome of the situation. As much as he didn't want it, the battle was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Either the kingdom of Maron or Parkle would declare it. In the end, it didn't matter who started it first, but one thing was clear. When the battle became predictable, that would be his move. At the moment when the battle is in full swing, that way his chances would increase significantly, just like during the recent incident with the slimes. Tan asked if it would be more beneficial for him to start the battle after all. Then there is no problem. We just need to start cooperating with that Duke. Although he looks a little sinister, they won't let that happen. Jae-yoon agreed with him that this must not be allowed to happen. When Birkin is on the throne, there will be no one to fight. So first, they need to side with Count Brocken. Tan asked what he meant. Then he realized that fighting foreign countries wasn't enough. He needed an internal battle within the country. Jae-young told him to just imagine the chaos and he would gain so much from it that he wouldn't even believe it. After all, a double battle meant double the profit. Tan told him that he had completely lost his mind. Then he took out his book to write something down. He wrote that if you plan to strike from behind, it is better not to take sides. Ellie asked what he was doing. He replied that he was just moving in his own direction. That was how a true devil should behave. Jae-young thought about how everything would soon change. Then he heard someone say that it was finally time to show himself. He saw 2 guards sent by Choi and said that from now on, things would get even more interesting. Jae-yoon was brought to the GM Merchants Association as Choi had ordered. He offered him a seat. After that, Ju-yoon said that it was a great honor for him. He couldn't even believe that he had been personally invited by such a large company. Choi replied that they had noticed his abilities and couldn't help but invite him. They both thought something was wrong and neither of them mentioned their gaming names. Jae-yoon thought that he was definitely up to something. Choi asked why he had been called and he replied that they needed to check something. He apologized in advance if it would upset him in any way. He replied that there must be a very serious reason for this. So Ju-yoon asked what exactly was going on. Choi asked what he had talked about with Duke Birchen. Ju-yoon asked why he should tell him that. Choi didn't like that answer and said that he seemed to be very slow on the uptake. Tan warned him to be careful. Ellie also noted that he shouldn't provoke him. Jae-yoon said that he had imagined too much about himself and asked if she really couldn't see that. Jae-yoon thought about how to get out of this situation. The 2 who brought him here plus 5 more at the entrance, 7 in total. But first he had to deal with that guy. He didn't give his game name, but he did reveal something about himself. Namely that he wouldn't let him go just like that, so he had no other choice. He would have to resort to drastic measures. Smith said that it seemed like some kind of misunderstanding had occurred. They just wanted to know if he had received any orders from Duke Birkin. Choi thought that at least someone had appeared with whom he could talk calmly. He said that it seemed to him that his master was not in the mood for conversation. Choi remarked that he didn't know what connected him to the Duke, but let him just try to interfere with their plans. Because if he saw him with him again, Choi asked what would happen then. He replied that not only would it be difficult for him to play, but his whole life would turn into hell. Smith grabbed him and told him to calm down immediately because such behavior was beyond the pale. He apologized for the misunderstanding and explained that their master had sacrificed a lot to start working with the Duke. Therefore, he was a little worried that everything could fall apart and that he should probably explain something. Jae-yoon thought that something was wrong with him. Smith said that they were not a simple organization and hoped that he had heard of the GM group. Ju-young asked if he was referring to the same company. He replied that it was, and that at the moment, their company had invested too much in the arcade, or more precisely, in Duke Bershin. But he was not at liberty to tell him everything, so he offered him some coins, hoping that would be enough. Choi asked what he thought. He called him an unknown adventurer, and Ju-yoon realized that this would work to his advantage, so he said he didn't mind. Choi took the gold coins and asked if all he had to do was give up Duke Bershin's mission. After the conversation, he left. Tan asked what that was about and if they also wanted a battle. Ellie said that if they had been sincere from the beginning, this would not have happened. Sincerity is the most important of the commandments. Chae-young replied that in any case, everything worked out and they even got some extra money. But when it comes to the company, the situation takes a different turn. They definitely want to take advantage of the battle. For example, to increase their ranks. They could have easily made a deal with Duke Birkin. But that doesn't concern him, and if the battle begins, it will only play into his hands. That arrogant guy is definitely from a wealthy family, and he can't just sit back and watch him succeed. So Ji-yoon made a decision after all. He said he would have to deal with Duke Birchin. Tan said he had completely lost his mind and that he would be better off not creating problems for himself. But Ellie supported him and said that he would finally be able to see the Almighty. If he had made his decision, he should challenge him to a duel. This was a great chance to keep his promise to Count Brocken. Ju-yoon replied that he couldn't challenge him to a duel. It would cause even more trouble, so it was better to do everything quietly and discreetly. She replied that in that case, he should not count on her help. She was curious to see how he would manage without her power. She called him a coward because he had arrogantly decided to take a man's life without giving him time to prepare. In that case, he shouldn't even try to use the heavens. Jae-yoon wanted to explain that they were not in a position to do so, and that she might turn a blind eye. Tang watched their argument, but then he had an idea. He asked the master what about him. He was ready to help him if he wasn't against demonic power. Jae-young asked if he really had such power. Tan replied that he also possessed spiritual powers. Therefore, he suggested that they begin summoning demonic forces. With Tan's help, he made a deal with the demon world and could temporarily use the power of the chosen demon. He looked at the options on the notification screen and found it very interesting. Tan asked if he liked any of them. Chae-young replied that it was even better than he had expected. In the heavenly forces, power is everything. Here, the emphasis is on the character's advantage due to the large number of additional abilities he has. This is his first encounter with something like this, but he likes it. Jae-yoon said that if he knew he had spiritual powers, why didn't he say so? Then he would have had more choices. Ellie wanted to say that he didn't know, but Tan interrupted her and replied that he had simply never asked. Then he wondered if he needed the power of the heavens. Jae-yoon asked if Tan thought he would start worrying about it. Tan replied that he would. After that, he continued choosing. He felt like he was in a store, and he liked it. After looking through all the options, he chose a demon that looked like a skeleton. Tan asked him why he chose that one. Ju-yoon replied that he had seen it before in a history book in the library. Looking at it, Ellie remembered that it was the Legion of Death, Argamer, one of the main necromancers of the underworld. This sorcerer destroyed an entire empire and 4 kingdoms, plunging the former continent into horror. Nothing living remained in the places he passed through, and even now, hundreds of years later, many still talk about him. As the embodiment of death, Chae-young approached the kingdom of Duke Birchin and noticed 2 guards who did not seem very strong to him. He decided that they would be his first test subjects. One of the guards noticed something on the roof and warned the other. They thought it didn't look very human. Yang-yoon took advantage of divine leniency and gained the power of Argamer. The guards did not understand what was happening. When he approached them, they became very frightened. This was exactly what Ju-yoon had been waiting for. This dark energy is very difficult to deal with, but it is one of the skills of a black magician. Moreover, it is of a fairly high level. In such a case, there was no need to worry and they could use all their strength. The guard told Redlu that they needed to catch him, not necessarily alive. Redlu replied that then they would not be able to find out who he was. Another said that they were not in a position to worry about who he was. After all, one wrong move and he would easily find himself inside Duke Birchin's mansion. Therefore, the guard used his holy shield. Jae-yoon thought that the guy was pretty smart. It seemed that the rumors about the Duke's guards being among the best were true. Then the paladin appeared. He said he didn't know what he was up to, but he would have to deal with him. He used his divine release skill and the Blade of Justice, then tried to attack Ju-yoon. After that, Ji-yoon said that if that was all he could do, he would have to disappoint him and used his strategic spear. The guard realized that he was a necromancer. He couldn't believe it because there was no way someone could have that much magic. Therefore, he realized that a lich had appeared in the kingdom. So he had to announce this to everyone and shouted that they needed reinforcements. But Ju-yoon stopped him, saying that it was too early. It is believed that necromancers are quite weak, but only until they summon the undead. No matter how strong he is, he doesn't really want to fight an entire army of guards. But he had prepared something special, and it seemed that the time had finally come to try it out. First, he destroyed the guards and then turned them into undead creatures. Then he said that he really hoped that the plans of that unpleasant guy from the guild would come to fruition, but he would have to disappoint him. Necromancers are capable of summoning undead creatures indefinitely. To do this, they need a sufficient number of lifeless bodies and mana. In other words, it may seem like an exaggeration, but a single necromancer can replace an entire army. This makes them very effective in large-scale battles or sieges, like now for example, but it seems that the connection has been lost. Otherwise, Ji-yoon would have had more trouble. It's good that he made a quick decision and prepared for an ambush. The guards arrived to help and did not understand where these lifeless bodies came from. They think it is the work of the kingdom of Parkle. They must stop them because if the undead reach them, they will be trapped. Therefore, more holy knights are needed for the battle. One of the guards said that there was no one left here and that everyone else was defending the Duke. The guard asked what they should do now. Jae-young said it was a pity that they had been abandoned and left all alone, but he told them not to be too sad, because he would need them. The guards saw a real giant in front of them and didn't know what to do. Jae-young quickly dealt with them and welcomed them to his army. He had a special task for them. He told them to find Duke Bershin, the one who had abandoned them there. This was their chance to take revenge on him. Jae-yoon said that if the Duke still wanted to stay alive, he had better try hard to hide. But it was unlikely to help. Duke Bershin did not understand what was happening or where everyone had gone. One of his guards came to him and told him that he had to leave immediately. He asked what he meant. After all, the safest place in the kingdom of Moran is his mansion. Therefore, he must not leave. The guard tells him that there is a lich here. The Duke cannot believe his words. Then he tells him to do something and find the guards, because he himself could not do anything. The guard replied that he would try to find the remaining knights. Choyun felt that the Duke had finally been found, and his warriors sprang into action. They immediately dealt with the guards who were near the Duke. Bershin told them not to approach him and asked where they had come from, and how they had gotten there. Then he recognized the sword of one of his guards. This sword belonged to Redlow, so he realized that these lifeless bodies were his knights. He couldn't believe that Lich had actually infiltrated the mansion, so it seemed that he had appeared in the kingdom of Marin before. Then Ju-yoon approached him and said he was very happy to see him. The Duke said that he was the same adventurer they had recently met. So it was him who was looking for him, and if he wanted to discuss something with him, he could have just said so. He would have made time for him. The Duke said he would do anything he wanted. Just let him know. Jung-yoon thought about what he wanted. Then he said that all he wanted was his death, and that was his only dream. The Duke asked him why he wanted that. Jae-yoon said that he still didn't understand anything. He should learn to choose the people he wants to use wisely. He was not opposed to fighting another kingdom. On the contrary, he was all for it, and he would very much like him to become king. It would be very beneficial for him. But there was one thing, and he shouldn't have provoked him. Jae-yoon asked if he thought that if he got that spoiled boy involved, everything would go well. So in his next life, he should try harder. But he doesn't know if that's possible for an NPC. The Duke begged him for mercy and promised to do whatever he wanted if he would only spare his life. Jae-young told his subjects that it seemed like it was time to finish the job, and they pounced on Bershin. He only managed to say that all his hopes were in vain. One of the warriors finished him off, and his death ruined the secret plans. The quest related to him was deleted, but one quest was counted, and for that he received 50,000 points of integrity. That was even more than from slimes, and he thought it would be profitable to do something like that. Tan and Ellie said that now he had a lot of integrity points. Ellie believes that Mr. Jack's help was involved. Chae-yoon thought that the smell alone was driving him crazy. He asked Tan if there were any restrictions on how many times he could use Argamer's face. He replied that there were none, as long as he had integrity points. So he said he had something else to do. Tan asked him what he was up to. Jae-yoon took advantage of the uprising of the lifeless bodies. If they started, they had to finish the job. After all, there was still so much here that could be destroyed. He revived the Duke and told Choi to wait a little longer because they would meet very soon. In the Holy Empire of Shaint, a high priest named Aemon couldn't fall asleep. Something seemed to be bothering him. He hoped he wouldn't have to search for lost sheep. But then a girl named Saint Sylvia came to him. She asked if he could give her some attention. Aemon replied that he had not expected to see her and asked what had brought her here so early. Sylvia said that she had a vision that a huge dark energy had appeared somewhere on the mainland of Arcadia. He asked if she could figure out where it was. Maybe there was at least some clue. She said she didn't remember everything, but she heard someone screaming loudly as he prepared to meet his death. He called someone Duke Birchin or something like that. Aemon knew very well who that was. He was one of the most influential people in the kingdom of Moran. Sylvia cried and said she felt very sorry for them. They hadn't done anything wrong and it was so scary. Aemon told her that everything would be fine and not to be afraid. Their great creator was just trying to communicate with them through him. It was just a dream and she was safe. A knight came to them and said that he had been told that she had called for him, so he listened to him carefully. This knight's name was Egadiel. He is a holy knight of the highest order. Aemon thanked him for coming and warned him that Sylvia had recently had a vision. Then he asked him to find out what had happened to Duke Birchin and to look for any traces of darkness. Chae-yoon managed to create real chaos in the kingdom of Moran. The people who lived there hurried to leave. He received an achievement for destroying the Duke's estate without help. For ruining the plans, he was awarded 14 points of integrity. Ji-yoon said that it was a real spectacle and that being a necromancer wasn't so bad after all. He should have played for him from the very beginning. But it would probably be difficult to see so many lifeless bodies every day. However, such an army is a force he can safely use, and that is impressive. He also received more than 60,000 integrity points for this, which is not bad. But he cannot drag out the situation because more problems will arise. Either way, it's not just power, but something else he got with the help of spiritualism. The longer he uses it, the more points he spends. And it may be necessary to spend more points than he received as a reward. Chae-young asked Tan how much he had spent. Tan decided to calculate everything to see if they were in the black. So he calculated the destruction of the Duke's army, the destruction, and the number of people killed. He said that all this had cost his dear client 42,284 points. But at first, he wanted to call him a simpleton. Jae-young asked what he wanted to call him, and Tan replied that he hadn't. Jae-young said that it was too expensive and asked him to lower the price a little. Tan replied that this was not a market and there was only a fixed price. Moreover, he had put in a lot of effort, so he had to pay accordingly. Chu-yoon said that he was not just any customer, but a special one, so he shouldn't tell him that there were no special discounts or coupons. Or at least give him a discount himself. Tan replied that he had just evened the price and that he really thought he could bargain with him. Ji-young told him that if he didn't lower the price, he would work with Ellie, which made her very happy. So Tan lowered the price to 44,000 and no less. Ju-yoon offered 35. They continued to argue. Tan lowered his offer by 10, and Ju-yoon raised his by 1,000, then asked if he was mocking him. Ellie watched their argument but couldn't do anything about it, but they agreed on the last offer. Tang said that he could do whatever he wanted, but 3,600 points was the limit, so they agreed on that. This argument raised her negotiation skill to rank 7. It had been low before, so it turned out that getting Tan angry was useful. Tan was angry because there was no benefit to him. He had as many points as he had before. Ellie said that there was no need to covet what belonged to others. Ji-young said that in any case, the estate must have suffered greatly. He told his familiars to wait for him there while he went away for a short time. Tan asked where he was suddenly going. Ellie said that they couldn't do anything without him anyway, but she was curious about what had happened. Jae-yoon replied that he had to finish one thing, and soon they would find out everything themselves. They just had to wait a little longer. He logged out of the game and decided to check the latest news. Everyone was discussing the appearance of a necromancer at the Varen estate. This wasn't the first time he had encountered companies like Jaegu or GM. On the contrary, from his experience, he found a suitable number to fight those who committed unjust acts with the use of force. Step by step, he prepared to carry out his plan. Ever since he decided to frame the guy from GM, it was not for nothing that he asked Tanchik and Ellie to follow him, so there was only one thing left to do. He just needed to cut out the parts that could be connected to him in any way and make it look like a complete video. Thanks to the surveillance of his familiars, he created a video of Choi's conversation with the Duke, describing all his plans and desire to organize the battle as soon as possible. Jae-young posted the video to see how others would react. He wrote about the real culprit behind what happened to Duke Burchin. After a while, he decided to check the number of views, and it had reached almost 2 million. Viewers were outraged that they had been deceived. Choi also saw the video. He showed it to Smith, who said that someone had simply smeared him. Choi does not understand who leaked their conversation online. Smith said that even the security guards didn't hear the conversation, so the user who posted it couldn't have been there. That's why he himself doesn't understand how it happened. Choi said that if no one heard it, then how could anyone understand the video? In anger, he smashed his computer monitor. He doesn't know who did it, but he just needs to find them and they won't be left alive, because they ruined all his plans. Smith understands that he is upset, but thinks that he should now focus on something more important than looking for the culprit. They need to delete the video, otherwise the company will be embroiled in a scandal. Choi's father called, and Smith said they didn't have time. Choi realizes that his father already knows everything and that he is finished. Meanwhile, the news is reporting on the incident in the game. The topic is a very interesting video. In it, a user brazenly decided to take advantage of the game's economic system to make a large purchase of goods. Behind this was the GM Group. It had invested a lot of money to buy gold coins. Therefore, it was facing a statement from the Fair Trade Commission, as well as from the prosecutor's office. Lee Myung-yoon, executive director of Arcadia, thinks this is not a bad thing. For the first time in her memory, the game has had such an impact on the world. Who would have thought that virtual reality, which did not exist before, would have such an impact on events? The man asked if they really needed to make this public. She replied that it would set a good example for them and other companies that are so interested in Arcadia. But he asked if she was sure, because he thought that the company wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. She replied that they should just try to do something. If this scandal blows up even more, who will suffer the losses? She doesn't think GM is full of idiots who don't understand this. On the contrary, it turned out well. This way, everyone was made to understand that if anyone was going to do something like this in the world they had created, they would certainly take measures as they were doing now. The man thought that he should acknowledge how strong the director was. She said that she was just glad that GM was involved in all this. But she was even more interested in who the user who posted the video was. First, there was the incident with the slimes, then the iron ore slaves, and now the adventure with Duke Burchin. She was sure that one person was behind it all. The actions of one player caused a real stir in the game and in the world. Lee Mi-yeon wondered if this mysterious user whom no one knows anything about had taken on too much. Jae-young fell asleep during a lecture, but Lim Jae-young woke him up and asked if he had heard what had happened to GM. They made a deal with one of the main characters, Duke Burchin, and were going to do something, but they were stopped in time. Jae-yoon replied, "Really? but why would a company of that size sit around and play games? Lim asked if he still didn't understand. NPC had no idea that this was an economic scam involving the company. The incident was being discussed on all channels. Arcadia was no longer just a game. It's a real separate world. Ju-yoon said that maybe that's true. Fortunately, everything happened exactly as he planned. Except for Ju-yoon, who was obsessed with Arcadia, the other players reacted exactly as he wanted them to. He looked at the news and thought that he had finally put that guy in his place. Then a new teacher came to start the lecture. Jae-yoon was curious about the newcomer. He said his name was Kang Pil-joon and that he was going to give a special lecture today. In short, he was a research associate in Arcadia's Research and Development Department, so they could call him their senior. He also asked them to listen carefully to Professor Kim Tae-hoon's lectures. It might seem boring, but he says a lot of important and correct things. At first, Jae-yoon thought he was talking nonsense and that he should just start the lecture, but then he realized that he was an employee of Arcadia. Tanu didn't like that their boss made them wait so long. He was very sad. But then he saw that someone had used force, and it didn't look like an ordinary player. This power was very strong. He saw knights approaching and realized that he should flee. But he didn't know where Ellie had gone when this happened, and they arrived just when the master was away. The knight decided to destroy all the lifeless bodies. He said that it was just some kind of horror and that everything was happening exactly as the saint had said. If they had known about this earlier, they could have done something. But their investigation was now complete. The undead they had just gotten rid of were of medium and high class. If they went any further, they could lose other soldiers. The knight said that the high priest must be informed of this, namely that a lich worthy of going down in history had appeared here. During his lecture, Kang Pil-joon said that today he would conduct a test with them for those who are currently trying to achieve their dreams. Within the walls of the world's first virtual reality engineering department, he hopes that they know that these technologies are directly connected to the brain. There is direct communication between the brain and the invention. This is the key element in the implementation of technologies related to virtual reality. But all people are different, so the system of signal transmission of inventions also differed. In short, there are deviations. Perhaps they are the ones who have the talent to create virtual reality. The speed at which the brain coordinates the signals it exchanges is the invention itself. How quickly a person can perceive electrical signals demonstrates whether they possess this talent. This is called synchronization frequency. He said that now everyone can check whether they are among the people with this talent. It will be a good experience. Kang Pil-joon asked if there were any brave souls who would like to be the first to try, and saw someone raise their hand. Kang Tae-so asked if he could try. The students turned their attention to him. The girls discussed how handsome he was, and some found him interesting. Jae-yoon noticed that Lim was nervous and asked him what was wrong. Then he remembered that the guy who wanted to be the first was his classmate, but he couldn't remember his name. The girl Ju-yoon was in love with was friends with him. They are even in the same club where this guy is the leader. Anyway, the lecture really seemed interesting to Ju-yoon. The guy said his name was Kang Tae-soo. Turning to Ju-yoon, he asked why he was so nervous. Was it because of his friend? Then he approached the teacher and apologized. As it turned out, he was sitting too far away. Kang Pil-joon replied that it was no big deal. Jae-yoon thought he seemed a little strange. After that, the teacher explained that it was a capsule that measures synchronization speed. It was a special machine designed for this purpose, but the same thing could be done with a capsule. However, the accuracy was lower. However, measuring the synchronization frequency itself does not cause any problems. Therefore, students should not worry because it is completely safe. Kang Tae-soo thought that safety should have been mentioned first. After that, the teacher began the test. Everyone has only one attempt. Kang Tae-so is confident that he will definitely get a high score. It cannot be otherwise. For him, this is a great opportunity. This way, he will show that he is different from all the other students, and that he is much better than the one that Ju-yoon always follows around. He doesn't like Ju-yoon, especially the look in his eyes as if he doesn't care about anything and doesn't give a damn about anything. But this time, he will finally get back at him. After a while, the test is over and he gets a little over 21%. Kang Pil-joon said that couldn't be right. If you take an average person, the synchronization rate is usually less than 10, and here 20% is a pretty high score. A little more and he could have broken the record. During all this time, the highest score was 26%. Kang Tae-soo was delighted with this result. Kang Pil-joon suggested continuing at the same pace and asked who wanted to try next. Kang Tae-so asked about himself. He pointed to Jae-yoon. Jae-yoon said he had picked the wrong person and decided to give it a try. Lim Jae-young thought it was all his fault and apologized. Jong-yoon replied that everything was fine and not to worry. He even liked it. So the test continued. The percentage gradually rose until his result was better than Kang Tae-so's. Lim Jae-young couldn't believe it. The teacher's assistant said that the synchronization speed was not normal. They thought that the machine had malfunctioned and that it needed to be stopped immediately. But Kang Pil-joon said to wait a little longer. After all, this was no mistake. It wasn't the machine, it was the student. His percentage was 92 and 88. Teacher Kang Pil-joon said that he could leave because the scan was complete. Then he announced the result. Kang Tae-soo was shocked. The teacher asked Jung-yoon if he had been playing arcade games, and he replied that he hadn't yet. So he asked him about computer games. After all, he must have had impressive talent from the very beginning. Ju-yoon said, "Really? I didn't even know." Then he said that it was interesting anyway. He was satisfied with the result. Jae-young saw on the news that Choi had apologized on his knees. He thought that there was a lot of press gathered today. After watching the news, his mood improved slightly. When his video hit the media, the number of views skyrocketed. Now people are talking about him not only in Korea, but all over the world. After all, it's not only here that people like to play arcade. So now he doesn't have to worry about money. He earned a lot from the large number of views, but he thinks that it's not quite enough. Either way, now he can pay the rent. And he doesn't have to worry about the capsule. And if he exchanges all the items he bought with his points for money, he can become quite wealthy. So it looks like this is his last student meal. Now he won't have to eat kimbap and can afford something better. Jae-yoon heard someone calling him and saw Lima. He said that he managed to surpass Kang Tae-so and everyone else. He himself scored 15%. Everyone is talking about him now. Jae-yoon asked if it was true, then said that there was a new kind of kimbap and offered him some to try. Lim Jae-young refused, saying he had just eaten. He added that he felt better when half the department was looking at him. He confessed that he admired him in many ways. Then he said he had a question and asked if he could really play the arcade game. Jae-young replied that he played it all the time. Perhaps he confessed because everything had gone exactly as he wanted that day. Or maybe he was influenced by the kimbap, which turned out to be very tasty. Or maybe it was because the weather was nice. He doesn't know what influenced him, but for the first time he tells someone that he has been playing arcade since the beginning and reveals his nickname. In the end, he confessed who he really is. Lima Jae-young realized that he knew this nickname. There isn't a single person who hasn't heard of him. Dex is one of the most famous gamers in Korea. He is #1 in countless games of various genres. His nickname is always at the top of the leaderboards. Lim Jae-young didn't believe him and thought it was just a joke. Then he said that he must be his fan. After all, he couldn't be him. Jae-young said that it was really him, but he had no proof because he had deleted all the backup copies. Lim Jae-young said that there was one piece of evidence after all and recalled the results of a test in class. He fell to his knees in front of Ju-young and said that he was his big fan and asked if he could have his autograph. Such a request surprised him. After that, he had to suffer for a long time to calm his friend down. In the Valley of the Cold Heart, knights fought against monsters, but there were many of them and they had to be careful. They did not understand where the necromancer had gone. She told them to deal with the monsters and then disappeared. But in a moment, they saw incredible power. One of them said that black mages were very strong in battle. She leveled them with a single blow. Another said that black mages were strong in everything, and she ranks first among all ranked mages. She thanked them all for their help, and the knight said she was simply amazing. Some of them said they didn't even know she was a ranked mage. She replied that it didn't matter, as they didn't need to know everything about her. And if they continued to improve their skills, they could easily reach the same heights. But she had one more request for them, so she asked if they could help her deal with the other monsters. One of them said he was somewhat interested. He wondered if she had any strength left after destroying those monsters. It seemed to him that it was taking her longer to recover. She replied that as soon as they dealt with the rest, her stats would recover, so he shouldn't worry about her. He found it hard to believe that it would be so quick. Besides, she covered a huge area of destruction and was recovering quickly. Only black mages who have undergone hellish trials are capable of such a thing. With a black mage on the team, they could expect their rating to rise. They dealt with the other monsters, and the girl from the team thanked the necromancer. As soon as they become stronger, they will definitely help her. She replied that she just wanted to go hunting with someone. After that, they said goodbye and went their separate ways. The girl felt bored and was looking for some interesting tasks. She found a quest related to the kingdom of Maron. Her task was to reveal the identity of the black magician who had dealt with Duke Birkin. She knew that the Duke had caused a lot of trouble and wanted to contact her. She believes that the people of the community are unlikely to find the culprit. She cannot handle it herself, so she does not even plan to take on this task. But she is still curious to know who is responsible for the death of Duke Birkin. If the developers of Arcadia themselves are not involved, then some player must be responsible. But then she thought that it was impossible, and even for a high-ranking player like her, it would be impossible to do something like that. She has another task in which she must fulfill the conditions for creating an additional quest called Witch Hunt. She paid attention to it and couldn't understand what was going on, but now she has a new quest and she has to complete it. Tan told Jae-yoon that they had finally waited for him and asked where he had been. Ellie welcomed him back and remarked that he was late. They told him that while he was gone, soldiers from the Shaint Empire had broken in and gotten rid of his warriors. Ji-yoon told them to calm down. Tan said that he should not have used the powers of Argamer. He had done so much, and it was unlikely that people would let it go. Ellie said she partly agreed with him. Argamer was not a simple man and was an enemy of heaven. Now his mark remained on the pages of Arcadia's history. It was a bad idea to use the power of the demon world, because there was only evil there. Tan asked who else among them was evil and called her unbalanced. She thanked him for the compliment and said that it was difficult for her to feel compassion for people like him. Tan noted that she had been silent and now decided to speak up. Ellie asked him what was wrong and called him names. After that, they continued to argue and then moved on to battle. Xiong noted that there was always something going on between them. A battle between a demon and an angel was quite a sight. He thought that everything was going according to plan, just as he wanted. It was good that he had dealt with the undead. All he had to do was spend a few points of integrity. Since Lich Argamer was the main villain who left his mark on history, he thought he needed to find out how to bring him back to life. He said that the good heroes would be able to answer this question. Knight Agudiel came to the High Priest Amen to tell him what had happened in the Kingdom of Maron. Everything was as expected. After a detailed investigation of Duke Birchin's estate, he could say without a doubt that the crime had been committed by Lich Argamer. Sylvia said that she had seen similar traces of darkness. Amen replied that this was most likely the case. As a holy empire, they did not interfere in the affairs of the continent. The reason for this was the instruction of their creator, namely that the uneducated would accept and repent, and they would love them. But in the end, the evil that has been unleashed is disturbing the world. Therefore, Amen said that he must give an order to the Knight of the Heavenly Sword, Egudiel, as the mediator of their creator. By the authority of the High Priest of the Holy Empire of Shaint, he orders him to find and punish all evil that exists on that land. The High Priest Amen also told the Knight to tell all the empires and continents what had happened. The Knight accepted his order. It seems that everything has begun again, namely the battle between good and evil. A girl with necromantic powers received a quest and must choose whether to fight evil or against it. But she belongs to the evil faction and does not understand what that means. During a great battle, Arcadia was divided into two camps, the faction of saints and the faction of evil. Both sides dislike each other. It all turned into a kind of spectacle that users really enjoy. It is also the type of conflict that arises between players themselves. But depending on which side they choose, and despite the fact that constant clashes have become commonplace in the gaming community, it went too far. But it's not all bad if there is no reason to fight and there are rules. But now there is a reason. The rules have disappeared, and the balance of power has collapsed. The rule to destroy newcomers to the village has been lifted. 50 million people is almost the entire population of Korea. The girl does not believe that they want to destroy the evil faction. She doesn't understand what this quest is about, but one way or another, she will have to stay in the village for a while. Crossing the border, she received a warning that this was a destruction zone, and that if she did not intend to fight, she should leave immediately. The girl realized that the ban on killing newcomers had been lifted. Therefore, an ordinary village with many people could be quite dangerous. Then she saw a battle. A knight defeated an evil warrior, and the Holy Order was proud of his feat. He received his reward and then noticed the girl. She also noticed that she had attracted the attention of many warriors. She then asked if they could talk first, but they pounced on her, saying, "How dare a sorceress dare to enter the village?" The character ordered to deal with her immediately. She thought that there was no point in talking to the NPCs if they were involved in this matter. She destroyed him, and from that moment on, all the guards would pursue her. Also, for each destruction, punishment points would be added. The girl possesses the power of the Black Dragon of Darkness. She couldn't believe she had done it. Then she heard someone else approaching her. The players discussed that she was a black mage and ranked first among black mages, so they should deal with her. She realized that she had to run away, and the warriors tried to catch up with her. Meanwhile, Ju-yoon is not far from Count Birchin's residence. He also received this mysterious quest. Tan noted that he had warned him to do everything in moderation. Jae-yoon asked if he thought he had arranged all this because he wanted to. But that's not the case. It's for the quest reward. He can also choose which side to take, the side of Saint Son Ji-eun or the evil faction. Tan thought he had completely lost his mind. Their actions would stir up a hornet's nest. Tan felt that he had to dissuade him from using the power of the lichen, and Ellie supported him in this and didn't stop him. He is very angry with her and wonders why she even showed up here. But then he had an idea and asked Ellie if she could try to reconcile them by transforming herself. Ellie asked why her. Tan shouted that the battle was about to begin and asked if she wanted the master to get himself into trouble by using their powers. And anyway, it's her job as an angel to stop this kind of thing. She replied that, on the contrary, everything had turned out very well. It would help destroy all the wicked, so why stop it? Tan said that he thought she was really crazy. Jae-yoon saw the order from the High Priest. It stated that they were serious about destroying all evil. Jae-yoon realized that things were only getting worse and would not end just like that. Tan said it was all his fault. Because he decided to start the battle, now all his children were in danger and could be destroyed. If that happens, he will no longer allow him to use his power. Jae-yoon said that he was talking nonsense again. But on the other hand, he understands him. He certainly did not expect such a reaction, but he will still have to intervene. After all, there will be nothing left alive in the game. So he asked Ellie if she could still try to reconcile them somehow, but she doesn't know if she can do anything. Because it was the people who were to blame, and she was powerless. Jae-yoon asked her to look at the notification screen. 50 million wicked people must be destroyed. But she doesn't like the idea of destroying the black magicians, so Ju-yoon asks for a favor. He is even willing to pay. Ellie replied that as a guardian angel, she cannot ignore her master's request and will try to reconcile them. Jae-yoon thanked her, and Tan was angry that she had refused him, and then suddenly agreed. He deducted 1,500 points from her virtue score. Ellie said she would try to do something, and, using her power, temporarily absorbed the holy glory of the Archangel Michael. She arrived in the Holy Empire of Shaint. Everyone was surprised to see the messenger of the Creator himself. They decided that this was a blessing for Eden. No one could believe that a true saint was standing before them. Ellie said she had come to convey the words of the great Creator. At that moment, Chae-yoon noticed that the conditions of the quest had changed, but what they saw made them panic. How did Ellie appear here and say that her little followers promised her that they would do everything she asked? Then she said that surely they themselves knew and saw that angels never lie. But something else bothered Ju-yoon. The quest remained unchanged, but something did happen. The number of victims decreased by 100. Jang-yoon thought he had wasted his integrity points. Ellie asked if they understood what a blessing this was. After all, now they could save 100 lives, and they should be happy. Tan became angry and said that today would be her end. Ellie remarked that she had reconciled them all, but they were still dissatisfied. He called her a fraud and said that she had deceived them. There was no reconciliation. Ju-yoon wondered who had decided to create angels in this game. and they were even allowed to reincarnate. But at least the decency points weren't wasted, and something had changed. He had an idea. So he turned to Tanchik and said he had a request for him. Tan asked what he wanted from him this time. Ju-yoon asked if he wanted to help the evil faction and that he seemed to know how to do it. A girl with dark powers who belonged to the evil faction couldn't escape her pursuers. They caught up with her and asked if she really thought she could escape them. The knight remarked that the members of the evil faction were very naive. The girl realized she had made a mistake. After all, she had used up a lot of MP while running away from them. Now she could only use her skills once or twice. The more players she destroyed, the more severe her punishment would be. But if she didn't get rid of them, they would get rid of her. She didn't know what to do. One of the knights asked if they were curious about the reward they would receive if they destroyed the black mage who was in first place among the others. It doesn't matter what they get for destroying her. The main thing is that they can share it all. So they decided to achieve their goal and get a special reward. The girl thought that this was the end and that she couldn't do anything, but then she saw that something was happening. Tan came to her rescue. The knights did not understand what it was and how he was able to repel their attacks. Looking at Tan, he thought that he was not a real demon, but just some kind of devil. But Tan used his power and asked who he called a devil. Then he called them backward saints with wings. The knights had never seen such abilities before and thought that it was her pet. Where had they ever seen pets that were so strong? The girl herself did not understand who he was and what kind of monster he had summoned. Tan asked if she was the same black dragon of darkness. She didn't understand how he knew her name or who he was. But he was definitely not one of the characters. After that, she saw a notification on the screen that she had encountered an ancient darkness. She realized that he might be the king of demons, but she thought that couldn't be true. Tan told her to wait and not interfere while he dealt with the other enemies. Then, turning to them, he suggested they finish this as quickly as possible, because he didn't want to waste his integrity point. The knight ordered everyone to get ready because they had to deal with him. The sorceress had probably used up her mana, so she didn't have much time left. So they had to use all their best skills to defeat them quickly. But Tan decided to take revenge for being called a pet. He used a protective barrier to fend off the attacks. The knights realized that all their attacks had evaporated and wondered what kind of monster this was. After that, Tan captured the players with his energy and they couldn't use their divine power. Bad energy began to destroy the players. Then he ordered his power to finish them off. He quickly dealt with them, and it seemed completely uninteresting to him. In the end, humans really don't understand words at all. Only their master is unique among them all. The girl fell to her knees before him and, calling him a wonderful king, thanked him for saving her pitiful black magician. He asked why she was singing his praises. Did she really know him? The girl replied that there was no one among the black magicians who did not know the Lord of Demons. The black magician confessed that she was his biggest fan and that it was a great honor for her to meet him. Tan did not expect such a turn of events. He thought that, although rare, there were some sane people after all. He asked if he understood correctly that she was the strongest among the black magicians and adventurers. The Black Dragon of Darkness replied that yes, she was, but she was far from him. Tan said that she did not look strong because she was thin and had no muscles, so she must run from the saints every day and do without him. She replied that it was not difficult for her to show him her abilities, but Tan said that now she had to listen to him carefully. He noted that they had business together. She asked what it was, and Tan called her the Black Dragon of Darkness, #1 in the ranking of black magicians. Then he said that from now on she would have to become a symbol of evil, but she didn't understand what that meant. Lich Argamer was a rare black mage who sold his soul and gained eternal life by signing a contract with the devil himself. He had tainted an entire continent. Saint Mary of the Holy Empire of Shant said that he had done something unforgivable and that he must pay for his sin with his life. But Lich Argamer said that he would not bow before an ordinary sword and that very soon they would pay for everything. It seems that several 100 million years have passed since Lich Argamer was imprisoned, and he is somewhere in the depths of the demon realm. He thinks that because of all his sins that have changed the world so much, he will have to remain imprisoned here until the end of time. But he considers this unfair because he was never able to carry out his plans. He does not understand why he is being punished like this and feels helpless. If only he could do it all over again, if only he were given one more chance. But then he heard someone call him a skeleton, and he saw before him the Lord of Chaos and the ruler of demons. Lich Argamer said that he did not expect to meet him here. It was a great honor for him. The Lord of Demons told him to rid him of this madness, and he noted that they had one job for him. Lich Argamer asked if he had finally decided to get rid of this sacred empire. Therefore, he was ready to do whatever he commanded, to send them all to the depths of hell. The Demon Lord asked if he had completely lost his mind. He asked if he even understood how many points of integrity he would have to spend for someone like him to return to Arcadia. But he was going to ruin everything again. The Demon Lord asked if Lich Argamer really thought he would let him rule everything so easily. Lich Argamer then asked what he should do. He thought that the Lord had become very agitated lately and that something seemed to be troubling him. The Lord told him to imagine that their plan was just a play. Now he would take possession of a human body, play his role, and return to the demon realm. And if he tried to take revenge on those Celestials again, he would destroy him for sure. Not even him, but a demon much stronger than him. The Demon Lord asked if he understood everything, and he replied that he did. Then he wondered who could be stronger than the devil himself. Cho-Yuna wondered why Tanchik was taking so long to return. He was very bored waiting for him. The sorceress was impressed by this magic, but she did not understand what was happening. Tan said that he had placed too much trust in her, so she must not let him down. She saw the image of Argamer in front of her and absorbed his personality. After that, some of the quest to hunt witches changed. Now the evil faction was tasked with getting rid of the High Priest and capturing the Kingdom of Maron. Ton thought this was to be expected. He wondered how much the Master was going to interfere with them. The sorceress noticed that her equipment had changed. She reviewed her stats and saw that there had also been changes there. Her strength, stamina, agility, and intelligence had increased. Her initial stats as a sorceress ranked first on the Korean server were no match for these, but now she had the opportunity to take first place in all the rankings on the Korean servers. Then Tan approached her. He asked her if she could respond faster or if she really wanted him to deal with her right now. The Black Mage apologized. Tan noticed that her appearance remained the same as before, so that was quite good. He said that they could wait for now, but now she would have to read the text written on the scroll he had given her, so she had to prepare herself. She didn't quite understand, but Tan said it was time to begin and then used his power. Ji Yong returned to reality to read the new events on the forum. After reading the comments, he thought that everything was going as planned so far. Now it was completely unclear who exactly was in the evil faction and what these saints were allowing themselves to do. He was confused by the additional quest. It doesn't matter if it's a player or a character, everything will be forgiven if you destroy someone from the evil faction. It's a good chance to get revenge and earn some money. But the players started complaining because they became prey. Now they need a hero. So Ju Yoon thinks that he didn't waste all his integrity points for nothing. He decided that now everyone should see what he had in mind and posted a video on behalf of everyone who belonged to the evil faction. In it, the Black Witch announced that she would no longer tolerate the abuse. She herself had recently nearly died. Therefore, she invites all sorceresses, dark knights, thieves, bandits, assassins, dark merchants, and everyone in Arcadia to unite. They must restore justice, so there is no need to hold back and they must show their skills. The Black Dragon of Darkness is ready to lead them all. More precisely, they will be led by Argamer, the leader of the Legion of Doom. She has invited all those who wish to gather in the Kingdom of Maron. Baroness Mikhail of the Kingdom of Maron noticed a gathering of monsters. They were all approaching her estate, and this frightened her. But then Ji Yoon saw her and asked how she was doing, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He explained that he was passing by and decided to stop by to say hello. Seeing him riding a huge skeleton monster, she couldn't believe her eyes. Jae-yoon decided to talk to her, and the Baroness asked if he understood what he was doing. He replied that he was just traveling. She asked what the undead army was doing there and if he was now walking with them. Jae-yoon replied that she probably knew that a battle had begun between the adventurers. Thanks to his army, he was trying to defend himself. He was defending his property, so she had nothing to worry about, because he also did not want to lose his precious source of income. Baroness Mikhail said that Count Broken had recently sent her a letter, so she understands what is happening now. To be honest, she was very impressed by the appearance of the leader who commands the army of the undead. This means that he really was able to defeat Duke Bershin, so she was not mistaken about him, and he is truly impressive. Jae-yoon replied that it was the first time anyone had ever praised him. She asked how he could say that when he had done something truly incredible. The Duke of Bershin, whom he had dealt with, was more like a worm that did nothing but squeeze all the juice out of the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Maron. If you put together all the wealth he had accumulated to fill his belly, it would be enough to feed the entire nation for several years. He thought about a rebellion in the kingdom. Who else could he praise if not him? After all, it was he who punished this scoundrel. She does not know why he did it, but she does not need to know. But looking at all his actions, one could say that he was a true hero in her eyes, and in the eyes of all the people of the Kingdom of Maron. Jae-young did not expect to hear this. Then he said that he had noticed that the deposit from the prophets had been delayed recently. Baroness Mikhail asked her to understand. She was so tired these days, but she would try to make sure it didn't happen again. All future payments would be made on time, and she asked him not to destroy her. He asked her if that was what she was saying to a hero. Lee Mi-yeon from the branch is dissatisfied that the witch hunt quest has divided the players into two continents. No one at headquarters had anticipated this. They have no reason or authority to stop it. But maybe this is a good thing that fully reflects the plunder of Arcadia. It gives too much freedom, and considering their plans for the future, they can't just stop it. But even if they can't completely stop it, they still have to do everything possible to minimize losses. So Lee Mi-yeon decided to talk to Alice, the artificial intelligence. She asked how she could help. Lee Mi-yeon said that there is currently an additional quest on one of the continents that has upset the balance of power. That is why she came here to make some adjustments. She asked to release all users from the evil faction from the death penalty. Alice accepted the request for some changes regarding user penalties and disabled it. The news of the cancellation of the death penalty caused a major upheaval. This gave players belonging to the evil faction more chances. Until recently, they avoided all possible competitions for fear of earning extra punishment. But now they have begun to fully complete quests. Even if one of them died, they would be resurrected and continue the fight. One of the warriors, upon meeting the high-ranking paladin who had destroyed him, said that now they had finally met, so now he simply had to take revenge no matter how many times he tried to destroy him. After all, he could be reborn again. But the players of the Camp of Saints are not the kind who would simply endure constant abuse from their enemies. They created a special reinforcement squad to help their own in times of danger. The unity created by their numerical superiority gave rise to systematicity. A fierce struggle ensued due to the delicate balance. The battles that took place on the lands of the Marin Kingdom never stopped, and so a bloody festival began. Ju Yoon did not expect the battle to be so fierce, but that does not interfere with his plans. He thinks that canceling the penalty was a serious decision for the gaming company, but it doesn't matter to him. Jae-yoon played in this world as if it were just a game. Perhaps he still thinks so, but is he worthy of the Baroness's words when she called him a hero? After all, he never strays from his goal. Perhaps this is the interesting factor that belongs only to Arcadia, because it's a very well-made game. And he's just a player. Tan was upset that he spent all his points at once. After all, it took him so long to collect them. Chae-yoon asked why he was suffering since he had agreed to it himself. Tan asked if he could imagine how many integrity points he had to spend. They were needed to get rid of Argamer and wipe him off the face of the earth. That's why he thinks it's unfair, because the owner of Half didn't spend as much as he did. Chae-yoon remarked that Tan was talking as if he hadn't done anything at all. Only he, the poor thing, had spent everything. So let him not forget that he and his people spent all their points, so now they are even. Thanks to him, the evil faction players are a little calmer. Now they can at least fight back. So he asked Tan if he really didn't understand how many advantages there were to all this. Tan didn't know what to say. Ellie told him to ignore him, because that mouse is always dissatisfied with something. He knows that demons are like that. When everything goes according to plan, they say one thing. But when something doesn't work out, they say something completely different. Chae-young said that angels shouldn't talk like that. But that wasn't important. So he asked if she was ready to lend him her powers as they had agreed earlier. Ellie replied that of course she was ready to give him everything if only he defeated that demon Argamer, so he shouldn't worry. She would settle the points of virtue herself and he wouldn't have to spend any of his. So Ju-yoon reconsidered which character to choose. He noticed Cardiel of Sorrow in Pilgrimage. Ju-yoon asked Ellie if he could use him because he looked good. Ellie replied that of course he could, and that his strength was more than enough to deal with that trash once and for all. Tan said he understood that the skeleton was unbalanced, but he wasn't that weak. It was unlikely that some pathetic guy could handle him. But then he remembered that this guy was the owner of the holy sword that had defeated Argamer. Chae-yoon had chosen him. Tan asked how they had managed to revive one of the 5 holy swords of the end of eternity. They should not forget that this was Argamer, and they put on a whole show. She replied that it took a lot of effort, but now there was no doubt. After all, she said she was willing to sacrifice everything if it would help destroy these demons. The bigger the event, the more points they get. Therefore, they must get as much out of it as possible, and if there is no such opportunity, they will create it themselves. Because Bo Chiyong is not some kind of saint or thief, he is a real troll. Therefore, it is time to punish the one responsible for everything Argamer. He is the one to blame for all the festivities. In the palace of the Kingdom of Moran, it was reported that evil forces were approaching and would be right in front of the palace any minute. Therefore, the prince must make a decision urgently. He replied that he would do so, and wished that his father were alive. He was told that he must leave the capital immediately. Therefore, he was offered to flee to the Empire of Shant, hide there for a while, and then recapture the capital. The prince asked if he was suggesting that he flee like a coward and abandon his subjects. His father would never forgive him for that. His subject apologized, and another said that a large number of adventurers were currently gathering in the garrison, directly in front of the palace. He said that if they united, they could repel the evil forces, but adventurers are not ordinary people and return to life after death. But then a knight entered the palace and told his highness that trouble had come. The prince asked what had happened, and he replied that a huge army had gathered outside. Seeing such a huge number of evil forces, the prince was frightened. He did not know what to do or how to act. Everything turned out to be much worse than the sorceress had thought. One wrong move and 50 million people would die. Those who behaved confidently after the penalty was lifted were to blame. Some destroyed more than 1,000 for the sake of one priest. But now even that fine doesn't seem so bad. She is ready to do anything to test her strength. The sorceress asked Lich Argamer if he was ready for battle, and he replied that he was ready as never before. She immediately used several skills, namely the Festival of the Dark Night, the Whisper of Lifeless Bodies, Necromancy of Souls, and others. Argamer said that she was impressing him more and more, and that he couldn't believe she had been able to unlock his powers to such an extent. Now no one could defeat them except those who were equal in strength to the apostles themselves, and that meant that no humans could stop them. The sorceress said it was time to begin and ordered the soldiers to go into battle. The knights realize that this is impossible and wonder how they can possibly go against them. After destroying the guards, the sorceress entered the castle to find the king. She would never have thought that a person like the king would dare to just take off and run away, even if he was just an ordinary character. But still, she felt sorry for the soldiers who were guarding the gates in vain. They must be feeling terrible right now. Either way, they didn't need the king from the very beginning. From now on, she would rule the kingdom. The sorceress sat on the throne of the Kingdom of Moran. The evil faction had won, and the conditions for victory in the witch hunt quest had been fulfilled. Now she had the right to rule the kingdom. She was delighted that everything had worked out for her. The sorceress was the first to conquer an entire state in this game. In addition, she is interested in the financial state of the kingdom, and how much she will be able to earn by ruling the Kingdom of Marin as queen. This pleases her greatly, and she wonders where to start. First, she wants to find the treasury, collect taxes from her subjects, and conquer other countries. Then she heard someone ask if she liked being queen. It was Ji-yoon who asked her this. The sorceress asked who he was and what he had done with the troops standing at the entrance. She decided to attack him and take revenge for destroying her people, so she used her skill. Jae-yoon attacked her in response. She doesn't understand who he is because she has never seen him in the rankings, but his strength is impressive. He has incredible skills and a cocky expression on his face. She will have to try hard to deal with him. Jae-yoon asked if she had had enough fun, because she should be happy that she had gained such powerful strength. After all, her power is capable of destroying the balance and taking over the entire country. As far as he knows, she earned her hidden class, and he thinks she has had enough. She doesn't understand how he knows so much about her and asks who he is. Ji-young replied that he was a loan shark who had come to collect his money for the power she had received. Lich Argamer does not understand where he got such divine power and cannot believe that this is the same sword. Jae-yoon imprisoned Lich Argamer's soul. The sorceress doesn't understand what's going on. Jae-yoon addresses her as the Mistress of Darkness or something like that. He said that it was time to remove Cinderella's spell so that she could return to her pumpkin. Then he noticed that she couldn't use any of her skills properly, but he expected that, and it's a good thing she didn't decide to become a necromancer. She told him to stop smiling and not to forget that she was at the top of the rankings. She had been chosen by the Lord of Chaos himself, so she told him not to mess with her. Chae-yoon asked Tanchika if it was true. He replied that his master should listen less to others. He noted that he had nothing to do with it. Lich Argamer recognized the sword of eternal imprisonment with which he had been imprisoned. If it had reappeared in Arcadia, it meant that the heavens themselves were involved in all this. So he understood what the Demon King meant. After all, he had warned him to be careful, otherwise he would meet his end. Therefore, Lich Argamer told the sorceress to flee, and not to even try to fight him, but to run away immediately because it would mean the end for both of them. She did not understand what he meant. After all, he himself had said that no one could defeat them except the apostle himself, and they hadn't even started fighting properly. Jae-yoon tried to attack her, but she used her skills to summon lifeless bodies. He said he wanted to end it quickly, but all she was doing was getting in his way. But he used his divine power to destroy them all. In an instant, nothing remained of those monsters. The Black Witch couldn't understand how this was possible. He was able to deal with high-class undead with just the light of his sword. She doesn't understand what kind of sword it is or where he got it. Jae-yoon replied that it must be a sacred sword, but he doesn't know for sure because he borrowed it. She asked who entrusted it to him, and Jong-yoon replied that there are such people. He said that as a demon, she was like an evil child who constantly gnashed her teeth and tried to deceive someone. The players saw something break out of the Citadel, probably a user. They asked if they were playing the same game because it didn't look very similar. Then a player saw the Black Dragon of Darkness in person and told the others about it, but they didn't understand who she was fighting. The sorceress summoned a higher demon to oppose Chae-yoon, but he took advantage of the silence of the shadows and destroyed the monster. Because of this, she will not be able to summon him again. The Black Dragon of Darkness thought that it was all because of the sword that she would no longer be able to summon this monster again. But then she told him not to look at her like that because she had many such monsters, and he would not be able to restrain them all the time. She summoned skeleton warriors. Chae-yoon told her to forgive him, but that it was a permanent skill. So let her summon as many as she wanted, but nothing would come of it. So he used his destructive powers and his opponent would no longer be able to summon skeleton warriors. She doesn't understand how he was able to seal the summoning magic. It turns out that he's not just a strong opponent, but a real predator. Jae-yoon called her the Mistress of Darkness or something like that and suggested they end it. She received advice from the system that she should flee immediately. But Ji-yoon delivers the final blow. He manages to inflict very serious damage on her. The Black Dragon of Darkness asked him why he was doing this to her, and he replied that she probably knew that the witch hunt quest was over. She replied that no matter what, it wouldn't do him any good. Ji-won replied that he had deliberately waited until the quest ended with the victory of the evil faction, and he had to deal with her right after she captured the kingdom. If she asked why, he would answer that it was so that the puzzle could be completed. But she shouldn't be too upset, because it doesn't matter whether it's the faction of saints or the faction of evil. Both sides would only be happy with her death. Lich Argamer realized that it was he who had once taken his powers. Cho-young struck another blow, and after that, Lich Argamer began to disappear forever. Lich only had time to say that it was unfair. After all, he hadn't finished what he had come to do. After that, the essence of Lich Argamer was destroyed forever, and Ji-yoon was given the title of Grand Judge. Jae-yoon said that he had warned her not to be too upset. After all, their defeat was known even before the battle began. He noted that she lost only because the power she had gained had gone to her head. The Black Dragon of Darkness said that it was offensive, of course, and that it meant she had indeed lost. But at least it was fun. Cho-yoon said that it was finally over. The Camp of Saints had fulfilled all the requirements to win the Witch Hunt quest. He decided to check the notification screen for all the information to see what conclusions had been drawn from such ambiguous circumstances. After checking, he saw that both sides had met the requirements for victory. This caused a contradiction in the game. Alice conducted an analysis to determine the priority. The ratio of requirements was 94% to 50%. Alice proceeded to search for optimal scenarios and launched an emergency add-on. Both sides fulfilled the conditions for victory. All players received a notification that the battle between the Camp of Saints and the evil faction ended in a draw. This surprised them, but the Camp of Saints were waiting for rewards depending on their contribution. The players were surprised by this and did not understand what these hidden tasks were. Probably not everyone will get them. The Black Dragon has captured the kingdom, and from now on, the kingdom will be under the control of a demonic creature. Therefore, for a year, no country will be able to wage war against the kingdom of Maran. With the help of the forces of evil, the kingdom intends to become stronger. The players realized that this meant that even their forces now had a kind of base. but after its defeat, the demonic creature seemed to have evaporated. The continental law was restored, and the mass destruction of players on both sides was once again prohibited. Amen believes that everything is starting from the beginning, and that another era of chaos awaits them in the future. Since then, no one has mentioned the balance. About the balance of good and evil that exists in the settings of Arcadia. The players couldn't believe that a draw was possible, but at least the system window says it is. Now, the main thing is not that, but that no one even knows what to expect next except for one person. Jenica Pole doesn't understand who could have obtained the Chaotic Traveler class. As the forces of evil have grown, a balance between good and evil has been established. Ji-young received the title of Neutral Seeker and earned 210,000 points of integrity. He can't believe it. As it turned out, all he had to do to get that many points was to mess up someone else's plans. He doesn't understand what the person who created this game and this class wants from him. Fortunately, this time, everything went as planned. Jae-yoon even tried to inform users of his existence, but this resulted in him receiving a large number of integrity points and causing chaos. He doesn't understand what to do now, but he is curious about what has been prepared for him next. Ju-yoon has achieved special conditions. Therefore, the Chaotic Traveler class has been unlocked for him, and he will receive special rewards. For destroying the wicked conquests of the kingdom, transferring power, and destroying the Licha Arga, he will be granted special abilities. Jae-yoon does not understand what these special abilities are. He received a notification that he can change causes and effects by assigning points of virtue to inanimate objects. He was surprised that this was the whole explanation because it didn't even say how many points he would need to spend. Jae-young would not say that this is a good ability, and it is unlikely that it is intended for good, so there is no need to just sit and think about it. It would be better to check everything himself and use this skill right now. To do this, he decided to use a sword made for beginners. Tang hadn't seen this sword in a long time and asked why he had taken it out. Did he really want to relive those days and deal with beginners? Ju-yoon asked him why he needed it. Ellie told him not to say that he had actually done that before. Ju-yoon tried to transfer the sword's integrity points. After that, something strange began to happen. Tan asked what it was and why it was so blinding. Ellie replied that it was a tremendous power. To change the mark on a weapon, one must spend 9,000 integrity points. Ji-young thinks that this doesn't make sense because a unique item from Tanchik or Ellie costs exactly the same amount. It was much more expensive than he could have imagined, but he was torn apart by curiosity. So he decided to check out this ability after all and confirmed his choice on the notification screen. After that, the sword reached a higher rank. Its attack power increased. Its stability also increased. Ju-yoon is sorry that it hasn't changed much on the outside. Or maybe he just expected too much from an ordinary rusty sword. Tan asked what he had just done and was surprised that he had such abilities. Ellie realized that he had spent too much to add strength to a piece of rust, so this impressed her even more. Jae-yoon replied that he was certainly pleased to hear that from them, but they should remember that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If they wanted to exchange points of integrity, everything had to be done through an honest agreement. But as for the skill, it was definitely worth further investment. He didn't believe he had achieved such productivity for an item. Now it was more like a level 70 item, so he wondered if he should sell it. After all, he could make a good profit on it. Tan told them to just take a look at it. He was thinking again and considering a new plan. Ji-young thought that if the skill had changed a normal item so much, what could it do to a Demon Cave Destroyer? He confirmed the request to transfer integrity points, but received a rejection from the system. This item cannot be transferred integrity points and improved. Jae-yoon was upset that it didn't work. He thought about the previous characteristics of the item as indicated in the system. These two items were among those he had been using for a long time. It turns out that virtue points cannot be transferred just like that. This was impossible because he had been using these items for a long time. Therefore, there was only one difference left to consider. Namely, how much this item had a direct impact on the world of Arcadia. Tan was surprised to see a red aura around an ordinary sword. It reminded him of the blood of a high-ranking vampire. Ji-yoon figured out the system and seemed to understand everything, then put the sword away. Tan asked why he did that since he was examining it. Ju-yoon replied that there was no need to examine it. His treasury would be filled with more valuable items. Besides, he was going to sell it anyway, so why did he need it? Tan asked how he could understand that. Then he said that he had a lot of gold, and what he should do to exchange it for points of integrity. He shouldn't worry about that because he would give them at the most favorable rate. Ellie also joined in and said that there was a lot of gold in their sky and they were willing to exchange it for even less. Ji-young replied that he didn't need money yet. He would earn even more every month. For example, he would sign a contract with the Baroness, or he would publish videos. Tan asked why he wanted to sell the sword and what the problem was with using the one he had before, and whether it wasn't interesting. Jae-yoon replied that of course it was interesting. It was the first and only item in the world with characteristics capable of wiping out the entire world with minimal requirements. But what would happen if such an item appeared at an auction? Tan said chaos, Ellie said peace. Jae-young replied that no one knows, so he would put it up for auction, and then they would see what happens. After that, he returned to reality and went to university. The first class turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. So he decided that next year he would probably have to transfer to the evening program. Then he heard someone calling him. Lim Jae-young asked him what he was doing. Jae-young said that he knew what he meant and that trouble was brewing. He told him not to pretend because if he didn't know, anyone could see the seller's name and it looked just like his nickname. Jae-young put the sword up for sale and Lim asked where he found it because it was a very valuable item. Jae-young was delighted that he meant it. Lim couldn't believe his eyes. He had never heard of such a thing, and the sword was one of a kind, so he must have earned a hidden class. Otherwise, how could he have found it? Jae-young replied that he had his own methods. Lim Jae-young asked him to tell him everything and promised not to tell anyone. After all, no one knows who he really is. Jae-young replied that he understood and what would happen if he told everyone. One of the players saw the item and told his wife to come over. She asked what was going on and if he had lost his mind. Another man also decided to get the sword and contacted the bank to ask how quickly they could give him the money. He was ready to take out any loan. Another man was also willing to pay whatever it took, saying that money was not a problem, but his subordinates had to bring the item to the guild. But the price kept going up and the system temporarily stopped the auction. The men from the Korean branch of Arcadia decided to calculate how much it would cost. They are curious if such a rank as unique existed before. One of the men replied that this could not be true, as there are only 8 ranks in total. In addition, only items of rare rank or higher could be sold at the auction, so they were curious about what this was. The man said that it might be some kind of bug. After that, other bids related to the item were stopped, and it was removed from sale. This decision caused a lot of dissatisfaction among users, but from the point of view of the leaders of Arcadia, they had no other choice. They had to somehow stop the appearance of items that could upset the balance of the game. Since then, everyone has been talking about it. No matter where users were, someone would inevitably mention that item. With each passing day, more and more players became interested in this seller. Some people found the nickname Dex familiar. Others had no idea who he was. One girl asked her friend if he knew anything about him. After all, he was one of the most brilliant players who always played alone, and even professionals didn't dare to stand next to him. He played with them like they were children. He replied that he didn't know because he only played arcade and didn't know anything about other games. The girl said it didn't matter, because before no one knew what he was doing, but now it's spread all over Arcadia. Some consider him a legend. Some people still don't know anything about him, and some have hated him for a long time. This is how Dex let everyone in Arcadia know about himself, so he's curious to see what will happen next. Kwon Myung-chan from the Korean branch of Arcadia noticed the shape of this sword. It is very similar to the one he saw before. He could even say with certainty that it was the same sword that the guy in the video was holding. At that time, there was no way to find out who he was, considering the rights of an ordinary administrator. The same goes for the creator of this item. We can't let there be more of them. The item has a registered bid of more than 5,000 gold. He probably wants it back very badly. And to do that, the user will have to come out into the open. So Kwon Myung-chan believes that he is already trapped. Kwon Myung-chan stopped the auction for the item, and when Ju-yoon saw this, he didn't understand what was going on or how it was even possible. Perhaps it was because the item's characteristics looked deceptive. He understood that someone would interfere, but he didn't suspect it would be so direct. Tan asked him what happened, and Ju replied, asking if he remembered the sword they had recently made. It seems that it had been taken. Tan didn't like that and asked who dared to do such a thing and that Ji-yoon should find him immediately. So many points had been spent, and someone had dared to take it. It was outright theft. But Tan was always ready to help him, even at the expense of his integrity points. Therefore, his master had nothing to worry about. So Ju-yoon suggested that he simply give them back, as another sword could be made and sold again. Tan has plenty of them anyway. Tan asked if he thinks he's so rich and young. Ji-young realized that a similar gaming company definitely hates him. Besides, they know nothing about him. He put up the goods he made with his integrity points, revealing his nickname. So the only thing they know is his nickname. If his actions had been to their advantage, they would have allowed him to sell the goods without any problems. But they went to extreme measures and simply took it away. Furthermore, they not only did not impose any sanctions on him, but did not even try to contact him, which means something. Even though they know his nickname, they still don't know where he is. Besides, it is impossible to track him in the game. They shouldn't have taken such drastic measures against him. Perhaps this is also the power of the hidden class of the chaotic traveler. Otherwise, what right do they have to start chaos? And even the game's management won't stop him. He is curious who did this and wants to meet him more and more each time. Either way, thanks to these abilities, he is completely safe, and now it's time to make them even more nervous. Seeing an employee from the branch, the man asked what was going on. The woman replied that she didn't know, but she had heard that the information department was working hard. They stayed late at work. The man said that he was behaving like someone who couldn't wait for a message from his beloved. The branch never found the culprit, but it was clear that the item had been created by one of the users. This was not part of their plan. There had been no recent incidents, from witch hunts to other problems with items. It's not that it wasn't planned. They couldn't even imagine something like this just by watching from the sidelines. Therefore, Kwon Myung-chan said that they had to take action and asked director Lee Mi-yeon what she thought about it. She asked if he could predict what would happen tomorrow. He asked what she meant. Lee Mi-yeon replied that they were the faces of the company, and it was obvious that they could predict future events and did not know all the actions of users. But it was shameful that they continued to tolerate it. Therefore, it was time to take action. She asked if he remembered the plan they had prepared a few days ago. So let's start implementing it. The first Bamboo Peak Competition Festival began. It was a room where everyone was equal. For the first time since Arcadia's release, an official championship was announced. Ju-yoon was interested but didn't know what the event was. As he understood it, it was a raid on the 120th level boss. It seemed he had miscalculated. The growth rate of users was higher than he had thought. Finally, users above level 100 began to appear. It is known that a battle for supremacy in the game has now begun with foreign servers. Therefore, users will level up faster in the future. In other words, his losses will continue to grow because there is no advantage in the level system. What he feared is now happening, but if someone tries to attack him, he only needs to spend points to use his powers. Therefore, it is worth giving them to yourself. In addition, an interesting event is about to begin. The rules are quite simple. Just read the title. It is a large-scale championship in which only bamboo sticks can be used to attack. The last one standing wins. Ability items and skills can be used. However, only sticks can be used to deliver blows that do not depend on physical strength. It also does not depend on other indicators. Therefore, regardless of class, everyone has a chance to win. The fact that the event appeared right now suggests that they are trying with all their might to catch him. But at first, he did not plan to participate. The prize for the winner is very valuable. You can get an item from the inventory of users who have been destroyed. But at the same time, no one will take anyone else's items. It would be foolish of him to refuse such an opportunity. So he joined the channel to participate. A week later, everyone gathered on a fantastic island. It is a special map for bamboo stick fighting events. The players discussed that Dex would also participate. All week long, users talked about how he was unbeatable in Battle Royale. For them, making it into the top 30 was already a good result, especially since it wasn't a team game. But the players agreed in advance to form a team. 99 players against 1, but even so, they won't win. Rumor has it that the developers of Arcadia themselves are working on him. Jae-young thought that 2 years had passed since he had ended everything, but the players were still following him around. All his actions caused a stir. As for the map, he didn't expect anything special, but it exceeded all his expectations. The players can't believe that here you can calmly eat something delicious without worrying about calories, and visit interesting places without wasting time and money. Jae-yoon thinks that maybe this is the innovation that virtual reality has brought to their lives. Soon, all travel companies will go bankrupt. Then he saw Ellie and Tan. Ellie thinks it's a strange space that doesn't resemble the world of humans and ghosts. It's some kind of unfamiliar dimension. Tan understands that he doesn't care, but they have an agreement, and he has to take care of him. So he asked if it wasn't too much to run away from them to another dimension. Ji-young replied that they had flown there to find him anyway. Tan said that he couldn't even imagine how much they had suffered to find him. Then he asked what this place was and why he was here. Ellie said that they couldn't have known about the existence of this dimension. Then a girl approached him and asked if he was the same player from the hidden class. Ju-young did not expect this at all. Noticing his reaction, she said that it seemed so. He asked how she knew. She was surprised that he even asked. It was hard not to guess after they easily passed through space, almost tearing it apart. Tan and Ellie were very surprised to hear this. Ju-yoon couldn't believe that she could see Tan and Ellie. Then the girl said she meant those behind him. Of course, you couldn't say they were clearly visible, but she feels a very strong energy from them. So they're definitely not ghosts, and maybe they're familiars. This means that he is one of those who can summon helpers. Ju-yoon thought that things were looking very bad for him. No one could know about his abilities before the competition began, so he had to avoid her now so she wouldn't find out anything else. The other players saw them but were more interested in the girl. She looked like a star witch who was ranked second. The players became curious about who was next to her. No one had seen him before, and he might be some kind of high-ranking player. Ju-yoon thought it was too late to run away. She apologized for causing him to receive extra attention. However, she was very interested in him and did not want to cause him any trouble. The girl said her name was Stella and she was a mage user playing as a hidden class of Star Witch. It was difficult for her to see those creatures, even with her eyes of truth. So she was sure that he was much stronger than he seemed at first glance. But if he was worried about being exposed, she would not interfere with him anymore. He said that was very kind of her and thanked her. He had heard about her because people were talking about her on forums. Players greeted her and asked if she had come to compete and if they could take pictures with her. Stella hinted to Ji-yoon that he should take advantage of the opportunity and run away. Then she thought that she would love to see him in battle. Therefore, she is confident that they will meet this mysterious user again. Tan asked who she was. Ellie was also surprised that she was able to get past their defenses and considered her to be a rather unpleasant girl. Jae-young is sure that she won't give up on him so easily and that they will definitely meet again in the competition. Perhaps she noticed him from the very beginning, but something tells him that this time it won't be so easy. After that, the tournament finally began. The host hopes that all the players have eaten well and had fun. If everyone has managed to wait until now, then they are ready to join the competition. Some players thought the host looked like a goblin, while others thought she was cute. The host then announced that the bamboo stick battle had begun. Ji-young finally waited for everything to start, and his body even began to itch for the first time in a long time. Before starting the competition, the players had to get rid of something. Therefore, the map began to change. Ji-young and all the players realized that the competition had really begun, so everyone had to be ready. In an instant, the map changed and turned into a forest. All players had to obtain weapons. Jae-yoon picked up a bamboo stick and wondered what this unusual object was. There were 3,292,000 participants. The host had never seen so many opponents before. It looked like it was going to be a tough competition, but rules are rules, and there was nothing she could do about it. She announced that the number of remaining participants would be displayed on the notification screen, so now they could begin and destroy everyone until only 1,000 lucky ones remained. The players began the battle, and the host found it very interesting. The competition had only just begun, but it turned out to be a very fierce battle. One of the players said that they should slow down a little because they would all die here, but another player sent him away and destroyed him. Then he said that he had just dealt with a player who was in 19th place in the rankings, despite being only 23rd level. But another player sneaked up behind him and destroyed him. The host thinks they are pathetic because they wasted all their strength at the very beginning. They are weaklings who don't even want to take a place in the rankings, but it seems that there are smarter ones among them who are not participating yet. Jae-young thought they were all crazy, but he had dealt with worse. However, he was confused by the object that could destroy with a single blow. Therefore, everyone has power, and it is obvious that no one can go against their desires with such powerful equipment. But then one of the players tried to attack him and said that he must have been very scared if he decided to run away. Judging by his equipment, he must be a novice. So, no offense, but he would have to be his first victim. The player told him to get ready to face a bamboo stick. Ju-young warned him to look up. But the player continued to argue with him and asked if he had completely lost his fear. He didn't notice the stick flying straight at him and destroying him. Jae-yoon said that without the skill of concealment, there was no way to survive here. Then he asked if he could use spiritualism on this map. Tang replied that of course the main thing was to pay with virtue points. Ju-yoon said to summon the character he had chosen at the time. Before the competition, Ju-yoon learned something new while trying to figure out the spiritism skill. With its help, you can summon not only people. This ghost does not actually exist in reality. It looks more like a black cloud, which is perfect for this event, because it easily dodges all attacks. After that, one player tried to attack it. He noticed that his stick seemed to pass through him but did not understand why he was still alive. Jae-young asked if he couldn't see it himself. After all, it didn't look like he had pierced him. After that, he destroyed the player. He realized that the rules here were exactly the same as in the royal battles. Destroying a player was like a small bonus. But the most important thing was to survive. From that moment on, he would have to try a little harder not to get caught. Tan said it was a great idea and asked if he had decided to hide well and then attack the strongest players from a distance. Chae-yoon asked what he was talking about and how to hide. After all, it was time to have some fun, and he even used spiritualism for this. In short, if there were no witnesses, it was the same as remaining unnoticed. Tan realized that he had decided to take an active part in the competition. Jae-yoon said it was time to start the real battle, secretly and grandly. Stella said that they had decided to attack her themselves, and it turned out that they had weak willpower. She destroyed everyone who attacked her. And it seemed that she was right when she said that they needed to find the only one who had the strength to fight her. So she said where her favorite mouse was hiding. Stella wants to find him because he is the only worthy opponent for her. Everyone is equal before the bamboo stick. Under her protection, it's time to show everyone what the wrath of the people really looks like. They must punish those unscrupulous rankers who did terrible things to achieve greater greatness. Having formed in this way, they call themselves the Revolutionary Organization of the Bamboo Stick. Then they told Ji-yoon, calling him an unknown user, that he would be their first victim. Jae-yoon was surprised that even such freaks exist. The leader ordered the soldiers to go into battle and deal with him. The bamboo sticks would help them. They attacked him and told him to taste their strength. But all their attacks seemed to dissolve, and they didn't understand how this happened. The players received a notification that they could not attack this object. One of them said that it was unfair. Ju-yoon replied that it was not unfair. After all, it was just a passive effect. But this was unfair. After these words, he attacked him with his bamboo stick. Their teacher did not understand how he could deliver 3 or even 4 blows at once without using any skill. How much synchronization with the capsule is needed to do something like that? After destroying the soldiers, Ju-yoon told their teacher that now it was his turn and attacked him. The teacher only had time to say that he shouldn't have lost so easily. The Revolutionary Bamboo Stick organization was destroyed. All of them attack only with the help of this worthless stick. It seems that no one interesting will come his way. However, now is not the time to stand out, otherwise he could create additional problems for himself. Ji-young looked at the information on the notification screen and wondered when it would all end. There were less than 3,000 players left. In the first few hours, more than 100,000 people died, and so quickly that the number of players was rapidly decreasing. But when there was almost nothing left in the game, the number hardly changed, so he has to do something about it. After all, he wants it all to end as soon as possible. The map is too big, so catching everyone one by one is a problem. But then he heard someone calling him and asking him to get out of the way. This girl couldn't stop. She thought she was going to crash right into him, but when she passed through him, she didn't understand what was happening. She fell down, and Ju-yoon asked if she was okay. The girl asked who he was because she thought she was about to knock him down. Then she asked if he was some kind of ghost. Jae-yoon replied that he was something like that. It was all thanks to passive effects. He was interested in who she was. After all, if you looked closely, this girl looked like a newcomer. But she was still alive. Another girl approached him and said that they had met again, and Ju-yoon realized who she was. Stella said that when they met, she had a strong feeling that there was something about him. It seems she was right. He really is special if he managed to survive until now. The girl asks him for help. Ju-yoon realizes that he does know her after all. Then he asked why he should help her. If he understood correctly, this girl was chasing after her. So he had a question. Why should he get involved in someone else's business and help them, especially if the enemy was second in the rankings? On top of that, she also possesses magic. In the game, players can only be killed by attacks made with a bamboo stick, but magic still works, which is even more annoying. Stella said that he is even more perfect than she thought and admitted that she likes him. Jae-yoon said it was time for him to go so she could finally finish what she started. In fact, he doesn't mind competing with one of the top-ranked players. But it's too early for that, so now it's time to get out of here. But he was stopped by a new mission. Stella wanted to attack the girl, but Joo-yoon got there in time and stopped her attack. She asked him what he was doing, and he replied that he didn't know himself. But it looks like he's trying to protect this girl. In his quest, he has to find allies to create chaos. Those who can be used as allies have special marks. So he realized that he had to protect this girl. After all, she has a mark on her. When she found herself in the mysterious world of Arcadia, the first thing this girl said was, "Is this really a game?" She thought she didn't belong here because this world seemed too special to her. She felt that she was unlikely to fit in because she was just an ordinary girl who lived an ordinary life. But at that moment, someone appeared who agreed to teach her everything. This woman asked if she was lost and offered her help. Then she asked if she wanted to become her student. This turned out to be a character, but not like the others. The girl did not understand why this woman had noticed her. When talking about magic, the main thing is to expand your mind. The woman said that she would get to know her if she started looking at the world differently, and to devote herself to broader ideas and concepts. She told her to look at the sky, at how the stars shine and how the moonlight glows. And then she asked if it wasn't beautiful. Unlike others, as an archmage, she was most attracted to the ever-shining stars and the majestic moon. This woman taught this special magic to her two students, which she herself had created, namely Stella the Star Witch, who ranks second among all players, and Angelica, the Witch of Moonlight. She gave both of her students a book and told them that she was going on a long journey very soon. This was her last gift to them. On the day when these two magical books are united, it will be the day when one of the great wizards is born. His abilities would go beyond human understanding and surpass all limitations. This book was a chance to become a great wizard. Angelica was surprised that such a chance had fallen to someone as unremarkable as her, but the teacher did not know that this chance could turn out to be a curse for her. Stella asked Chae-yu if he was mocking her, since he had just said that he was not going to interfere. He replied that if that was the case, then maybe she should just let her go. Stella asked what would happen if she refused. Jae-yoon said that then he would have no choice but to get rid of her. She asked if he really thought it would be that easy. Then she used her chain lightning skill. Jae-yoon realized that she was quite strong and fast. Even his defensive stance wouldn't save him. So he was hit directly and his stamina decreased. He was unable to move for a while, and Stella continued to attack him with various skills. Angelica realized that this was the only circular magic she could use at the moment. It seemed that she had decided to finish him off quickly. So she told him not to try to stop her and just run away. But she saw that he wasn't even going to run away. Chae-yoon said that it was not for nothing that equality was the main thing in this event. A player cannot be destroyed by anything other than a bamboo stick. Stella replied that she shouldn't have bothered. She thought he was special, but in reality, he couldn't even withstand such a light attack. So if they meet again, she hopes he won't be too upset that he died because of her. Anyway, he started it. There was no need to get involved in her business. Jae-yoon replied that of course it was just a regular event, so why should he be offended? She said that he was still an interesting guy and tried to attack him, saying goodbye. But it didn't work, and she saw a notification on the screen saying that she couldn't attack this item. Joo-yoon attacked her in response. He reminded her that they had agreed not to take offense. After all, it was just a game. Stella asked what it all meant. He destroyed her and said it was good that the thing activated in time. Otherwise, she would have definitely won and finished him off. Angelica was surprised that he had just defeated Stella, who was ranked second. She had thought until the very last moment that he didn't stand a chance. She became curious about who he really was. Joo-yoon felt dizzy. Angelica asked if he was okay. He replied that he was fine except for the fact that he had just barely escaped death. Angelica thanked him for his help. Jae-yoon replied that it was nothing, then asked her why she had given up on him. She said it would take too long to explain, but that he already knew some of it. Jae-yoon said that before their mentor left, she gave them each an item. To become stronger, one of them had to get hold of both items. Stella went crazy over this idea and started chasing her to deal with her and take the item. So Jae-yoon asked if he was right, and she replied that it was something like that. He asked what she was going to do now. Because Stella is not an ordinary player. If Angelica forgot, she is second in the rankings. So he asked how long she was going to run away from her, and he asked if she even knew how to hunt. Angelica said she didn't even know how to answer. Joo-yoon asked what her current level was, and she replied that it was 43. This was not very clear to Joo-yoon. This level cannot be called either low or high, but there is something even more serious. He asked if she was wearing the school uniform worn at level 20, and that accessory. As far as he remembered, it was given as a reward for completing a quest at level 15. She replied that she didn't have money for another one because she constantly has to run away from Stella. So he decided to try to transfer his integrity points and told her to give him all the items she had. She did as he said and asked if he didn't think it was a little strange. He asked her to step aside because he needed to check something. Angelica was surprised that he didn't even look at her while she was standing there worrying. So she thought that maybe he could be trusted after all. Judging by her story, these things had been used for a long time, so his plan might work. He tried to transfer the points of integrity to those items, and when Angelica Angelica heard about it, she was very surprised. He managed to improve her magic wand, cloak, and shoes of poverty. All the characteristics of these items were improved, so it turns out that the effect of transferring integrity points depends on how the item was used. She asked if he meant that all these items belonged to her. Ju-yoon replied that it was good that she had kept them for so long. Otherwise, the enhancement would not have worked. He understands that they are not very durable, but they are not bad for a start. Angelica thanked him, but she doesn't understand why he gave her such a gift and why he would help someone like her. So she asked who he really is. He replied that, to be precise, he was her partner, so they still had a lot ahead of them. On her screen, she saw that he had sent her a friend request. Then she saw his nickname and realized who he was. She said that she was still wary of him, wondering if he was being too nice to her. Plus, he had changed her subjects, so she thought he was suspicious. But now all her doubts were gone. She still couldn't believe that a star like Dex wanted to be friends with her. It was simply beyond comprehension. Jae-yoon said that she had to promise him something. No one should know about it. She replied that she would never tell anyone about it. Tan asked if he was sure. Not long ago, he didn't want anyone to know who he was. He replied that he had thought everything through and not to worry. Now, because of the recent incident with the auction, everyone knew that he played in Arcadia. Now there was no point in hiding his nickname, especially from those he trusted. What mattered now was how he would present himself to others. Angelica told him to take a look at this. Soon there will be less than 1,000 players left. Only 2 people remain, and soon there will be only 1,000 left out of more than 3 million. He doesn't know who is behind this, but they are definitely crazy. Then they overheard a conversation between 2 players. One of them asked who was here, the other said that their guests had arrived, so they would decorate the grand finale. The player said that this couple was dressed very strangely. How did they manage to stick with it until now? The other player replied that it didn't matter. It was obvious that they were newbies and that it would be easy. Ju-yoon thought that they had arrived just in time and asked Angelica if she could handle it. She asked what exactly she had to handle. Just hide so as not to disturb anyone. Ju-yoon replied that that wasn't the point. Now is the time to test the abilities of her new item, so she has to take those 2 on and deal with them. After that, the players attacked them, saying that they had endured long enough. Angelica didn't know what to do or how to act, but then she decided to use her improved items to repel the attack. She activated all the items from the poverty set. Then she used her shield and stopped the attack. The player doesn't understand how she was able to repel several double attacks with the help of her first round magic skill. He said that it was no big deal. After all, her shield would break soon, and then she would get what she deserved. Angelica noticed cracks appearing in her shield. Therefore, she would not be able to hold them back for long, and needed to do as her new friend had taught her. She used several shields at once and was able to damage the players. One of them did not understand what was happening. Ji-young noticed that the items were still there, but she would definitely not be able to defeat a high-ranking monster with them, and she must not forget that. The most important thing here is the effect when they are used all together. This means that she can use the magic of the first circle indefinitely. Angelica used a magic rocket and destroyed the players. The number of those remaining reached 1,000 players. The first stage of the festival was complete. These 2, a great first circle mage and a true gaming madman, probably didn't know that today would be a difficult day. On this day, the real Angelica appeared, who would stop at nothing until she achieved her goal. Angelica was delighted that she had succeeded. Ju-yoon received a notification that she had become his assistant, and that he would receive points as a reward depending on the game. He said it sounded like he had become king, but Ju-yoon hopes that she will turn into an incredible monster. Seeing Ju-yoon on the screen, director Kwon Myung-chan said that the mysterious player had been caught. He doesn't know what he's up to this time, but he won't let it go that easily. The second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival will begin very soon. Therefore, all the players gathered to move on to the next stage. The host expected that many high-ranking players would remain. Surprisingly, most of them were players of medium and even low ranks. There's even a player of the 43rd level among them, so maybe it's luck and not skill after all. They will find out in the second stage. Before starting the second stage of the festival, she had to announce 2 important changes. She told the players not to worry because everything would be fair. The players noticed that the bamboo stick lit up. The host emphasized that they had decided to improve some of the skills. Now the bamboo stick can be evaluated not only by physical attacks but also by magical attacks. Therefore, ignoring physical attacks or absolute defense will no longer be able to block the stick. Ton said that it seemed to be his part, and that he would do it now. Chaeyoung replied that he was cautious but would not avoid battle. So they will see. The players were surprised that such skills even existed and that it was unfair. The host said that some items cause serious imbalances, and their festival is a battle for equality. But such items contradict their principles. Therefore, in the second stage, they will not be able to use any equipment effects other than regular weapons. Angelica doesn't know what to do with her equipment now. After that, the host announced that it was time to start the second stage. The host hopes that everyone is satisfied. Ju-yoon believes that even if they weren't, she wouldn't care. So why ask? This time, poisonous gas will be released from the map. It spreads quickly, so they will have to try a little harder. Alice made some changes at the request of Kwon Myung-chan. Some of the festival restrictions were changed. However, they do not meet the criteria of Alice's system, and this may result in some penalties. Kwon Myung-chan is delighted that everything worked out. Kang Tae-hoon asked if he was sure since the chairman had advised him to avoid penalties as much as possible. He replied that everything was fine and that he would take the blame. He believes that all the problems started because of the player with the nickname Dex. Therefore, it is in the best interest of the management to reveal all the circumstances. The festival is a trump card to resolve all complaints, and such a problematic guy needs to be gotten rid of in the second stage. Jae-yoon told Angelica that from now on, they would have to part ways. If things worked out, they would meet again in the third stage. She asked if he now wanted to get rid of her just because she was no longer able to use her equipment. Jae-yoon asked how she could say that. He made those items for her himself, and if he had been looking for someone to take advantage of, he would have gotten rid of her long ago. Because he hadn't gained anything good from her association with this witch, Angelica agreed that this was indeed the case. He replied that he was just joking and said that right now he wasn't sure he could protect her. He had a plan, but it was too dangerous, so it would be better for them to split up. Joo-yoon advised her to use a weapon. The main thing was to try hard and not get involved with various freaks. Angelica replied that she would, and asked him to be careful too. As a farewell, she said that they would meet in the third stage. After that, Joo-yoon left. She thought about his passive skill. He said that she was just protecting him from unnecessary attacks. But maybe there was something more to it. Then she thought that these thoughts were unnecessary, because even he would not use cheats like that. Jae-yoon used spiritualism to transform himself into the Dark King Azakar. He can temporarily use his powers. This would help him resist the poison. Ellie said she couldn't believe her eyes because he had decided to connect with the demon world again. She noted that he was upsetting her. Jae-yoon told her not to say that. It's just that the skills he needs are more effective when he's on the side of the demons, that's all. Then he asked Tan about the idea he came up with and hoped that everything would go smoothly. Tan thinks so. But he asked if he was sure he could handle it. It seemed more like a competition, and he wondered if he would be punished for cheating again. Jae-yoon replied that sometimes he seems too naive for a devil. Tan asked if that was really true. He replied that the rules themselves must be included in the map. More precisely, they must be designed specifically to ensure that the situation is beneficial. Therefore, he will not act like the others. Now, the poisonous gas will gather in the center of the map, and then a fierce battle will begin. This is because all the players will clash with each other. In the first stage, most of the players were defeated because there was nothing they could do against bamboo sticks. The second stage can be passed easily, but the only way to do this is to be wary of others. Until then, all 1,000 players except him will suffocate from the poisonous gas. Jae-young activated his poison immunity skill and simply waited for the second stage to end. The end of the stage seems more interesting to the host than the previous one because only the strongest will survive here. At the same time, everyone's skill levels are different. But in each group, there is the same benchmark that goes beyond the standards. The player tried to attack a girl with the nickname Casillas. So he aimed to shoot an arrow at her, but she dodged it from a long distance. Her opponent asked who she was because he had shot an arrow from a distance of 800 meters and did not understand how she managed to dodge it. He thinks she has a hidden class. After that, she destroyed him. Then she saw that everyone was fighting, but some of the players were standing aside. So she was curious to know where he was hiding. She wanted to find Ji-yoon. The second stage ended and only 2 players remained. In the second stage of the bamboo stick battle round, Casillas defeated many players. One of them asked how she could attack 7 or even 8 times in a row. It was some kind of incomprehensible combo attack of a hidden skill. After all, this is a battle with bamboo sticks, so how can there be any justice here? The girl doesn't understand how it's even possible to defeat him. She only had 3 minutes left and that wasn't enough. In that sense, it was no different from the game she had played before. So she has to become even stronger to defeat everyone. That game came out 20 years ago. It used to be so popular that it was called the national game, but it required strict control and good physical skills. The game engine was old and the game quietly faded into the past. It was all because of the outdated graphics and game system. Casillas was one of the users who loved this game until the very end. It was not just a game for her. It was 20 years of her life filled with achievements and memories. That's why no one could take first place away from her, until Dex appeared. During the battle, she couldn't understand how he could attack so quickly after each effect. He was using tricks with the server's help. This meant that he knew the game much better than she did. After his victory, he said that it wasn't bad for a user of such an outdated game. But it seems he took first place. After this achievement, he simply left the game and never appeared there again. Casillas believes that he trampled on her pride and the pride of the game. The hidden class is an opportunity for her to fight with any weapon that comes to hand. Thanks to the quick selection skill, you can achieve a special fighting style. This hidden class was as if created for her. She finds it hard to believe that this is just a coincidence. She now has another chance to surpass that player. The Arcadia leadership watched what was happening. Kwon Myung-chan asked Kang Tae-hoon how he had set up the poison gas. He replied that he had set it according to their specifications. It was a dangerous poison that caused intoxication of level 200 and above. Kwon Myung-chan couldn't understand how Ji-yoon had survived 30 minutes in the poisonous fog. It must be a special ability. Kang Tae-hoon noted that it could be the effect of a skill. Kwon Myung-chan asked if he thought that made sense. But he replied that there is no such cheat skill. The basic resistance to poison must be at least 3rd rank. This is not the level for a player with basic skills. Kwon Myung-chan said that if he continues, he will survive the poisonous fog they have prepared. And that would be a scenario in which that player would win. He couldn't allow that to happen, so he came to Alice for help. He wants to adjust the poisonous fog to the highest level against a single player. In this regard, the penalty will be increased. If he tries to change the settings again, the request will be rejected. As a penalty, he will receive a pay cut and lose his annual leave. He said he would survive the penalty because he cannot allow the player to get what he deserves and takes full responsibility. Jae-young realized that changes had been made and the poison gas level had been increased. He guessed that they were now openly targeting him. Tan asked what to do now because no matter how powerful Azakar was, it was impossible to block poison of this level. Jae-young replied that he didn't think it would work in the end either. But everything must be finished properly. After a while, his old enemy appeared. He wondered if things had really improved here. Cassia said that the final battle had finally begun and that she had been waiting for this to compete with him. Tan asked if he really planned to fight. He replied that he should change his character and prepared some good options. Then he said that this time he would refuse because he had already thought of something. He asked Ellie if she could lend him her power. She agreed because heavenly beings are always willing to lend their power. Chae-yoon apologized for ignoring her during the entire battle with bamboo sticks. It was his fault that his abilities were insufficient. After that, he decided to use the power of Calypso, the master of all weapons. Now he can temporarily use the power of this heavenly being. Ji-yoon felt his power and asked if that was how it worked. Tan wondered what kind of incredible use of magical power this was. Ellie said that it was incredible and that even Calypso, possessing this power, would not have been able to change weapons so quickly. Jae-yoon said that he had practiced, and now it was time to start the battle. He found Casillas and immediately attacked her. She repelled the attack and said that he had finally shown up. Jae-yoon asked if she wasn't running around too much. It was obvious that she came from a collective farm game that was shut down because there were no players. He told her to show him her hidden class. Jae-yoon thinks that changing weapons at incredible speed is like Chakun, especially when you see it up close. But he can also do something similar. Casillas couldn't believe he changed his weapon so quickly and thought it was his hidden class. He used an asymmetrical Kombutaka, just like her. Casillas thought he was doing it on purpose. Jae-yoon said that it would be okay if she lost this time too. So, as a fighter, Casillas had to try her best. Casillas thought it was unfair that the past was repeating itself. Quick selection is a skill that allows you to quickly change equipment, but his weapon transforms. She can't keep up with him using quick selection, but she still has to win. Jae-yoon asked if she had given up, and he was saddened by this. He had expected more from her. Casillas is determined, and it's all for the sake of her pride. She asked what kind of skill it was. Ji-yoon asked if she meant a master of all weapons. Then he said that it was quite useful. She thinks he is lucky to have acquired such a powerful skill. Jae-yoon replied that luck is also a skill. She replied that just like last time, he was confusing her. She said that in that case, she would also do her best. She thought it was impossible to compete with him with a weapon she was not used to. No matter how strong the weapon was, it was useless if she couldn't fight with it. Jae-yoon wondered if there was anything else he could use besides the stick. Casillas said that before striking with the bamboo stick, she would completely destroy him with her sword. Jae-yoon thought it was some kind of antique and looked dangerous. Therefore, he had to choose which weapon to fight with. He chose a weapon, but Casillas struck him first. Ju-yoon said that was pretty fast. Tan asked him if he was okay. Ellie realized that he would have to deal with a very powerful sword. She continued to attack him and told him to use his shield. If he did so, the next attack would also be blocked. Then she asked if he had decided to stop resisting. In fact, that was the case. All he could do was block her attacks. But it wasn't his fault because she had become much faster since she drew her sword. The heavenly being Calypso asked him to talk. Ju-yoon thought that it was very inappropriate because the moment was very tense. Ellie asked if he could see the ancient sword she was holding. He replied that he thought it was a bit strange and asked what she knew about it. She replied that there was a message from Calypso, the master of all weapons. This sword originally belonged to him. He had prepared it for his successor. With this sword, he would continue his work. In addition to this sword, which increases the user's class, there was also a necklace that transferred skills. These skills are passed on as the user becomes stronger. But now he feels no trace of the necklace and is therefore angry. Something is wrong, so Calypso demands a dialogue. Chae-yoon thought that Casillas' skill was similar to that of heavenly beings. But it seems that she didn't just have abilities similar to them, but the same ones. Casillas asked why the atmosphere had suddenly changed. Ji-yoon said that now he needed to say something and that he even felt sorry for her. He decided to ask about the sword. He asked if she had received it by completing a quest. She asked why he was asking and if he was just stalling for time. So, in order not to waste time, he asked her to answer yes or no quickly. She replied that she had indeed received the sword when she completed the quest. She got this quest from a strange vagrant. Casillas asked what the problem was. Calypso asked him to ask what happened to the necklace. So, Ji-yoon asked if there was anything else besides the sword. She wondered how he found out about it. He replied that it didn't matter and asked about the necklace and whether she had it. It was true that he had received a necklace in addition to the sword. Unlike the sword, it was an unidentified item. The owner of the village shop where she was told that he did not have the skills to examine such items, so she had to buy a scroll for appraisal to check it. Jae-young asked what happened then. She replied that she sold it. She thought it wasn't worth spending so much money on an appraisal. She received 15 bronze coins for it. Its price was the same as its appearance. Calypso was furious that his successor had sold her inheritance. Therefore, he declares in a loud voice that he renounces this heiress. Ju-yoon understands what this announcement means and what Calypso is going to do. Jae-yoon receives a message that Calypso is asking the player to temporarily let him into his body completely. In return, he promises to take on all the difficulties. It would be nice if he fought in his place. So Ju-yoon asked Ellie if this was possible, as he was in this situation for the first time. She replied that according to the rules this was not possible, but if he was willing to take the risk himself, the burden would still be great. But if he was determined and it concerned the relationship between a teacher and a disciple, it was grounds for intervention in the world. So Ellie allowed the intervention of Calypso, the master of all weapons. Casillas did not understand what kind of power this was and thought that he still had some abilities left. Jae-young switched to observer mode. Calypso asked if she had sold the necklace. It's a pity that the disciple couldn't understand the deep love of his teacher. She didn't take it seriously as a trifle and sold the necklace to some merchant. Casillas asked why he was suddenly talking nonsense. Calypso called her an ill-mannered girl. When she saw that he had embodied all the weapons, she couldn't believe that it was really a skill. She thought it was real cheating that broke the balance. After that, he attacked her. Casillas suffered great damage and asked what kind of skill it was. After that, she noticed that the sword was reacting to something. She didn't understand what was going on. Calypso asked if she really hadn't figured it out yet. Then he called her skill Quick Choice. She didn't understand how he knew the name of her hidden skill. He said that Quick Choice wasn't just a skill. It was not created with the ability to quickly change weapons. It is a strange desire to possess all the weapons that exist in the world. This power was created to master weapons through willpower. The skill that can be achieved at the end of all training is mastery of all weapons. In other words, it is the highest power she would gain by following his teachings. Casillas asked who he was. She doesn't understand how he knows the name of her skill, let alone why her sword reacts to him like that. Calypso replied that he was crying. He was sad because she had lost her partner. If he had been given more time, he would not have been so reckless. He would have found someone truly worthy and made him his successor. But unfortunately, he didn't have time for that. So he should be grateful that he met a noble person who lent him her body. Thanks to that, he was able to meet her again. Even though she wasn't very smart, she wasn't completely without common sense. In a sense, it was fate that the sword fell into her hands. It was the only option left for them. Casillas couldn't believe he was talking to her sword. She didn't understand what was going on. Calypso asked the sword to take good care of her and called him his old friend. The sword expressed his dissatisfaction, but he recognized her as its mistress. After that, she was given the quest to find the lost necklace. She felt its soul and how it was crying out. She also felt his deep longing and determination. Now she understood the true meaning of this hidden class. Calypso said that it reminded him of the past. He intervened as little as possible. Because of his poor student, he had to go to great lengths. After that, Calypso returned control to the player and the observer mode was disabled. Therefore, Ji-yoon returned to his body. Jae-yoon thinks that this level of interference is unacceptable, but thanks to him, he saw something noteworthy. So he thanked Calypso. Casillas thought he was a master and collapsed from exhaustion. Ji-yoon thought her body was so numb that she couldn't stand up, but he thinks she held out long enough. The more he looks at her, the more poisonous she seems to him. He decided to wait for her a little because he might not have another chance to talk to her. After a while, she came to her senses and Jung-yoon asked her why she sold the necklace. At first glance, it was clear that this was a hidden quest. Had she never played modern games? And who would even think of selling a necklace that came in a set using a sword? She replied that there were no such quests in the game she used to play. Ju-yoon thinks it's old school. He thinks the necklace is a very important item, so he suggested that when everything was over, she should go to the store owner and ask him to return it. She replied that she was going to do that even if he hadn't said anything. Then she asked what his class was. The person she was fighting wasn't him. It looked like someone had possessed him. He replied that she could consider him to have a hidden class. Jae-yoon thought she had great intuition. Then he said that they needed to decide one thing now and asked what she thought. Because the festival was still going on and there had to be a winner, Casillas asked what he was talking about. She needed 3 more minutes to get out of this state. The poisonous fog had already reached them, signaling the end of the battle. She said that it seemed like a decision had been made. Ju-yoon remarked that it was a shame that it had ended like this because it would have been nice to compete properly. Casillas asked him to wait and that the next time they met she would be the winner. Jae-yoon replied that this was to be expected and that he felt he would give up. After that, he struck her and suggested they meet again. He won the festival. All the main competitions in the bamboo stick battle were broadcast in real time. There were many candidates for the victory. The Star Witch Stella had the highest rating. The revolutionary bamboo stick group called for universal equality. Casillas played brilliantly and made it to the 3rd round, but she was defeated by an unexpected player. His victory seemed unusual, but the user's reaction was different. Everyone was thrilled. Only his nickname lent credibility to all the incredible situations. The Black Dragon of Darkness realized that her opponent was Dex, and it's a good thing she didn't take part in the bamboo stick fight. The festival host congratulated the winner and said that she should present him with the prize. He received a box containing items belonging to the people he had defeated. He had to choose one of them, and she would create the same one for him. The hostess believes that most of the items are unique equipment that is difficult to find. Therefore, he will have a difficult choice. But he had a different opinion. He did not consider these items worthy and wondered if he would find anything normal at all. Then he finally found something worthwhile, so he asked if it mattered which item he chose. After all, these items belonged to defeated users. The host replied that he could choose anything and asked if he had made his choice. Jae-yoon showed her the item, but she had some doubts. He said that there was nothing wrong with it because it was an item from a defeated player. He noted that she had promised to call him the Great Tokebi. This made her look worried. The Black Dragon of Darkness did not understand why she was worried when she had been so arrogant throughout the battle. She was curious about what he had asked for. She made a bamboo stick for him, and Ju Yun was delighted that it turned out well. However, Kwon Myung-chan did not like it. Because of this, he organized a meeting and thanked everyone who participated despite their busy schedules. He decided to explain the situation. The battle had ended a few hours ago, and a problem had arisen during the award ceremony. One of the employees asked what the serious problem was. He replied that the winner had chosen an item they hadn't expected. Kang Tae-hoon said he would show it on the screen. Everyone was surprised that they had made it possible to obtain the item. Kang Tae-hoon said that the biggest problem was the special feature of the bamboo stick. The problem is that specific targets are not marked. The girl asked if this applies not only to monster bosses, but also to entire creatures that are considered invulnerable. Kwon Myung-chan replied that this was indeed the case. If a player uses the weapon to attack invulnerable creatures, it will destroy them. While this has not been confirmed given Arcadia's code system, it is entirely possible. This could cause the script to collapse. If he starts destroying characters, all employees can go home. Kwon Myung-chan admitted that he had made a mistake. He couldn't have predicted this. Lee Mi-yeon said that direct intervention may be necessary to prevent the worst from happening. Therefore, she submitted a request to Alice related to the bamboo stick battle event. Alice accepted the request to review the reward items, but changes were not possible and Lee Mi-yeon asked for an explanation. Alice replied that 2 patches had already been applied to the user. It was promised that no additional patches would be applied to him. Kwon Myung-chan promised that this would be the last patch related to this event. Lee Mi-yeon said that she asked him to avoid interfering beyond his authority if possible, so he has to explain everything. Kwon Myung-chan said that it was all because of that player. If it weren't for him, everything would have been different and they wouldn't have had any problems. Jae-yoon asked what he should do with the item now. Tan wondered why the energy from the item gave him goosebumps. Jae-young asked why it was so sudden and if he hadn't seen it during the battle. He said that they were now in a different dimension and that these were different things. Ellie said that the moment he was transported to this dimension, he gained enormous powers, enough to turn an entire continent upside down in one fell swoop. So this object has incredible power. Jae-yoon said that choosing a bamboo stick as a reward was indeed the right decision. After that, he received a notification that the administrator wanted to contact him. Ju-yoon wondered what he wanted to tell him. He answered the call and was then restricted from using his skills while being transported to a special space. The administrator greeted him and said her name was Helenia. She hoped he would understand. She contacted him through an item he had obtained in battle. Ju-yoon told her to get straight to the point and asked why she had called him. Looking at her race, he thought that this might not be an option, but an admin is an admin. Helenia said that the item was not intended as a reward. If it was used in Arcadia, it would affect her progress and cause her harm. Therefore, a decision was made to make adjustments. Ji-young asked if they would take back the item he had received as a reward. She replied that they would not, as he had obtained the staff fairly. This was an administrative error, so they had to get his consent to make changes. She asked if he wanted to hear the conditions. The management had prepared 3 plans. Limit the number of times it could be used, limit the scope of use, return it, and replace it with a suitable item. This is a risky decision considering the danger of a bamboo stick. Lee Mi-yeon believes that this decision will solve the problem in advance. Jae-yoon did not like any of the proposals. This means that they had thought the measures through well. He said he understood the meaning but wanted to know what he would get if he agreed. The player was calmer than the administrator expected. She said that the user reward program would decide. Since it was their fault, he would be given appropriate compensation, so she suggested looking into it. Jae-yoon asked if they would really give him such compensation. She replied that they had no right to review user compensation, but that was the case. The Arcadia administration promises to pay compensation. Perhaps this is a personal decision, but there is something else. If he helps them with this issue, their management will never harm him again. They promised not to apply additional unjustified patches to him. Helen asked how he felt about that. Jae-young asked if she had enough authority to make a personal decision. She replied that she did. She promised on her own behalf, as the CEO of Arcadia's Korean branch. Ju-young was surprised that he was talking to Lee Mi-yeon herself. She had achieved tremendous success at a young age, so he wondered if it was really her. Jae-yoon accepted the offer and she thanked him for that. Then she said that they would definitely meet again. She suggested that they work well together in the future. These words surprised Ju-yeon. The company organized a technology fair and presented a new product to the audience. At first glance, it looks like a capsule for connecting to Arcadia. It was a virtual reality integration system. When the system was loaded and an image was imagined, a unique program would read the image and bring it to life. Appropriate programming is used for this. To put it simply, it is a fantastic device capable of creating a whole world. Everything depends on the user's imagination. The company offers to test this device at the fair. Ji-young decided to give it a try. The company representative then thanked him for using their product. She told him to follow the instructions and exit. It seemed more stressful than he could have imagined. It also took a lot of energy and the picture wasn't that good. It's like limiting your imagination. Ju-young really wanted to sleep because he had been playing arcade all night. If it weren't for the assignment, he wouldn't have gone to the fair. He heard one of the employees ask who was currently using the device. The video was over 10 minutes long. The development team has been working on this for months. After that, they called the student Lim and asked his name. He replied that his name was Lim J and asked what was going on. Ju-yoon thought he had found a talent. Lim received an offer from Arcadia's personnel manager. Jae-young said it was a great offer, but Lim replied that he would still decline. It was too early for someone who was not yet 20. Then he asked if Ju-yoon really received a bamboo stick award. He was disappointed because he didn't hear the details on the broadcast. So he asked him to tell him everything, but Jae-yoon replied that he wouldn't tell him. He agreed to change the item to one that could only be used once. For this, he received 1,000,000 points of integrity. Lee Mi-yeon left him a secret message saying that he could contact her if he had any problems. A video appeared online showing that Dex had appeared. Everyone was eagerly awaiting this moment. Therefore, the entire team had to gather in Arcadia. Some players enjoyed their stay in this world. It was raining in the real world, but here they could bask in the sun. The girl replied that everything was correct and that there was no need to travel. She asked if he had also seen the final battle with bamboo sticks. He replied that of course he had, and still couldn't believe that Dex had taken part. Thanks to him, it was an interesting spectacle, and it was very original that he chose a bamboo stick as his reward. He would have chosen it himself, but he lost. She replied that he only had money on his mind, so he would have chosen a unique item, and if he could, he would have asked for not 1 but 2 or 3 sticks. Then they saw someone and thought it was Dex, but Ju-yoon didn't like the attention. And all because of that streaming system. He tried to remain unnoticed, but because of it, all his efforts were in vain. Now, no matter what he did, all eyes would always be on him, so he used his quick footwork to disappear. He ran away hoping that no one was there. Tan asked why he couldn't calm down. Jae-yoon replied that he was looking for a suitable place where there would be no prying eyes. Tan asked if it was really necessary to use a heavenly creature to escape. Shouldn't he enjoy his fame? Ellie said she felt afraid and asked what he was so afraid of. He replied that he had good reason to be afraid. Ju-yoon had been hiding for years from crazy stalkers who were pursuing him. Tana and Ellie were surprised by his answer. Then they heard a noise. One of the players received a message that Dex was there, so he was ready to turn everything upside down to check if he was there. The girl who was looking for him with him looked at the player and said that it wasn't him. Then she announced that they would check everyone's identity and asked everyone to show their faces. So it would be better for them to cooperate, and then everything would go smoothly. The player said that they appeared out of nowhere and were looking for Dexa. It was a group of crazy fans who were chasing him. It was a notorious new guild. All of its members were searching for the player Dexa. Tan said he thought he understood what was going on. Their boss was very difficult. Ellie asked what he meant. Tan replied that of course, she didn't understand anything. If someone is prominent enough to attract the attention of the community, they will follow him until he is exhausted. Ellie said that if he was talking about fanatics, then let him do what he wanted. The familiars began arguing and insulting each other again. Chae-young broke up the fight and said that they would follow him, even if he destroyed them. So he asked what he should do. Tan said he understood him because he had been in the same situation after becoming the Demon King. Someone attacked him to take his destiny, but he solved the problem by destroying them all. He did not expect that this problem would be so easily solved in the future, therefore, he spent a lot of time creating one item. It was a mask of deception. Jae-yoon said that it was not suitable for battle because it was just a mythical object. Tang asked if he had any idea how many high-level demons he had to destroy to make it. He guarantees that it is powerful. No power or skill can penetrate it and reveal his true identity. Only if he himself does not want to, so he can lend it to him. Jae-yoon asked if he was going to demand points from him in return. Tang asked if this thing would help him hide. If he gets caught, there will be problems. Therefore, it is worth using a high-quality item. He offered to give it to him for only 100,000 points, and he could use it for the rest of his life. Jae-yoon realized he had no other choice. Moreover, he received good compensation. This mask seemed to suit him best, and it will help him avoid stalks. So he agreed to Tan's offer and put it on. The guild searched the entire courtyard but couldn't find him. He wasn't at the weapon shop either, so they asked the leader what to do. The player said he couldn't have gone far. They received a message that he was here 30 minutes ago. They also paid for the screenshot, so they have to keep looking for him. The girl from the guild said that he couldn't escape from them. Jae-yoon is sure that no one can recognize him and that this thing really came in handy. Tan said that it should be effective with that many integrity points. With her help, Ju-yoon can check the market situation. Previously, he couldn't check information about items for sale or find out the price of gold. One unique item costs about 10,000 points. In comparison, the mask costs 10 billion. He didn't expect it to be so expensive. Ji-young walked past the guild members and they noticed him, but he seemed completely different to them, even though his clothes were similar to Dex's. The guild leader wondered why he had confused this guy with him. A girl from the guild said that she also thought it was him. Jae-yoon said that she was doing her job well. Tan replied that he had mentioned that, and Jae-yoon asked who the handsome guy was. Tan replied that the face belonged to a vampire named Rod, who had attacked him and whom he had destroyed. Looking into those red eyes, he remembered. He had a pale complexion and looked exactly like him. Jae-yoon said that he was being too self-conscious. Everyone turned their attention to Ji-yoon and thought he was a model. The girls thought he was handsome and wanted to talk to him. Jae-yoon said that he would quickly get tired of such a face. Tan replied that if he didn't like it, he could change his appearance. He agreed and asked why Tan didn't say so right away. Then he asked if he could take the faces of those he destroyed. Tan replied that he could. Ju-yoon said that he could have some fun with that and that he had something interesting. So he decided to have some fun while carrying out his mission. He checked the system to find out where Casillas was. Meanwhile, she was looking for the necklace and came to Pian's mine. Then she showed the image of the necklace to the man and asked if he had seen it. Baroness Mikhail called her slave explorers to work in the mine. Jae-yoon met with his ally Angelica, and she noted that she hadn't heard from him since the battle with the bamboo sticks. He replied that she had nothing to worry about, as he had simply been busy with something. She understood that he was now a celebrity, but wasn't it too much to ignore her messages? He said that the reason he contacted her was because the star witch Stella was hunting her. She was trying to survive using items he had improved, but it wouldn't work. However, she had strong magical control and combat instincts. Angelica can't handle her, especially since she couldn't survive the second round of the battle. She asked if he was suggesting she just give up. Jae-young tells her to give him the grimoire she is after and to continue developing her skills. He had prepared something for this. Casillas found them and overheard their conversation. She thinks he treats people like objects. Casillas asked why she should train this girl. Her skills are not bad, but she lacks experience. Ji-yoon wants her to follow her and learn everything. She asked if he would then do what he promised and arrange another meeting with the teacher. Jae-yoon replied that she shouldn't worry about it. It's a little difficult now, but it will be possible in time. But first, she has to find the necklace. And she should do her best to correct her mistakes. Then she will have enough courage to meet Calypso. She replied that she was going to do that anyway because there were some people who were always picking on her. Jae-yoon replied that this was true and that she also had someone who was always causing trouble. She asked him what he meant and if he also had a sword like that. He replied that it was nothing special and said that he was counting on her because he could only trust her, an expert on bad games. Casillas replied that he would make her so strong that she would survive no matter where she ended up. Angelica asked if she was talking about her. She then asked what she was going to do with her. So Yang-yoon left Angelica in Casillas' care, not even imagining how she would change under her wing. Angelica is crazy, beating her opponents until there is nothing left of them. This is how her story began. Casillas was also registered as an assistant. Before he went to the Baroness's estate, Mikhail learned about Casillas' registration as his assistant. He does not remember being connected to anyone from the Pion mine. Chae-yoon does not understand why he is being offered an alliance with someone he has no connection to. The guard said that he did not look like a resident of these lands and asked if this was his first visit. Jae-yoon said yes because he was tired of explaining. The guard told him to go in and give his documents to the guide. He approached the guide, who welcomed him to Baroness Mikhail's lands and asked if it was his first time there. If so, there were several documents he had to sign because it was an important iron ore mining site. After signing, he would be able to enter without any problems. He just needed to sign so as not to hold up the line. Chae-yoon asked what kind of contract it was with a bunch of underwater rocks. He had heard that the Baroness's lands were unfavorable for players. When he gave advice, he did not ask him to cross the line. The guide wanted to say something, but Ju-yoon stopped her. He said he wanted to speak with Baroness Mikhail in person. Then he asked where she was. He came to her mansion and she asked how he was doing. The kingdom was in chaos when he left and she was worried about him. She was glad he had returned. She was surprised that he had sent undead creatures. Then she realized that they were bodyguards. Jae-yoon noticed that she was doing something interesting. She replied that few adventurers came here, there weren't many, but she tried to hire even the most inexperienced ones. They were her cash cows, which were very hard to find at a time like this, so she had to do something. Jae-yoon thought he had created a terrible monster. He said that using adventurers would backfire on her, and that the kingdom had fallen into the hands of the Black Dragon, and that this should be taken into account. The Baroness replied that he had won the throne in a fair battle. She offered the adventurers more gold, and by order of the ruler was to provide support. She turned out to be more terrifying than Ji-yoon could have imagined. The Baroness said that if he was here, he could take the profits he had earned so far. The amount had grown from 10 to 700 gold coins in 3 months. The Baroness noted that they had invitations for high-level craftsmen. They also had organized routes for selling high-end equipment. She had so much she wanted to discuss with him. But first, she would listen to the reason why he had come. So let him ask for anything, and she would do everything to help. He said there was someone he would like to meet. After that, he went to the mine. There he saw how the players were working tirelessly to extract iron ore under the guidance of a troll. He ordered them to work faster. Chae-yoon found a player marked as an ally and noticed that he was working faster than the others. He asked the troll who this guy was. He asked if he meant their official slave number 1, and noted that he was definitely familiar with Baroness Mikhail. He was very observant. That guy was the first adventurer who tried to escape, but they caught him. And for that, they were squeezing everything they could out of him. Ji-yoon thought that with that speed, he must be at least 5th rank. He wondered how he managed to achieve that. Ju-yoon asked if he could talk to him. The troll agreed but didn't understand why he wanted to. He called slave number 1 and told him he was on break. Choi Hentak wondered if that was even possible. Choi Hentak asked the manager what had happened. After all, he had done all the work this week. Choi Hyun-tak said he was pleased to meet him and asked if he would talk to him. He became curious if this man was the user, so Choi Hentak asked who he was, and Jong Yoon replied that he was the one who would give him freedom. Hentak said that he had escaped but was caught and ended up back here. Jae-yoon asked why he signed the contract. He should have noticed when he read it. Choi Hentak replied that he just signed it without reading it. Jae-yoon asked how old he really was, and he replied that he was 15, so he said that even if it was a game, he should have read it. It's all his fault. Now he understands why they insisted that he find assistance. Ellie smelled something. Then she told Jae-yoon that the boy smelled strongly of fire. This smell comes from fire spirits or those who are closely connected to the properties of fire. Usually such people have an innate talent for blacksmithing. She hadn't seen people with such a strong smell of fire in a long time. Jae-yoon thought that with the right guidance, this boy would be quite useful and said that he could release him right away. Then he asked if he would be willing to do anything for it. Choi Hentek immediately agreed. Cho Young asked if he would even ask about the conditions. He replied that there seemed to be nothing worse than what he was doing now. He said that if he continued to behave like this, he would be deceived again. Hentak said that he would serve him forever if he fired him. He didn't want to mine iron anymore. Jae-yoon tore up his contract with the mine. After that, he checked his skills and saw that he had a closed beta tester. Arcadia was developed in strict secrecy until its release, so how could he be a closed beta tester for such a game? Jae-young asked him who he was. Choi Hentak replied that a friend had given it to him. He asked if his friend was some kind of secret director or the secret grandson of the head of one of the companies involved in the development of Arcadia. Hentek replied that he had a smart friend, but it was a secret so he couldn't talk about it. Choi Yoon suggested forgetting about it because, judging by how he was shaking, he seemed to be telling the truth. So he suggested ending this pointless conversation by calling him brother. Then he asked why they didn't test him. After that, they went to the place where the monsters lived. Hentek was surprised that he had destroyed the kobold so easily with his bare hands. He said that it was the first time he had destroyed a monster with his own hands, and asked if it was cool. Jae-yoon replied that he was on the verge of death but managed to pull through in the end. Jae-yoon believes that his combat skills are useless and his crafting skills are also poor. Crafting here is known for its complexity. Therefore, no one is perfect at it. But it's a shame that he's been here since the closed beta tests and is still at this level. Jae-young understands why he has to be his assistant and thinks it's some kind of punishment. Ellie asked if he really thinks so. He asked what she meant, and Ellie replied that a blacksmith needs not only talent, but also creative abilities to put spirit into his creations. In her opinion, these are not the most important qualities of a blacksmith. Standing in front of the heat of the fire, striking the metal with a heavy hammer, they need perseverance. This is what they need most in order to never give up. Through hundreds and thousands of blows with the hammer with unbreakable willpower, a weapon of great power is born. This is how a blacksmith should work. This child coped with a difficult situation and did not give up. Ellie thinks he has great potential, even more than anyone else. Ju Young asked her how much she knew about blacksmiths, more specifically why she thought so highly of this boy. She replied that it was a little difficult to say. Unlike other things, if such information were to leak out, it could have a major impact on the entire continent. Earlier during Calypso's intervention, he acted against his principles, and the heavens took the burden upon themselves. But this cannot be allowed to happen again. It would disrupt the order of the heavens instead of setting an example for everyone as an archangel. Ju Yoon asked if she could share the information. He was willing to offer a sufficient number of integrity points in return. Ellie replied that she might be able to do so for a guaranteed number of integrity points. Jae-yoon said that it was simple then and he would pay with his integrity, so she should tell him anything that could affect the continent. He had a personality that couldn't stand it when something interested him greatly. She asked if he was sure because it would require a lot of integrity. He replied that he had enough, so Ellie recreated her memories. Long before the first sacred battle of demons, there was an era called the mythical era. In that era, there were gods who possessed various powers and authority. There was a god of hunting, a god of music and entertainment, a god of battle, a god of justice and balance. There was also a god of time, a god of jokes, and many others. There were an infinite number of gods and cults that worshipped them. But one of them erased that era, destroying all memories of it from the people. Chaeyong asked if one sect had wiped out all the others and declared that their god was the only one. And this crazy sect is the Holy Empire that glorifies justice. They are the descendants of those who destroyed the continent. If this fact becomes known, the continent will once again be plunged into chaos. That is why the heavens are hiding. After this incident, the heavens became stronger. But in her opinion, it wasn't worth erasing the traces of other cults. In any case, they lost all their followers. Because of this, they became gods whose names no one remembers. Jo-yoon reviewed the information about Hintaka. As it turned out, he was being watched by the one who first illuminated the darkness, the father of all blacksmiths and creator of Muspelheim, the symbol of the heavens, the spear that burns all demons. His name is Vulcanus. This is the reason why he had to make the boy his assistant. He must help him grow and develop. But he is not even a master blacksmith, therefore he does not know what to do with him next. Ellie suggested taking him to the dwarves. Chaeyong replied that, as of today, the players of Arcadia had not yet discovered the existence of other species, so how can he take him to them if he has no idea where they are? She replied that she also did not know where they lived. Tan said that he knew where the dwarves were. Ellie asked him how he knew, and that if he was lying, she wouldn't let it go. He replied that they live underground and walk everywhere. His subordinates had encountered them from time to time, which is how he knew about them. Chaeyong asked how to get there. Tan replied that it was a little far from there. They had to find a desert that could be reached in about 5 days. But to do that, they would have to fly south on a wyvern. Ju-yoon knew that such a distance meant only one thing. It was one of the 5 forbidden zones. There, one could die from the debuff of the environment. He believes it is the Great Desert of Rumer. Tan said that if the master wanted, he would prepare the strongest to get there in 3 or even 1 day. Ellie was also ready to help. Ji-yoon said that of course he would go there. After some time, he reached the desired location. He met a man who said that even the inhabitants of the desert clans do not go there because of the harsh environment and dangerous monsters. He replied that he did not know what would happen if he crossed the desert because in his 60 years, he had never seen anyone go there and return alive. Chae-yoon replied that he had no choice but to find out for himself, so he went there with Hentak. The man thought that they did not understand his words. Hentak called Ju-yoon his elder and said that he wanted to tell him something. He was very grateful to Jong-yoon for giving him the equipment and asked if he could really take such wonderful items as they were very valuable. Jae-yoon told him not to worry and that he had just bought it at an auction so that his past equipment would not attract too much attention. Hentak was surprised that he had actually bought them for him. They must have been expensive, so he promised to return them when he stopped wearing them. Jae-yoon said that there was no need to return used items, that he should keep them, and that he considered them a reward for his work in the mine. In fact, it was Ju-yoon's fault, so he had to make it up to him somehow. Hentak said that it was impossible to get anything for free in Arcadia. Then he decided that he would always follow him. Ju-yoon wondered what he was thinking. After all, he had just thrown away some cheap items. Due to the heat in the desert, Hentak was exhausted and asked Ju-yoon to let him rest a little. He really wanted some water. Jae-yoon asked how he had run out of strength so quickly since they had just rested. Hentak replied that it was the infamous 5th Forbidden Zone, but he was curious how Ji-yoon was able to hold up so well. He had taken care of this in advance by using his passive skill, Ice Heart. Jae-yoon replied that he had a heat-resistant skill, so he was fine. Hentak thought that if he was so resilient, he must be just as strong. He said that they had been walking through the desert for 3 days and that it might be time to give up. Indeed, even if they were looking for something, it would be impossible to find it in such a vast area. Perhaps the information was wrong. Jae-yoon told him not to worry and that the information was definitely correct. Therefore, there was no point in discussing it. It would be better to take a few more steps forward. Hentak asked who had told him about this and how it could be true. Tan feels very good in the sun and said that it would be perfect if this guy would just shut up and let him enjoy himself. But then 2 huge scorpions approached them, and Ji-yoon used an ice blast to stop them. Then he told Hentak to deal with them. After destroying them, his level increased and his health and mana were fully restored. He received a title, and judging by the name, Ji-yoon asked if he always got strange titles. Hentak replied that he did. Jae-yoon asked what his level was. Probably over 80. Hentak replied that he was only 72. That's not a bad result considering that in 3 days he had risen from 24 to 72. It's like a legal bug. Hentak agreed with Ji-yoon. He said that then he should just follow him and not waste time on empty talk. Hentak agreed and said of course. Jae-yoon hoped that now there would be some clues. After all, he had spent a lot of integrity trying to keep his spirits up. Tan said he had a good offer. Ju-yoon asked what he meant. He replied that there was a dwarf. He is secretly known among the inhabitants of the demon world. He has golden hands and created a hellish forge that made weapons with the help of hellfire. He is a strange creature who deals with demons, but he is truly talented, so he is probably well known among the dwarves. Ju-yoon asked what was going on with him. Tang said that he was curious about how his subordinates were doing after his expulsion. Maybe he would let him go and give him control of his body for a while. He could call him to find out where the dwarves were. Ju-yoon said that he was back to his old ways. Tan replied that he was a familiar and bound to him, but he also works and watches over the demon world. Perhaps Ellie is in the same situation. Jong-yoon said that it seemed really hard for them. He asked if there was any reason to refuse the offer. Tan was delighted that he agreed and said that there was no reason to refuse. Tan entered his body and summoned the spirit of Tane. He said that it had been a long time. He had been feeling this heat and powerful sandstorm for a very long time, and the heat here was surprisingly weak compared to the hellish fire. Ellie suggested they stop the unnecessary conversation and asked him to just tell her what he had promised. Chae-young thought he was very loud. Teen was surprised that the devil and the archangel were working together. Then he wondered where his homeland was. Looking around, he said that it was right under their feet. He could feel the energy, and it was definitely the energy of the Sand Forge. This was the last arc of the dwarf race for whom he had sacrificed himself to the point of death. Ji-yoon said that he had suffered and wasted his points of integrity. All this to ask him a question, and the answer was right under his feet. He asked what he should do. Probably dig the sand until he saw the entrance. Tane asked why he was using such a complicated method. There was a much simpler way. Ji-yoon asked Hentak to step aside. Then he used a hammer. Hentak asked where he got the hammer. He didn't understand what Young-yoon was doing. Jae-yoon said that it was actually an easy way. He struck a few times and they felt something give way beneath them. In a moment, they were close to the desired location. Tane felt nostalgic because he could see the city again. Jae-yoon realized that this was the city of the dwarves. For this, he received the title of Relentless Explorer. He received a quest to meet the dwarves. The inhabitants of this hidden city saw that someone had infiltrated their ranks, so they had to destroy this person. In the script department, one employee asked another what he thought. He believed that it was time for elves and dwarves to appear in the story. According to the script, a battle will take place between them. Players must choose a side in the conflict and fight alongside them, but the balance could be upset. Kan Tae-hoon, the head of the scriptwriting team, asked why. He replied that dwarves have a highly developed trait of contempt for other races. In the previous scenario, humans formed an alliance with the elves and defeated the dwarves. Because of this, players who choose the dwarves will have to rebuild relations. This would cause players who side with the elves to be biased, as they are easier to play. Kang Tae-hoon thinks this makes sense. But he has a different opinion. He asked if the dwarves would have their own driving force. It doesn't matter how complex someone's temperament is. There are times when you have to get close to others through force. Thanks to these relationships with people, they will be able to gain the necessary benefits. It's like the relationship between a graduate student and his students. He thought that the same relationship exists with a manager. High-level items are also created by the dwarves. If they enter the game of crafting items that exist in Arcadia, it will throw everything out of balance. If it is difficult, you will still have to build relationships. This would mean that a force would emerge that would take Arcadia's economy to a new level. It might even be possible to obtain mythical items that have not yet appeared. Hentak asked Chae-yoon if he had also just received a quest. He replied that he had, but that he thought it would be difficult. In the past, the dwarves tended to strongly despise other races. This included humans. This led to an interracial war, which they lost. This is probably why they are still hiding underground. Hentak asked if they really dislike humans. Ji-yoon said it was obvious. The dwarves said that people they hated had appeared here, so they want to contact the assault squad to destroy them. One of them said how dare they enter their fortress. They would make them regret it. Jae-yoon was surprised that they had a separate reserve group, and they reacted quickly. Tae said that it seemed like they were still following the rules he had set. Hentak asked what they should do. Considering the quest, was it worth arguing with them? Ju-yoon replied that there was nothing else they could do. He couldn't stand them. So he decided to use the hammer. The dwarves noticed the familiar weapon and thought that there could be no mistake, that it was definitely Mr. Teen's weapon. But that was impossible because he had died in the past during a battle with the elves. They asked how he could even hold the hammer in his hands. He replied that he was Tae himself, and they were living so well after his death. They noticed the gleam in his eyes and his manner of speaking. Therefore, there can be no mistake, and it is definitely Mr. Tae. After that, they raised their left fist to their chest. Ellie knew what this meant. She had heard about it. It was a sign of great respect for dwarves. After that, the quest to establish good relations with the dwarves was complete. Tae said that his homeland was the best. He was very pleased to meet his descendants. They thanked Ji-yoon for allowing them to meet Mr. Tae, even if only for a moment. The reception seemed even better than Ju-yoon had expected. The dwarf said that even though he was a human, he had been sent by Tae himself, so they should speak politely. The dwarf Bale asked if they could talk to Tae again, because he saved his life during the final battle with the elves. Jae-yoon said that it was a little complicated. A boy approached him and asked where Tae was now, probably in the gnome paradise of Dorado. Tan asked Ji-yoon where he thought an old man who enjoyed destroying everyone with his hammer would go, to heaven or hell. Ellie said that the battle was noble in which the dwarves defended their race, but the way he fought showed his selfishness. This is a major flaw for rebirth as a heavenly being. Tae asked Ji-yoon not to tell anyone where he was. So Jae-yoon said that he was living happily in Dorado. The boy asked him to pass something on. Jae-yoon replied that he could hear him. The boy said that when he grew up, he would become a warrior like Tae and join the Hammer Squad. He wanted to destroy everyone just like him, and then they could meet again in paradise. Jae-yoon thought that maybe they would meet in hell. As is well known, dwarves are destined from birth to take up the hammer. The dwarf said that every inhabitant of their city was a blacksmith, engineer, and architect. Their race was rich in talent. This place was ruled by his father, Byron. He is a member of the Council of Elders, where the future of the dwarf clan is discussed. It is one of the 3 best smithies in Hellion. The master blacksmith Byron asked if he wanted to teach this boy. Ji-young replied that he dreamed of becoming a blacksmith, but his skill level is not high enough for that yet. However, he has strength and determination, so with a little training, he could become something great. Byron replied that it was difficult, even though he was an apostle. He didn't like the idea of accepting and teaching someone from a lower race. He said that a young man had just joined their workshop, so he would have to compete with him. They got to work and the boy told Hentaku how it went. He replied that the other boy had done better. They had both made a dagger. Byron said that it was very poor. Even though humans are a weak race with low agility, it was still too much. Therefore, he promised to try, but did not think it was worth expecting anything better. Chae-young told him not to worry about it. He would be grateful that Byron was simply giving him a chance to learn. Hentak said he would try very hard. Hentak asked Jae-yoon if he was really going to leave him there. He replied, "Did you really think I was going to sit here with you forever?" Hentak replied that not exactly, but he thought they would travel together for a while. Jae-yoon asked him to give him his hammer. Then he asked if he always used it to make equipment. Hentak replied that he did. There was no need to replace it, and he didn't have enough money. Ji-yoon decided to unlock the hammer's potential using his integrity points. He couldn't believe that it would cost 350 points, but he decided to improve the item. He asked Hentak to do his best for him in the future. Thanks to this, the hammer's potential was unlocked. The item's abilities were completely changed. Hentaka will have to work hard to become someone who will make his name famous. He must strive to overcome all difficulties and pain. He must overcome all obstacles and surpass everyone, tempering himself like steel. He must become the best blacksmith and proudly show himself to the world as his apostle. Steel and flame, his body is named after the god of blacksmiths, Vulcan. He must glorify his name, and to do so, he must constantly work to reach the top. Hentak received an improved mythical hammer from Vulcanus. Receiving this item caused a contradiction between the quest and the scenario in the system. Alice conducted an analysis. Due to numerous errors, she attempted to use special powers, but they were revoked. The oldest fire appointed the player as a candidate for the apostles. Hentak received a quest to follow the erased god. Hentok does not understand how Chaeyeon did it. He replied that he himself did not know that it was possible to make an item of such rank. It is not a unique item, but a mythical one. It turns out that when the properties and characteristics of an object are combined, a synergy arises between them. This is new information for him. Tan asked how Vulcanus was able to transfer his power. Wasn't he just the shell of a god who had lost his divinity? Some dwarves still remember Vulcanus. But did he really have enough power left to exert direct influence? Just maintaining his existence is already a difficult task. Tan and Ellie believe that if Chaeyoon has so much integrity about such things, he could have given it to them. Chaeyoon asked what made them look so insightful. Hentak said that this item seemed to him to be related to the title of the oldest fire he had received in the mine. And now a quest had appeared. Jae-yoon told him not to try to complete the quest right now. Perhaps in the future he would encounter the Holy Empire and first needed to improve his skills. Hentak asked if he could take the hammer. Jae-young replied that of course he could. He himself could not use it. If he succeeded, that would be payment enough. Hentak replied that he had decided to try to become the best blacksmith, and when the day came when he could pay him back, he would use his powers to help him. Hentak became his assistant, and as a reward, Jae-yoon gained access to the assistant system. He could now receive the stats created by his assistants. That's how he got 3 assistants: the battle mage Angelica, the master of all weapons, Cassius, and the apostle of Vulcanus, and master blacksmith Hentak. As a result, these 3 became famous in Arcadia as the most vicious players. Jae-yoon said that he had finished his homework and it was time to put his plan into action. The Black Dragon of Darkness noticed that the number of streamers playing in Arcadia had increased significantly lately. This is understandable since she is watched all over the world. She thought that maybe she should start streaming too. She found a video and thought that this streamer had gone mad. She went to the slime territory. This girl's name is Tina. Today they have planned a joint expedition. She and Bruce, a 3rd rank warrior, went hunting for slimes. Another low-level user is helping them. Bruce said hello and introduced himself. Tina said that she is the woman who will defeat all the slimes. Bruce will help her with this. He replied that of course he could defeat creatures like slimes, but the audience was dissatisfied. They accused them of destroying the player they took with them and then running away. Hunting high-level monsters together with low-level players she accidentally met is Tina's main content. This method was suggested by her multi-channel company that invests in Arcadia. After heavy losses, they realized that Arcadia was a different world. Therefore, they created a system to prevent competition between streamers. Due to the incident, Tina must restore her image or risk losing her contract. The company has developed a plan to restore her image, and it is very simple. She has to create a situation where she is surrounded by monsters, but this time she needs to responsibly save a low-level player. The agency even provided her with a player of the 34th rank. That should be enough. During the stream, Tina asked the viewers if there were any players passing by. She decided to offer him something. When she saw the player, she approached him and asked if he was busy. Then she suggested that they hunt slimes together. He was surprised by the offer, but Tina assured him that she wasn't some weird person and that he shouldn't get the wrong idea. She was a streamer, and her content involved low-level users. The player pointed out that it would be difficult for just the 2 of them to destroy a slime. Tina said not to worry. She was a level 100 wizard and her partner was level 134. Together, they would be able to defeat the boss. After thinking about it, he agreed. As it turned out, it was Ju-yoon who had put on a mask and asked him to take care of him. He was just passing by but suddenly came across something interesting. Tan asked if he was out of his mind and why he was wasting his time. Ellie also agreed that it was a foolish decision on his part. As a guardian angel, she advised him to stay away from these people. Jae-yoon said he knew that. Ali then asked why he agreed to go with them. He said he was going with them to see how the slimes lived. He also wanted to test the effectiveness of an item. He thought about the possible options for the mythical item, the Deceiver's Mask. It was a good opportunity to test his guesses. Tina asked if she could find out his nickname so she could send him an invitation to the party. He replied that his nickname was Chocolate Cake Joa. She found this nickname and added him, so everything worked out. As Ju-yoon had thought, the Deceiver's Mask not only changed one's appearance, but also helped hide information in Arcadia. It also allows you to register in the system as a completely different person. Tina talked to Bruce and asked him where he got his shield. He said he got it from a monster he was hunting during the incident with Argamer. It seems that monster was something like a field boss. She thinks it's incredible and that the rankers are completely different. He replied that there are many players stronger than him. He heard that someone defeated the Black Flame Dragon and wants to be like him. Tina could star in a commercial. Tan suggested destroying them, and Ju-yoon replied that they were streaming and needed to earn money too. Tina apologized for talking about themselves. He said they could continue. Tina thinks he's pretending to be cool but is actually nervous. Then she decided to check his level. If he is level 52, he cannot hunt slimes. He said he joined because they invited him, but he doesn't want to be a burden. Tina said that everything would be fine. She is sure that now she will be able to film how she saves a newbie. After that, they went to the slime land. Bruce said that they found what they were looking for, but that there were too many of them. Tina thinks they can handle that many. Bruce wasn't expecting that and tried to calm himself down. She was only thinking about how many views she would get if she filmed the video properly. Jae-yoon was lost in his thoughts, thinking that the slimes would be happy to finally meet him. They still looked very cute. After that, they decided to start hunting slimes together with Joa's level 52 chocolate cake. She told Bruce to take care of the other side. He agreed and asked her to step back a little. This was the first time Ju-yoon had seen someone fighting in Arcadia. Before that, he either destroyed or seduced other players. In his opinion, the slimes are stronger than he could have imagined. Each of them is between levels 80 and 90. They also have a collective consciousness for attack and a high team spirit, making them difficult to defeat. The only way to defeat them is to take them all on at once. Then Ju-yoon notices that the slimes are about to attack him. Tina realizes that this is her chance. She stood in front of him to protect him and told him to be careful because it was dangerous. But she used up all her mana and could no longer use her defense, so she decided to rest a little until her mana recovered. Bruce told her not to worry because he could handle that many on his own. He also asked Ji-yoon not to go anywhere and to stand behind him. Tina was delighted that the audience was leaving good reviews. If things continued like this, everything would be perfect. Of course, she felt sorry for the newcomer. Ellie said that something was wrong with these people, even though they were protecting their master. Tan said that they took a player worse than themselves for their own benefit. They were pushing him toward their boss, pretending to protect him. Tan asked Ji-yoon if he was really going to let them use him. After all, they only need him to make themselves look better. Jae-yoon said he would talk to himself, so they should not pay attention to it. Now he also wants to shoot a good video. Tina said that they had cleared the area. Then she suggested taking a 10-minute break and praised everyone for their work. Then she looked through the comments. Some people noted that the third guy hadn't raised his level at all. She also didn't see any effect from the level. Then she asked what percentage of his experience level was. He asked why she was asking about that. Tina replied that it looked like his level hadn't gone up at all even though they had been hunting for a long time. Jae-yoon replied that it was probably because he had recently increased his level. She replied that she understood and suggested that he subscribe to her and like her posts. He asked if they always hunted only slimes. Tina replied that they did. It seemed to him that they were rushing. But doesn't it get boring to only kill slimes? So he suggested going to a more difficult place. He thinks that a group of orcs would be more suitable for the two of them. Bruce noted that his level is still low, so he doesn't know much about it. A horde of orcs is different from this place. They are difficult to destroy, even for hundreds of rankers. Slimes are already top-tier enemies. You need to be a little stronger to take on orcs. Jae-yoon asks if they lack confidence. If the two of them aren't going, then he'll go alone. And then he said that if they were interested in hunting orcs, they should subscribe to his channel, because he had just started streaming. The name of his channel is Everyday Life of a Destroyer. He said goodbye to them and told them they would meet again. All the viewers who knew about this channel, which only had 2 videos, couldn't believe that he was the celebrity. So most of the viewers switched to his stream. Tina doesn't understand what happened. The number of viewers decreased until there was no one left. She doesn't understand how this is possible. He took all her viewers away from her. Meanwhile, Ju-yeon started his stream. He greeted everyone and asked if they could hear him well. Viewers began to leave comments and ask about his skill level. Jae-yoon replied that it didn't matter. Because he wasn't going to destroy them, his friends would do it for him. He activated the Slime Savior title effect and called them. A moment later, the Slime Queen approached him along with the other slimes. Jae-yoon said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and told them that the orcs had escaped, so he wanted to deal with them. But he needed their help. Tina and Bruce sensed something strange and he thought it was an earthquake. But then they saw the queen of the slimes in front of them. What they saw next surprised them even more. Joa's chocolate cake was standing on top of her and said that now they had to go to the orc horde. The audience doesn't understand how he got the title of Slime Savior. They reached the right place in the Blue Thunder Tribe's territory and the slimes attacked the orcs. The orcs wanted to chase the slimes away, saying that this was their territory and that they should leave. Chae-yoon asked Tan what they had just said. He replied that he didn't understand, but probably something like that because they had entered their territory. But there was no need to understand what they were saying. Jae-yoon realized that there was no need to understand because the slimes were actively attacking them. Then the orc commander joined the battle. The slime queen attacked him, but he struck back. Ju-yoon told her that everything was fine because he was with her. He used his virtue points to temporarily strengthen the slime queen. For 5 minutes, all her stats were increased. The queen felt stronger and struck the orc commander, destroying him. Ju-yoon realized that it would all end quickly. But there was nothing he could do about it, and perhaps that was the advantage of live broadcasting. He asked the audience if they enjoyed the broadcast. The viewers couldn't believe that the slimes had actually defeated the orcs. The slimes completely captured their territory, so now it belongs to them. Ji-young told the queen that now that she had so many friends, the former space had become a little cramped. But now they had a new home. Thanks to their victory, the slimes' stats began to improve. Named slimes with special abilities joined their race. Some of them are now at level 120. Some are at level 150. They rose 40 levels in one fell swoop. Now it will be difficult for even experienced rankers to defeat a single slime. Thanks to this, they can rest easy for a while, because Jae-yu still felt a slight unease. But the most important thing is that the Queen of Slimes is evolving into a new entity. She has transformed into the Slime Queen and her level has now risen to 200. The stream viewers realize that now no one could defeat her. Tina and Bruce felt her power from 2 kilometers away. They don't understand what kind of skill range this is. Tina thinks that this simply cannot be. Jae-yoon received thanks from the queen. Now he has the title of Slime Saint. Therefore, they will listen to everything he says. Seeing this, the audience doesn't understand what's going on. They are curious about who this person really is. Tana became curious about why he cares so much about them. After all, he has been helping them from the very beginning, and there must be a special reason for this. Jae-yoon replied that of course there is a reason. Then he asked if they weren't cute. Tan said that was exactly what he meant. After this incident, rumors spread about a slime invasion. Everyone was talking about how the slimes had taken over the orc camp. Therefore, the Korean branch of Arcadia organized an emergency meeting on this issue. But they couldn't impose any sanctions on Ju-yoon for using a legitimate game system. After that, several interested players tried to attack the orc camp, where the slimes now live, but they were helpless against the slimes. Their opponents were slimes with incredible physical strength of level 120, but that wasn't the really scary part. It was their sheer number that frightened them. No matter how many times they were defeated, their endless appearance was enough to completely break the hearts of the users. Slimes were born as the weakest monsters in Arcadia, but they turned into a force capable of influencing the entire continent if they wanted to. And the one who had always been interested in them naturally became their master. Thanks to his stream, Ju-yoon gathered 36,710,000 subscribers. Viewers left various comments. This was more than he expected, but considering that there are channels with over 100 million subscribers, it's not that big of an achievement. But for them, it's a way to make money, so it's not worth comparing. He received many strange messages inviting him to corporate meetings. He started broadcasting to make money, but if you weigh all the pros and cons, live streaming is not a bad idea. So, with a mask to hide his identity, he can continue doing this because no one will ever know who he really is. He called the company that sent him the messages. They work with various channels, so they decided to offer him a collaboration as well. Jae-young talks to the CEO of the company, whose name is Cho So-wook. He would like to discuss the details of the contract with him. Iplis is an entertainment company. Jae-yoon made an appointment with the director and arrived at the company. He thought he might have come to the wrong place because the company was much smaller than he had imagined, but he decided to check anyway. Cho So-wook said that their office was not very big. He was in a hurry and found this convenient location. His employees live nearby and the area is not bad. Jae-yoon admitted that it was smaller than he expected. It was his first time signing a contract, so he contacted the company that made the first offer. He was interested in whether the company worked with any other streamers. It would be nice to see some examples of their work. But they don't have a single streamer. They are a new company, but their employees are very talented. Therefore, the director asks him to trust them. He promises that Ju-yoon will not regret it. They have connections with GM Group. Ju-yoon asked for more details. Initially, they were responsible for marketing and public relations for GM Group, but the team was disbanded due to a recent incident. The incident began with a video posted on Ju-yoon's channel, but the director said they did not hold a grudge against him. On the contrary, they were happy to see him. They applied to a new department in Arcadia to be responsible for the promotion and marketing of GM Group. However, they were unable to achieve anything and took responsibility for what happened and left the company. After that, they were laid off. But he is ready to take the most desperate steps, so he asks Ju-won to believe in their company. So Ju-won wondered if it was worth it. He wouldn't work for such a company himself. He also thinks the director is very emotional and needs more achievements. Therefore, Ju-yoon decided to give it a try, but only on one condition. Under no circumstances should they disclose his personal information. The same applies to what is shown in the video. No one should be shown this, not even family or friends. No excuses will be accepted. They must maintain complete confidentiality. If they cannot maintain confidentiality, the contract will be terminated. But he can go even further in his actions. Cho Seo-wook agreed and said that protecting personal information is something they must protect. His opponent is a mysterious player who intends to reveal his identity. But this is not mistrust, it is a threat. Therefore, he must keep his personal information secret. If he fails to do so, it is unclear what will happen to him. So he has to put everything he has into this contract. They agreed on this, and Jong-yoon agreed to sign the contract. After that, the CEO asked an employee to take care of the files. The employee asked what was wrong with him. He looked like he had been in a battle. Cho Seo-wook said that everything was fine, but that he had to take care of the user's files. They opened the video and saw something that looked like an underground cave or some kind of tunnel. It looked like the video was exploring an underground labyrinth, but they didn't understand where it was filmed because they had never seen this place before. Then the director understood everything. He said it was a city of dwarves. They uploaded the new video and viewers immediately started leaving comments, not understanding what was happening. One of the dwarves said that they needed more workers and asked Ju-yoon if he knew any potential blacksmiths. If someone came on his recommendation, he wouldn't care that they were human. The viewers became curious and wanted to visit this place. Cho Seo-wook knew about the effect but didn't think the video was real. He didn't expect everything to be so wonderful. The company was previously an unknown agency, but now they are receiving many inquiries. He can imagine the commotion going on at Arcadia's headquarters. In his opinion, this streamer looks very young but has a big influence on Arcadia, so he is curious about who he really is. Chu-yoon decided to call the director to tell him that he enjoyed watching the video. He didn't make any additional requests, but they edited everything well, so he thanked them for that. Cho So-wook said they were just doing their job. Jae-yoon informed him that he had sent him another video by email and asked him to check it, work on it, and upload it. He also asked him not to hide any information about the items that appear in the video. He would understand everything when he watched the video. This is because, in addition to the video revealing the existence of dwarves, there is also a video revealing the items. However, he is not sure if the item will attract attention. The employee offered him coffee. Choso Wook thanked him but had to continue because the streamer had sent a new video showing the discovery of the object. The video is quite short, but when he saw it, he was very surprised. The director cannot believe that this is a mythical object. The video was added to the channel as usual and began to bring about major changes. Because of this, an emergency meeting was held at the Arcadia headquarters. A large number of users abandoned their everyday lives and began to go to the rumor desert. Among them were many representatives of large guilds. They all operate on a corporate basis. Their priority was the benefits that could be gained from the City of Dwarves. For most Arcadia users, this became their main concern. Everyone wanted to benefit from the Dwarf City. Jae-young said that it is not for nothing that people say that one should live in places with good air. He likes the quiet and peaceful atmosphere. After strengthening the slime, removing the key growth points of other adventurers, revealing information, and drawing attention to the desert, Ellie thinks that Ju-yoon's next step will be to reveal another creature from the House of the Elves. So she will go there to the place where the remains of the battle between demons and heavenly beings have been preserved. Alice tried to deactivate all existing tasks and switch to real-time task creation mode. Now Ju-yoon has to persuade the dwarves to negotiate with the elves. He has a friendly relationship with the dwarves, so all that remains is to persuade the elves. But he doesn't know how to persuade them and wants to work out a few options on the way there. He is concerned that he still knows nothing about this race. But they have formed an alliance with humans, so they should not be hostile. Tan said that something unexpected had happened. Jae-young asked what had happened, and he replied that he needed to go to the underworld for a short time. Jae-young noticed that he looked somewhat troubled. He said that a difficult situation had arisen. Ellie had heard that one of his subordinates had started a rebellion. At this rate, he could lose his position. Tan told her to stop because he was not in the mood right now. He promised Ju-yoon that he would return as soon as possible. And if Ellie kept talking nonsense, she shouldn't just forgive her. He was referring to the agreement regarding integrity points. After that, he left, saying that he would quickly fix everything in return. Ju-yoon told him to be careful. But he was troubled by this greed for virtue points. But there was nothing strange about that. He had a reason to be concerned. Of the 1,000,000 integrity points collected, only 300,000 remained. Jae-yoon told Ellie that if she also wanted to visit heaven, she could do so. He would just go to his destination and manage on his own. Ellie replied that this was exactly the situation she had been waiting for. She deliberately planned everything this way so she could be alone with him. Jae-yoon asked what she meant. Ellie believed that demons had no chance of success and did not understand what trust was. Therefore, a little encouragement was enough to make them submit. Uriel from the heavenly world is constantly getting in the way. That's why this flying mouse must have started to suffer from severe headaches. After these words, he understood everything. She deliberately provoked a coup in the underworld by sending angels there. This was so that Ton would descend into the underworld on his own. Jae-young asked why she had to go so far. She replied, "Are you really asking because you don't know?" and reminded him of the incident on Mount Fian, which was connected to the destroyed sanctuary, but she was not going to blame him for it, because she believed that he had been deceived. Therefore, all evil done out of ignorance can be forgiven. Jae-yoon thanked her and thought that Tan Chika had been blamed for the incident. He asked Ellie what she wanted from him if she had gone so far to get rid of Tan, so she definitely had something to say. Ellie replied that she wanted justice. Now they're going to the hidden village of the elves, and she is 100% sure of that. He didn't understand how she found out, since he had spoken to the dwarves himself, while Ellie and Tan were busy with the ignoramus. Ellie said that a precious item was sealed there. The Lord of Chaos, the ruler of demons, is under his command. He asked how valuable this item was if it was called Tan's most precious possession. Ellie replied that he would understand better when he saw it, but she suggested destroying it when they got there, and so that no trace of it remained. Jae-young did not understand why he should do this. The sanctuary was hidden inside Mount Fian. There lay the item that had allowed him to make a contract with Ellie. It seemed to be a very important place for the heavens, but she had never mentioned what happened there before. But suddenly, she unexpectedly remembered that incident. This is not like her. Could the item sealed in the elf village be that important? He didn't know what Ellie was thinking. She said that her explanation wasn't detailed enough. As for the plan, she had thought it out recently. But the decision on how to deal with the item had been made hundreds of years ago. She asked if he knew about the decision of the angels and demons, namely why they were trying so hard to conclude a contract and gain influence over the people of Arcadia. He asked if it was because of their integrity. Ellie said that was correct. The more influence they exert through the contract, the more decency points they receive. But there was another more important reason. It was done solely to rub salt in the wounds of their enemy. She had to take revenge on him, because he dared to destroy the sanctuary of the heavens. Moreover, the path lies where his precious possession is located, so they have to take advantage of this. His thoughts turned out to be wrong. This is not like her. It is the first time he has seen such crazy eyes and obsession with revenge, and that says something. It feels as if their manner of communication has changed due to the change in the demon and angel's attitudes. It's as if they've switched places. Jae-yoon said he understood her, but she shouldn't forget that he wasn't going to the elves for that reason. It was an important mission for him. She laughed and said that she also didn't want to stand in his way. After a while, they reached their destination. The Great Forest of Emil, along with a large desert, is one of the 5 largest regions of Arcadia. According to information received from the dwarves, an elf village was located somewhere here. This place was indeed worthy of such creatures. It was good that he was able to get here without incident, but some changes had taken place. Jae-young learned that there was not a single elf soul in heaven. Ellie said that when an elf dies, it goes to its spirits, not to heaven or the underworld. Therefore, it is impossible to summon their souls. Most likely, the demon would face exactly the same situation. Ju-yoon doesn't know what to do now. He planned to summon the elf's soul. This would help find the destination. Ellie said she had a good idea. There are no elven souls in heaven. But there are people who had a close connection with them, so she summoned the archer Amelia to show them the way. She said they needed to cross the old forest. There, they could reach the elf village, but evil spirits of old trees lived in those places, so they had to be careful. Jae-yoon realized he had no choice. It was the only way. Then he saw a spirit and said that it had excellent hearing. He only had to say one word and it immediately appeared. Jae-yoon asked if he was interested in his eye. Then he would be able to dodge everything without making any unnecessary movements. It seems that we are talking about a giant who possesses only physical strength. After that, the tree spirit tried to attack him. Jae-young struck back using his skills. He believes that attacking skills are important. He likes everything, but it is difficult to control his strength. Because of this, the consumption of integrity points is quite high, but he decided that he would adjust better in the future. He destroyed the monster and moved on, not noticing that the elves were watching him. Amelia told him that he could easily continue on his own from this point. Ahead lies the territory of the elves, therefore monsters do not even come close to it. Ju-yoon thanked her because thanks to her strength, he was able to get here. She asked him to fulfill one request when he met the elves. Amelia wanted to know something about one elf, so she asked him to check if an elf named Pale was still alive. If he was still alive, he had to destroy him. And it had to be done as painfully as possible, with all the cruelty he could muster. At first, his fate was to disappear at the hands of the dwarves. But she saved him, risking her own life. At that moment, they promised to love each other forever. But he betrayed her and started spending time with other elves, not just one, but several. So she asked him to avenge her. She wants him to feel like he's already dead. She asks him to keep hitting him until he can't breathe. Ju-yoon promises to think about it. Ellie said that this is why she says that one should not date members of other races. Ju-yoon asked what she meant. First, elves do not have the same concepts of love and marriage as humans. They do not believe in being faithful to only one partner. If Amelia was close to the elves and was able to obtain the strange title of honorary elf, then she should know this well. Therefore, there is no need to be offended by the fact that they act in their own way. Amelia apologized for making such a difficult request. She decided to return to heaven. In fact, she is a good person, if you don't take into account her thirst for revenge. But Ellie thinks differently. She no longer wants to summon her. At that moment, Young-yoon noticed that someone was attacking him with an arrow. The elves warned him that if he tried to do anything, he would immediately be shot. He realized that he was surrounded, but that was to be expected from the elves. Ju-yoon asked Ellie if humans weren't friends with elves. After all, they had gone into battle together. Ellie replied that at that time they didn't have enough people, so they agreed. But they don't like humans as much as they like dwarves. Jae-yoon asked why, and Ellie replied that humans were scarier than elves. After that, the elves approached them and told them not to move. He said that they looked like average elves. After that, they tied his hands and took him to their village. They also blindfolded him. He wanted to find out where their settlement was if possible, but more than an hour passed with his hands and eyes bound. In addition, due to the change in direction, he lost his sense of distance. The elves turned out to be more cautious. Perhaps everything would not be as easy as he had expected. Then they untied his eyes and he thought about where they were. They passed by the place where the world tree slept. One of the elves approached the tree and touched it, and an entrance opened. Jae-young realized that this place was impossible to find. He would never have found it on his own. This was the world tree, Yggdrasil. Its roots support the entire Arcadia, and it is considered a symbol of nature and the mother of the elves. Going inside, he saw a sword. Ju-yoon wondered what Tanchik had done. Ellie said that he was gradually beginning to understand what was going on. Now he had no choice but to fulfill her request. The elves, seeing a human on their territory, could not believe their eyes. The boy asked his mother if all humans looked so ugly. The queen of the elves, Melissa, approached him because she had learned that a human had entered the forest and was searching their territory. The elves were surprised that the queen had come here personally because of a human. Ju-yoon was also surprised that she had been watching him. From the moment he entered the forest, through the spirits of the forest, she was able to see many things. He asked if Ellie couldn't have told him about this earlier. The queen said she wanted to ask him one question. How did he acquire the art of archery that was used against the monsters? Jae-yoon had been waiting for her to ask this and said that it was Amelia. She couldn't believe it because she had died many years ago. But if the person who found the elven forest said so, then it must be true. She asked the rangers to release this man. After all, they needed to talk, and she asked them not to worry about her. She understood why they were upset. The queen told Ju-yoon to follow her and she would take him to a quieter place. He asked Ellie if she knew anything about Amelia. She only knows about her reputation among the elves. Ju-yoon understood from the queen's gaze that he was not friendly, but rather fearful. The queen said that this was the first time she had heard that Amelia had a human student. He replied that he had not studied art directly from her. It could be considered an archery school that she had founded. She replied that by human standards, a long time had passed and she understood. He asked what she was like if everyone reacted so strongly to her name. As far as he knew, she was one of the few people who had received the title of honorary elf. The queen replied that she was a little embarrassed to talk about it, but she was indeed crazy. Jae-yoon knew this well. She was obsessed with elves, But as soon as an elf appeared, she would go crazy with envy and compete with her. Amelia walked around as if she wanted to monopolize all the elves, but her obsession with Peel was particularly strong. She threatened to destroy him, and she forced him to marry her. Because of her, the queen had a hard time, as she had to wait 40 years until she died to be with Peel. The queen thought he had come to avenge her, but surely these worries were pointless. Ju-yoon said she shouldn't worry. She asked him why he had come if he was not connected to her. After all, his journey had been difficult, so it was hard to think of it as mere curiosity. He waited for her to ask about it and showed her the agreement to open a regular trade route. The queen realized that he was not an archer, but a merchant. She thought there was something strange about this and had a feeling of déjà vu that she couldn't ignore. The material they needed was somewhere in their possession, and then she saw the signature of the dwarves. Chae-yong decided to introduce himself to her. He said that he was a representative of a peaceful delegation of humanity who had visited the Sandforge. He knew about the battle that did not end in a truce. It was said that after a period of calm, at some point, both sides broke off contact and severed all ties with each other. But a lot of time had passed, and the moment had come to open a new era. The agreement stated that the hostilities between the elf and dwarf clans would cease. The natural side must not violate the agreement. This is not just an exchange of materials, but a peace agreement. The queen said that he seems to be telling the truth, but she cannot believe that the dwarves made such an offer. Ju-young did not expect her to believe him right away. He said that the elves' obsession with appearance and contemptuous attitude seemed to be at a higher level than that of the dwarves. The queen asked if, according to the proposal, the items to be traded were elven fruit wine and branches from the world tree. Ji-young added that if possible, he would like to ask for things such as spirit stones and fairy wing powder, but she could not accept the proposal. Therefore, she informed him of her refusal. Ju-young said that he understood that it was difficult for her, but she could make adjustments to some points if she wished. The queen replied that this was not the problem. The decision was made only because her people did not have the resources. Ju-yoon asked if he could know the details. She said that she did not think it was a problem that should be shared with a man, so if he had no more business with her, he should return. The queen offered to take him back to where he met the rangers. Ju-yoon felt that she wasn't even giving him a chance to talk. His mission had failed, and he didn't know that it would turn out this way. He didn't know what to do now, but he couldn't just give up and retreat. Ellie said that she told him he would have no choice but to do as she asked. He asked if she knew that everything would turn out this way. Ellie asked if he would at least listen to her proposal. Perhaps it would be of great benefit to him. Once upon a time, a battle between demons and heavenly beings flooded Arcadia with blood. In this battle, angels and demons fought fiercely. It was the World Tree itself, not any of the races, that saved many lives. Those who grew up on the land belonging to the tree were safe under its shade. The power of the tree made it impossible to use attacking skill. Therefore, living beings in this area were safe. This helped prevent a battle around the tree, and it became a refuge for the weak. But the battle could not end easily, and an incident occurred. For some reason, an object got stuck in the bark of the World Tree. This object has the divine energy of the demon world and absorbs everything, turning it into darkness. Since then, the elves have been busy protecting the World Tree. The coordinates of the city are kept secret. Therefore, trade carries the risk of revealing the location of the tree to the outside world, and that is not beneficial for the elves. That is why the queen refused. Ju-yoon realized that this was why she had suggested destroying the object. This was her minimum condition for the elves to accept the offer. Ellie replied that everything was correct. Ju-yoon decided to appeal to the queen. She said there was no point in talking, but he said he had one last request and asked her to follow him. If she did so, he would leave this place. So she agreed and went with him to the tree. Jae-yoon said that this distance should be enough. The queen asked why they had come here. She did not understand what he was going to do. Up close, the tree seemed really huge to him. He asked Ellie what he should do, but he didn't think that an object made of divine energy could be easily destroyed. He said that someone must have tried to do this before. Ellie said she had an idea for such a case. She gave him a sword and said that with such a weapon, he would be able to destroy the divine object without effort. The tactic was very simple. Destroy a divine object with a divine object. She even agreed to give him a discount on his virtue points because he was making a good investment. He was surprised that she was so willing to show him various items. Ellie replied that she was willing to do anything to get back at the demon. The sword senses a great evil that must be destroyed. Ju-yoon must fulfill all the conditions of the hidden task. The queen cannot believe that this is really happening. That sword possesses incredible power. At this time, Alice was busy deciding on a theme for a new script. It was the emergence of new races. The queen told Ju-yoon that he was an unusual person, just as she had thought. She did not understand why the Sword of Eternity was on this continent. She asked him if he could tell her how he came to possess it. Ji-yoon replied that she should consider him to be connected to the heavens. These words surprised her. It did not fit the level she saw before her. She believed that this answer did not make sense from a common sense point of view. He cannot hold it in his hands unless he has divine rank. So she demanded an explanation. Jong-yoon said that was not the problem. In his opinion, he should not share this with the elves. The queen pointed out that she had said the same words earlier and thought that he had a terrible character. He said he would like to continue the conversation about the truce. Therefore, he proposes to slightly change the requirements. He knows why the elves do not want to interact with the dwarves. He also knows why they hide their existence. It's all because of the World Tree. The queen asked how he found out about this. Jae-young proposed signing a peace treaty with the dwarves and establishing friendly relations with them. If she does so, he will free the World Tree. This would help him free himself from the ever-approaching darkness. She was interested in his proposal. She was ready to agree to the terms if he could free their mother from eternal pain and bring her back to them. In the name of Queen Melissa of Artemis, leader of the Green Leaf Clan, she swore to accept all his proposals. Ellie said that was enough. The flying mice's weapons were up there, so he had to destroy them quickly. He said to wait a little because what could be more interesting to watch, so he just had to film it. Jae-yoon put on the mask of a deceiver and turned on the live stream. After greeting the viewers, he said that today's content was the salvation of the world tree. So he decided to start and finish everything with one blow, because he needed to keep his integrity points. He saw where the object was and struck it, but the sword, sensing the threat, used its powers to defend itself. The sword proved to be stronger than he expected, and Joo-yoon almost died. Ellie asked if he was okay. He thought he could easily handle it. He asked why she didn't tell him that the object had special abilities. The sword began to search for someone to devour. He sensed a field boss, a giant organ of the Great Forest with a level of 130. Ji-yoon noticed that the sword was running away and asked Ellie what to do. She replied that things were not as she had thought. It seemed that he was still a headache. The sword created a powerful demon sword warrior. This monster targeted the elves guarding the world tree. The elves didn't understand where he came from. He attacked them, so they had to defend themselves. Some of them said that the queen should be informed. Their attacks had no effect on the monster and it didn't even get a scratch. But they used all the ranger's strength. Everyone who tried to destroy him was turned to ash. The elves announced an emergency evacuation and retreated to the world tree. Jae-young did not expect him to do such a thing. Ellie said that this thing was terrible and suited those flying mice that strike from behind. He said that even he couldn't deal with something like that. Ellie replied that no matter how you looked at it, it would be difficult. Ji-young suggested calling Tan. After all, he had to calm this thing down. But Ellie said that was out of the question. If the item ended up in his hands, it would end badly. She said it would be good if they could unlock more of the power of the End of Eternity, so it would be better to focus on that. He replied that despite the situation, there wasn't much they could do, but Ellie said she wasn't joking. Kwon Myung-chan was enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Kang Tae-hoon approached him and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He replied that it was true. Recently, they had seen each other every hour, but now they were seeing each other for the first time in 3 days. It was lucky that they had been stripped of their authority to make decisions regarding tasks and scripts. He was grateful to Alice for that. Previously, there was never enough time to simply enjoy the silence. However, now such days had appeared in their lives. They learned about the incident. Kwon didn't understand why such accidents were happening on their continent. Kang Tae-hoon agreed with him. They had to suffer, but it seems that something happened in the area of the world tree. It's just difficult to determine the circumstances, but they don't need to figure it out. The response team is tired of customer requests. Kang Tae-hoon asked what work his department would be taking on. Kwon replied that they first needed to hear from headquarters. The scenario department was an important part of game development. They went to the request department and asked what was going on. The employees said they should take a look at it. The director replied that he was aware of the problem with the world tree, but that it was not worth worrying about. But when he saw the angel on the screen, he was surprised. Before that, Ellie had suggested an idea. She asked to borrow his body for a while. In this situation, her arrival would be the best solution to the problem. Joo-yoon asked if she would appear in her true form, but in that case, the number of virtue points spent would be significant. He believed it would be easier to call Tan. It would be cheaper. He would make him calm down. Jae-yoon apologized and explained that he didn't have many virtue points left. Therefore, he would not be able to fulfill her request. She asked if he really thought she was going to use the points he had. He asked how else she could do it. Ellie said that how could she descend from heaven with the virtue points he had? It would be difficult for him to even summon her spirit with such a small amount. Not to mention a brief personal meeting. No matter how you look at it, her body is very expensive. But he shouldn't worry about that. It had been her plan from the beginning, so she was going to take full responsibility for what happened. The only thing she asked was that he lend her his body for a short time and take on the role of mediator. In the end, Joo-yoon agreed. He said that whatever happens, he has nothing to do with it. Ellie told the monster that he should have let himself be destroyed. But he dared to defy his fate, so he must understand clearly where his place is. She called him a worthless tool of vile flying mice. The audience watched everything that was happening. They couldn't believe that an angel could speak so arrogantly. Ellie was determined to destroy the evil of the End of Eternity. She attacked him, and Joo-yoon said that she was the true power of the End of Eternity. Isn't that cheating? He is amazed by her incredible power, but using the same item, there is a huge difference. Jae-yoon believes that this is at least the descent of an angel to Earth. He cannot even imagine what she did during the battle between demons and heavenly beings. The sword, having lost its power, absorbed the life force of its bearer. Ellie said how dare he even resist. She called it a piece of iron from flying bats and said that it was very presumptuous of it. As is well known, there is no demonic sword that cannot be broken after 10 blows, so she wants to see how long it will last. Seeing how she was fighting with the sword, Joo-yoon realized that this was completely different from skill. These objects of the gods were incredible, but the sword continues to resist despite her blows. The End of Eternity receives an endless supply of divine power from Michael. Therefore, it is only a matter of time before she destroys it. Ellie delivers the decisive blow and finally defeats the sword. She thanked Ji-yoon for helping her fulfill her long-held dream. She would never forget the favor he had done for her. Ellie swore to him in the name of the Archangel Michael. The elves cannot believe that this man has truly destroyed the Bringer of Doom. The elves' favor grew to its peak, and he was given the title of Hero of the Elves and Protector of the World Tree. The Demon King learned of this and could not believe that it was really happening. He believes that Ellie is to blame for the destruction of the Bringer of Doom. Jae-young asked Ellie if she was okay. Even if it was her, using that many points was no joke. She said she felt a little burdened because she hadn't interfered in Arcadia's affairs to such an extent in a long time. But her actions were merciful. Thanks to the fact that she borrowed his body, Jae-yoon said that in that case he could breathe a sigh of relief. He asked what she was going to do with the pieces she had collected. She replied that they needed to anticipate the appearance of evil, as these were fragments of a powerful object. The fragments must not fall into the hands of a passerby with evil intentions. Ellie had just the right use for them. Tang returned and asked her if she really wanted to fight him. She had destroyed the Bringer of Death while he was away, so he took her actions as a declaration of war. She asked if he was sure he could win now that his item had been destroyed. He no longer had the item with divine power. Ellie gave him the fragments and he asked what they were. She asked if he really didn't recognize his own item with divine energy. Tan became even more angry with her. Customers tried to find out the location of the elf village in the broadcast, but customer service cannot disclose this information. They couldn't disclose information about the game's internal content. Kwon Myung-chan didn't expect this to go beyond his expectations. News of this event spread quickly, causing chaos. People began to go crazy trying to get information about elves and gnomes, but due to the lack of results, dissatisfaction grew. Therefore, the customer service department was flooded with complaints due to doubts about the branch's work. Kwon asked Lee Mi-yeon if it was right to take no action. She asked if the request for authority was to regulate the loyalty of elves and dwarves. He said that these powers would speed up the interracial battle or peace agreement that would appear in future scenarios. The two races would be able to communicate more actively with users. It was an effective solution, but they had not been able to choose this option before. This was because there was insufficient justification for such a change. The two races were competing against each other, and their survival was at stake. But if they had started friendly relations for no reason, it would have been impossible to understand. Therefore, this can be considered unlimited freedom and unlimited possibilities. Such repetition is not just a play on words. Lee Mi-yeon said that what is even more important is that such a scenario is very boring. It is a situation where one user changes the settings of two races. Everything is as he wishes. This is exactly what they could not achieve no matter how much they wanted to. Cho So-wook is not surprised by the commotion. After all, Jong-yoon does not reveal any information about himself. That is why everyone is so concerned. An employee said that the branch sent a request for cooperation. They are asking to share at least some information about the user. The director said that this is unacceptable. Customer information is completely confidential, no exceptions, no matter who asks. Even if it's God or Buddha himself. The employee said he understood. Cho So-woo is concerned that the Korean branch of Arcadia has personally contacted them. He knew this would happen someday, so he decided that measures must be taken and that he should probably start by calling Joe's chocolate cake. But Ju-yeon called him himself. The director asked what made him call them, since they had his personal information. He wanted to know how people were reacting. The director replied that the number of subscribers was constantly growing. At this rate, the channel would rise to first place. Jae-yoon said that he learned from the comments that many people want to know where the village of dwarves and elves is located. The director said that if he put the information up for sale for hundreds of millions of dollars, there would be people who would want to buy it. This would give users a huge advantage, so Ju-yoon said to just reveal the information. This surprised the director. He couldn't believe that Ju-yoon was suggesting revealing the coordinates of the elf and dwarf village to users, so he asked him not to do it. After all, a lot of content could be filmed in these places. Thanks to this, the audience's reaction would be incredible. Even a simple video about what items are sold in these locations would get a lot of views. But Ju-yoon refused because it was boring. From the point of view of popularity and profit, it is profitable to shoot videos in each location with different content. But anyone can do that. Jae-yoon does not shoot videos for this purpose. Even if people find out the coordinates, it will be difficult for them to get what they want. Both races have a difficult character. The elf girl wanted to ask the peacekeeper uncle something. That's what she calls Ju-won. She was taught not to talk to bad people. Because what would happen if she started talking to dwarves? Would she then become a bad elf? Ju-yoon asked who taught her that. She replied that it was her mother. Judging by what he had heard from the elves, there were quite a few distorted values. Jae-yoon said that even if she talked to the dwarves, she wouldn't become a bad elf, so there was no need to worry. And hadn't the queen said that if she established good relations with the dwarves, she would be a good elf? He told the queen not to teach the children such things anymore. It was not right to prioritize an education that would destroy their character. The queen said she would fix it. Since a peace agreement has been signed, they continue to interact and encounter dwarves. Therefore, it is best not to quarrel anymore. The queen said that lately the number of people walking in the forest has increased, so should she treat them well too? He asked her if she cared whether she had to force herself to be polite to ugly people. After all, she continues to live with these thoughts. In that case, she should do as she pleases. He doesn't care either way. The queen was worried about whether she should let them into the village. He was an exception because he saved the world tree. Jae-yoon thought that it was similar to racial discrimination, and that it would be difficult to deal with them in the future. Jae-yoon worked hard in the virtual reality engineering lab. The woman thanked him for his cooperation. His synchronization level of almost 93% was still impressive. Jae-yoon said there was no need to thank him when even the professor himself was addressing him. In that case, he simply couldn't refuse. The professor thanked him and offered him favorable terms for cooperation with the Korean branch. If he agreed to cooperate, the professor promised to give him an A+. Joo-yoon thought it was worth considering, if attending the event comes with such a generous reward. The professor said that even if he was absent from his class, he would still give him an A. He didn't really want to cross paths with people from Arcadia, but the conditions were quite tempting, and his identity would remain a secret. Jae-yoon said that simulation with the capsule was a simple intermittent action like dodging a ball. So was it really useful? The girl said that thanks to this, they collected unique data. His synchronization level rose to 99%. Much remains unclear, but if he played arcade, he would become a true gaming titan. Ji-young returned to the game and saw that Tan and Ellie were arguing. Tan said that chicken wings were for dinner tonight. She replied that she was trembling with fear, calling him a worthless mouse who had lost the divine energy item. The familiars attacked each other, and Joo-yoon asked if that was all they had been doing in his absence. Tan asked if he had gone too far. How could they do such a thing so easily in his absence? Ellie pointed out that he had forgotten how much evil he had done, and how he had destroyed the sanctuary. Tan said not to compare destruction, but she saw no difference. Ji-yoon saw a notification on the screen that the World Tree was requesting a conversation. He became curious and agreed. He felt that something was wrong with his vision. Due to a lack of strength, the tree transported him into a dream space to talk. In front of him, he saw a girl who greeted him and said that his body remained where he had just been. He asked if she was the World Tree. She replied that there were countless trees like her, but most living beings called her that. First of all, she wanted to thank him for saving her from the terrible demonic force. Jae-young asked why she had called him here. She replied that she really wanted to thank him and also wanted to know something. She said that, as she expected, she couldn't see anything, but she thought he was an important person because the leaders of the heavenly and demonic worlds were near him. But everything turned out to be much grander than she had thought. She asked him what his true nature was. After all, he was neither an angel nor a demon. At the same time, he is not a spirit or dragon, and he has a simple human body. So she is curious how he came to possess the power to free the World Tree. As Ji-yoon expected, she brought up the topic of virtue points. She said that he periodically receives tasks similar to missions. And does that mean that if he completes this mission, he will receive the power called integrity points as a reward? Jae-yoon said that she saw the essence of the matter. She asked who exactly gave him the missions, but he replied that he did not know. With her normal level of divinity, she would not have been able to understand this. Jae-yoon asked if there were any problems, since he had told her the truth. That was all he knew. Perhaps she had some suspicions, but he knew nothing. She told him not to worry as she had heard his answer. Therefore, she must repay him for this. She gave him an item and said that since it was valuable, he should keep it safe, and to use it only when he really needed it. She said that she had seen all his actions clearly and distinctly. He took steps to help her little elf and dwarf children make peace. She doesn't really want to talk about it, but she had one more request for him. Joo-yoon immediately refused, and she said that he hadn't even listened to her. He replied that he didn't know what it was, but it seemed like it would be very difficult for him to do. After all, he was just an ordinary person. He doesn't have enough integrity points, so he can't get involved in any big adventures because complications could arise. She asked why he thought it would be difficult to do. After all, she could clearly see his incredible achievements. He asked how she saw that. The World Tree replied that there are many strange achievements, but she believes that he can do her a favor. And even if he couldn't, it was likely that no one else could do it either. She called him a noble judge and a seeker of neutrality. She also called him a revolutionary of equality, a friend of the dwarves, a hero of the elves, and a respected traveler. She asked him for a favor once again in the name of the World Tree. She asked him to listen to her request. He was given the task of reuniting the continents and finding the heart of the dragon. At first, the world was one huge continent called Pangaea. Many stories were told about it. For example, there was a snow-white dragon that hid in the harsh, snow-covered mountains. There were stories about dwarves who created things like gold and silver treasures somewhere deep underground. There was a story about a mysterious and beautiful fairy who lived in the forest in harmony with nature. The continent is so large that its scale is impossible to imagine, and the balance on the continent was maintained by a creature called the World Tree, located in the very center of this land. In the past, Arcadia was one huge continent, but when it fell into an endless sleep due to a battle between demons and angels, much changed. It could not continue its mission, and the continent could not maintain its original form, so it split apart. Ji-young believes that this is a story that he could not find through official records or in a book from the library. He asked her what she wanted from him. She said she wanted him to unite the divided continents into one. Joo-yoon doesn't understand how to do this. Arcadia is the official name of the Arcadia server he is currently playing on, so her request means integrating the servers. The World Tree asked what kind of integration this was. He replied that it was nothing important and asked what other continents needed to be united. And how does she plan to achieve this goal? She said that for her, The process of uniting several continents into one is not that complicated. The problem is that she has not recovered enough to demonstrate this power. Chae-young was surprised that it was not difficult for her. After all, this was a large-scale undertaking. He asked what she wanted him to do. As he listened to her story, the world tree seemed almost omnipotent to him. So how could an ordinary person help her? She said that his compliment sounded sarcastic, but she took it positively. Her request was not urgent and would take a lot of time to complete. He should do it when he had time or when he felt he could do it. Then he should bring her the item she needed. She meant the heart of a dragon. If possible, it should be the heart of an ancient dragon or higher. To achieve the desired effect, it must be of that level. But Ju-yoon remarked that this was simply madness. He asked how she could ask for such an absurd favor with a smile on her face. In an instant, he returned to his body. The elves called the queen, announcing that the man had regained consciousness. Ju-yoon did not understand what was going on. He didn't know how to get the heart of the dragon, the most powerful creature in the world of Arcadia, and he wondered why all high-ranking creatures had such strange desires. The queen approached him and asked if he was awake. Ju-yoon asked what had happened. The elves asked how he could even ask such a question. After all, he was sleeping in the queen's bedroom and should know what an honor that was for a human. It was truly a special relationship. The queen took him by the hand and said that the world tree had awakened, so she wanted to show him the spirits. The spirits of nature appeared without a summoning spell, but the connection with the spirit world had been restored. The elves believed it was simply a miracle. Jae-young realized that it was not a dream after all. He decided to ask Melissa if she had a dragon's heart. She was surprised by this question and did not know how to answer him. Meanwhile, all the players were searching for the village of dwarves and elves. Arcadia allows users to enjoy endless freedom and unlimited possibilities, but it does not intend to disclose any information. This statement provoked different reactions from users. They were obsessed with the search. Their goal is full of romance, with wealth and glory promised in case of success. No one can resist such temptation. Rival guilds are doing everything they can to find the village of other races. They check every task and every clue. The Queen of the Elves warned that everyone should be prepared for people to start arriving in their village soon. For a long time, their existence was a secret and they did not communicate with ugly humans. But we must not forget their mother's savior, a representative of the human race. To repay him for his kindness, they must open their doors to establish diplomatic relations. The elf asked if it was possible to discriminate against the most ugly humans. She said that in such a case, it would be difficult to do otherwise. The GM Traders Association found a person who knows the exact location of the dwarves' village, but the head of the association, Choi, does not believe it. This is already the fifth person. He asked Smith if he was sure this time. He replied that this person was a tracker class user. He specializes in adventure and exploration. After reviewing his history, he believes that the player is trustworthy. Choi learned that the hidden dungeon was found by this person. They say he is a professional researcher of ancient history. He was able to find the probable hiding places of the dwarves, but he is asking for a large sum of money for this. Information leads directly to money and power, especially in this game. Even if they ask for money, it is worth paying. So Choi asked how much he wanted, and he said he wanted 100 million. This is the amount that their negotiating team had difficulty agreeing on. They were told that he had initially asked for 500 million. Choi said that these information dealers would do anything they wanted, but if the information was reliable, he was willing to pay. Smith said that if the information turned out to be false, the contract with the penalty clause would be automatically terminated. Choi asked if it was necessary to deal with reports during the game. Just let him say that he had checked everything. He didn't have time to worry about domestic matters. He believes that the time has come to play big. After investing so many resources in the search, he has obtained important information. Jae-young downloaded a video that would reveal the coordinates of the dwarves and elves settlements. Arcadia is a place where there are many classes. Users divide them into combat and non-combat classes. You could say that there are two categories. Each class has its own characteristics and strengths, but mainly balance is taken into account so that there is no advantage or disadvantage among all classes. But as in all games, there are certain classes that are popular, and there are those that are avoided. Some believe that the Traveler is an unnecessary class. Their combat abilities are poor, and apart from their skills in disarming traps and finding relics, they have nothing good in their arsenal. In this class, everything depends on luck. To get a reward, you need to find valuable ruins or artifacts, and that takes a lot of time. If you have money, it's better to become a merchant. One of the players overheard two others disparaging his class. They seemed to be talking loudly on purpose so that he could hear them. His class is Explosive Adventurer. He is currently at level 72. He knows that many look down on him just because he became an explorer. Perhaps this attitude will not change for the better. Even his friends couldn't understand him. They assured him that if he wanted to make money, he should choose a combat class. After all, he should just enjoy hunting with others who belong to the combat class. He constantly hears various pieces of advice directed at him. But is it really so strange to chase romance in games? On the contrary, he no longer understands why everyone, even in games, is so obsessed with efficiency. He hopes to prove them all wrong when he finds the location of the dwarf village. After a while, he found the entrance to the Sand Forge and has no doubt that this is where the underground city is located. And if he puts the puzzles together, he will be able to open the gate. He succeeded and finally found the dwarf city and the Sand Forge. But as he descended, he fell right into a trap. The dwarves approached him and asked how he dared to enter through their secret passage. They asked him why he was looking for their city. Did he plan to steal their work and run away? The player asked them to remove the net and assured them that he was a good person and just an ordinary explorer, but they did not want to let him go. Because he would immediately run and tell his friends about it, they decided it would be better to lock him in a deep underground cell. They wanted to make sure he never saw the light of day again. He asked how long they were going to keep him locked up. At this rate, he would be sitting there forever. But then a dwarf named Cain noticed something. Another dwarf asked him what was going on. They talked among themselves and removed the net from him. Then they apologized for what had happened. They explained that there had been an emergency and that no one could have known he was related to them. The boy couldn't understand what that meant. The dwarf said that they were always happy to welcome half-dwarves who returned to their hometown. So they invited him inside. They believe that there cannot be people of their height among humans. Therefore, he must be their relative. GM Group CEO Lim Engo told manager Cho to stop keeping his mouth shut and say something. He replied that he should not call him Manager Cho, and asked if he still considered him an employee of their company. Even if he were his subordinate, it was still necessary to adhere to basic standards of politeness. He was now the CEO of his own company. Lim Eng asked if he was behaving this way because of the situation. Cho asked if he was referring to the absurd productivity demands placed on him. To meet the demands, the team was constantly struggling, and when the results were not satisfactory, they demanded that the team take responsibility. Perhaps it was a case of their opinions being ignored. Lim Eng said he was sorry. He made this choice for the sake of the company. Cho asked him to stop forcing an apology and instead explain the reason for his visit, so he suggested that they review the documents. Their company wants to officially take over the management of the company he founded. This is a merger proposal. All employees will be hired, and existing employees will receive special incentives and performance bonuses. Cho So-uk would be treated as an executive director. Lim Young-ho thought these were good terms. He and other employees can continue working at their company as usual. They will not interfere with the system and guarantee complete autonomy. Cho So-wook asked if this was all because of Joa's chocolate cake. As he expected, everyone was snooping around trying to find out more about their client. And their company, which loves dirty games, couldn't stay out of it. So Cho So-wook simply fired him. He tore up the document and said that even at gunpoint, he would not hand over his client's information. Lim Young-ho said he was making a mistake. Many companies are looking for information and he won't be able to hold out with just one video where the village was found. Cho So-wook said that he seemed very jealous and was checking the published videos carefully. Their company was working hard on it. After the location of the dwarves and elves was revealed, users began to go to their villages one after another. This divided their opinions. The elves were obsessed with appearance and the dwarves with height. Due to the entry requirements, a culture of verification arose among the players. Players who managed to infiltrate the two settlements began posting videos of their findings. These were high-quality items created by the dwarves and magic spirits that were the secret of the elves. Gradually, the method of obtaining unique classes was revealed. They could only be obtained through contact with these races. Players discussed their desire to become spirit masters. For some, it was a childhood dream. Others were delighted that they had become jewelers. Precious stones could be added to the items. Dwarven weapons began to sell rapidly. The distinctive features of the two camps competed fiercely with each other. But the conditions for entry were limited. Users had no choice at all. These changes affected not only users. Information spread rapidly and the winds of change began to blow across the continent of Arcadia. Players shared their impressions of the dwarves' items. Everyone wanted to get them, and the Black Dragon of Darkness also sent a delegation to establish friendly relations and set up trade network. She wanted to see the dwarves and elves with her own eyes, but couldn't leave due to her royal duties. It seems she became the ruler of the Kingdom of Marin for nothing. The news reports that a virtual reality gaming company has created settings to discriminate against users. However, it has not expressed its exact position because users are offended by the creation of offensive content. Jae-young realizes that the world has changed a lot if a computer game is being discussed in the news. He wonders if he is the one to blame for the situation. Looking through all the posts, he sees that almost all the events in Arcadia are related to him. He did not think that things would turn out this way. He believed that the events connected to him would be lost among other events. But this also bothered him because he was only following his personal mission. He was curious about what the developer who created the Bard of Anarchy class was doing. Therefore, he wanted to meet him face to face. But what's the point now that he knows everything? He still needs to feed himself. Returning to the game, he received a notification that the mission was complete. The entire continent learned about the second race that had long since disappeared. Having received integrity points, he feels more confident, but he is interested in how to use this item of mythical rank. It gives an incredible boost to his stats. Such an item could make everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets in amazement, but he doesn't understand what this philosophical stone is. Considering that this is Arcadia, the item must be valuable. He wondered if there was anything similar to the profession of an alchemist in this game. Then he remembered Tan and didn't understand where they had gone. Usually after he returns, they constantly fly around him and start buzzing in his ear. Zheong noticed the elves. They caught a player who had secretly entered the sacred domain of the World Tree. The player asked why he couldn't go in since he wasn't that bad looking. But the elves said he looked disgusting. Ju-yoon asked Tan and Ellie what they thought of the man. Tan said he was ugly. He would give him 4 points out of 10. Ellie said he could get a maximum of 2 points. Tan said she was being too stingy with her rating. She said that maybe their standards were too low. In fact, that's how it is in the demon world. Tan called her very rude. Ju-yoon noticed that they got along well, but only when criticizing others. After that, Tan tried to restore the destroyed item. but it was beyond his power. If that's how things turned out, there was nothing he could do. He decided to take the sword to the demon world first and then look for ways to restore it. Ji-yoon asked Tan if he knew anything about the dragon's heart. Tan wondered why he was suddenly asking about the hearts of those lizards. Ellie was also curious why he suddenly started looking for the dragon's heart. He replied that the world tree said she needed it and asked him to find it. If something like that existed in heaven or the demon world, he thought it might be possible to buy it with virtue points. Tan remarked that it seemed he still did not understand how the world worked. Such things could not be obtained just like that. Ellie agreed that it was very difficult. Even heavenly beings find it difficult to find. Tan said he didn't know about other parts of the body, but the heart was a completely different story. This organ generates magical power on its own. The effect of this generation is enormous, but what is more interesting is that there is no limit to how much magical energy can be stored. When dragons realize that their lives are coming to an end, they return the mana accumulated in their hearts back to nature. In other words, the heart of a dragon that has died naturally dissipates into nature and cannot be obtained. Ji-young asked if they meant that in order to obtain the dragon's heart, they would have to destroy it. Tan said that he would have to find the nest, destroy the dragon, and take the heart with his own hands. Ellie said that this was the only way. Jae-young understood the difficulty of this task. Tan said that even if someone strong was summoned, it would be very difficult to complete the task. Even with a newborn dragon, a high-ranking angel could not be sure of victory. Ju-yoon asked if it was possible to capture an ancient dragon. Tan said that it was not entirely impossible and suggested trying first. The ancient dragon was at least 8,000 years old. If it enters the body of its master, he will have to take items of divine energy with him. The main thing is that there are no other lizards. Then victory could be achieved in a minimum amount of time. This would require more than 123 million points of integrity. Jayuna was surprised by such a huge number. Tan asked if he even knew what impact the destruction of the dragon would have on the entire continent of Arcadia. An ancient dragon is something like a lord. Ellie said that if she had joined the battle, he would have had to spend 150 million. And that was the minimum, but the heavens cannot participate in the destruction of a dragon. Ju-yoon thought that there was logic in their words. This is the strongest monster. If you take all the continents, there are no more than a few dozen of them, and he was going to hunt a creature of lord rank. The matter was not urgent, so he could think about it later. Tang asked if he still planned to catch it, and why he was even listening to them. Tan asked where he planned to go now. Chae-young replied that for starters, they would return to the village far from the Rumor Desert, in the dwarves' territory. Tan asked why he suddenly decided to go there. He replied that he had arranged to meet a friend there. After leaving the game, he talked to Lim at the university, who asked him where he was playing now and promised to keep it a secret from everyone else. He asked him what he was doing and if he had completed all the quests he had at the time. After class, he also asked him questions. He told him that he had received a rare item, but it wasn't for him and he would need it sooner. Jae-yoon probably had many better items. Lim Jae-young asked if he could help him at least once. He would consider it an honor for his family. Jae-young agreed and said he would help, but asked him not to ask him about everything anymore. Lim said he promised and couldn't take his words back. He replied that he would take him to the dwarf village first because he had never been there before. This news surprised Lim. Jae-yoon asked what the problem was. He replied that he just wanted to go see the elves because he had heard that they were beautiful. That's why he wanted to see them with his own eyes. But he said that if Lim went there, he would be immediately expelled without even being allowed to take a step. Lim asked why. Jae-yoon replied that he should listen to him because he was clearly one of the dwarves, but he couldn't go into details, so he told him to just wait for him in the village near the Rumor Desert. After that, Jae-yoon returned to the game and decided to warn Tan and Ellie. Tan asked if he had a friend. Ellie also found it strange that he had formed a friendly relationship with another person. Jae-yoon said that he was not a social misfit who had severed all ties with the world. So, of course, he had friends. Tana was surprised by this answer. Even though he knew people, he still didn't understand anything and didn't expect someone like their boss to be capable of maintaining close relationships with anyone. Jae-yoon asked him what he was talking about. Tan asked if he was asking because he didn't know. All the people who had suffered because of him could fill Mount Fian. Tan thinks that he wore a mask so that other people wouldn't catch him. Jae-yoon asked him to stop talking nonsense and move on. Ellie asked if they would be able to see the child again if they went to the desert. She meant the child who carried out the will of the volcano. Jae-yoon asked if she was talking about the simpleton, then corrected himself and said the boy with the hammer, adding that it would be interesting to see what he was doing. They would go there first and then see how things were and maybe visit him. He was also curious to find out how everyone was doing there. In the village in the middle of the desert, a caravan of camels is gathering to go to the dwarf city. Some players are selling ice crystals that protect against heat stroke. A guide who knows a short way to the village is about to leave. This will help prevent scorpion attacks and allow them to reach their destination safely. In the village, they will find equipment made by the dwarves. The desert is quite lively now. There are many players here, but as before, there is a lot of sand and dust. The players have rallied together and come up with the right strategy. But the collective mind frightens Ji-yoon. Tan asks if the person he is going to meet is as special as he is. Ellie is also interested in whether he has any decency points. Ji-yoon remarks that they seem to be obsessed with decency points. Then he pointed to a player and said that this was his friend. He approached him and asked if it was him. Lim asked how he knew his real name, but then he realized that it was his real friend standing in front of him. He couldn't believe that Jae-yoon had actually come, but he asked him to lower his voice a little. He explained that he was so surprised that he couldn't help himself. Jae-yoon asked him not to call him by his name if possible, because he had given him his word, and then he said he would have to use it. He put on a mask to hide his identity. Then he asked Lim to call him Resdio from now on, because that's how he looks to others. Lim Jae-young said that was very cool. He noticed that not only his face, but also his character's name had changed, and asked how he was able to do that. It must be some kind of skill, but neither masking nor makeup can change a face so perfectly. Jae-young said it was the effect of the item. He asked him not to stand so close because he didn't like being touched by men. Then he suggested they go to the city. Lim said that while he was waiting for him, he found out how to get to the dwarves. Ju-yoon asked how he chose that route. He said that the GM guild was leaving now. If they followed it, they could get to the city and the departure time was perfect. Realizing what kind of guild it was, Ju-young wondered why he had chosen it. He had a rather bad relationship with them back when he was staying at Duke Birchin's residence. Therefore, if possible, he would prefer not to get involved with them again. First of all, because they have enormous influence in the real world. So Ju-yoon wondered what to do. Lim asked him if there was a problem. He asked him if this was the only guild going to the dwarf city in the near future. Lim replied that there was one more. But it was a small and little-known guild, so it wasn't very trustworthy. Jae-yoon suggested using the services of that guild. He explained that he had a bad relationship with the GM guild. If something went wrong, he would simply use spiritism. The news of his poor relationship with the guild surprised Lim, but he didn't expect anything less. Jae-yoon said that he felt a little uncomfortable, so he would keep quiet. The little-known guild charges 20 silver coins per person to transport people to the city, and GM takes 1 gold coin from each person. Tan asked who this person was. After all, they were talking about his friend. If he was useful, Tan would have bound a demon to him and used him. Ellie agreed that he looked too simple. She hoped that his friend was a talented person who could carry out the will of heaven on the continent. He asked if the two of them considered his friend to be some kind of expendable material. Chae-young approached the guild representatives to arrange the trip. Introducing himself, he said he was counting on them. Guild leader Apple Pie and vice leader Lemon were grateful that they had used their services. They had prepared everything necessary for the journey to go smoothly. Therefore, they would be able to reach the dwarf city within 3 days without any problems. Cho-yoon said that he was interested in another question. He asked if they knew each other in the real world. This was because they had similar nicknames and outfits. They said that they had recently tied the knot and were now husband and wife, but they didn't want to draw attention to it so as not to seem reckless. Ji-young thought that was really reckless. Lim said he envied them and also wanted to play with his girlfriend in the future. To get to the Sand Forge, you have to go through the Rumor Desert. It is extremely hot during the day and very cold at night. The endless desert has caused many adventurers to lose their way. But there was an even more serious problem than these things. It was an incredibly powerful monster, close to or equal to level 160. It was a giant desert scorpion. The higher guilds that crossed the desert chose to avoid the monster. The caravan always includes an explorer who senses danger. He finds a way around it. Mages who specialize in freezing to prevent the scorpions from moving are also part of the caravan. They freeze the monster during battle, but there is another participant who buys time for the caravan to escape. He is an experienced warrior. He is the one who pushes the monster to its limits. This combination has become the standard, taking into account the minimum requirements of each guild. Jae-yoon and the guild members encounter the scorpions. These creatures are attacking them for the 3rd time. The guild leader tells the mage to prepare ice magic, but the mage replies that it is impossible because his mana has not yet been restored. Lim asked what to do because if they died here, they would receive a huge fine. Jae-yoon replied that they were not yet destroyed and should observe. As he had expected, apart from the couple, most of the guild members were characters. At this rate, they were doomed. The guild leader Yabluchko told everyone to retreat, but a guild member said that the scorpions were very fast and they couldn't escape. They had no choice but to leave all their belongings behind. That would make it easier to escape. Yabluchko couldn't believe that this was really happening. It seems that this is not the place they should have come to. He cannot just stand by and watch everything be destroyed, and wants to save at least some of the valuable items. So he faced the monster, but Lemon tried to stop him because it was dangerous. Chae-yoon arrives just in time and uses his freezing magic to stop his opponent and protect the guild leader. He said he didn't expect much, but doesn't he think it's too harsh? Yabuchko doesn't understand how he did it. Jae-yoon used spiritualism to summon a cold witch and used his ice gaze skill. He froze the scorpion and said that it was nice to see the guild leader trying his best until the very end. But later, he would have to pay him for using his powers, so he asked if he had any reward. Guild leader Yabluchko replied that he would not remain indebted to him, but he warned that a group of other scorpions was approaching. The desert giant scorpion is high level, but there is nothing special about its attacks. It seems that this monster was created to prevent him from doing so, but once you encounter it, there is nothing you can do but fight. He said that the monsters were in a situation where they should run away. Instead, they decided to call even more friends. In that case, he will have to destroy them all without exception. Watching this, members of another guild do not understand how this is even possible. How can you use an ice spear in a hot desert? Another player said he had heard of a hero who took care of several desert scorpions. So they will no longer disturb this area. He has no doubt that this is the man from the rumor. Ji-yoon was unhappy that he had spent 28 points and thought he could have finished a little faster. Tan noted that the character he summoned was no fool. She was stronger than the leaders of the Absolute Cold and the Iceberg. Ellie said that he was acting that way because his item had been destroyed, so he must have deliberately raised the price for its restoration. Tan replied that he was already angry, so he should just shut up. Ellie replied that he should have smashed the sword to pieces. During their argument, an idea flashed through Jia-Yuna's mind. If they filmed it and posted it online, it would get a ton of views. After all, it was a battle between a demon and an angel. Yabuchko thanked him and said that without his help, the guild would have been destroyed. Therefore, he was very grateful and would reimburse all the expenses for the tour. Ji-Yoon said that their guild lacked power. He replied that they had no choice but to replace the staff with characters for financial reasons. They couldn't afford to hire players. Their guild was trying to make a profit from the commercial trip. Lemon evaluated the items. The loss rate is 54%. Yabuchko told Ji-Yoon that he had probably lost trust in their guild but would stick with them until the end. For this, they will give him a reward as their companion. He makes the offer as the head of the guild and is counting on him because he wants to see it through to the end. Ji-Yoon thought that it was quite close to the city from here. These people made a good impression, so he would have nothing to lose by joining them. But he doesn't want to be a bodyguard without any benefit for himself, so he decided to take it as a gamble, and it would be interesting. Therefore, he agreed to the offer to continue on their way together. The guild leader thanked him for this, and they moved on. When they reached the dwarf town, Lim Jae-young was glad that he had survived. Lemon was also glad that everything had turned out well despite the scorpions. Yabuchko did not expect Chae-yoon to know the geography of the desert so well, and it was surprising that he had not heard his name before. Chae-yoon replied that he was not an outstanding player. They saw the GM guild, and the guild leader said that their caravans were always well equipped. The guild immediately made its presence known. The players warned everyone not to go for inspection before their guild, which was responsible for maintaining this trade route. Everyone stepped aside to avoid trouble even though they didn't like it. Ju-young thought that no matter where they went, they were only met with disgust. The GM guild members said that even a third-rate guild had come here to make a deal with the dwarves. Looking at their condition, it was clear that they had been attacked by scorpion. Their entire staff consisted of characters, which indicated a low level, so they only used cheap products. Another guild member was surprised to see a couple of users among the staff. Lim asked Chae-young if they were talking about them. They said that the guild's choice seemed to have caused them a lot of trouble. If they had used their services, they would have enjoyed the trip, but their choice shows that they live a miserable life. Tan asked how they dared to say such a thing. Ellie thought they were rude. They didn't even hide their hostility. How could anyone give advice in such a rude manner? Tan asked the owner what he thought about this and whether he would simply forgive them. He should use his powers to destroy them. Ji-yoon asked him to wait because he needed to think, and said that simply expelling them would be boring. So if that was the case, why not put them in a puddle? Jae-yoon said it had been a long time since he had such interesting toys in his hands. He came up with an interesting plan. One of the players said he knew the guild was watching the dwarves because of their goods. But wasn't a guild of this size considered to be of the upper class? There was a reason why there were so many trading companies in the form of guilds in the desert. Due to the increase in the number of users visiting the city, the hidden conditions for entry were gradually revealed. The dwarf said that even though they were humans, they had brought many bottles of alcohol, which they loved so much. Thanks to this, they were allowed to pass. But the dwarf warned them not to cause any unnecessary commotion inside. Lim told Ju-yoon to look around. He couldn't believe that a city existed underground, even though he had seen the local architecture on video. But seeing it with his own eyes, he understood how magnificent the city was. Now he understands why everyone talks about the dwarves. It is an incredible sight that is worth the effort. Jae-yoon said that everyone had worked hard. So now that they have entered the city, they can go about their business, and he hopes for the revival of the Pie Guild. But Yablutchko asked him to wait. They had not yet repaid him for the deal, so he asked for time to exchange the goods they had brought. He replied that it was not quite what he needed. A little later, he would receive his reward in another form, so he said goodbye and left. The guild leaders were surprised. They were curious about the true identity of this man. Jae-yoon believed that this was not just a gesture of goodwill. Considering the financial situation of the guild, even if they paid the reward by giving away their assets, it would only be a few dozen gold coins. And Jae-yoon already had enough of those in his account. Right now, he didn't need a couple of gold coins, but sincere workers who would work diligently. Ji-young took off his mask and approached the leader of the dwarves. Altair gladly accepted him as their friend. The dwarf leader said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, but their guest had returned earlier than they expected. Lim was surprised when he saw the leader. He did not expect him to have connections with the characters. When Ji-yoon spoke of acquaintances, he thought he was referring to the dwarves who had signed trade agreements. But he didn't think he had such connections. Altair asked how the conversation went. It must not have been easy for the elves to conclude a peace treaty. Jae-yoon said that the elves had decided to accept the terms. The elf queen, Melissa, had personally signed the agreement. Altair was surprised. This emblem is considered a symbol of the royal family of the elves. This means that the day has truly come. He couldn't even imagine it, that this beauty-obsessed and proud race would sign such an agreement. Jae-young said that once the agreement was in his hands, it was in effect. In the future, they would regularly send ambassadors for cultural exchange and trade with the elves and actively cooperate with each other. Altair said he had to inform the elders and begin preparations. Ju-yoon added that he had edited some of the goods, so he had to check everything. He used his skills to edit the elves' goods. Altair reviewed the agreement and couldn't believe it. Among the goods were not only branches of the world tree, but also leaves, sap, and tubers. There were also spiritual crystals of the highest quality. Altair asked how he managed to make such a deal. After all, the world tree is like a mother to the elves. Ju-yong said that they need to improve their relationship. It was necessary to keep everyone under control so that no one would make harsh comments due to their prejudices towards each other. Altair said he would not allow this. They shook hands and Jong Yoon was given the title of Genius Negotiator. The friendship between the dwarves and the elves was greatly strengthened. Lim asked what he had said to the elves. He replied that he had made a peace agreement between the dwarves and the elves, but it was a secret from everyone. He replied that he would not tell anyone and asked where they were going. Jae Yoon said he needed to meet one person. That was the reason he had come. Lim was surprised that there was another person he needed to see after meeting with the dwarf leader. He didn't understand who Jae Yoon was. Jae Yoon said that there was a very nice younger brother here. They went to the sand forge to the workshop for apprentices. The teacher was teaching his students and said that they were unable to hold the hammer properly. If they continued like this, the iron would bend. They really had problems controlling the strength of the flame. How dare they call themselves representatives of the great dwarf clan? The teacher said that today everyone had to work until they finished, and that they would not get any food until they made something he liked. He asked Hentak if he really thought it was a dagger. How many times did he have to explain the basics to him so that he would do it right? He has no useful skills except for extracting iron, but that's below what he expects from him. Hentak apologized and said he would do it all over again. The teacher said that if it weren't for Mr. Dex's request, he would have already kicked him out of the smithy. Hentak was very confused and wondered if he should really do it. After making the dagger, he said that it was not enough. He needed to try harder, but then he heard a familiar voice asking if he had made it. He saw Ji Yoon, who asked him how he was doing. He had come to see how much his production skills had improved. Jae Yoon looked at the beginner's sword he had made. The blacksmithing training process is basic. The dwarves he is training with have moved on to the second level. But Hentak had no idea when he would be able to move on. Even in his eyes, this dagger looked worthless. But Ji Yoon didn't think so. This item for beginners with no level restrictions has good power. It is a rare rank that sells for millions of won at auction. Therefore, this boy is already capable of shaking the entire economy of Arcadia. As he expected, he has an eye for diamonds. Lim became interested in the dagger and said that it was suitable as a magic item for the 20th level. It also reveals the opponent's weak points. Hentak replied that the teachers were not satisfied with his work. To advance to the next level, the item must be at least of exceptional rank. Chae Yoon said that they had set strict conditions for him. Hentak replied that all the daggers from his hammer were no higher than rare rank. He asked the other dwarves and they told him to follow his intuition. Perhaps his dream of becoming a blacksmith was a mistake. Tan thinks it's a good item. It seems that he is using a low-rank product with an item of divine energy. Because of this, it is impossible to create a higher-rank item. Ji-young asked him to show him the hammer. After talking to Ellie and Tonchik, something began to bother him, and it was exactly as he thought. He asked Hentak what he thinks about when he is forging a dagger. He replied that he doesn't even know what to say and just does his job. Jae-young told him to think carefully about whether he really put his heart into this dagger, or if he just thought of it as a training process. Hentak pondered his words. Jae-yoon said that he probably also felt that Arcadia was not just a game. He should try again to forge the dagger, but he must not be distracted by any extraneous thought. He needed to think only about making the best item in the world. Hentak realized that he had to put his heart into it. After that, he immediately got to work. Lim said that judging by the gleam in his eyes, he didn't think it would be over in a few days. Therefore, he suggested that he leave. Jae-yoon apologized to him and said that he would have to go first. The boy believed his words and has been persistently following the path to become a blacksmith ever since. Now he has also picked up his hammer because he believed him. That's why he can't leave him now and wants to stay by his side, at least until that item is ready. Hentak thinks that he has no talent, technical skills, or artistic sense. He has nothing, neither in reality nor in this world. He spends his whole life submitting to the atmosphere around him, but at least now everything is different. A person who believes in him has appeared in his life. Even knowing what he is like, his brother Dex continues to say that he believes in him, and he just wants to repay him for this trust. After some time, he finished creating the item despite the great loss of strength. Alice learned that the equipment created was of such a high level that it could amaze the entire continent. The item's rank is adjusted. Hentak created a unique item for the first time. His weapon crafting skill has increased significantly. His weapon crafting skill rose to rank 8, and he was given the title of Master who puts his soul into his work. Hentak shouted with joy that he had succeeded. Tan said that his eardrums almost burst from the shout. Jae-yoon was also very surprised to see that he had finally been able to make a truly powerful item. He had created a unique dagger of enlightenment. After that, Jae-yoon approached him and praised him for his efforts. Alice informed the creator of Arcadia that a user had appeared who had created a unique item. But according to the plan, this should have happened at least a year later. This rank was awarded for meeting the relevant rating criteria. Jack, the creator of Arcadia, was surprised that it took a whole month to make a dagger. When it comes to passion for one's work, he is willing to believe in such a result. The player also used Vulcan's hammer, so he didn't cheat and there is no reason to punish him. But it seems to him that he quickly understood how to use the item of divine energy. Alice said that the Bard of Anarchy helped him with this. It's hard for Jack to say this, but he thinks Dexa is really good at games. This profession went to the person who was most suited to it. Jack was prepared for such a turn of events, but he did not expect it to overturn the system, especially in such a short time. In addition, he restored the World Tree. Jack asked Alice about the chance that this guy would start the Pangea scenario. The probability of activation is almost 93% with an estimated time frame of 1 year. Jack thinks this is a big problem. Therefore, he decided that they should implement a real-time oral and written translation system as soon as possible. Ji-young said that he seemed to have created something important for the manufacture of equipment. Hentak replied that he had a lot to learn, but he understood the essence. Hentak asked Jung-yoon to accept the sword. He replied that this item was worth as much as an entire apartment. Besides, he was not sure that he could use the characteristics of this item properly. Hentak said that he could give it to someone else. He wanted to give him the first item he made as a token of his gratitude. Ji-yoon thought it would be rude to refuse the gift. Therefore, he agreed to accept the gift and thanked him. Then he asked if he planned to stay there. Hentak said that he wanted to make many items. He asked Jae-yoon if he was leaving. Jae-yoon replied that he would visit him from time to time. If Hentak wanted to meet, he should send him a message. After that, he would definitely visit him. Hentak agreed and thanked him again. Then he said he would work hard until he became someone who could be useful to him. After these words, Jong-yoon left. Tan asked him what had come over him. Ju-yoon asked him what he meant. Tan pointed out how kindly he was treating this boy. It made him think that there was something human in him. Tan constantly saw how he deceived people. Therefore, he thought that his master was an even more evil demon than he was. Jae-yoon was surprised that this was how he saw him. Tan asked if he had ever looked at his own actions from the outside. He finds it amazing that the master sometimes shows good intentions by helping others without getting anything in return. The same goes for his friend. Tan thinks that with his character, he is unable to build relationships with people without receiving anything in return. Jae-yoon pointed out that they are his friends. If there is something good, he wants to share it with them. He himself did not know that he had this side to him. He is learning more and more about himself as a person. This is how the world of Arcadia influences him. Jae-yoon said that now he wants to put his previous plan into action, and to test how kind a person like him can be towards more or less adequate people. After all, he only destroys those he doesn't like to appease his own ego. The appearance of dwarves and elves on the scene has brought many changes to users who play Arcadia. These changes have affected more than just users. Players think that if the adventurers manage to reach an agreement with the dwarves, the entire continent will be plunged into chaos. Some believe that it does not matter how much time and resources it will take, but they must be the first to sign the agreement before other kingdoms. After all, rumor has it that jewelry made by dwarves is now in fashion, therefore many want to get it regardless of the price. Each kingdom is engaged in a real race. They cannot let others outrun them. To continue their research, they need the dwarves' tools. Among the characters are wealthy nobles. The influx of gold coins from these people has revolutionized the economic system of Arcadia. Previously, Arcadia's economic system relied on the meager amount of gold that users obtained through quests and hunting, but now the whole world is gripped by gold fever. The GM Guild sees Arcadia not as a game but as another reality. They take their business seriously. Choi believes that this cannot be compared to other corporate activities. They learn from their mistakes and create a reliable market system. Choi Yoon thinks that the atmosphere in the desert is very different from what it used to be. It seems that a specific system of guild guides has been created. This means that the time is coming when he will have to show his teeth. A girl turned to him and asked if he was going to leave this place. She is also interested in whether he has already bought a guild ticket. If he intends to purchase a GM guild ticket, he should hurry up. After all, sales will end soon. Chae-yoon had seen her before when he came to the dwarf town. She was walking with the GM guild caravan. He had no doubt that she was the guild leader, so he apologized and said that he was going to use the services of another guild. She said that the fact that he had spent almost a month here probably meant that he had a lot of spare cash. She asked if he had previously used the services of the weak and small pie guild. Ju-yoon was surprised that she even knew that. Before that, he noticed that someone was following him, so he guessed that they were people from the GM guild. The girl said that even after all the difficulties, it seemed that he was unable to draw any sensible conclusions. So let him do as he pleases. She hopes that he will be lucky this time and will safely cross the desert. A guild member asked why she decided to convince him. It wasn't like her, but it made him happy. She said she had her reasons because she had received some very useful information. She doesn't know what trick he used, but they say that he came out of a forge that users are not allowed to enter. If it turns out that he made a special deal with the dwarves, they will have to deal with him. Since there was no other information, it was just a guess, but that was even better. The girl was sure they would find out the truth. To do that, they just need to scare him well. Tan asked if he was going to deal with her because she was being presumptuous. Ellie said that if he wanted to, Heaven would help him, but he said to leave it alone, because that's all they're waiting for him to start a fight first, and they'll be grateful for it. Chae-yeon said that lately, managing guilds had become quite a popular pastime, so he also wanted to get one. He asked his familiars what they thought of the idea, but they were very surprised by his words. The Pie Guild was selling tickets for the caravan at an affordable price. They promised to deliver them safely to the neighboring village. The guild leader Yabluchko saw Jae-yoon approaching him wearing a Resdio mask. He asked if they had any tickets left for sale. They replied that they were obliged to take him to the village for free, but he could make the journey on his own and didn't need to buy a ticket. Jae-yoon said that it would be boring to go alone. He wanted to have someone to talk to. He joined the caravan and the whole team headed for the village. Yabluchko said that the road to the Sand Forge was now called the Golden Road. This means that the dwarves' equipment brings in money. Jae-yoon said that he had seen the news, so their guild's income must be quite good. He replied that they don't earn much and that this time they need to be more careful with the goods they are carrying. Some of them will have to be kept back. This is in case they need additional capital for an emergency. To make a profit, you need to have a lot of items that can be transported. The more people, the more goods you can transport. Currently, trade with the dwarves is completely controlled by GM merchants. It is now difficult to find even human resources. They have opened a recruitment company to hire several researchers and magicians. Using their workforce, they are trying to eliminate competing guilds, but how could they use such a despicable method? Tan said that human evil has something to learn from. All you need to do is crush your competitors in a unique way. Ji-young understood why the GM guild leader looked so triumphant. A guild member said that someone was approaching them from behind, and they were moving very fast. Yabuchiko asked if they were monsters, but the man replied that it was a group of people. Yabuchiko wondered what they were up to. He also believed that they were using earth dragons here. Ju-yoon asked what the problem was. He replied that it was impossible to move at high speed in this area because it annoyed the scorpions. But it seems that those people are moving in their direction. Ju-yoon asked Mr. Apple if such situations ever happen in this desert. He replied that there had been no such cases until now. After all, if you rob the wrong person, you could make enemies in the form of the GM guild. Ji-young told them not to panic and to listen to him carefully. A group of people from this guild was approaching them. He thought they intended to attack them. Yablutchko did not understand why the guild would attack them, but the most important thing at the moment was the penalty that could be incurred for dying in this dangerous zone. Because of this, all rights to the items obtained will be lost, so if he doesn't survive, he will be bankrupt. Yablutchko said, "Do they really think that just because they are a large corporation, they can do whatever they want? How dare they disrespect the weak? And don't they think about the consequences at all?" The man said that they were not from the guild, but just simple bandits. But Yablutchko did not believe him. He said that they would not fall for their cheap acting. Apart from the GM Guild, no other organization would risk traveling through this desert. The girl told him that such a statement was too dangerous for such a weak guild. How could he express suspicion towards a large company? He needed proof. If he were taken to court, wouldn't that complicate his real life even more? Another guild member said that the only players left were simpletons who used the services of such an unsuccessful guild. Instead of wasting time on this nonsense, he would be better off joining a normal guild that was firmly established. Jae-yoon asked Apple if he was currently unable to defeat them. He replied that he couldn't fight them back right now. So Ju-yoon asked if he would like to receive an investment. Yablutchko asked what he meant. After that, Ju-yoon used spiritualism and summoned the Knight of Honor, Farhan. The members of the GM guild did not understand what was happening. They thought that the guy was a crusader. The guild leader thought that her intuition had not failed her, and that the guy was indeed dangerous. Therefore, she wanted him to show his true colors. Ju-yoon turned to Yablutchko and said that he had said that the GM guild was abusing its power. So in that case, would he like to get back on his feet with his investments? He meant to become the largest guild in the history of Arcadia. He took off his mask of deception and showed his true face. Apple immediately recognized him. The GM guild members also knew that this was the player who had won the bamboo stick battle. Jae-young addressed them and said that it was time to teach them a lesson. The guild members did not understand how he became a Dex player. After all, they had checked his name. The guild leader realized that they had provoked a very important figure. A member called her by her name, Nuna, and asked what they should do now. She replied that there was only one enemy and that the situation was different now. Compared to what happened during the battle with bamboo sticks, she said not to give him a single chance and to destroy him immediately. One of the participants used his skills to activate a debuff. Chae-young immediately realized that he was facing a strong opponent. Quick changes between buffs and debuffs that were perfectly timed for the attack. This was to be expected from the guild. The guild members were on a different level, but he asked for forgiveness because Farhan was a crusader specializing in defense. That's why he blocked all their attacks, and they couldn't believe it because the buffs were applied correctly. They don't understand what kind of defense he has. Jae-young asks if they don't know that paladins and crusaders specialize in defense from the very beginning. So if they want to destroy him with one blow, they should bring at least 100 people with them. Nuna tried to attack him by surprise, but he noticed it in time and couldn't understand what kind of high-level restraint skill it was. He couldn't block it with Farhan's passive skill, which he didn't expect at all. Nuna told everyone to attack at once. This was because his skills were specialized only in resisting magical attacks. Physical attacks were effective. One of the attackers called him a cheater. Ji-yoon asked if he really thought so. Then he activated his skills. He asked if they were done yet, because if they wanted to fight, they should fight with all their strength. When they started, they needed to show them a clear difference, so that there would be no backlash. Nuna didn't understand what difference their skills made in this situation. The guild members said that it would be difficult for them to defeat him, so now it would be better for them to retreat. She believes that they have lost their ability to think clearly. How can you run away when fighting such a monster? Jae-young said that he gave them enough opportunities to strike, so now it was his turn. He entered battle mode and activated the Burning Dawn skill, saying that, as expected, destroying people like them was the most fun. Jae-yoon eliminated them and was surprised that he had spent so few points. He also received no decision on self-defense or penalties. Ellie asked how many points he thought she would get from fighting against nobodies. He said that integrity points varied depending on the opponent. The cost of the competition with the Scorpions was estimated at several tens of thousands. Ellie said she had given a small discount, because as an archangel he cannot remain silent in the noble cause of judging the wicked and saving the weak. Yablutchko turned to him. He thanked him for saving them, saying that if it weren't for him, they would have suffered great losses. Lemon said he didn't even know how to repay him for his kindness. Jae-young had completely forgotten about them, but then he remembered that they were still there, so he wondered what to do now. He didn't care if other users would benefit from the deal with the dwarves and elves, but the story takes a different turn. Because the GM Guild is involved in everything, he couldn't leave things as they were, so he asked if they remembered his investment proposal, and if they would like to discuss the proposal in more detail. While the caravan crossed the desert, Yabluchko and Lemonchick talked about business management, or more precisely, how they made that decision. In short, the two were an office couple who met at work. After they got married, their company went bankrupt. Meanwhile, the online game Arcadia was released, so they put all their assets on the line to form a guild. Chae-young said that they were fired from their jobs and decided to become dark gamers. They replied that at first glance it might seem strange, but they took this matter very seriously, and they started running their business. At the same time, they didn't bet blindly, so the guild is both a job and a business for both of them. So if they were so serious about it, Ju-yoon said he would invest in their guild. Yabucho asked what he meant, and what kind of investment he was talking about. He said he would give them the right to monopolize trade routes with the dwarves and elves. This would also help put an end to the GM Guild's machinations. In this regard, they needed outside help. Therefore, he asked them to send him several videos of the game later. Yabluchko asked what it all meant. How could he monopolize trade routes with the dwarves and elves? Chae-young thought he couldn't grasp the essence of it. Jae-yoon said that everything would be as he said. The guild would receive exclusive rights to transport and sell goods traded by dwarves and elves. Yabluchko replied that the GM Guild would not stand idly by and watch the situation unfold. Even he would find it difficult to control all their actions. Jae-yoon said that there was no need to worry about that. From now on, the dwarves and elves would not make any deals with anyone associated with the GM Guild. Mr. Yabluchko asked why. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that dwarves and elves would only make deals with small traders. This situation disrupts the balance of the game and defies common sense. Ju-yoon said that they would do so because he said so. Jae-young created a contract in which 50% of the guild's profits would go to Dex. From the outside, the contract may seem unfair, but it is not. If it weren't for him, their business would have gone under long ago. Therefore, this is the only option. All they had to do in this situation was trust him. So they agreed to the proposal and signed the contract. Ji-young said that they had made the right decision. He would do everything to ensure that they would never regret their choice. He gave Mr. Yabluchko 10,000 gold coins. He said they would need the money for various expenses, so let them consider it a prepayment. And when they go to the dwarf city, they should take his friend with them. He would introduce them to a user named Hentak. It would be faster if they got the information firsthand, so he was counting on them. Yabluchko asked if he would go with them. After all, he had entrusted them with such a large sum. He replied that he would soon have a lot of work to do. Some people had appeared who needed to be thoroughly trampled into the dirt, so he put on a deceiver's mask and left. Despite Jang Yoon's frenzy, Yabluchko and Lemon promised that they would never become his enemies. Returning to real life, Jang Yoon called the CEO and said he had checked the video. Cho So-wook said that they had put all their energy into it, so it should blow up the internet. He thanked him for the opportunity to take revenge on GM. Jae-yoon said that he had simply asked for the video to be edited, and that he had done a good job and was completely satisfied. So Ju-yoon asked him to upload the video as it was. The company's headquarters would quickly find out about it. In the third quarter, they expect a decline rather than growth. Choi Sung-ent, the head of GM Group, is not happy about this. He asked an employee how he could report such a thing to him. Sales of electronics and wireless communications fell by 80%. They were given director positions because they are called his sons. What do they actually do? They said they were doing everything in their power. But he told them to keep quiet. In a game that they ignored and dismissed as child's play, huge sales could be achieved. We are talking about 1 trillion won in sales and 700 billion won in operating profit. And they spent huge amounts of money on construction. Factories and technology development are absurd. That's why it's impossible to give the chair of the board to any of them. It is not for those who come here with such news, but for those who put in all their efforts. Their company must be #1 in the country, and if something doesn't work, they must make it work. They should follow the example of their younger brother, Choi Jae-kyu. He knew that everything would turn out this way. After the conversation, Choi was delighted that he had surpassed everyone who looked down on him. He won because he was ahead of his time. His brothers told him that he should be more modest about his successes. They did not believe that his growth would be eternal. He asked if they were not ashamed to follow him in order to express their comments. If they want to convince someone, let them use facts. After all, his dear older brothers should be well aware of the rules of their company, GM Group. If something doesn't work out, then you have to make it work with evil and force. After that, he returned to his office. Choi was pleased that the senior management and his older brothers looked as if they had just eaten something unpleasant and did not know what to do next. Smith noticed that he seemed to be in a good mood. He replied that things couldn't be better and that he was on cloud 9. If they achieved an operating profit of 1 trillion won by the next quarter, the chair of the board would no longer be a dream. Finally, he would have a chance. Smith said he was sorry to deliver such a report at such a joyful moment. A new video appeared on the Destroyer's Everyday Life channel. Choi replied that he should not say that the video was related to them. He asked him to find out the identity of the player. Smith said he would watch the video first, so he did. The video showed a conversation between 2 guild members who were insulting those who chose the third-rate guild pie. They said that such players have a miserable life even within the game. In that case, they will never get out of the bottom in their real life. So let them pass their orders onto their guild, because they won't be able to fulfill them with such a small guild anyway. It seems that their product range is similar to theirs. If they continue in the same vein, they will have big problems. Yabluchko said that even if large corporations want to take control, they still shouldn't use such ugly methods. Then the video showed that people from the GM guild caught up with them and were about to attack. Their entire conversation was recorded. Many users watched the video, they shared their dissatisfaction in the comments. Choi's father found out about the video and started calling him. Choi couldn't believe that this was really happening. Choi asked Smith what was going on with the video. He said that they did not want to delete it, but if they wanted to take legal action, they should go ahead. Choi didn't like that, because he considers them nobodies who made a living off his salary. And now they're doing this because they left the company. Choi isn't going to turn a blind eye to this. Smith said that first they need to decide what to do with the video. The facts are unknown and there is insufficient evidence, so it is better to take the position that they have nothing to do with the incident. Choi said to blame the guild employees for everything and fire them for talking nonsense. That's why they hired so many people. He considers them useless and they have forced him to intervene personally. When he logged into the game, he saw something strange. The players were shouting that bad companies must be punished. They knew where the guild had retreated, so they had to find them. Choi asked what was going on. A player told him that users who were upset with the GM guild were attacking all at once. Because of this, 60% of the guild's personnel had been taken out of action. Choi said that it was obvious even to the naked eye. The attacks on trade routes continue, and they are trying to minimize the damage to goods. They were destroyed by desert scorpions, resulting in the loss of 2 million gold coins. Choi said that 200 billion won had vanished without a trace. In that case, they must take the dwarves and all their contracts into their own hands. The growth of other guilds must not be allowed. To this end, all available funds must be utilized. Nuna said that the dwarves are refusing to honor the agreement with the GM guild. Negotiations were not working at all, and she thought they had deeply offended them. Choi said that they were just characters, and why should he care about their feelings? She said that it is a fact that this is what caused the problems. At first, she had the same opinion as him, but their guild made a mistake. Because of that, they failed. She is even more concerned about how Dex is playing the game. All the attention in the news was on the GM group. The presenter said that the company had spent a lot of money to obtain goods in the game. The tax service concluded that these goods could be converted into yen or dollars and used for purposes other than those intended. Therefore, the service has launched an investigation and will check for illegal activities and tax evasion. Ji-young feels very bored. Tan said that it looks like he is going to cause trouble again. Ji-young asked what he meant. Tan replied that he himself had said that people who annoy him will not get away with it. Jae-yoon asked if he meant the GM guild. He replied that he doesn't really know the names, but it seems like his boss is feeling down. So what will he do this time? Especially since the goblins are talking about it. Jae-yoon asked how he could be around him all the time and still know what the goblins were talking about. And how did they even find out about his decisions? Tan uses information about his master's actions as training material for his subordinates. Many of them have become admirers of the master. They admire his incredible deeds, and he would be surprised to learn how much the goblins admire him. They respect the master almost as much as he does. So how does he feel about giving a serious lecture to the inhabitants of the demon world? That would be wonderful. Chae-young replied that he didn't want to. After all, he lives a very decent life, despite the fact that Tan personifies evil. So what kind of lecture could he give? Tong said that of all the people he had ever seen, he truly represented something hellish. Ellie attacked him and told him to stop confusing him. He must have forgotten that she was here as his guardian angel. It was her duty to prevent the flying mice from leading Ju-yoon down the wrong path. If he did so, she would personally go to hell to destroy his body. Tan said that she called herself an angel, but acted worse than a demon. If you provoke her, she immediately starts throwing punches. Ju-yoon smiled and thought about peace and quiet. The man said that they had reached the place where he had asked him to drop him off. He could only take him this far. Jae-yoon paid him with a silver coin. The man thanked him and asked him to be careful. He didn't know why he was going to this city, but it was considered the most dangerous and violent place on the continent. It was the 5th major region of Arcadia Caribbean. It was a city of criminals and a maritime region teeming with pirates. Unlike other cities, it was chosen as one of the 5 main forbidden regions of Arcadia, solely because of human malice, so it's obvious that it's full of danger. But Ju-yoon is determined to reach his goal. Therefore, he will inevitably have to face this place head-on. This is because of the task he received from the World Tree. He must discover the other continents of Arcadia to find the dragon. Ju-yoon cannot believe that he is suddenly being sent to the second continent. Not all information about this continent has been revealed yet, but the system is making very unreasonable demands. He said that he came here because he trusted Tan's information network, but is he sure that it is possible to get to the second continent from Caribbeana? Tan is not sure, but the demon who shared the information said that everything was exactly the same when he was summoned 10 years ago. So it seems that the game is worth the risk. Ju-yoon sensed someone's presence and saw someone throw a stone at him. It was a boy who said that it was dangerous to walk here and that he should hurry to his hiding place, because pirates were coming. Jae-yoon hid next to him and watched as the pirates passed by. The boy said they had gotten away. There is currently a conflict between factions in the city. Anyone who looks suspicious will most likely be mistaken for a member of the other faction and killed on the spot. If he gets into trouble, all the residents might be caught up in the commotion. This boy's name is Hans. And why doesn't he know such basic things as a stranger? Jae-yoon said he had just arrived in the city. Hans was surprised that he really wasn't a local. Jae-yoon said he came here to get to the second continent. The boy thinks it's impossible, even if he avoids the pirates and sets sail. But no one has ever returned to life from the ocean, which is teeming with deep-sea monsters. Therefore, it is better to give up. There's only one person in the city who has crossed the sea and returned alive. Jae-yoon asked who he was. Hans replied that there was no point in asking if he didn't know. He was talking about the pirate king Carlos. He was the founder of the Black Pirates, and a legendary figure who ruled the waters of the Caribbean. His title suggests that he has many challenges ahead of him, so Jang-yoon asked how to find him so he could meet him. Hans replied that he was most likely locked up in a dungeon somewhere. Several years ago, representatives of various powerful groups joined forces to capture him. But this is not a man who talks to those who are not on his level, so finding him will create even more problems. It is not easy to establish contact with him. Hans believes that Joo-yoon is not the type of person who would kill even one person. He must have taken at least 100 lives. That would mean he was on the same level as him. Joo-yoon realized that some special qualifications were needed to launch the mission. So he decided to use his title as a novice assassin. He never thought he would use this title. After using the title, he asked Hans what he would say now, and whether he was now worthy of meeting Carlos. Hans couldn't understand how, in an instant, he began to feel the energy of a man who had destroyed countless people. He possessed the same energy as the most influential figure in the Caribbean, the fallen pirate king Carlos. He was once a ruler and a rare criminal who filled the continent with fear. It seemed that no one could stand up to his powerful pirate fleet, but everything changed when that day came. His subordinate received an offer that would help him become the captain of the Black Pirates. The red-bearded captain, Abel, made a deal that he would give her half of his control over the Caribbean. She asked him what he would do, calling him Carlos's eternal right-hand man, Mr. Sparrow. Sparrow attacked him from behind, and Carlos couldn't believe he had done that to him. Thus, the Black Pirates were led by a new captain. Thus began the era of Captain Sparrow and Captain Redbeard. After the uprising, power in the Caribbean was divided into two factions. Because of this, victims can always be found in the alleys of their city. He really liked the old days. Hans knows that they are criminals. They do terrible things to earn a living, but they were loyal and romantic. Tan was surprised by these words. He asked if the boy was really 10 years old. After all, he talks like a 100-year-old man. Chae-young asked if he could now meet Carlos. Hans replied that he was now on the same level as Mrs. Eibel. Even compared to Carlos, he had an equally impressive sense of intimidation. This problem was solved, but another problem was that no one knew where Carlos was. Hans said that the elite were constantly watching that place. Tan asked Joo-yoon what he was thinking about. He should just destroy everyone. Ellie pointed out that the city was full of people. So they have to restore justice. Jae-yoon said that the two of them are making a mountain out of a molehill to earn brownie points. He believes that at times like this, they are on the same wavelength. In any case, his goal is to cross the ocean. He certainly couldn't achieve this alone and would need outside help. But first, he had to deal with the top brass. Then he will be able to manipulate everyone else as he pleases. Hans asked why he was suddenly smiling so sinisterly. He admitted that it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Joo-yoon decided to use spiritualism to summon the leader of the Shadow Destruction. He had gathered enough information and decided it was time to speed things up. Hans was frightened when he saw this. The atmosphere changed again, as if a completely different person was standing in front of him. This time he was enveloped in an endless energy of darkness. Jae-yoon said that it was an incredible skill that allowed him to hide and move in the shadows. Hans didn't know what to do and begged for mercy. He apologized for not recognizing him right away and asked him to spare his life. Jae-yoon thought it was due to the activation of passive skills and apologized, explaining that he had no intention of scaring him. But in any case, he was grateful to him and said that if everything turned out well, he would come to him later to play with him. Until then, he should take care of himself. Joo-yoon left him a gold coin and then disappeared without a trace. Alice analyzed the latest events in the game and reviewed all the tasks related to this city. She deleted all the tasks and set about rewriting the main scenario. A meeting of management and employees was held at the Korean branch. Kang Tae-hoon apologized for organizing the meeting so late. The employees wanted the calm to last a little longer after the incident with the World Tree. Kang Tae-hoon explained why he had called everyone together. It was related to the disclosure of confidential information of the first level, access to which is prohibited in accordance with operating policy. As is well known, Arcadia is divided into 8 continents. The Korean branch is responsible for the second zone, and each zone corresponds to a continent. A continent means a server in each country. That is why interaction between continents is impossible because they are different servers. But it turns out that this is not the case. Caribbean City is a city of criminals where there is a task that allows the player to travel to another continent. Of course, this is difficult and special conditions must be met. An employee asked what measures the Korean branch should take in such a case. The person who gives quests related to moving to another continent is a character named Pirate King Carlos. To succeed, you must help Carlos and convince him to travel to the other continent. But he does not cooperate with just anyone. To cooperate with him, you need to have a bad reputation. Even if you complete the task that allows you to get to the second continent, it is almost impossible to fulfill the condition. Kwon Myung-chan said that this is true if you follow common sense, but don't they know anything about one character? On their second server, there is a character capable of delivering a similar blow to the server, and that is Dex. Lee Mi-yeon said that Alice had revised the script and soon all servers would be accessible to every user. Jae-yoon found a place guarded by 4 people with level 200 and high ranks. He is almost certain that Carlos is there. As they say, you can't see what's right in front of your nose. They hid Carlos in the basement of their own storage room. Because of this, he almost wasted his time. Ton asked what he should do now. He said he had to lure him to his side. Carlos was brought food and he wondered how anyone could eat such filth. It was a soup that only a street rat could eat, but he had to eat because he was the king of pirates and couldn't meet his end here. He would definitely get out of this place and take revenge, even if he had to sell his soul to the devil. Jae-yoon asked if he was joking when he said those words. Hearing someone address him, Carlos asked who was there. Ju-yoon said he was there. Seeing a shadow, Carlos didn't understand what was going on. He thought he was slowly going mad. Carlos asked Ju-yoon who he was. He replied that he didn't even know how to answer, but he was the one who would fulfill his wishes. He was called the devil. Carlos didn't understand what this oppressive domination was. His senses, confronted with a multitude of evil intentions, cried out in unison. He thought that he was indeed facing a real devil. Jae-yoon suggested getting straight to the point and asked him what his wish was. Carlos replied that he wanted to take revenge on those who had betrayed him. Jong-yoon said that this was obvious and a very simple wish. The Pirate King asked if he could fulfill it, and Jong-yoon replied that of course he could. After all, such a task was a mere trifle for him. He asked what the price for fulfilling this wish would be. Carlos replied that it was his soul. Tan said that was not bad. He asked if he could take his soul. Ju-yoon told him to shut up because he was ruining his mood. Jae-yoon replied that he had read too many fairy tales and did not need his soul. He wanted only one thing. He asked if he could take him beyond the endless sea. Carlos asked if he meant a new continent. The guards asked Carlos if he had lost his mind, talking to himself. Carlos told Ji-yoon that he was not the devil. He replied that he had a very close relationship with him. The king confessed that he had just returned from the endless sea. He had only heard about this story as a legend. He would devote his entire life to it. Ji-yoon replied that he did not think there was anyone better than him who could challenge the legend. Carlos was intrigued by the new continent. If it was true, then the world was full of people who could bow down before him. They could give him their complete loyalty. So Carlos accepted his offer, calling him a more devilish, nameless human being. Carlos promised that he would take him to the new continent. After that, the guards announced that Carlos had escaped. Therefore, they had to urgently report this to their superiors. They shouted for him to surrender because there was nowhere for him to escape in the Caribbean. He asked them how such a body could surrender and said that even if dozens like them rushed at him, they would not be able to defeat him. Before that, Carlos asked Ji-yoon how many he could defeat if he joined him against the entire might of the Caribbean. Jae-yoon said he could defeat all of them, but that wasn't very interesting. So he had a slightly better plan. He gave Carlos a weapon. Thanks to this, he received the title of close friend of the Pirate King. Carlos defeated everyone and said that this was his rebirth. Jae-yoon said that it suited him and that he was glad he gave it to him. Tan asked why he gave a man a weapon using his integrity. After all, he could have defeated them himself. Jae-yoon said that was true, but this way they could keep more points of decency. Then he suggested that Tanchik take advantage of this opportunity to observe and learn something. Sometimes it is better to take advantage of something unnoticed, because it's not always best to come out from behind the scenes and do everything directly. Another opponent approached Carlos and asked how he dared to run away. At first, he didn't recognize him because he hadn't seen his face in a long time. Then he said how many years and how many winters had passed, and called him a sparrow. The sparrow asked what he could do, now that he had lost all his subordinates. He couldn't defeat them all. The elite troops of the red-bearded ones were on their way, and when Eibel's troops arrived, it would be the end for him. Carlos replied that he had said so before. He meant that he had warned him that he would die a terrible death. Carlos used his deep sea curse skill. Gorobets asked him not to come near him. The troops, seeing what was happening, did not understand where such power came from. No ordinary person could possibly cope with such power, but then they saw someone else. It was Ji-yoon. Abel asked Carlos if he had really made a deal with the devil. Seeing her, he said that it was Abel who had been busy pulling everything alive out of the Caribbean. He asked her if she was ready to pay for everything she had done. Carlos destroyed Sparrow and Abel. Then he asked who would be the next to go to hell. Ellie believes that the one-sided battle was wrong, but it was the punishment they deserved. Chae-yoon said that the most interesting part was just beginning. They just had to wait a little longer. Carlos asked what they were doing and why they weren't coming closer to him. None of them wanted to die. He said how dare they call themselves black pirates if they couldn't even attack out of fear. What did they do when this cowardly traitor ambushed him and locked him in a dungeon? Didn't they bow their heads before him, not even daring to protest? Because they were trembling with fear just as they were now, and begged for mercy. Is that what black pirates look like? Has all the pride of the black pirates disappeared into the depths of the sea? All the pirates threw down their weapons, fell to their knees before him, and begged for forgiveness. Then they said that they were dishonoring the black pirates, so he had to destroy them. Seeing this, Ellie was surprised. Carlos said that he really wanted to destroy them all, but he would give them one last chance, and they swore allegiance to him. The Pirate King said that they would raise the black pirate flag again and spread their will, convincing the whole world of this. From that moment on, the Caribbean was united once again. They had to use every opportunity to spread this news to the whole world. All those who want to destroy this world full of unfounded discrimination and inequality, and create their own world, where all people will be equal. The fugitive criminals and beggars must be informed. It doesn't matter who. Let everyone come to Caribbean and make their dreams come true. Here and now, they will take the first step towards true freedom. Together with his best friend, Dex, Juyun said that something seemed wrong here. The Pirate King has declared a revolution in Caribbean. Everyone who wants freedom is heading to the city. When the turning point comes, a new nation will emerge. Tan told his master that he was incredible. This man had regained all his former glory. It seems he knew this, which is why he gave him a weapon. He is generously investing in the possibility of evil things happening. This is not just a profitable business, but a real jackpot. Even he cannot understand his master's thoughts. Ji-young said he didn't expect much. Then he told Carlos that everything was fine, but reminded him of the promise that was more important than anything else. Carlos replied that there was no need to worry. This was the first step toward fulfilling the promise. He told his subordinates to raise their heads. He emphasized that he was giving them their first task. From that moment on, the pirates and all the Caribbeans set off in search of a new continent and a route to it. They had to find all the clues, even the smallest and most useless ones. He and his friend would judge their usefulness, not his subordinates. Chu Yan fulfilled all the conditions for launching the main scenario. In fact, he didn't want to make such a fuss, but things aren't as bad as they seem. Cho Seo-wook received a strange gift from someone in the form of underwear. This happened after the video with the player Dex was published. Users began to leave various comments. Therefore, Cho Seo-wook informed Jae-yoon that they would be blocking comments for the entire day. The director asked him to contact the player because they were short-staffed, while the entire team was working on the channel's comments. Jae-yoon thought that was what had happened, but there was nothing he could do, and the director was a trustworthy person. So he confessed to him that he was Dex and had been using another character's name. He didn't want to reveal his nickname because he was afraid of situations like this. Jae-yoon hopes that only he will know about this. He asked the other employees to say that he just had a close relationship with this player. Cho Seo-wook agreed. Jae-yoon said he would film and post a video to resolve the situation. After a while, he posted a video addressing the guild that was looking for him. He said that he has a close relationship with the owner of this channel, and they agreed that in the future they would post his own videos from time to time. No one suspects who he is, and they know this better than anyone else. Therefore, he asks them not to do anything stupid. First of all, they should not try to find his personal information. He knows that intimidation and persecution will not work on them. But if they don't listen to him this time, he will leave the game for good. So they should behave themselves. Because they are doing stupid things, they may get into trouble. The guild leader said that from now on, they should not do anything bad. If anyone leaves even an unpleasant comment on the Destroyer's daily life channel, they will be judged immediately, regardless of the reason. From now on, all malicious comments will be considered hostile acts against their guild. They must not let this slide. They need to move on for the sake of their dark future. After that, Cho Seo-wook received a gift. Everyone knew that his company was working with the player Dex. Many were curious about the color of his underwear. So in the video, Jong-yoon said black. So the fans sent Jong-yoon a gift, and Cho Seo-wook thought he should give it to him. In Caribbean, everyone was working on restoring the ship. They repaired one part and now have to move on to the next. Some were wondering why the sewage system was still not being serviced because the smell was unbearable. Some organizations should take responsibility for this. Carlos said that everyone should work without worrying about the equipment of some organizations in order to restore the status of the legendary port city. The atmosphere in the city has changed noticeably. When a useful person becomes a leader, efficiency changes dramatically. Carlos asked Ji-yoon, calling him his friend, where he had been and said that he had sent him a telegram. Ji-yoon replied that he had to take care of something personal. The Pirate King told him to take a look at it, and Ji-yoon asked what it was. Carlos replied that these were items he had found while searching all over the Caribbean. Everything was as his friend had advised him. Among the items were a compass, a map, a telescope, and a lost logbook. At first glance, they were just antiques, but it was obvious that these legendary items had something to do with the endless sea. He, as a king, guarantees it. But because they had been in harsh conditions for a long time, they could no longer fulfill their function. Jae-young asked if they really had any value. Carlos replied that, judging by what was written in the logbook, these items would help someone survive in the endless sea. Perhaps they need to be repaired so that they can function properly. The only way to repair an item is to go to the Blue Magic Tower. He felt sorry for him, but most of the people in the city were criminals who were wanted by the authorities, so he couldn't visit the Blue Magic Tower himself. He received a quest to repair old magical artifacts. Alice received a notification about a continent from the continent shift scenario. She calculated which continent is most likely to be reached from the second continent. The third continent is Japan, and the fourth is China. Jenica, the head of one of the development companies, said that looking at the situation, the problem arose because of the second continent. She couldn't wait any longer and had to take action herself. The continental shift scenario had not been properly prepared. No one knows what problems may arise. The problem must not be allowed to spread to all continents. So, as a first-level administrator, she told Alice to increase the frequency of deep-sea monster attacks in the Arcadia Ocean by 100%. But Alice said that was impossible. She asked why, since she was a first-level administrator. Alice explained that it was an unfair order. It was directed at a user who had accepted a peace agreement and received the absolute right to protection. Jenica had never heard of such a thing. Alice sent the data by email. Jenica realized that it was about the Bamboo Stick Festival and understood why the player had been granted protection. The distance to the Blue Magic Tower was too great. It was on the other side of the continent. It would take 2 or 3 weeks to get there. And that was just one way. Therefore, Chae-young had to find another way out. It was too far to go to the gnomes, and it would be ineffective, but there had to be some way. He remembered Tan's words about the power to break the laws of the world, artificially change them, and reveal them, disregarding cause and effect relationships. After all, he had this power. All he needed was willpower, so he decided to try to restore the items himself, especially since he had succeeded before. He spent 200,000 points of integrity to restore the items. The Pirate King couldn't believe that these antiques were responding to him. Ju-young was delighted that everything had worked out. He opened the ship's log, which said that someone had faced the risk of dying at sea many times. Unknown monsters could appear at any moment. If he didn't have these two mysterious artifacts, he wouldn't have lived to write this down. He wants to thank his ancestors who passed down these items. He restored all the magical items and his quest was complete. Tan said he was crazy for spending points on restoring this junk. Ellie couldn't believe that he used time travel to repair everything. Ji-yoon asked what was wrong with that and if there was a problem. Tan said that time travel is not a power that can be used to simply repair things. Jae-yoon asked if it was something special. He replied that it wasn't and that he had been curious about it for a long time. Something had been wrong ever since he forced his demon king to sign a contract. Ellie asked if he had made a contract with any other beings besides them. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain. Ju-yoon thought about the peculiarity of his profession. He asked if that was it. The familiars asked if that was called justification. The more Ju-yoon played, the more he understood his role. The Bard of Anarchy seems like an unusual profession to him, but why was it entrusted to him? Probably because he is who he is. But still, he's not someone who can't have fun when he puts everything on the board. Just let them look closely. He will show them the most powerful destruction he is capable of. Jae-yoon asked Carlos if everything was working properly. Carlos replied that it didn't matter whether it worked or not, but that it looked more like something completely new. Jae-yoon asked if they could now set off for the new continent. He replied that of course they could, but he didn't know the plan would be changed so much. But everything in the journal was ready. All that was left was the ship and the crew. He would prepare the warship by tomorrow, so don't worry. They would choose guys with outstanding skills for this. Jae-yoon asked what he meant. Surely he was supposed to go to the new continent with him. Carlos said that the Caribbean was in an unstable state, but he understood what Ji-yoon meant. Jae-young said that he was talking too much and asked if he was afraid of the sea. The Pirate King asked if he was trying to provoke him. After that, Ji-yoon received a notification that he had reached a branching point in the main scenario. The direction of the main scenario may change depending on the player's actions, so he must be careful while playing. He hopes he has correctly understood the turning point in the scenario. His goal is not just to go to a new continent. Jae-yoon wants to hunt the dragon that lives on the continent, but he cannot do it alone. He said it was dangerous, but the journey was full of terrible romance and exciting adventures. It was an opportunity to enjoy the sea. Carlos said that if the ruler of Caribbeana dies during the expedition, everything will go back to the way it was. It is his duty to protect this city. Jae-yoon said that it was very simple and that he should not die, but conquer the sea in return. This would help immortalize his name in history. As the discoverer of a new continent, Carlos asked what he wanted from him. Ji-yoon replied that he would go with him to the second continent. Now, it was not just a matter of exploration with one ship, but of gathering together the Black Pirates and all the ships that could cross the continent. And waving the pirate flag, they would cross this cursed endless sea. They would raise the flag of the Black Pirates on the new continent, a continent that no human has ever set foot on before. He wants to share this moment with him at a time when criminals and pirates are despised by all. They are treated like insects. No kingdom or empire has ever accomplished this feat, so Jong-yoon asked if he would join him to share the glory. Executive Director Kwon Myung-chan tells Kang Tae-hoon that the scenario of the continent's collapse is inevitable. He has just received permission to access the information. Only one user is completing the preliminary tasks necessary to travel to the second continent by taking control of the Caribbean. Kang Tae-hoon asked if a single user was going to move to another continent so quickly. Then he asked who was responsible for this user. Kwon Myung-chan asked what he meant. Kang Tae-hoon replied that it would be bad if a player who had been playing on the Korean continent moved to another continent. He could cause various problems or do strange things. According to the rules, they were not responsible for that. At least on that continent. The local department is responsible for that. He doesn't know what country it is, but he feels sorry for them. Carlos told the entire fleet to prepare for departure. From that moment on, all of Caribbean's forces were headed for a new continent across the boundless sea. Ji-young said that the time had finally come to set sail and that the dragon's heart would soon be waiting for him. The Caribbean fleet set off in search of a new continent. A week has passed since their departure. They entered the Endless Sea. Carlos thinks it's really scary. So, did the name Endless Sea come from the endless depths or from the wide open horizon of the sea? The game warned that if he was offline for more than 3 hours, his character would die, and he would be sent to the nearest desert island. They are forced to stay online, and this is a harsher condition than it seems. The system does not want them to complete the detour quickly. This makes his heart beat faster. On the 10th day, due to an excess of mana in the atmosphere, unpredictable weather and ocean currents damaged the fleet. In the stormy sea, it became impossible to hunt any living creature with human strength. As a result, their food supplies were depleted faster than expected. Their only support is 2 restored items. Carlos believes that if they did not have a telescope, they would have been in big trouble. They barely managed to avoid encountering monsters. These monsters live deep underground. If they had to face them, their fleet would suffer critical damage in this endless sea. Jae-yong asked about their current situation. At the moment, some ships have been destroyed by sea monsters, and navigation systems have been damaged. There are 32 warships, 15 ships, and 8 large ships. The number of casualties is 1,200. The number of overcrowded ships continues to grow, leading to food supply problems and a shortage of space. Then they will have about a week to continue sailing. It is a disgrace to mobilize all ships for sailing only to taste death. Carlos thought that this guy knew everything about the future. Jae-yoon received a message that Carlos's favor had grown. They sensed that something was happening because there were fluctuations, but there was nothing visible on the horizon, and the wind had not changed much. Jae-yong said that they had big problems and asked Carlos to look here. The Pirate King asked what had happened. Carlos thought it was a large number of giant monsters. It seemed that their fleet was getting in their way. Jae-yoon said that wasn't the case. All the monsters were moving in the same direction. They weren't trying to attack them, but rather fleeing to survive. Then they saw a giant monster. It was a legendary creature of the endless sea called the Kraken. Jae-yoon said that it looked like they were all running away from it. The monster from the legends really existed, but there was no way they could defeat it. Carlos said to retreat the entire fleet immediately. Ju-young told him that it was too late because if they retreated, they would be destroyed immediately. So he told the entire fleet to move forward and that he would take care of this monster himself. Ju-yoon decided to use spiritualism and summoned the sanctuary of Amelia. Ji-hun used his all-seeing gaze to identify his opponent's weak points and attack him. He destroyed one of the Kraken's hearts, and the pirates couldn't believe that he had cut it off with a single blow. But the wind died down due to the magical fog brought by the Kraken, and the ship cannot move at such a speed. Jae-yoon said that it seemed like all they needed to do was get the wind blowing again, so he read the flow of mana in the atmosphere. He managed to find the magical eye of the storm. After eliminating the problem, the ship began to move at a speed several times faster than normal. Carlos said that now was the time to move forward and that they should escape at full speed. He ordered them to check for damage and then continue on their way. One of the pirates said that the main equipment was damaged. They would try to repair it as much as possible. Carlos thought that they just needed to hold on a little longer. They would never have another chance like this, and their goal was within reach. The pirate looked through his binoculars and said he could see land. This meant they had reached a new continent. Ji-yoon was given the title of Explorer of the Unknown. The game used a real-time oral and written translation system from Korean to Japanese. Jae-yong said that this was his first trip abroad, so he was looking forward to it. A continent refers to a server in each country. Arcadia is a huge world consisting of a single server that users from all over the world can access simultaneously. Jae-yoon wondered how people would react if he posted this video. He asked Carlos if he was ready. Carlos replied that he had prepared everything he had been told to do. Ju-young said that their pirate fleet was very conspicuous, so now all they had to do was wait until they caught his attention. In the port city of Kyle, not far from the Sea of Idumi, ships that had never been seen before were spotted. They looked like pirate flags. Surely an opportunity to take advantage of had finally presented itself. That was the opinion of the Coast Guard commander at the port named Minato. He told the second fleet to prepare to set sail. These must be pirates who have invaded the waters of Izumi, so they must prepare for battle. The man told the captain that it would be better to inform the Lord. He replied that there was no need to bother the Lord to deal with pirates. But that wasn't the point. This was the first event since he started working here. Therefore, he couldn't let some non-playable characters get in the way of profit. So he decided to deal with it himself. He noticed that these were not NPCs but users. Chae-yong, watching through binoculars, also noticed an interesting change. Carlos said that there was an enemy fleet on the horizon. They would be attacked first if they continued, so they needed to prepare for battle. Jae-young said to wait a little because in this case, important procedures had to be followed. First, they had to try to talk. Carlos said that according to Dex's decision, all ships except those in the Black Line should be on standby. They needed to try to contact the enemy. The Pirate King thought this was imprudent. They had crossed the sea not only for piracy, but for great achievements. Trying to fight without even talking to the people on the new continent they had miraculously reached would be the wrong decision. If it weren't for Dex, he would have gone down the wrong path again. Ji-yoon said he would tell him an interesting fact. No matter what happened, it was important. Especially if you're trying to achieve such great success, you have to see it through to the end. Carlos asked what it was, but their conversation was interrupted by an attack from their enemies. The Pirate King asked how they dared to attack them. Jae-yoon said that, as expected, they had no intention of talking to them. Therefore, they were the victims who were attacked first, and the other side became the aggressor. Minato saw a giant octopus and did not understand what kind of magic it was. He had never seen anything like it before. Jae-yoon told Carlos that now he knew what to do. The Pirate King said that, as expected, he was the most demonic person in the world. Carlos warned the entire Caribbean fleet that it seemed like the enemy's conversation was an attack. Therefore, they had to respond in kind. The pirates said that they should just give the order and they would immediately launch an attack. Let the fear of Caribbean settle in their souls. One of the pirates told Ji-yoon that on his orders they had let one ship go. Judging by its direction, it would reach land safely. Jae-yoon praised him for his good work and thought about a victory of such magnitude. There was no need to even use the spirit of the year. Are these 5 major taboos considered the strength of the Caribbean? If so, then it was time for the conversation he had been waiting for. The pirates captured Captain Minato. Jong-yoon said he was pleased to meet him. Minato only said that death was the punishment for dying at sea. Jae-yoon was surprised that he understood his words. Minato asked if he was also a user and then asked if he even knew who he was. What was he doing? The ruler of Izumi was behind him. If he didn't resolve the situation right now, he would be declared a wanted man. Chae-young said that the translation system was incredible. He asked him what to do with this loud guy. He replied that they did well to catch him. Then he said they could destroy him. Carlos said they had destroyed several of their ships as he had ordered. Tan was delighted with his master's actions. He considers him a true devil and constantly records all his behavior in his book. Carlos added that because of the destruction of the ships, they were barely able to sail. Chae-young said that now they were ready. Then it was time to raise the flag on the new continent. The inhabitants of the continent wondered where these guys had come from. They were joined by Lord Rukayo, who asked what was going on. They replied that according to reports from the victims, Minato himself had declared war. The Lord couldn't believe that he had done this without his permission, but there was nothing they could do. So Rukayo told them to prepare for departure and battle. Carlos called Ji-yoon his friend and told him to watch closely how the pirates of the Caribbean city of criminals managed to survive. They demonstrated their resilience, and he wants to show this potential. Then he announced that everyone should prepare for battle because they must capture the coast. The king ordered to destroy all ships, leaving not a single one. They must sink them all. Tana is surprised by such destruction and victory. He raised this boy for this. When raising a bad person, one should not think that decency is a waste of time. The initial investment is worthless. If you stand by them and care for them devotedly until their strength blossoms, darkness will come. Ellie watched all the destruction and thought that Tan was still pathetic. The troops successfully entered the port. Under the leadership of the Pirate King and the Bard of Anarchy, they entered the first gate to the new continent. Jae-young took a breath of fresh air and said that it was quite pleasant, although it smelled a little burnt. Some of the players on the new continent felt a strange magical power. Meanwhile, a meeting was held at the Japanese branch of Arcadia. They began briefing on the security plan for the Shuan Empire. Nishikawa Shoto, the chief scriptwriter, gathered everyone to solve the problem. Due to the Empire's focus on its navy, the plan revolves around controlling the large coastal city of Posaya. As a result, the main NPCs are involved. They are concentrated in the waters of Izumi. During the setup, some troops were changed so that users could control them. However, the results have not yet been calculated. She believes that they will see positive results. The situation developed as planned by their division. This concludes the report. Kazuki Nakajima, director of Arcadia's Japanese branch, praised everyone for their excellent work. He believes that this game is attracting worldwide attention and that he was lucky to have been assigned to launch the Japanese server. But everything is more complicated than it seems. Due to the unprecedented influx of users, problems are arising. These include managing such a large number of users. There are also issues with game balance, event organization, and content consumption speed. The most difficult thing is that the game is controlled by artificial intelligence, not people. Therefore, it is impossible to dominate the game. In this regard, their department carried out a project to support the Shuan Empire in complete secrecy. Its main goal is to convert most of the money received by the Japanese branch into game money and by the main NPCs in the game. The strategy worked and the characters can now be controlled. A lot of money was spent on this. If they can control the game, they will make a profit. All they need is a little time, and the Empire will be completely controlled by their Japanese brand. Carlos ordered the pirates to take care of food and water, and, if possible, not to touch the belongings of ordinary residents. Their target is items belonging to nobles and travelers. Addressing the inhabitants of the new continent, Carlos emphasized that they were great pirates of the Caribbean who had crossed the endless sea. They would deal with all the lords and royal henchmen at sea on this continent. Status and a dirty past did not matter. All those who want to break free from the chains of power and live a free life should take up arms. No one would discriminate against them, and no one will criticize them. Under the Black Flag, they are brothers and sisters of like minds. After that, a new scenario was created. It calls for the destruction of the Empire's port cities and naval bases. The other side must destroy Carlos and sink all the Black Pirates' ships. Kazuki Nakajima was surprised that the main scenario had begun. He did not understand what was happening because the scenario had been different before, and they were busy completing the main quest. Nishikawa Shoto said that 2 days ago, no messages had been received from headquarters. The director asked why this scenario was the main one and whether she had been provided with information about its content. She sent a request, but headquarters did not provide any information. She was surprised because this was a situation she had never dealt with before. Previously, she had been able to easily check with the main office, but now access was restricted. This was the first time that access to information had been restricted. Some of the employees said that they thought they had figured something out. This is the head of the marketing team, Yojiku Yamashita. The main scenario is related to a video that was recently uploaded. He suggested watching it. The video appeared on the Destroyer's Daily Life channel. They saw a familiar face in the video. It is Carlos, the Pirate King. This character is the target of the quest in the main scenario that they launched. They don't understand where this video came from. Yamashita Yojiku said that he had been following this channel for a long time because it was unusual. It belonged to a user from the Korean continent. The user who plays on the Korean continent moved to Japan. He raised his flag and began to control the continent. Yoshiko Yamashita asked if it was possible for users to arrive from another continent and influence the main scenario. It must be some kind of mistake. The director thought about their plan and wondered why he came to their continent. Was it possible that the Korean branch had noticed their plan, and if so, could they be in trouble? A moment later, he called the Korean branch. He told Kwon Myung-chan that the gift sent from Korea had been very well received. Without his knowledge, something very interesting was happening in their region. Kwon Myung-chan asked him to address him by his title. He replied that he had the same authority. Kazuki Nakajima thought he was mocking him and asked what their branch was doing if things had come to this. He thought there was a standard procedure. According to it, action should have been taken before the problem arose with one user. Kwon said he didn't understand what he was talking about. Nakajima replied that the operation of each server had not stabilized and that the continent shift quest should be stopped. They had to intervene and adjust the balance. What would happen if players were allowed to do whatever they wanted? It would damage the Japanese server. Kwon Myung-chan laughed that it was all because of one player. Nakajima Kazuki asked what he was doing now. He replied that it was unlimited freedom and unlimited possibilities. This was a question that their boss always paid special attention to. Therefore, he must keep it in mind. There's nothing special about it. But what does it mean from this point on? It's just a story they'll learn soon. The pirates continued to actively attack the port cities. Jae-young said it would be great if they could deal with all of this here. Players on the Japanese server received a notification. The first main scenario began on their server. This is amazing because, unlike others, the server focuses on developing production and crafting skills. Some players thought that the main scenario would start later. Everyone was interested in the reward for completing the quest. Therefore, the player suggested that everyone try their best. They are determined to destroy the pirate king Carlos, but he is level 240 and not so easy to defeat. A boss with such a level cannot be defeated now when there is no one among them who has reached at least level 200. Jae-yoon thinks there's nothing wrong with that, but there's a feeling that something unfair is going on, and it makes sense. The 5 territories he has explored differ from each other in terms of defenses, and were created in such a way that players cannot access them. But these incredibly high-level black pirates are considered to be the Caribbean's weapons, so there's no point in talking about feelings of despair. This is exactly how the players felt when they encountered the leader Carlos. Those who call themselves adventurers are actually weak. Carlos believes that even the homeless people of the Caribbean are stronger than them. He asked Ji-yoon what he thought about this. Jae-yoon wondered if he had ever considered that they were much stronger than the adventurers. Carlos asked if he couldn't handle him either. He doesn't know if his friend uses his strength, but he gives off such a strong aura of oppression that even he finds it difficult to deal with him. Tan said that it was obvious that bad people could recognize other bad people from afar. After all, there are people who can recognize evil and wickedness in others. Ellie said that she had repeated over and over again that the master was the best among men. Ju-yoon asked Carlos if the strategy he had told him earlier was enough, and whether it would help put an end to this chaos. He replied that of course it would. Until then, they had stuck to the usual hit-and-run strategy. But the Empire had noticed this tactic and repelled all the artillery that could be used as weapons, so it started to get annoying. The strategy he came up with was as follows. They would go to the main camp. Poseo was the largest naval base in the Shuan Empire. He had heard that it was the only fortress with large reserves and that they needed to take control of it. Then even the Empire's land forces would not dare to approach them. But there is one problem. They have to attack a protective magic circle. It is called the eternal protection that surrounds the entire Posea. They say that this eternal circle was created by a great archmage in the past. It easily blocks attacks from ordinary ships. Chae-young said that it seems that ordinary attacks will not work here, so it is necessary to neutralize the circle. Perhaps without the protective magic circle, everything will be much easier. Then there will be no need to worry about it. Ji-yoon said that they had done very well so far and that he would take responsibility for opening the circle. After all, this is the best way to deal with those who lie in wait, relying only on their shields. The players of the second continent informed the Admiral that enemy ships were approaching. Chief of Staff Admiral Caravella wondered where these pirates had come from. After all, it was known that it was impossible to cross the Endless Sea. He asked if the magic circle was okay. His subordinate replied that it was. The magic defense was activated. The mana stones and mages were on standby. The Admiral believes that as long as there are no high-ranking mages among the pirates, there will be no problems. They are under eternal protection. It is a magical shield consisting of 7 circles created long ago by a great wizard under contract with a dragon. Admiral Caravella said how dare the pirates attack such a key strategic point of the Empire. He will make them pay for their recklessness. He ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. Ju-yoon warned Ellie to be on guard. He didn't care about the strength of the attack. The main thing was to disperse the magic. Jae-yoon asked her why she was suddenly so upset. Maybe she didn't like what he was doing. He didn't like it either, but he was worried about something else. Maybe it was because he had done many bad things when he arrived on the continent. Therefore, he had to minimize the damage. Even if it was inconvenient, he would still try. Surely that was what Ellie wanted. He asked her to tell him if she could help. She replied that if it was possible, now he is going to attack the fortress. So everything must be done to ensure that this never happens again. After all, he can destroy everything so that it cannot be restored. Tan said that for the first time in his life, he had no comment on her words. Jae-yoon asked if she was asking him not to do it moderately, but to destroy everything completely. Ellie replied that that was exactly what she wanted. He asked why, and she said because it was the truth. She couldn't tell him exactly, but he would see for himself. To prevent further chaos and casualties, the fortress and everything in it must be destroyed to the ground. Tan thought that even a chicken wing can be evil. He said she was a wonderful creature. She showed angelic strength. Yoon asked if she was sure. She believed that as long as there was resistance, battle was inevitable. He cannot stop it, but in the grand scheme of things, they are choosing the better option. Jeong said that if she asked him to, he would do as she wished. Ellie replied that he must try to do everything more thoroughly to completely destroy the city. Carlos emphasized that they were getting closer to their goal and asked what Jae-yoon should do with the magic circle. He decided to use the powers of Merlin, the great wizard of truth. Carlos believes that his friend is a man who knows no bounds. Jae-yoon began the destruction using his magician's skills. He created a minigame to remove the magic spell. The Admiral cannot believe that this is magic created by a human being. He believes that there is another world beyond the endless sea. There is a legend that one day a great catastrophe will come from beyond the continent, so he wondered if the legend was actually true. Jae-young said he was worried whether Ellie would like it. Then he destroyed all the fleets of the Shun Empire. After destroying everything in his path, he was given the title of Bringer of the Apocalypse and Master of Magic. He also received points for integrity. Tan asked the master who he really was because even a wizard couldn't perform such great magic at such a different level. Ellie said that she had felt this before and that, as she had thought, he was an unusual person. Chae-young admitted that it was very difficult. The condition for a successful spell was to win a minigame. If he had made even one wrong move, nothing would have worked. Tan asked if he knew what the 8th circle was. He shouldn't end the story by saying that successfully casting a spell was difficult. Ellie confirmed that it was indeed difficult. If it were magic that could be used so easily, 9th circle magic would have been widespread among humans long ago. Jae-hun was surprised that he lost so many points. Ellie warned him that she had minimized the use of points, but this was 8th circle magic. Tan agreed that thanks to this magician, he had done a good job. Ju-yoon was ready, but it had been expensive. He had spent more than he had earned, but a large number of views were guaranteed, so he had to think positively. After that, he uploaded a video that excited Nakajima Kazuki. He doesn't understand what happened and wonders if a huge monster has invaded them. The Empire's fleet has been destroyed and the city completely ruined. Part of the Empire's territory has been captured by black pirates, but the city was supposed to be protected by a barrier. As it turns out, the barrier was disabled by 8th level magic. Only dragon level creatures can use it, according to the setting. Kazuki Nakajima does not understand what is happening. It is ridiculous that the situation is so complicated because of just one player. He thought about Kwon Myung-chan's words and what they meant from this moment on. It was just a story they would soon learn. He cannot stop thinking about the endless possibilities and boundless freedom. Now he understands what it all meant. The story of the incident in Arcadia where users instantly destroyed a Japanese server city spread all over the internet. This user was from the second continent, or more precisely from the Korean server. This led to conflicts between users on different servers. Alice couldn't miss this trend. She launched an extreme update and made changes. The Shun Empire zone came under the control of black pirates. They signed a 5-year peace treaty between the Empire and the black pirates. Sea routes necessary for intercontinental travel were laid. Regular flights also began. They agreed with the Shun Empire not to engage in conflict with each other for the next 5 years, provided that they surrendered their territories. They also accepted into their ranks all those who were dissatisfied with the Empire and who had adopted their ideology. The cooperation was going well. Chae-young congratulated Carlos on his achievement. He is pleased that he is finally closer to his dream. Carlos said that from the moment he met him, he felt that he knew who he was. But as it turned out, this was not the case at all. But now he is grateful that he helped him gain his freedom and become the ruler of the Caribbean once again. He thinks it helped him understand how to live in the future, but as the Pirate King, he swears he will follow him forever. Jae-young laughed and asked if there would be no reward. Carlos smiled and said that, as expected, he would remain the same until the very end. Carlos replied that he couldn't remain indifferent after such a wonderful deed, so if he wanted his soul, he would gladly give it to him. Tan was surprised at how easy it was and told the master to make sure to seal the deal. But Jong-yoon replied that he didn't need his soul. He had told him this when they first met. If he ever needed help in the future, he could ask for it, and there was no need to say such things, especially in front of him. Carlos said that after all, he was not the devil. Rather, he thought he was an angel to him. Jae-yoon said that he had received all the compensation he deserved. Carlos was surprised at what compensation he was talking about. He thanked Carlos because thanks to him, he received integrity points. Now he will use them with caution. Some of the players were interested in the information from the video decks uploaded. They found a place that is a gateway to another continent. It was a city of criminals called Caribbean. It was probably called one of the 5 forbidden districts because of the vagrants. Public safety in this city has improved significantly. In any case, they want to find out how to cross the continent. Hans saw the strangers and asked if they were here for the first time. The girl replied that they were, but why did he ask? He replied that if they were looking around with their empty eyes, it was obvious. But Caribbean was not the same as it used to be. Everyone was guaranteed freedom and safety under the protection of the Black Pirates and the Pirate King, as well as the great man who helped them. The player said that they understood perfectly well that he knew how everything had changed, but they were a little busy and had to go. Hans was disappointed because he wanted to tell him a lot. A local man told him that he was acting as usual. Hans remarked that he had been selling tickets for some time. The man asked how many he had sold, and the boy replied that he hadn't sold any. This was because you couldn't sell tickets to just anyone. The tickets will only be sold to adventurers who understand the miracle created by Carlos and Dex. The man said there was nothing wrong with that. but he was taking too long to explain. However, he had no right to complain because Dex had given him this task. He was more interested in what he was thinking at that moment. A guy like him was the only one who could buy a ticket to the new continent. Hans saw the other players and asked if they were here for the first time. From that moment on, everyone became interested in the existence of Dex, a player who touched the hearts of many people and changed the world. But no one understands whether this is really a manifestation of good or evil. Ji-yoon wondered if he should start hunting dragons now. He asked Carlos for help, and he received items that could be used to find information about dragons. The inhabitants of the Empire gathered them and brought them here. What are the chances that there is a lot of useful information among them? Ji-yoon thanked him because thanks to him, his hard work was cut short. Then he asked him to make sure that no one could get here from now on. Carlos agreed, but he was a little confused. He didn't know what he was planning to do next after ravaging the new continent. Ji-yoon looked through various records and books to find any information about dragons. He managed to find out something. There is a belief that dragons are greedy and keep treasures in their hoards. They own 80% of all the gold that was mined in Arcadia. Their curiosity and desire to possess rare items were so strong that they even stole treasures from others, including humans. Many empires and kings resisted, but it ended badly. Therefore, if someone has a treasure that they want, it is better to simply give it up. Tan asked how he managed to read so many books. Ellie also wondered why he couldn't just ask them about it. He would get better information from the Heavenly Library. Zeyong asked if they knew how much integrity he would have to spend. He especially liked learning about the past. Tan asked if he had learned anything. Ji-young learned that there were two things he needed to know. The dragons of the third continent were red dragons. They were different from ordinary dragons. Unlike ordinary dragons, they are more similar to Western dragons than Eastern ones. They are also active in human society. Tan asked what that meant and how he found out. He replied that the story about the dragon was very well written in these materials. It was as if someone had deliberately warned people about the danger of dragons. Ji-yoon liked that this way they would not attract the annoyance of flies. Tan said he was curious what would happen if he didn't sleep for a few nights. Ellie replied that even she, with her love of peace and quiet, would get a little bored. But Tan believes that it is still important work because it is what the master does. Even now, Tan feels himself growing. Ellie asked what that meant, and Tan replied that his integrity was growing. She said she understood because the world had changed so much that integrity had become more important, so it would be strange if it didn't grow. Tan said that she finally admitted it because he had told her that their master was also evil. That is why their demonic decency is increasing. Ellie asked if he really knew nothing. After all, he was not the only one whose decency had increased. Tan wondered if her decency had grown too. The invasion of the continent had caused great damage to the Empire, and peaceful residents had lost their homes. In addition, a large number of people had suffered from destructive magic, and this was an obvious fact. But were their master's actions truly evil? Criminals, revolutionaries, and other people who were persecuted for various reasons found the continent. No one else could find it on their own. The pirates seized the territory of a great empire to found their own country. But can the creation of a country really be considered evil? Ellie said that it may not be much, but their heavenly world also has great potential. Looking at the situation, one could say that their master is neither good nor evil. Perhaps he just likes to sow chaos. If that's the case, then can he be called a neutral person of chaos in this situation? Ji-young asked Tan if he could borrow something from him. Tan asked what he needed. He replied that he wanted the fragments of a broken sword that brought death. If he still had them, he should lend them to him. Tan said he would ask him if he wanted to try using them just in case. Jae-yoon replied that he wanted to sell them. This answer surprised Tan. Chae-young said that it was indeed a valuable item and it would be wonderful to use it. Tan asked what he had just said and he replied that it was nothing. But in his opinion, the material looked a little unusual. He asked Tan what metal they were made of. Tan asked why he needed this information and if he was just trying to tease him. Jae-young replied that he needed to know the details in order to sell the item. It's nice when a buyer asks about different things and the seller doesn't know much about them. Tan said that he was just asking in case he really wanted to sell it. He replied that of course not and that he shouldn't worry about it. Tan thought that he was very fickle. Ji-young said that if he didn't believe him, he should let him explain his plan. He was looking for a red dragon, but it was impossible to search the entire continent. The best way would be to make it come to him. Weilan was a free trade city where one could satisfy all one's needs. There are no restrictions in the city, so he was going to force him to come here. It was an armed neutral zone located in the center of the continent. It is not easy for other forces to get there, but the most interesting thing about it is that it is a city visited by dragons who love treasure. The stage is set, so all that remains is the decisive bait to lure him out. Some incredible item that would interest dragons. Tan agreed that his sword would be perfect. It is a miracle that retains its power even after being broken into pieces. Jae-yoon asked him for help. If everything goes well, he would also help restore his sword. Tan asked if there was any way to do that. But Jae-yoon reminded him who had restored the damaged ancient artifacts last time. Tan said that time regression was not a bad idea. He tried to analyze the fragments from the doomed artifact and they responded to the order, but there weren't enough points to restore it. It would require 20 million. Jae-yoon asked Tan if he had seen it. It was difficult now, but everything was still ahead. Tan called him a very cool guy. Ji-young asked what the sword was made of. Ellie replied that it was made of a metal called metal. It is rare even in the demon world because it has been preserved for a long time. It had been in a deep abyss for 4,000 years. Ellie noted that she had been listening to this plan for some time, and it seemed to her that they had missed something. If the bait with the help of the broken flying bat miracle really attracts the dragon, how are they going to destroy it? As mentioned earlier, it is impossible to defeat the senior dragons, who possess almost infinite mana on their own. Even if all the inhabitants of this continent joined forces, they would still be easy prey. Tan believes that this is not the real problem, because the owner poses a threat to the dragon if the lizard goes mad and uses the magic of the ninth circle. Ellie added that this would be the most significant problem. Ji-yoon asked what would happen then, and she said that the entire continent would be completely wiped off the map. Ji-yoon said that would be nice. After all, if something like that happened, how many integrity points would he get? Tan looked at him and said that he expected nothing less from his master. He was extremely special. Ellie said that it was a little disturbing. Tan agreed with her, because then there would be a chance to restore the doomed with the help of integrity and survive. But he thought about it and said he was looking forward to it. Ellie said that now was not the time for jokes, and that they needed to think more carefully about what to do. Ji-young laughed and told her he was just joking. He had figured out what to do and was absolutely sure. He took out a bamboo stick and said that there was one of them and one of the dragons. The elves learned that humans had discovered a new continent, so the elf queen Melissa decided to tell the world tree about it. As a result, fewer people came to their village, but she thinks that sometimes they lack such freedom. According to the wind spirits, it was all thanks to Ji-yoon, and she couldn't help but admire his exploits. She wondered what he was thinking. She also wonders how far he can go. She eagerly awaits the day when she will meet him again and apologize for her feelings. The world tree said it would forgive her because it feels the same way. There's nothing wrong with having special feelings for great people. She asked Ji-yoon for a favor and thought he had forgotten about it, but he really intends to find the dragon's heart. So it seems that the day when her ancient wish will come true is very close. Tan cannot believe that with the help of a bamboo stick, Ji-yoon will be able to destroy the ancient dragon with one blow. Ellie said that she was really happy to see such an incredible object again. Ji-yoon asked how she liked the plan and whether it was possible to make it a reality. She tried to look into the future connected with this object, but she couldn't. She was surprised that it was impossible to see the future. So she believes that this thing is powerful enough. Ji-yoon asked if they could now outline a general plan, one that would make the old lizard rise to its feet. In a moment, Alice discovered a fatal variable. The highest danger was detected, and a warning appeared about contamination found in large-scale scenarios. The scriptwriting team did not understand what had happened. Some of the employees said they could not access the internal network. Permission had been suspended, and they didn't know what that meant. At present, access to all resources necessary for Arcadia's work had been suspended. Kwon Myung-chan reported this to Lee Mi-yeon and said that after checking, it turned out that all other branches were in the same situation. She replied that it had finally happened. Employees tried to switch to emergency mode, completely shut down the business system. Jack was surprised that the error message had been there for a year. He thanked Alice for her work and asked if they should upgrade the server. Who would have thought that one user could change so much? From now on, scenarios would have to be adjusted on a global basis rather than a continental one. He had been waiting for the moment when Bart Anarchy would touch the world tree, but he thought that it would take at least a year for the scenario to develop. If a user obtains the dragon's heart in this way, there is a very high probability that the world tree's desire to unite all continents will come true. When this happens, endless chaos will reign in Arcadia, accompanied by enormous changes, but still it's fun. Jack is curious to see what will happen next. Lee Mi-yeon decided to hold a meeting with all the branch managers who run Arcadia. She thanked everyone who joined because the issue was urgent and she had no choice, but they have to understand that. Everyone wants to know why everyone's work is failing. Is it because of the implementation of the main scenario? But according to the answer, the decision is made by Alice. No one believes that Alice is overworked, and doesn't that prove that she is incompetent? Lee Mi-yeon said they were wrong. She gathered everyone not to discuss Alice, but to inform them in advance about what will happen to Arcadia in the future. As is well known, the world map represents the 8 continents of Arcadia, and in the future, the world map will change. No one can believe that all the continents will merge into one. Lee Mi-yeon understands their confusion and does not know what will happen in the future. But now he thinks it's a premature and crazy move that will do more harm than good. But it's not their choice. It is unlimited freedom and unlimited possibilities. Since it is the users who determine the outcome, they can only accept the situation and prepare for it. Nakazima Kazuki cannot believe that the players are in charge. If that is really the case, then that guy is involved. In the world of demons, the 6th great demon, Asmodeus, appeared at the call of his master. The Demon King praised him for coming and said that he must have the fragments of the Bringer of Doom. He ordered him to collect them. He told him to wash them well and bring them here tomorrow because he was going to use the Bringer of Doom in the human world. Asmodeus asked if he meant the fragments. If so, hadn't he recently ordered them to be hidden in deep darkness for 1,000 years? To restore its magical power, he had some of them, and wasn't that enough? The Demon King replied that if he was told to bring them, then he should bring them, because he was talking too much. The Demon King thought that even if he was being handed over, things were really bad. What was the master thinking? He couldn't believe that he, the ruler of the demon world, was simply following the orders of a human. Asmodeus noticed that he looked very tired lately and had been absent more often. There were also some rumors that he signed a contract with a human to become a familiar, but that can't be true. In a contract, the devil is always in charge. It is impossible for the Lord of Demons to sign a familiar contract that is no different from a servant's contract. The Demon King noted that he had a very loose tongue and asked if he wanted to find out who was in charge again. Asmodeus said that as his lord commanded, he would return the fragments of doom. After that, Ton turned into a familiar and thought that this guy only knew how to talk. But in fact, he is right. It feels like he continues to obey his master without even realizing it, and even more than he thought. At first, he didn't intend to help him so much with his power. Of course, everything changed with the appearance of this Ellie. If it weren't for her and her chicken wings, the amount of decency that would have been taken away from the master would have been different. Tan remembered the words of Jae-yoon. If he didn't try, he would never know. Perhaps he really could return the bringer of death to his original state. But be that as it may, he had no choice but to do what his master told him to do. Jae-yoon set off for the free trade city. High-quality weapons and magic books were sold here. Some people bought gold. Everyone is making different offers. Jae-yoon thought to himself that it was nice to be in a crowded place for the first time in a long time. He likes the atmosphere here, which is different from the kingdom of Moran, but it all disappoints him a little. Although there is something unexpected about it. A girl needs to make a deal with the Midas Trade Guild, but cannot find it. There were always people waiting for her nearby. A man told her that they weren't there now. It seemed that they had found something incredible. Someone showed the fragments to a man and he asked what they were. He is surprised that the fragments have such energy, but he was even more pleased that such a large quantity had fallen into the hands of his guild. This man was the head of the Midas Guild, named Goldberg. He asked where the man had gotten the object. Goldberg thought it was an incredible event. He replied that he had just been lucky. Suddenly, an old woman approached him and showed him the item. It seemed to him that she knew nothing about it. She asked him to name a suitable price for this scrap metal. He closed his eyes and said 5 gold coins, and she gladly accepted them. Goldberg said it was sad, but there was nothing he could do about it. The greatest crime in Wayland is ignorance. If he was right, then perhaps the item was worth searching the markets of the city or even the entire continent. Jae-young arrived at Sigriel, the best hotel in Velan. There he was met by a girl who said they would help him check into his reserved room. She wondered who this scruffy adventurer was and asked if he had enough gold to pay for his stay, because this was not a place where just anyone could come. Jae-yoon showed her a bag of gold and she was astonished. Jae-yoon asked her to give him the best room in the hotel. After that, he went to his room and thought about the average level of items. He was about 60. The level of craftsmanship on this continent was slightly lower than he had thought, and he heard that learning domestic skills was currently popular. But the difference was too great. Ellie said that the continent he came from was actually extremely advanced. She believed that his influence could have played an important role in this. However, he did not understand what she meant. Ellie asked why there was such a difference between his original continent and this place. At first, he provoked the Holy Empire by summoning Lychee Argamer. He wanted him to destroy one of the ducal domains. Chae-young asked what that had to do with anything. She replied that it had affected all the people. They chose between good and evil, taking into account the adventurers who, lacking power, could not resist. The elves and dwarves should also be taken into account. The peace treaty opened the closed doors of 2 races to the people. Therefore, there is a reason why the number of adventurers on his continent is growing. Right now, she sees a storm of opportunities that he can create. Ji-yoon asked if this was really the case and if he needed to know about it right now. Because he promised Tanchika to repair the Doombringer she broke, he thought she would stop him. But he doesn't understand why she didn't. Ellie said she knew he was just saying that. The repairs would cost at least 20 million integrity points, and that amount would not be easy to collect. Jae-yoon wondered where she got her intelligence. Ellie said she couldn't help but understand, and that's why she liked him. He asked what she meant. Ellie replied that in all her years of existence, she had never seen anyone treat this flying mouse so ruthlessly. In fact, seeing how he was using it to his advantage, she felt relief from 1,000 years of pain. So let him continue in the same vein. Jae-young thought that sometimes Ellie was really scary. Then Tan appeared and said he was back. Jae-young asked if everything was going according to plan. He replied that he had entrusted the task to a trusted friend. By now, the item should already have been delivered to the greedy people. The best relic appraiser in Wailan was examining the fragments. The man said that no one else could recognize the value of the items like he could. Goldberg asked what it looked like and if he had found out anything. The appraiser replied that he had not received any information, except that this artifact is considered a mythical object. Goldberg was surprised and asked if there was anything else. At least some information that would shed light on the origin of this relic. He replied that he was sorry, but even with the knowledge he had, he could not understand it. He did not know where this artifact came from. It was likely that neither he nor any other appraiser on the continent would be able to deal with it. However, there was something interesting. He did not know the meaning of one of the parts, but he had seen similar letters engraved on a fragment in the past. He saw it in ancient ruins that he personally explored in the past. Those ruins were actually a palace where high-ranking demons stayed. They had tried to take over the continent of Arcadia. Goldberg asked if there was any chance that this artifact was connected to those demons. He replied that he could cautiously assume that this was the case. If so, this relic was simply incredible. As is known from history, this relic dates back to the era of the great battle between demons and angels. Goldberg said that this information was sufficient and that he could now return. Goldberg told the man that he had probably heard the story about the era of the great battle, so this item could belong to the devil. The man said that they were merchants who sold goods at their true value. Therefore, it did not matter whether this item belonged to a demon or an angel. Goldberg replied that it still seemed like this item couldn't be sold in the usual way. He said to place the item in the center of the Wyland market and tell as many people as possible about it. This unrecognizable ancient relic was put up for auction. The Bringer of Doom was proudly displayed in the center of the market. Those who heard the rumors tried to verify the information about the item. Unlike Che Yeon, other players could only check the description window. All they saw there were question marks. The only thing they could check was the item's class, but even that information was enough. The item aroused incredible curiosity among users. Some thought that the fragments were strange and that there were many questions about the item's characteristics, but it was still a mythical item, and this was the first case of its kind on their server. This was enough to stimulate the demons, angels, and the dragon as well. The dragon thought that they had found every single fragment of the ancient relic, but remnants of the heavens and the demon world still remained. As the guardian of the great land of Arcadia, he had to check if the rumors were true. He used a teleport to get to the right place. Tana was annoyed that everyone was looking at his fragments as if they were a remarkable monument. He couldn't believe that he had to watch people, lower beings, behave this way with an artifact from the demon world. If it weren't for the master, he would not have allowed this. Tan does not understand how one can catch a dragon in this way. After all, he is not that naive. The next day, everyone gathered again at the auction and discussed the same legendary item that was the subject of rumors. Some knew that these were just fragments and thought that the item should be a little bigger. Regardless, it was still very expensive. Tan said how dare they even look at his item without understanding anything about it, but none of the players had seen it anyway. He said to wait a little because he would remember everyone who came to see it and showed interest, and when the gates opened, he would sneak in and deal with them all. But then he saw someone strange. A dragon in human form said he couldn't believe that it really was a bringer of doom. He could feel incredible energy. He never thought he would be so lucky to encounter this object in this way. Tan saw him and said that the baby lizard was indeed interested. The dragon came closer and made sure that these were indeed fragments of the Bringer of Doom. In his opinion, it couldn't be better. He wondered why the divine sword of the demon world had been left in such a worthless place. It was completely torn to pieces. And the power that remained in it was very weak. It had almost completely disappeared, leaving only a trace behind. The dragon wondered what had happened. If there had been no decisive battle, it would be almost impossible to destroy the divine energy in the world. He wondered what kind of creature had done this. If it was a secret of such magnitude, it was his race's duty to inform the Dragon Lord. But this item had lost almost all of its power. Even the demons showed no interest in it. So it might be a good idea to add this item to his demonic collection. As we know, the auction is scheduled to take place in 3 weeks. For a dragon, this will be an easy task. When it comes to gold, he has plenty of it. Tan told Zayun that their plan had worked. A bright blue dragon, which could be an ancient lizard, had just appeared. Ji-won said that it had appeared even earlier. Ellie replied that if it was an ancient dragon, it was quite young and curious about the world. Tan asked why they weren't reacting and what was going on with them. Ellie said that there was a problem. Since he was also interested, it was worth explaining to him. She would try to do it in a way that even someone like him could understand. First of all, the bamboo stick prepared by Ju-yoon was the only thing that could destroy the dragon. They only have one chance to use the stick. Therefore, they must destroy the dragon with one blow. This item possesses incredible power, but the problem is how to make that one decisive blow successful, and how to hold out until that moment. Jong-yoon asked if it wouldn't be better to strike from behind when it loses its guard. To do this, they could summon some kind of spirit. Ellie replied that the goal of destroying the dragon was to obtain its heart, so she had something to ask. Is the size of a human heart the same as the size of a dragon's heart? Jae-yoon asked how size was relevant. She replied that considering that dragons possess incredible strength, it is likely that the one with greater mass will have greater power. If a dragon dies in human form, the energy and life force accumulated in its heart are released and instantly dissipate. In this case, all that remains of the lifeless body is a human heart with a small amount of mana. To obtain the dragon's complete heart, they must corner it, force it to assume its true form, and strike it with a stick. Ji-young thought that it was possible to corner him without using a bamboo stick, but it was very difficult to do. Tang said that this is what they were talking about. Of course, if the master does not want to use his virtue points, he has almost no chance. He would not be able to defeat him, especially since the main body of the dragon had to be destroyed, and this posed a very big problem. Ji-yoon asked him to tell him more about this moment. Tan said that, first of all, dragons use 9th level magic. There is a reason why lizards refuse to play the puppet game they are used to playing in the human world, and return to their original form. They are actually so evil that they don't know what to do, or when they feel their lives are in danger. When a dragon returns to its original form, it always recites the 9th circle spell. Tan asked if they remembered the magic of the 8th circle that the master had recently used. The 9th circle is a completely different and higher level of magic. If he creates the 9th circle, he will be able to divide the map of this continent. Jae-young thought that if that happened, it would be a good angle for a video. Ellie said she had a slightly different opinion. If the dragon created the 9th circle, it would probably use the magic to target Zae-yoon. For example, transcendental magic, which is capable of destroying beings lower than him. But maybe it would be a different type of magic. She couldn't say for sure, but since their master was human, there was a chance he wouldn't be able to defend himself against this magic. Tan said that even though he made a mountain out of a molehill, it might become a real problem. He is worried about his sword. After all, if the dragon steals it, he may never see it again. Therefore, he offered to buy it back from his master, and to forget about the dragon's heart. Jae-yoon said that he was too overconfident because of the bamboo stick. That's why he thought it would be too easy. But wasn't what was happening now like hunting? He had set himself the goal of destroying the dragon. Tan said that everything was lost if their master was in such a state. Ellie agreed that they would not be able to stop him no matter what. Everyone was talking about this sword. Casillas found out about it and thought that Ji-yoon had done something stupid again. Apple and Lemon from the Pie Guild met with Ju-yoon's friend Lim and learned that Dex and Joa's chocolate cake were the same person. But when they first met, he called himself Raisdio because he hid his face. But there is something else that interests them. It's what's happening on the Japanese server. They want to know what Ju-yeon's goal is. Lim said that he wants to return the dragon's heart. He started talking about this whole story because Ju-yoon wanted to ask Apple to do something for him. Jae-yoon said to use the entire information network of the Pie Guild to find out information about the people who decided to participate in the auction. This auction will soon take place under the leadership of the Midas Guild. Apple said to leave this task to them. After all, it was only thanks to Ju-yoon's investments that they had become who they were, and could find any information in Arcadia. The auction began and the auctioneer thanked everyone who came. He wanted to congratulate them on the chance to add a mythical item to their collections. The dragon said that it had finally happened. Ju-yoon was delighted to have found it. The guild leader announced that the auction was about to begin. Some of those present noticed that there are also a large number of NPCs here. It seems that the mythical item is perfect for them as well. All of these characters belong to nobles from kingdoms or empires. Some are wondering if the auction will collect all the gold on the server. Marquis Mael of the Shun Empire is surprised that even the Pharos Empire is participating in the auction. He has heard that they are lacking in strength. So perhaps this auction is a waste of time for them. Count Case of the Pharos Empire explained that there was no need to worry. The problem is that the Shun Empire refused to sell food during the drought, but they have developed new methods. He had also heard that the Shun Empire was suffering from pirates who had made their way to the continent, so he didn't think they would waste time on an auction, especially when their internal affairs were in jeopardy. Marquis Mael replied that by insulting him, he was insulting the Shun Empire. Count Case said that if that were the case, he would surely destroy him. He noted that he was like a small child throwing a tantrum because of the greatness of his country. Someone approached them and told them to calm down because the auction was about to begin. It would be better for them to refrain from any unnecessary actions, because it would further tarnish the honor of both empires. This man's name is Baron Carbon. He is from the kingdom of Bael. He seemed strange to them, so they asked who he was. After that, the man introduced himself and asked if they had any problems. Marquis Mael said that how could a baron from such a small kingdom give them orders? But Carbon became angry with them. Then he told them to be quiet. They both noticed his angry look and immediately apologized to him. Tan said he had no doubt that this was the one they were looking for. Ellie replied that he must be impatient if he used the language of dragons. He replied that he would also like to use his abilities. Ellie said that in his world, he could behave as he wished. Jae-young wondered when he should upset the dragon to make him even angrier. The auction finally began and everyone started bidding until the dragon raised the bid to 10 million gold coins. The other auction participants were surprised at where he got such wealth. The dragon didn't want to continue, so he deliberately raised the bid to end it. He said that if no one objected, he would like to end it there. But suddenly another participant appeared. Jae-young raised the bid to 20 million gold coins. The dragon said he didn't think a regular adventurer would have that much gold. Ju-yoon replied that the auction was still on. That meant he had the money. Then the dragon offered 300 million gold coins. Goldberg said that if no one objected, they would end the auction. The ownership of this item would pass to Baron Carbon. The dragon asked Ju-yoon who he was, and he asked him what he would do with that information. Ji-young looked at his allies and asked Tan if it was possible, but he replied that they had to wait 30 minutes. Then Ju-yoon said he would ask him, and Tan replied that he was the only one who believed in his master. After all, if he dealt with this guy, he would return his sword. Ji-young summoned the spirit of the dragon slayer Cain and immediately used his dragon hunting skill. The dragon immediately felt the power of the sword. Then it asked who he was and if he understood what he was doing. Ji-yoon replied that he was hunting a lizard. Everyone at the auction began to scream for someone to save them and ran away in all directions. They did not understand where such damage came from. Ji-yoon said that his opponent was using 5th level magic, which was difficult for human wizards to use. So he must be doing it to hide his identity. But if he attacks like this, will his identity remain hidden? Ji-yoon struck, thinking that it would be enough to cause at least some damage. Then he asked if this was just cheating. The dragon said how dare such a worthless person attack him and even speak that way. Jae-yoon replied that he had fallen into a trap set by this worthless person, or ant, and everyone else on the list. The dragon said he didn't know who he was dealing with, but he would silence him. After that, he used his power. Marquis Mael asked what it was. It looked like they were watching the wrath of the sun. Count Case replied that it was a 7th circle spell that was inaccessible to humans. The dragon attacked him, telling him to disappear. But then he saw how his opponent stopped the 7th circle magic attack. Jae-yoon said that it was a dragon-slaying sword and that it would be meaningless if it couldn't stop his attack, and that a worthless man could be awarded 2 points. The dragon called him insolent and asked how he dared. Ju-yoon said that it was time to move on to the next stage and that he was very pleased to meet him. Then he called him by his name, Red Dragon Carbenian. Tan and Ellie watched their battle. Tan said that keeping oneself under control was an art and that their master was a crazy man. Ellie told him not to give up. Then maybe he would be able to restore the dragon's true face. The dragon asked how he knew his name. Ji-young told him to go and find out for himself. Then he turned to Tan and Ellie and asked if he was right. The dragon sensed the presence of creatures, but he couldn't see them. He could only see a cluster of energy. Tan said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Ellie added that she had heard that the red dragon from the ancient clan had an aggressive temper. The dragon asked how they could be on this continent, and Tan said that he had a contract with his rival. He was surprised that a high-ranking angel and a demon lord had made a contract with an ordinary human. Che-Yun said that was exactly what had happened. The dragon Carbinian asked if he was in his right mind. Surely he didn't understand anything. Carbinian asked if he really thought that the Dragon Lord would just sit idly by and watch his actions. This was a huge mistake. Just like in the past, he wondered if his opponent wanted to start another great battle between angels and demons. Tan asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about and what kind of persecution complex he had. Ellie told the dragon that it seemed he didn't understand everything. They don't want to provoke another battle. Rather, they simply want to correct past mistakes and reduce the damage done back then. And all this with the help of his heart. Tan was surprised by her words and said that she was not an angel, but not a human either. She dared to tell him to his face that he should give her his heart. Ellie asked what else she should have said if she wanted his heart. Tan said that he thought she was the craziest of all those with chicken wings. Che-Yun asked the dragon if he understood everything now. If he wins, he will receive the fragments of destruction. And if he wins, he will receive both his heart and the fragments. Ji-Yun increased his attack power and said that it was time to continue or he would leave. The dragon asked if he was really a representative of the lower human race. He replied that he should not ask, but simply check who he was. After that, they began the battle. Ji-Yong noticed that he was using at least 5th level magic and all his abilities at once. He wondered how much mana he had. If this continued, he would not even be able to get close to him, let alone win. He shouted loudly to provoke him, but if this continued, there would be no reaction. Tan said that there were 17 minutes left and they had to win. Che-Yun asked if there was no extra time since he had spent so much mana. Couldn't they give him time for 1,800 points? Tan said he had tried his best and that he shouldn't talk as if they were haggling at a market. He had to make a precise strike during that time. Ju-Yun said he was a fool and why he had done it in the first place. Tan asked if he had finally lost his mind. Ji-Yong replied that he had thought wrong and that there was no point in even talking. His interlocutor was not a human being, but a dragon. Therefore, he should be treated as a raid. The dragon Carbinian sensed that the situation had changed, and he did not understand what kind of person this was. But the difference between their races could never be overcome. Even when he felt fear towards the dragon, he did not seem confused. His fighting spirit grows even stronger. So the dragon realizes that he is one of those called adventurers. He has heard of them. But he had never thought that such a strong personality existed. He was curious to see how long he could resist his magic. Tan told his master to run away because his opponent was going to use not even 6th level magic, but 7th level magic. Zhou-Yun asked if he was sure, and Tan replied that of course he was. After that, Zhou-Yun simply asked him to trust him. Tan thought he was crazy to get close to him while he was casting a spell. Ji-Yun said that in order to use stronger magic, he would need more time to create it. The dragon Carbinian said that it was too late, but Ju-Yun replied that he had calculated the time and that half a second would be enough. This answer surprised the dragon and he asked if he was attacking him hoping to escape the attack. Jae-Yoon replied that of course he had. If you're not confident, you can't do anything because it's a game. It's just entertainment, not a life-threatening battle. The dragon Carbinian said that it was interesting and acknowledged that he was quite strong, but he would put all his effort into this entertainment. The players saw flames and one of them said that it was dangerous and they needed to run away. But they had nowhere to run because they were outside the village. After that, the players received a quest in which they had to escape from the area. The function to exit the system was temporarily disabled. The dragon Carbinian ordered them to be afraid and get out of there, realizing that it was all pointless. He would do everything in his power to burn everything to the ground. After that, the dragon took his true form and turned into a real monster. Tan said that it was the hellish flame of the 8th circle spell, and it burned everything in its path. Ji-Yoon said that this was the final phase and that the heart was already waiting for him. This battle was broadcast live, and the audience did not understand where the dragon had come from. The dragon told Ju-Yoon that he must have realized who he had provoked, and that it was too late to turn away from his sin, because they have gone too far. Ju-Yoon used the transformation of the dragon-slaying sword. Then he used the shield against the dragon's magic. Ji-Yoon was surprised that even stones easily caught fire in the hellish flames. It burns the very concept of an object, and even water can burn. The dragon asked if he really thought he could relax in such a situation. After all, revenge for this incident would not stop with his destruction. They would teach a lesson that all the peoples of this continent would never forget. So let him just wait for it. Ju-Yong said that he thought he was arrogant and didn't understand anything, even when he was severely injured. Why do some lizards think that they will always defeat the rulers of all creation? The dragon asked what he was talking about. Ellie understood why he made such a statement. Tan said that he understood perfectly well which words would upset his interlocutor the most. Ji-Yong used a lot of integrity points to change the shape of the sword, so now he had to get it. After that, he took out a bamboo stick. He said that the bamboo stick gives everyone only one chance. The dragon asked what kind of weapon it was. Jae-Yoon felt even more magic than before and said that it was a big cheat. If he blocked it without using the sword's changed form, there would be no trace of it left. Tan said that the combination of the 7th and 8th circles destroys everything, leaving nothing behind. Ellie said that there was nothing left for that side. He replied that they didn't do that when they invaded Arcadia. In the past, he destroyed those who disobeyed him. Ellie asked if he was bragging. They began to argue, but Ji Yong interrupted them by asking Tan how much time he had left. Tan replied that he had about 5 minutes. Ji Yoon was surprised that that was all he had left and decided not to wait for his opponent to recover. He had tried almost every provocation and now didn't know how to get to him. But Tan had an idea. He didn't like those lizards. Ellie said that it looked like he was finally using that method. Ju Yoon asked if he was serious. Tan asked him to trust him because it really worked. Ju Yoon agreed because otherwise he would simply lose. Jae Yoon told the dragon that if his father was the king of lizards, then his aunt was a lizard in a crown. The dragon replied that he couldn't just leave it at that and that after they destroyed him, he would summon his entire clan. They would come to the people living in Arcadia and prove to all the clans that they had entered into a pact with the demonic and heavenly world to destroy his guardian and mentor of this world. They would show their anger at this situation. They would make them take responsibility for the evil they had done on all continents. The people would have to answer to him for everything. Ellie told Ji Yoon that now was the time to act. He replied that it was a good idea and tried to attack the dragon. The dragon Carbinian said that he was a fool who was running into the jaws of death when he could have escaped. But the measures he had taken no longer worked. He used the death command spell, but then realized that it did not help him defeat his opponent. Jae Yoon said that it was simple. The magic of the ninth circle was magic that led to the absolute destruction of living beings. So it's no big deal if it's not a living being. Ju Yoon summoned a tin fighting doll named Kosatka. Tan asked why something like a tin doll was included in the list of heavenly gods. Ellie replied that it was a personal request. It was a request from the person who made the doll. His soul did not care about going to heaven, so he hoped to send his creation there instead. Thanks to his noble will, the kingdom of heaven agreed. People are truly noble and wonderful beings. They put their souls into art. And now the moment has come when the doll shines like this. The dragon asked Jae Yoon what he had done to it. Jae Yoon replied that he had already repeated it several times. The dragon tries and then he tries in response. In front of the bamboo stick, everyone is in the same situation. The dragon could only say how he dared to do that and then fell down. The world tree felt that he had fulfilled her request. Jae Yoon finally defeated him and now all that remained was to take his heart. For destroying the dragon, he received almost 15 million integrity points. The Korean branch of Arcadia has already learned about this. Kwon Myung-chan said that Dex was also to blame for this. He doesn't know why this player did it, but he is sure that competition will increase in the future. Competition between users will become even tougher than before. Lee Mi-yeon said that it would be more accurate to call it an event, but Kwon Myung-chan said that she doesn't know how serious the changes in Arcadia will be in the future. A large-scale update to unite the continents will require the use of Pangea. What if that happens now? When less than 20% of the map and quests on each continent are open. He is confident that the life cycle of this game will be shortened by 10 years. Lee Mi-yeon said that everything has already happened, so there is nothing to discuss. That is her position, and that is what the major shareholders think. Regardless of her position, she cannot ignore the opinion of major shareholders with voting rights. And isn't it all about making money? The 3 companies involved in the development own 99% of Arcadia's shares. Kwon Myung-chan thought that they were hoping for this situation. Director Lee Mi-yeon owns 1% of the shares, and she says so. She asked him if there were any other reports. He replied that there were none and thought that he felt sorry for the branch directors who were upset at the previous meeting, because he doesn't know what changes await them and how everything will turn out. Meanwhile, Jae Yoon finally dealt with the dragon. He finally got his heart, and all that remained to complete the quest was to take it to the world tree. Tan said he believed in him. Ellie said she didn't think he could do it, but he always surprises her. Jae Yoon was surprised to receive another notification. In it, he read that the red dragon had lost ownership of the lair. The dragon's lair now became the player's shelter. After that, he received a key. He thought that owning the lair was a very nice bonus. Then he suggested going there to take a look around. The game system notified him that he could only enter the lair once a day. Jae-young teleported to his hideout and thought that now it all belonged to him. At first, he thought it was a boring game. But these treasures would change his mind a little. Tan said that this lizard must have been very greedy and collected a lot. But he wouldn't be able to use all of it on his way to the afterlife. Ellie agreed that it was impossible to collect so much, even for an ancient dragon. For such an act, he deserved to be destroyed. Chae-young thought that it would be quite difficult to exchange all the gold he now possessed, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was still a quest left to complete. Tan said that there were many rare items here. The lizard had good taste in the right things. Ellie added that there was a magic book with 9th circle spells. Jae-yoon decided to look through all the books. They all belonged to the 8th or 9th circle of magic. Even if he forgot about them, finding them would be a difficult task. Tan asked what was bothering him. He replied that there were many more things here than he had thought. It would be difficult to sort everything out, and there were only a few months left. After that, Tang asked if the master wanted him to introduce him to a good guy. He explained that it was possible to hire a bodyguard for decency. Jae-yoon asked if the demon manager would be summoned. Tan replied that it would. This time, the master had gained a lot of decency. People have a saying that a slave works but spends like a politician. Ellie said that he could only talk. Ju-yoon thought that it was a good offer. Tan said to just let him know and he would hire the most talented specialists. But in reality, it didn't matter. The service would be paid for with integrity. As a monthly salary, it was part of the contract, so he didn't need to worry about it. Ju-yoon agreed to his offer. He decided that this was retribution for bringing about his death. Tan was very happy that he agreed. Ellie asked what about her. After all, the flying mouse had done nothing but lend him the fragments of her sword, and she had helped him develop the strategy. She gave advice on what to do and lent him the power of her beloved orca. Jang Yoon asked her to calm down, and Tan remarked that she lacked intelligence. Would begging make her more respectable? She should forget about it just like he did, and take it in stride. Ellie said they would see. She attacked him and said she would make him dine in hell tonight. Jae-yoon asked if they weren't tired of this. Lee Mi-yeon wondered what to do now that the consequences were more serious than she had expected. She felt sorry for CEO Kwon and the employees. As expected, this bamboo stick had to be used once. But this whole sequence of events may be just what this person intended. Looking through his file, she wondered if she should meet with him in the near future. Jae-yoon took a synchronization test, and the woman said that there was enough information about synchronization for today and that he could rest. He thanked her and thought that he had only taken this on because of Lima, but everything was going even better than he had expected. Now he needed to sort out the red dragon items and maybe finish up. Then he saw a woman approach him and ask if he had a minute to talk. He was surprised to see Arcadia's executive director, Lee Mi-yeon, standing in front of him. She introduced herself and offered him coffee. Jae-yoon asked if she didn't have a secretary if she was making coffee herself. She said that her secretary wasn't a barista, and that she also had hands to do it. But the most important thing was that at that moment, the floor was closed to everyone except them. She wanted to meet him as the main player at Arcadia. He was upset that she knew who he was. Lee Mi-yeon replied that he shouldn't worry because no one else knew anything about him. Jae-yoon said that he had been causing a lot of trouble lately. She replied that it was better than the previous incident with compensation in the form of a bamboo stick. She asked him how it felt to be the most famous person in Arcadia's history. Joo-yoon replied that it felt more like a burden. She said that with the Anarchy Bard class, not only could he not raise his level, but he also had to be close to everyone he knew. He had to be decent and so on, but it was amazing that he had achieved such heights with a class that had so many limitations. Lee Mi-yeon said it was time to get down to business. She came to him to offer a deal as the most influential person in Arcadia. He asked what she wanted from him. Joo-yoon hates requests that annoy him and doesn't want anyone to interfere with the game. She replied that it was a small thing and asked him to take the dragon's heart to the world tree so that the continents would unite sooner. It wasn't such a big request as he had planned to do it anyway. Jang Yoon wondered if she was in her right mind. She said it would be nice to sign a permanent contract. Joo-yoon replied that he would do it anyway. Lee Mi-yeon added that if he accepted her offer, she would support him in real life. Jae-yoon returned to the game and checked his messages from his friends. Angelica wrote asking what he had done and to contact her if he had any problems. Cassius wrote that he was the one who was driving people crazy and that she thought she had become strong enough to handle him, but she still didn't have enough strength. Hentak saw the live broadcast in real time and thought that destroying the dragon was very cool. Yablujko also asked how long he had been planning to destroy the dragon with this bamboo stick. Lemon wrote that if he was going to sell any items related to the dragon, he should give them to her, and she would do everything possible. Ji-young thought about how noisy all his assistants were. He would probably have to meet with them in the near future. Tan asked why he was leaving them and if something good was happening. He replied that anything could happen, but everything was fine because things were going as they should. He had to take this ancient dragon's heart somewhere. Looking at the information about it, he learned that it could be eaten, but it must taste very bad. Tan asked if he was going to eat this delicacy. Ellie said that even though he was their master, she would stop him if he decided to do so. Ji-yoon asked why they were reacting this way. Tan said that this rare heart needed to be turned into a weapon, and asked if he knew how much the power would increase if a dragon's heart was used. Ellie said that a mere mortal is given less than 100 years to be strong after eating the heart, but a weapon possesses eternal power. It can withstand the divine powers possessed by the heavens. Tan said that they would not interfere because of their promise to the tree. Ji-young said he was just joking and asked what happened to the contract with the demon they talked about last time. Tan said that the great ruler of the demon world, Kravion, was already at work. He was checking the treasures in the vault. He apologized for taking so long to respond. Tan said he forgave him, but that he should greet him properly. The demon said he was impressed by Jae-yoon's actions. For their demon world, it was a lesson, and as a Kravenian de Glatoni, he must serve him. Joo-yoon asked Tan why he had such a long name. He replied that he probably liked it and that he couldn't remember it either. Joo-yoon said that it didn't matter because he would obey his orders. The demon replied that this was true and that it was enough for him to give orders. Joo-yoon said that from now on his name would be Golden Goblin. He added that if he could carry out all his orders, he would now be called the Golden Goblin. But he didn't like that. Goblins are creatures of a lower rank than his noble Glatny clan. Joo-yoon asked if he had any complaints. The Golden Goblin replied that he had none, and that he could call him whatever he wanted. Joo-yoon asked Ellie if she had brought anyone with her, and asked her to introduce them. She asked him to wait a moment and summoned the creature. The goblin was struck by this divine power. But Tan said that she had discovered their location and released this disgusting aura. Ellie summoned the guard. From now on, the higher-level warrior Carl would guard this place. She asked Ellie if this was the same place she was supposed to protect. Ellie replied that she had to take good care of him. Carol said that she probably needed to clean up a bit first. Then she apologized and said she would be back in a minute. Ji-yoona was surprised by her harshness. She saw the monsters living nearby and said she would do some cleaning up. Ji-yoona asked what she was doing. Ellie said that there was a refuge for fire giants near the shelter. Perhaps she was cleaning because she was annoyed by the monsters walking around. He said that as soon as she arrived, the battle began. Carol completely destroyed the fire giant's hideout. Ji-yoon asked why she did that, as it would be better to leave them alone and only take care of those approaching the lair. She replied that she couldn't ignore any variables. The best defense is offense, and it would be more advantageous to attack first than to defend this place. Ellie said she was proud of her because she was very sincere. She replied that it was a great compliment. Ji-young realized that there was no point in saying anything and told them to take care of the place, not to quarrel, and not to make a mess there. They agreed and promised to try. Ju-yoon spent 2 million points of integrity on a 1-year contract with the world of heaven and demons. He said that now they had to go to the World Tree. They had to return to their home continent as quickly as possible. The other players, seeing him, wanted to attack him because he was the one who started it all, so they decided they had to destroy him. At first, the third continent was the site of a fierce battle between the kingdoms of Carbon and Ivan. The red dragon Carbinian was a creature that kept this unstable atmosphere in check. He said that anyone who destroyed this balance would be completely destroyed by his hands. But now this creature is gone. Therefore, the third continent has turned into a time bomb that could explode at any moment. Ji-young thought that maybe he should go to the dragon's lair after changing his location. The players wondered who this dragon slayer was, since his mana was quite weak. They were surprised that his level was low and all his equipment was like that of a beginner. So they decided that the rumors were false. Ji-yoon assessed the situation and realized that his opponents could be 6 adventurers and 4 NPCs, but competing with them would be a waste of his integrity. Then he was captured with chains. A man from the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Army's General Staff, Carbon, told him to follow him because the Count wanted to meet him personally. But the representative of the kingdom, Ivan, pointed out that they had arrived first and didn't they know what common sense was? The man replied that they were ensuring his safety because they surely did not want to rudely assert their rights over a person. An employee of the Westwood Division from the Principality of Ivan asked how he could joke like that. The players noted that this guy had destroyed all their guild bases. So let them get out of here and don't ignore them just because they are adventure seekers, but they can show what they are capable of. A man from the Kingdom of Carbon said that the safety of the Dragon Slayer depended on them, but the player told them to get out of there. Jae-yoon was given the title of Man They Want to Get. He said that he defeated the dragon anyway, and shouldn't they be at least a little afraid of him? Ellie said that he looks like a weak man when he is not in a spiritual state. Tan agreed with her because he really does seem weak. Jae-yoon said that since his basic abilities are poor, he is ignored. Tan replied that it was all because the master was naive. Tan asked if he knew that there was a lot of fear and bad reputation among humans in the demon world, so what he thought the secret was. Jae-yoon asked if it was because they destroy people, steal souls, and deceive them. He replied that it was all true, but that was not the point. Then Ji-young asked if it was because they were scary, and Tan said he was mocking him. Then he replied that it was because they left 1 or 2 people alive. More specifically, they left witnesses, so that they can walk around and tell people about their crimes. Jung-yoon thanked him for his advice. Thanks to this, he knows exactly what to do. Jae-yoon started the live broadcast by greeting all his viewers and asking if they enjoyed the dragon hunt. Now, for the first time in a long time, he was going to share some basic content with them, so they just had to wait a little longer. He decided to use the power of the divine warrior Berserk to destroy the representatives of the kingdoms. Cho-yeon said that he hadn't done this in a long time and destroyed many with his rusty iron sword. The players were surprised that he only struck the captain once. They don't understand how this happened, because his spirit changed in an instant. And now he looks like a famous terrifying demon from Legends. Jae-yoon said that he would spare only 10 people. He continued to destroy the players and representatives of the kingdoms, and his reputation grew. Then he said that the cleanup was over. Jae-yoon came to the Pirate King Carlos, who told him that he had heard rumors about the dragon hunt. He considers him an extraordinary person. He replied that thanks to him, he was able to easily complete the quest on the new continent, and thanked Carlos for that. Carlos said that he would take care of his journey to the main continent, and that if he needed help, he could contact him at any time. He would deliver him as quickly as possible, and no matter where he was, Carlos would find him by cutting through the waves. Jae-yoon said that it was time to merge the servers. Returning to his continent, he went to the elf village. He saw that one of the players did not like the elves because of his appearance, so one of the elves said that he would not set foot in their city. Jae-yoon said that everything was the same as before and asked how they were doing. The elf asked if he was a guest of Lady Melissa. The player was surprised to see Dex in front of him. After that, he went to the queen, who treated him to higher-level spirit tiers. This increased his health and mana regeneration speed. Jae-yoon was surprised that just drinking it could give him such a boost of energy. This was incomparable to any of the spirits he controlled. Melissa said that thanks to him, the world tree had fully awakened. The connection with the spirits had been restored, and it was incomparable to what it had been before. She asked if the reason he had come was to make a request. She offered him a map of the Dragon Lord, saying that if he went there, he would find the dragon's heart. He said that he had it. This surprised the queen, and she asked how this was possible. How did he even get it? He replied that he hunted it himself and brought it back, but she still did not understand how that was possible. Ju-yoon replied that 1 blow with a bamboo stick was enough. She said that she had lived a long life and was proud of knowing a lot about people, but they were a strange species that completely defied common sense. Jae-yoon laughed and said he heard that a lot. After that, Melissa said she would take him to his mother, so he should follow her. The World Tree couldn't believe its eyes that he had obtained the dragon's heart. Ji-yoon said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. She no longer appears in his dreams. The World Tree replied that she had completely regained her strength to bring herself into reality. After that, she swallowed the heart and said that it was the best remedy for recovery and a tremendous life force. Jae-yoon noticed that there was a mistake in the reward calculation. He received this message for the first time and must receive the reward from the appropriate NPC. She said that it would sound a little ambiguous, but she had a plan to appoint the person who brought her the dragon's heart as her representative. He seemed to her to be of a higher level than her intervention, so it seemed that this would not be possible, because to do so, he would have to change his class to another hidden mythical class, the Will of Nature. Ju-yoon thought it would be a shame to miss such an opportunity. He told her that she still needed a representative, even if it wasn't him, so he had an idea. He asked permission to introduce the owner of this hidden class, and she could make the final decision herself. Jae-yoon just wanted to recommend someone, and she could decide for herself. She replied that she would do so and asked him to step aside. After that, he received a branch of the World Tree. The World Tree asked him to send her the person he recommended using this branch. After that, she would read his spirit and determine whether he or she was suitable for this. He asked how to send the person he recommended. She said to do it very strongly, but not to destroy them. He had to strike the person he wanted to recommend on the head. This would knock the spirit out of the person, and then they would enter the imaginary world where they had met before. Jae-yoon thought this was a strange method. The hidden class, the Will of Nature, is the only one that represents the Great World Tree. Surely this was some kind of nonsense where even balance was not important. He was ashamed to give this class to someone else. The World Tree said that it could not do anything because the power he possessed surpassed even its power. Jae-yoon was surprised, and she said that it seemed like this was information that was not known to humans. But since they had already brought it up, she had to tell him. In fact, there was not only one absolute god worshipped by humans in this world. For example, there was a volcano that symbolized fire. Jae-yoon asked if she was talking about the lost century of mythology. She was surprised that he knew about it, as this story had been completely erased. He replied that he had heard about it before. They both said something like that, but it didn't matter to the World Tree. After that, the World Tree sensed the presence of an angel and a demon. Tan said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Ellie also greeted them. She asked how they ended up in Che-yu's realm after leaving their domain, the demon realm in heaven. They were shamelessly wreaking havoc on her territory, and now they were meddling in other people's business again. Tan asked how long she was going to bring up old issues. What was done was done. Ellie said it was an inevitable choice to stop the spread of these flying mice throughout Arcadia. The World Tree said that she was also concerned about protecting Arcadia. Who would have thought that she was just crazy and wanted to punish the flying mice? This wasn't some misunderstanding. She and Muspelheim had turned the continent into a sea of fire without thinking about the consequences. Chae-young said that the Heavenly Ellie couldn't say a word in response. Tan remarked that it was very interesting to watch. The World Tree turned to Tan, grabbed him, and asked why he was laughing. If he hadn't been the first to ascend to Arcadia, she wouldn't have done that. Who was the cause of this chaos? He asked her to stop because he would die. She said to let it be because she had suffered because of his sword that was inside her. Tan and Ellie both knew they were wrong. The World Tree said that once Chae-yoon accidentally gained virtue, he was able to manipulate it, so he was forced to make a contract with the two of them. He replied that something like that had happened, but she believes that under normal circumstances, such a situation would have been impossible. So she wondered if it might have been her father's will. Jae-yoon wondered if by father she meant the chief developer or someone similar. She asked if he used the power of heaven and the demon world impartially. He replied that he used it whenever it was useful. The World Tree replied that in that case, it did not matter who had given him the power, and he could accept it. So, for the sake of fairness, she would help him find a more useful application for it. She turned into a familiar and told him to add her to the contract. He liked the ability to summon spirits with pure nature attributes. The World Tree replied that she had told him that she would allow him to use his decency in a more valuable way. Regardless of what class of spirits he summons or how many spirits with what attributes, she would take care of everything in any case. And for that, he would pay her with his decency. Tanu didn't like this and asked if she didn't know what copyright was. Her proposal was a direct copy of the structure of their contract with the owner. Ellie was also not thrilled with this idea. She asked the World Tree if it knew how much they had struggled with this contract. The World Tree replied that it had no intention of being friends with them. After all, they fought a sacred battle on its territory and caused it great harm, so it told them to just keep quiet. Jae-yoon said that it seemed like they had sorted everything out, and now he hoped that they would get along with the World Tree. She replied that she would serve him with wise integrity and asked him to use her more often. He was a little disappointed that they were lower-level spirits. The World Tree said that if he was going to summon the King of Spirits and cause a commotion, he'd better forget about it. It was not easy to summon and influence any of the spirits with any level of decency. Ju-yoon asked who had said that. She replied that she was just saying that in case. Chae-yeon said that if you think about it, it's not a bad idea. It would not arouse suspicion because other users could also use them. He was met by the Queen's elf daughter who said that he had finally returned and had changed a lot. Ju-yoon asked what had changed. She replied that his smell was much better. He thought it had something to do with the perfume contract. The girl said that she finally didn't have to hold her breath. Before, the smell of human blood was so strong that it was difficult to breathe. Jae-yoon realized that smell was considered part of one's appearance. Now he truly felt like he had returned to the elf village. Melissa said that as queen she apologized for Kana's rudeness. Then she asked him what he had talked about with the World Tree. He said that even if he told her what had happened, it would be difficult for her to believe. The World Tree asked him to be its trusted representative. Melissa asked if he was talking about the succession mentioned in the legend. He replied that it had asked him to find a suitable person who could carry out nature's will. This object was proof of that. The Queen said that this couldn't be true because it was a branch of trial. She did not understand what the World Tree was thinking if it wanted to give this role to humans. Ju Yoon said that it was indeed so. And now he must search for such a person across the continent, especially since he has nothing serious to do at the moment. She asked if it would not be easier to find a suitable representative among the Forest Clan. He would not have to overcome such difficulties. Jae Yoon replied that he wasn't crazy enough to choose among elves. If they treat humans so badly, he knows what will happen if they gain such power. So let them not even dream of such a thing until they have at least improved their appearance. She asked him why, since it would be the right thing to do. It would be the right decision if the Forest Clan became the representative of the World Tree. Ju Yoon told her to behave properly, until he brought someone as ugly as her and made them a representative. The Queen pointed out that that wasn't all. The World Tree thought that the children of the forest needed someone like him. Jae Yoon said that maybe they should give the stick to the goblin. After all, he was ugly enough. Melissa asked him not to deliberately choose someone ugly, whoever it might be. It would be better if it were a human. Jae Yoon said he would see how things turned out later. Melissa promised to teach her clan even if she had to use the Queen's power. He said that a message had come from the World Tree. On the day of the next full moon, the moment that had been promised would arrive. Melissa asked if this was the moment, and he said that it was true. They would unite the divided continents. There were 27 days left. Jae Yoon met with Apple and Lemon, and they asked him how he was doing. He asked them to come see him if they had any business in the village. But he didn't expect them to come so soon. Jae Yoon asked if everything was okay because he heard they had a lot of work to do. Apple replied that they couldn't come. He was their true guild leader. Ju Yoon told him that he had heard rumors and that the growth rate had exceeded expectations. Judging by trade with the gnomes, profits from characters were considered the highest. Thanks to user support, the GM guild was no longer a competitor. And all this was thanks to his trust in them. Absolute trust is rewarded with absolute results. That was their motto now. Ji Young said that he contacted them to give them what they asked for. They asked what exactly they asked him for. He got the key to the lair and invited them in. He warned them that it would still be a little strange, so they should be patient. Carl said that they had been waiting for him to return to the lair. The goblin added that they had prepared everything he had asked for. Apple and Lemon saw a giant dragon's head. Chae Yong said that he had received a message about goods for sale. It said that if he had any dragons for sale, he could use the pie trading guild. So Ju Yoon asked them to get rid of it and just set a reasonable price. The guild immediately got down to business. One of the players told everyone to concentrate their magic and gather more spells before transport. They also had to make sure that everything was securely fastened, because if anyone found out what they were transporting, strange rumors would spread. The players reported that they had checked everything thoroughly. Yabluchka was surprised that they were transporting 2.5 tons. Even if he collected all the dragon bones in Arcadia, they would not come close to that amount. Lemon said that he was the first to defeat the dragon. He is incredible, but she is interested in where Yabluchko plans to transport this cargo. The Sandforge is on the other side of the continent. Nearby is the magic tower of the Harmal Empire. Yabluchko replied that the destination had already been determined. Chae Yong had entrusted them with this task. Therefore, they must repay him with the best results, not just a reasonable price. And now they are heading to the Sandforge. Yabluchko told everyone that they would process the dragon bones and sell the items at the highest price. The Pie Trading Guild, led by Dex, continues to trade between different races. They made a huge profit. As a result, they have undoubtedly become the highest-ranking trading company, the so-called Super Hands. If they manage to strike a deal with the dragon bones, the guild's trade will surely gain the power to shake the economy of all Arcadia. But as we know, resources in the economy are limited. While gold coins flow like water on one side, drought strikes on the other. One such place is the GM Trading Guild, which previously held a leading position. The value of their assets has been cut in half. Unsuccessful trade with the dwarves has exacerbated the losses, especially after the incident with the Pie Guild. Choi is aware of the situation but asks his subordinates how long they intend to make excuses. This is all because they are not doing their jobs properly. After all, they continue to receive their full salaries even though all they do is play games, and they are not ashamed. He asked where Pie was. Smith replied that they were going to the dwarves' territory. Choi was furious that they were taking all the profits that should have been theirs. According to Smith, the biggest profits come from trade between the elves and the dwarves. But there is something strange about this. They started their journey from the Great Forest of Emil, which is on the opposite side of the Sandforge, and avoided all the villages along the way. They travel along roads where there are few people. Choi said that they must be transporting something secret and very important. Smith said to just watch for now. Public opinion of their guild is not the best right now. But he said that now was the time to act aggressively. They were moving secretly, so their numbers must be small, and their resolve was surely waning. So they would succeed. Smith said that it was a dangerous decision and that they should be careful. Choi replied that he understood it was risky, but if he still didn't understand, this was their last chance to turn the tide. If they don't change the situation now, their guild will spend the rest of their lives in humiliation, picking crumbs from the table of the Merchant Guild. Smith believed he was right. Choi said that if they wanted a competition, they would have one, and ordered everyone to gather as many people as possible. This is the 4th night in a row that the Pie Guild has been traveling without stopping. They have managed to cover more than half the distance. At this rate, they will quickly reach the Sandforge. Their goal is close, and there is very little left. But then Yablutchko sensed that something was wrong and activated his heightened senses, discovering that they were about to be attacked. He sounded the alarm and told everyone to prepare for an attack. Yablutchko said that these were not just random bandits or robbers, but raiders. If someone was playing such a dirty trick on them, it could only be the GM Trading Guild. Yablutchko said how they could attack so cowardly. They were so naive to fall for the same trick again. So let them prepare for video streaming. They would record everything on video and expose them. Smith recalled how they once encountered difficulties with this method, so he asked them to leave them alone this time. Yablutchko said that if they didn't want to end up on the evening news as the worst company, they should get out of there. He would turn a blind eye just this once. Choi asked what kind of joke this was and what they had done wrong. The guild members were surprised that their leader was attacking them personally. Lemon was surprised that this was the first time he had revealed his nickname. Yablutchko realized that they were up to something. Choi said that it was simple because in Arcadia, raids and ambushes were just another type of content. There are players who really attack trade guilds for profit, and some use raids as a means to prevent transportation. So, in other words, you could say that GM is just playing the game. Therefore, there is no need to hide your nicknames. Yablutchko said that such a large corporation oppressing weaklings like them couldn't call it a game. Choi asked if they really consider themselves weaklings since they are called the Superpowered Trading Guild Pi. Yablutchko understands that they have fallen into a trap and that it is impossible to prevent the battle. With their fatigue, they will definitely lose to them. And right now, when they are carrying out an important request, Yablutchko told everyone to prepare for battle and protect the cargo at all costs. He will cover the expenses himself. Lemon told the escape squad to prepare their teleportation magic while they stall for time. Yablutchko tried to calm down and decided that if they didn't win, they should at least protect the cargo. It takes about 5 minutes to activate the teleportation spell, so they have to hold out for that long. Choi said that bluffing wouldn't work because they already knew everything. Dex was currently absent. Yablutchko tried to focus and dodge critical hits. Choi said that he was teaching them a valuable lesson because it was very important to know their place. After that, Yablutchko noticed a character who was a master swordsman. It was Count Faben from the Harmel Empire. They even brought in the Harmel Empire for this task. After that, the GM attacked them, took their goods, and destroyed their leaders. Jiyoung received a notification. Tan asked him what had happened, and he replied that it seemed someone had stolen his goods. He then added that it was getting even more interesting. Meanwhile, Choi found out what they were transporting. Now he understood why they had resisted so fiercely and that there was a serious reason for it. Who would have thought that the goods they were transporting would turn out to be so important? He realized that Dex was involved, and knowing his character, he would definitely come back for revenge. That was exactly what he wanted. Choi decided to show him what their final battle would be like. Previously, Ju-yoon felt guilty, so he tried not to attack players he didn't like. But this young guild owner was causing him problems again, so maybe it was time to destroy him once and for all. Choi delivered the dragon's head to the Harmel Empire. Duke Deern said that he had brought something incredible and asked what he wanted in exchange for it from the Empire. Choi said he had only one wish. He asked for protection for their trade guild from the true owner of the head. Then he would prove that their guild would be useful to the Empire. Duke Deern understood the desperate struggle for survival and accepted his offer. Alice found an anomaly in the Harmel Empire. She generated a scenario prediction, and as a result, a continental battle is supposed to happen. Many wondered why Dex entrusted the Dragon Skull to the Pie Trading Guild. He had almost everything sorted out, but this thing was too big and annoyed him. Che thought he would probably leave it for someone else to deal with. The biggest problem was the skull. Due to its enormous size, it stood out in the dragon's lair and he didn't like it. So he decided to give it to the Pie Guild for transportation. As a result, it ended up in the hands of the Harmel Empire, which influenced Arcadia. Everyone who saw the head thought that there was enough of it to make hundreds of legendary swords. According to rumors, Duke Deern got his hands on it. People discussed that he was a key figure in supporting the first prince. Even the 5 great magical towers announced that they would support Prince Dimitri in exchange for the dragon bones. Does this mean that the long battle for the imperial throne will end in victory for the Hawks? Dimitri is the first prince of the Harmel Empire, but there is also a second prince in the Harmel Empire. His name is Vines. He believes that with this dragon head, their moderate faction has finally lost. Another battle awaits the continent. Emperor Miras announced to the great aristocrats that for many years they had suffered humiliation from the vile and greedy king of the Varmel Empire. But now, with the power bestowed upon them by their noble dragon bones, the time has come to show the might of their empire, Harmel. As the great emperor of the empire, he declares that from this moment on, the empire is entering a state of emergency, and all powers are transferred to the first prince. Dimitri ordered everyone to raise their swords. From this moment on, they will begin their conquest of the continent, using equipment made from dragon bones. Jiyoung receives notification of the start of the main scenario of the continental battle, and receives a quest. This means that the GM Guild has stolen his cargo and the Harmel Empire has already received it. Yablutchko said he was very sorry. He checked the possible legal actions against the guild in real life, but according to the rules of the game, raids are not considered a serious problem. Jae-yong thought that the young guild leader had played his cards very well this time. The Pie Guild apologized for letting him down. Yabluchko said he would take responsibility and rectify the situation, even if it meant transferring their guild's shares as compensation. Jae-yoon wondered what to do. In fact, he wasn't too bothered about losing the dragon head. He already had enough items. They came to him along with the lair, but the problem was that this item had fallen into the hands of despicable people. Jae-yoon told him not to worry about responsibility. The problem arose because he himself had handed over the item to them out of laziness. Yabuchko said that they had let him down badly. Jae-yoon replied that there was no need to apologize because if he continued, everything would be fine. Now it was time to focus on something else. And think about how to get the item back. Yabucho asked how he was going to return it and if he had a plan. Jae-yoon replied that what happens in the game must be resolved in the game. Tan said that he had not faced an entire state in a long time. He had several men who were suitable for a large-scale battle and asked if he wanted to see the list, but Jang Yoon refused. This time he was going to use spirits. Tan asked what he meant. Jae-yoon had received a quest to return a skull. He said that this time he was going to resolve the matter without a battle. Tan was surprised by this response. Ellie said that she should be happy that he decided to resolve the situation peacefully, but that it wasn't his style. Jae-yoon apologized to Ellie because he didn't say he wouldn't compete at all, but he didn't say he would be peaceful either. Ellie replied that this was indeed the case. Jae-yoon remembered his conversation with Lee Mi-yeon, who had mentioned keeping in touch. She probably meant that he should contact her before doing anything rash. A promise is a promise, so he decided to call her. Lee Mi-yeon was surprised that he actually called, and even sooner than she expected. She asked if he had any requests. Jae-yoon didn't expect her to be so interested and said he was calling to keep his promise. He asked if she knew about the dragon he had defeated. While the skull was being transported to storage, it had been stolen. Lee Mi-yeon said that it must be extremely valuable. Jae-yoon replied that he had checked everything. The GM guild had involved the Harmel Empire in the matter. She said that he called because he wanted to return the item. Jae-yoon replied that he would try to resolve the situation peacefully. But if that didn't work, he would do what he always did. She had to understand what he meant. The GM guild had crossed the line and he wouldn't let it go. Lee Mi-yeon hoped that solving the problem as usual didn't mean he would wipe the Harmel Empire off the face of the earth. He said that for the sake of the CEO, he would try to act cautiously. With that, he said goodbye to her. Lee Mi-yeon said that it seemed that this time the guild had crossed the line and that it would be the end for all of them. All players received a notification about the battle between the empires of Harmel and Varmal. Players must choose one of the factions. No one understands why the two largest states on this server suddenly decided to fight. Players don't know which side is more advantageous to choose. Tan asked Chae-yoon if he was going to take part in this, since the server was in chaos. If he interfered, he would confuse everyone. He replied that he had already said he was not going to fight. Tan asked if he had come here just to meet them. Jae-yoon told him not to ask questions he already knew the answers to because it annoyed him, but even trash can be useful. He decided to join a guild with a strange name, Dexa Linen, who had been hunting him before. It's a strange guild with a strange name, but it may end up at the center of a court case. The very existence of such a strange guild name is absurd. Even more absurd is the fact that this group has surpassed all known guilds and taken first place in the overall rankings on 2 continents. He never wanted to have anything to do with these guys. It disgusts him on a physical level, but he cannot ignore their influence. It is the strongest guild on the server. Even when he jokingly answered their question about his underwear, it caused a stir. So he decided to see who was in this guild. They are currently looking for members for a raid with a level of at least 120. Tan said that everything looked pretty normal here. Ju-yoon said that it was, but then why were these people in such a strange guild? A girl approached him and asked if he had come to join the guild. He replied that he wasn't there for that and just wanted to talk to the guild master. She replied that he was a very busy man and that one couldn't just come and ask for a meeting. But then she noticed his nickname. The girl couldn't believe that the chocolate cake Joe was standing in front of her, so she immediately took him to the guild master's office. The guild master said he was a big fan and asked for his autograph. It was the first time he had met someone connected to Dex. It even made him a little nervous. He said he had watched all his incredible videos and hoped to meet him someday. Tan said he had completely lost his mind. Ellie added that he was a typical leader of a strange cult. Jae-yoon regretted that he had hoped for even a second that he might be normal. Deputy Guildmaster Agnes apologized for his behavior. She said he was so nervous that he lost his mind. Then she asked why Dex's friend had come to them. She thought he had been avoiding them all this time. In Ju-yoon's opinion, she turned out to be much more competent. He said he had come with a request. After all, they must know the reason for the launch of the main scenario. She replied that they did. The skull of Carbinian obtained by the GM Trade Guild had apparently fallen into the hands of the Harmel Empire. This had destroyed the balance. The princes decided to compete with each other for the throne, and now a crazy idea to conquer the continent is being implemented. The situation is in favor of the Harmel Empire. The Magic Tower has gone mad because of the Dragon Bones, and the main guilds support the Empire. And that says a lot. Chae-young was surprised that they knew more than he thought, so he asked whose side their guild would take. Aether replied that they did not like either option. Agnes wanted to stop him, but he said that since it was Dex's friend, he had to be honest. Agnes agreed with him and said that he was right. How could he know that siding with the Harmel Empire would be the wrong thing to do for them? Because they had tried to steal Dex's items. But it was also not easy to oppose them directly. In fact, the Varmel Empire had no chance of winning. They had suffered heavy losses due to the unexpected attack by the Harmel Empire, and most users had already turned their backs on them. Ji-young asked if even the #1 guild with over 1 million members would support them. Would the Varmal Empire still have no chance? Author replied that this was indeed the case. Even with an alliance of guilds or NPCs of count level, they would be nothing more than uncontrollable animals against such powers. Ji-young said that they should take revenge for the stolen items. Ada replied that he was right, but they had no chance in this battle. It was frustrating, but they planned to skip this scenario and take no action. Ji-young said that this was a very impressive decision for the guildmaster of a large guild, but what if he asked them for a favor? He took off his deceiver's mask and they couldn't understand how this was possible. Standing before them was Dex himself. Jae-yoon asked what exactly was impossible. He was impressed by the size of the guild, even though he knew about it, but he didn't think it was run so seriously. Agnes and Arthur couldn't get over it. They realized that all the videos that Chocolate Cake Joa had posted were made by Dex. Arthur thought about how bad this was because he had caused a big scandal in the comments on the channel. But the most important thing now was that it was really him. Aether and Agnes rushed over to Ju-yoon and started hugging him. They asked him various questions, and Ton said that he had lived to see the day when people could make their master feel so worthless. Ellie said that this was beyond sympathy and looked like obsession bordering on insanity. She wondered if maybe they should save him. Tan said to leave him because this was the path he had chosen for himself. Ada reminded him that he had saved him in another game. He couldn't believe it wasn't a dream. They asked to hug him and for his autograph. Jae-yoon realized he had gone too far. In his opinion, these people had gone too far, so he decided to use spiritualism to calm them down. He hit them and asked if they had finally calmed down. They immediately apologized for their behavior and for possibly scaring him. Jae-yoon said that if this happened again, he would personally disband the guild and quit the game. They promised that it would not happen again. He decided to return to the question of battle and asked if they had a chance if they sided with the Varmal Empire. Author said that at the very least, they could slightly shift the balance of power. Considering the guild's recruitment standards, 80% of the members would stand their ground. There were about 1 million members. Ju-young said that meant they had 800,000 people. Agnes added that if they agreed, then so be it. Jae-yoon couldn't believe it because South Korea had 500,000 soldiers. Agnes said she would first verify the information gathered. First of all, GM knows that the skull belongs to Dex. They realized that this was beyond their control, so they went under the wing of the Harmal Empire. In addition, the first prince of the empire, Dimitri, who received this incredible artifact, planned a battle to secure his right to the throne. Jae-young asked her where she got this information. This is not just superficial data. There is even information from within the faction and the GM group. She asked if he didn't know. It doesn't matter if it's a faction, a GM group, or even the Harmal Empire. Their guild members are everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Their members are like shadows. Ju-yoon wondered if they were also interested in the color of his underwear. He would rather die than allow his personal information to be leaked. The key to victory in this battle was the opinion of the community. If they could lure away players associated with the Harmal Empire, they would have a chance. This would weaken the Harmal Empire and strengthen the Varmal Empire. In such a situation, they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chae-yoon asked if they meant that they should stir things up. Arthur said that was what he expected. He replied that he would think about whether he could make a video or something similar. Agnes said that he could relax. If there was one thing they were good at, it was stirring things up. Ju-young thought that was true, but it was nothing to be proud of. She suggested that he appear in the video to enhance the effect. Jae-yoon replied that she should do as she saw fit. There was only one problem left. The reason their guild decided not to participate in the battle. That was the biggest obstacle. The Magical Tower and the 5 great mercenaries who support the Harmal Empire, as well as the alliances of small kingdoms, must be neutralized. This was the most difficult challenge. They had to offer rewards comparable to the Empire's vast wealth and dragon bones. Even they cannot solve this problem. Chae-yoon asked if rewards were all they wanted. If so, he could have said so earlier. They were surprised by his reaction. Jae-yoon asked whose pocket the skull of Carbanian, considered the root of all these events, had fallen out of. He decided to summon the Golden Goblin, who immediately appeared at his master's call. Jae-yoon entered the dragon's lair and offered to see which reward was better, his or that of the Harmal Empire. Seeing all this wealth, Agnes said how calming it was. Author said that he expected nothing less from him, and that now he would follow him for the rest of his life. They shot a video explaining that the GM had stolen the dragon bone and fueled Prince Dimitri's ambitions. It was all for profit. One player infiltrated the GM and learned a lot of interesting things. This guild deliberately attacked the Pie Guild in order to rob it. At the end of the video, Angus said what she had managed to find out about the beginning of the main scenario. She also added that they were everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Chae-yoon watched the video and thought they were something. It was clear from the comments that public opinion was beginning to change. Agnes looked through the comments and said an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Propaganda must be met with propaganda. She was confident that with this video they would take complete control of society. Agnes posted another video. It said that Dex had joined their guild for the sake of everyone suffering from the main storyline. In the video, he asked players for help. He wants to punish the evil Harmal Empire and the GM Guild. Therefore, he asks them to join him on the battlefield. This news shocked everyone because for more than 10 years, he had always competed alone in hundreds of games, spreading his name and reputation everywhere. But now he is asking for help from others. Therefore, many users responded to his request. Author told everyone who decided to join that from now on, their guild would share the fate of the Varmal Empire, all for the freedom of Dexa. Ji-young found some items in the dragon's lair, but he doesn't know what they are. Ellie asked him what he was doing. He replied that he was just checking for useful items if the warehouse had already been cleaned out. It would be a shame if such items were left lying around unused. The Golden Goblin gets angry at him because the place had already been cleaned up. But Ju-young continues to search for something. He found the 8th Circle spellbooks, and Tan asked him what he was going to do with them. He replied that he was not a magician and did not know much about them. But these spellbooks look impressive. Tan reminded him that he had the 8th Circle spellbooks. Ellie said that some historical background would not hurt. At first, magic belonged only to dragons. Some parts of magic were passed on to humans through training or the whims of dragons. Tan said that most of the magic used by humans was still low-level spells. Humans adapted magic to themselves through extensive research and improvement. As a result, a great magician can master magic up to the 4th circle. A genius born once every few centuries can control 5th-level magic. Merlin could use magic up to the 8th level. Merlin is an exception. He was a student of the Dragon Lord of that time. That is why he could use magic of a catastrophic level. Even spells of the 7th and 8th circles, even in a human body. The books that Jae-yoon holds in his hands contain spells from the realm of the gods. Humans will never be able to immerse themselves in the book. Jae-yoon said that it would be a great bait. Ellie was surprised that he wanted to use the books as bait. Tana was also surprised by this decision. He wondered what their master was up to this time. After watching the video posted by the Dexa Choi Guild, Smith was angry that Dex was involved again. He asked Smith what was going on. After all, he himself had told him that Dex would never cooperate with this guild. Smith replied that this was true and that he had always insisted on playing alone. He couldn't even imagine that Dex would ask this guild for help. Choi told him to shut up because he didn't care about his apologies. Choi asked if he had even seen the video. The guild knew all their internal information. After that, his father called him. He decided to accept society's criticism but was confident that the Harmel Empire would win the battle. The Varmel Empire began to act. General Lias of the Harmel Empire asked why they didn't just surrender, because there was no point in defending themselves. Even the adventurers are no longer on their side, so the fall of their empire is just a matter of time, and they should think carefully before attacking. His subordinates waited for orders. But what was the point of giving orders? When Fort Fern fell, it would mean that the elite knights of Varmel had been defeated. This empire has no future, but then they saw that they outnumbered the army of the Harmel Empire several times over. The general thought it was a trap because he knew they were much weaker than them. His soldiers began to call for reinforcements. And then they all saw a flag with an image of white cloth. The Dexa White Cloth Guild had decided to show them the horror of black cloth, so they all went on the attack. The Harmel Empire did not understand who these people were or what their black cloaks were. They thought they were some kind of fanatics from the Varmel Empire, but some of them recognized this guild. They were surprised that they had joined Varmel. They knew that nothing good could be expected from them. The knight decided to stop their attack himself. He believed that the emptier the cart, the louder the noise. He told the soldiers not to let themselves be confused. Arthur said that he was quite good and warned Agnes that they should take care of this guy. She replied that she didn't like to interfere. But it was time to demonstrate the advantages of guild leadership. She used magic and blinded the knight with a bright light. Meanwhile, Arthur broke through his protective barrier. Grulon, who ranks 5th among the guards, couldn't believe it. His defense had been broken by a normal attack. He thought the boy had just charged forward, but he had used some kind of trick. Arthur asked if they really thought they could stop Dex's will in this way. Gerlon asked what other tricks he had up his sleeve. Before that, Ji-yoon gave them one item because he couldn't let them leave empty-handed. It was just gathering dust in his warehouse anyway. So he said that such a weapon was very suitable for their level, and that they should know what to do with it. They should make sure they do everything right. Jae-yoon gave them an important task. Arthur and Agnes said that wasn't all. Their loyalty wasn't limited to that. She replied that she knew that. She suggested that they all show Dex's greatness as it should be. General Lias does not understand how it is possible to defeat such a force. He believes it is simply a disaster and that they have no chance. Arthur and Agnes received very powerful items from Ji-yoon, the legendary Sword of Doom and the legendary Staff of Burning Hell. Arthur now understands why everyone talks about the power of these items. Agnes is also impressed. After all, she used such a powerful spell, and her mana didn't even decrease. With such powerful weapons, they quickly defeated everyone. Arcadia's worldview is based on mana, from the formation of the aura of a sword created by warriors who tempered their bodies to beings drawing power from transcendence, such as gods or demons, and also magicians who break the laws of nature. Even spellcasters who summon spirits and mythical creatures have one source of energy. The source of each of these powers is mana. At the pinnacle of mana mastery stand magical towers. 5 magical towers are scattered across the continent. They have absolute power and have lived in seclusion for a long time, with virtually no contact with the outside world. Not to mention participating in battles. Only once did they join forces to confront the legendary Lich Archimer. But then they learned of the appearance of dragon bones and an unprecedented gathering of adventurers. Behind this battle lies a force that can rival the magical towers in power. It seems that the era has come when they will have to come out into the light again. The magical tower began to watch Dex. The subordinates of the first prince, Dimitri, reported that the capture of the Fern Fortress had failed. He asked if the Varmel Empire still had any forces left. According to their information, hundreds of thousands of adventurers had appeared and supported Varmel. The flag under which they march is black and white. But what was even more frightening was that they were now approaching the capital of the empire, Harmel. The prince ordered that the head of the GM guild be summoned immediately. The adventurers would surely be better versed in such matters. There was no doubt that they knew about such a great force. A subordinate asked what to do with the fortress. Gathering hundreds of thousands of adventurers makes an easy capture impossible. Dmitri replied that they could not afford to get stuck here. The defeat of the Varmal Empire was not the end of the battle, but only the beginning. They had to summon elite troops and prepare an envoy. The prince ordered to summon higher-level mages from the magic tower. Even if they had to destroy the fortress, they would continue the attack. Ji Yong reviewed the video of the Dexa White Guild and realized that they were working as they should. If things continued like this, they could leave the battlefield to them. Lemon said that the preparations he had mentioned were complete. He thanked her and said that was good. He also had to justify the trust placed in him. The Pi Guild thanked the elders of the 5 magic towers for responding to his call. One of the elders said that their guild had organized something interesting, but how dare they summon the elders of the 5 magical towers and gather them in one place? Didn't they understand how reckless that was? They hoped that this matter was truly important enough to justify such a gathering. Otherwise, the Pi Guild would become the enemy of all the magical towers. Che Yong said that the guild had simply sent out a message at his request. He was the one who summoned them here. One of the magicians asked who he was. Another was surprised that a mere adventurer had summoned the 5 magical towers just like that. Ji-Won replied that he had not forced anyone to come here. They had gone mad after receiving the fragment of the dragon bone he had sent them, but they came here on their own. The magicians realized that they were facing the true owner of the dragon bone. Jae-Yoon emphasized that he would speak plainly. He needed their help in finding his property. They were surprised that he was offering the 5 magical towers to start a battle against the Harmal Empire, but Jong-Yoon had a wonderful offer for them. He said that the magic tower that brought him the dragon bone first would receive a worthy reward, the spellbooks of the 8th circle. One of the elders cannot believe that an artifact from the world of the gods really exists. Ji-Yoon said that if they want to get it, they must know what to do. The elite army of the Harmal Empire consists of 370,000 people, but their opponents are much more numerous. The Dexa White Cloth Guild, supported by the Varmal Empire, includes 530,000 people. Authors said that the elite forces of Harmal seem quite strong, but their numbers are not enough to defeat them. And don't forget that they were created for battle and will show a high level of cohesion, which is definitely different from theirs, but Author knows what to do about it. He asked Agnes to help with strengthening magic. She used the magic of the Wunseng clan, and even at a great distance, his voice will be clearly audible. Author told everyone in the guild to take their positions and said that first, they had to destroy the Harmal Empire. This was the first request Dex had made of them. They must destroy the Empire and the GM Guild and return the dragon bone they had stolen. Kwon Myongchan informed Lee Mian that he had done everything as instructed. She replied that this was why he should have enjoyed the game as a normal toy. But then why did he cross the line? At that moment, Choi's father scolded him for what he had done. Choi asked what he had done wrong, and his father said that his actions had brought the situation to madness. All the tower masters were present at the meeting. No one could remember when this had last happened. One of the magicians asked the Red Tower about the results of the assessment. It would be absurd if the item turned out to be a fake. The magician replied that both 8th circle spells were real, and as a sage of the Red Tower, he could confirm it. Both books were real. The other magicians couldn't believe it. History is changing. Countless dragon bones and 2 8th circle spells have influenced this. There's no need to explain which item is most valuable to the magic tower. The mage has nothing more to say. The commander of the Harmal Empire's army retreated, and the Dexa Guild of White Clothes was victorious. Author suggested taking a break and moving on to the capital. The Harmal Empire does not understand how they could have lost 30% of their elite forces. It cannot be that some members of the guild were stronger. The commander of the elite forces, DeCardo, said that the elite troops were superior to the enemy forces, but they were literally a group of fanatics. With a crazy look in their eyes, they rushed at them without fear of death or defeat, and attacked with the word black on their lips. There were many more of them. Even the elite forces couldn't withstand such pressure, but they continue to advance and will soon reach the imperial capital. Duke Deern asked where the GM guild was because he had sent soldiers to look for them, and it seemed that they had disappeared like ghosts. Their guild seemed to have vanished into thin air. Choi was suffering because it was all over. Meanwhile, his father was answering questions from journalists. Choi Sun-eun tried to prove that the GM Trade Guild had not violated anything, judging by the reports he had received. But the man said that you can't oppress people even in a game, let alone in real life, even though competition in the game is part of the content. That doesn't mean it's okay to do so. These crimes damage the reputation of GM groups. Sun Yoon decided to create a team within the company to solve the problem. Dmitri realized that this adventurer had fled. He knew that he should not have formed an alliance with this guild. The prince's subordinate reported that an envoy from the magic tower had arrived. Dmitri said to bring him to him immediately. 5 supreme magicians came to talk. The prince was delighted with such strong support, and was confident that with them, he would deal with all his opponents. But the magicians came to announce that they were breaking their cooperation agreement. They apologized for this, but Dmitri did not even want to understand. He asked how they dared to break a treaty created with the help of a 6th circle spell. Even the magical towers would not get away with such absurdity. The girl said that it seemed they would not be able to come to an agreement, so they should leave. But another magician said that they had not yet completed the task assigned to them by their elders. But she wants to return quickly to decipher the spell book. He said he felt the same way, but they had to keep their promise for the sake of the book. The mage said that the 5 magic towers wanted the dragon bones to return to their rightful owner. They gave them 5 days to do so. If they did not comply, the 5 magical towers would actively intervene in the battle, in order to confiscate the dragon bone from those who did not deserve it. Prince Dimitri said that the magic tower had betrayed them. He asked if they were ready to take responsibility for breaking the terms of the agreement. The magician said that he had to return the dragon bone to the magical tower. This thing never belonged to them, so the terms of the agreement have no power here. The female magician added a few words of her own. She told Prince Dimitri not to be insolent and asked if he understood her words. If so, she wished him luck in dealing with the consequences of his decision on his own. Prince Dimitri asked Duke Deern if he knew what to do. He added that he should release the wolf. He must destroy all those who betrayed the empire, starting with this insolent sorceress. Duke Deern accepted his order and said that he would make the magic tower understand that they had chosen the wrong ally. Yabucho asked Chae-Yun if it wasn't too much of a loss to give up 2 books of 8th Circle magic in exchange for a dragon bone. It was certainly a great thing, but compared to the 8th Circle books, it seemed quite insignificant. Chae-Yun replied that if you looked at it that way, he was right. But thanks to this, the situation had become more interesting. For him, the main thing was to enjoy the game, and everything else was irrelevant. Yabucho agreed that if you didn't enjoy the game, it would be a great loss. Still, he was curious about the reward for destroying Carbenian. Did he get something better than Dragon Bones or 8th Circle magic books? Ju-Yun replied with his own thoughts. Raikuri's, the leader of the Empire's Wolfpack magical combat group, caught up with the magicians and destroyed them, saying that they should have known who they were messing with. How could they so easily betray the agreement? That's why he hates the magic tower. You can't be so detached from reality. There has to be a limit to everything. The mage's girlfriend managed to escape and now he wants to find her. She doesn't understand how they dared to attack the emissaries of the magic tower. Now they have to make them pay dearly for this. After that, Alice sensed a change in the main storyline. The army of the Harmel Empire unexpectedly attacked the battalion of the Magic Tower, and heavy losses are reported. She analyzed the possible scenario and implemented updates to the game system. Players received a notification about the change in the main storyline, and Angelica was surprised by the notification. She immediately thought that Dex had done something again and wondered what he was up to. In the new quest, they must capture the Harmer Empire. First, the mages decided to honor the memory of their brothers who died during the recent attack on the Harmel Empire. The Chief Sage of the Blue Magic Tower, as leader of the Supreme Magic Council, emphasizes that from this moment on, Harmel is subject to trial. They launch a full-scale response and close all magical branches in the Harmel Empire, including protective barriers and active portals. They need to impose a complete ban on the export of magical instruments, including potions, magical stones, and scrolls. This also applies to other countries with which Harmel cooperates. Finally, the Magic Council assigns responsibility for igniting this tragic battle. They declare revenge on Prince Dimitri and his entire family. So now the magical towers must act. Angelica contacted Ji-Yoon and shared the information she had gathered. She will do everything possible to weaken the forces of the Harmel Empire and help. Jae-Yoon thanked her but asked her not to overdo it, because if she dies, he will be punished. She said that thanks to him, she is called the Archmage of the First Circle. She wants to show how much stronger she has become and will keep him informed. Ji-Yoon replied that he already felt sorry for those she was going to destroy. After the conversation, Ju-Yoon said how wonderful it was that the kingdom of Moran was so peaceful. After the Varmel Empire, the Guild and the Magic Towers were with him. Now all the pieces of the puzzle fit together, so he is curious to see how the Harmel Empire will fight on. The Magic Towers rebelled against the Harmel Empire and began a merciless battle. The Dexa Guild also took part in this. They cannot fall behind the guys from the Magic Towers. The Varmel Empire is also fighting alongside them. The Empire's soldiers are ready to go into battle and sacrifice their lives for the glory of their empire. Alice analyzed how many hours it would take them to reach their goal and get to the capital of the Harmel Empire. According to her calculations, there are 7 hours left. Jack said that this is a difficult situation, and it looks like the main storyline will end with the victory of the Varmel Empire. If this happens, the balance will be disrupted and the situation will spiral out of control due to an attack by the Harmel Empire. He asked director Lee Mi-yeon what she thought about it, and she said that unfortunately she agreed with him. The overall strength of the Korean continent would decline. Now is a very bad time. After all, the Pangea update is coming out soon, and at such a moment, this situation arises. But there's nothing they can do about it. This storyline was not set by the game company, but was caused by the players themselves. The GM Guild stirred up a hornet's nest, especially with this story about Dex's items. Jack said that it was good that one of the problematic guilds was gone. It seems they sold all their items and disbanded the guild. Lee Mi-yeon replied that she took care of it in real life because they crossed the line. He said it was ruthless and sent a gift to the Korean department. It was data collection for the storyline. In the documents, she saw an update to Dex's mission. He has to return the skull but cannot engage in direct combat while completing the mission. She said that she would take the bone herself if she wanted to, but she was curious why he had involved the Magic Towers and the Dexa Guild. Lee Mi-yeon asked if she could ask one question. She was curious if he had restricted the players' direct combat because he thought it would be fun. Jack replied that he wanted to save the world because an update was coming soon, so he tried to resolve the incident quietly, but everything turned out the opposite. Lee Mi-yeon replied that she had guessed as much. She asked if he now understood that he should not interfere in this player's affairs. He is too unpredictable and it is impossible to understand what he will do next. Jae-yoon continued fishing and said that this skill was terribly effective wherever he went. The rate of rank increase compared to the time spent was too low. Tan asked how long he was going to do this. After all, the entire continent is in chaos due to the battle, and he is just sitting here doing nothing. Why is he acting this way when he wasn't like this before? Cho Young replied that he had said earlier that this time they would resolve everything peacefully. Tan remarked that this was not the master he knew. In the past, he would have rushed to destroy the Harmal Empire and the GM Guild, so why was he like this now? And had this chicken bribed him behind his back? Ellie asked why he was slandering an innocent angel. Tan said that it was suspicious that she was so quiet. Jae-yoon said that he understood that he was bored. But he was stuck here because of a mission. Tan said that he had been mumbling about missions for some time and asked what it was. Jae-yoon replied that it was something like a destiny. Tan was surprised that the master had some kind of destiny. Jae-yoon asked why they were so surprised. Tan said that it was normal and strange for an ordinary person to have a mission. Only beings endowed with power and divinity could have missions. Ellie said that among humans, only the Pope or saints could have something like that. She asked what his destiny was. He said that his destiny was to cause as much chaos as possible, just as he was doing now. Tan asked what that meant, and Ellie wondered if he was serious, because that wasn't a real destiny. He said he knew that, but that it was okay as long as it was fun. In any case, they had to see the results of the chaos and what would happen next. Arthur, along with the master of the Blue Magic Tower, Gailey, and Duke Gilders, reached the capital. The emperor of the Harmel Miras Empire said that they had come here after all. From that moment on, he declared that their empire had been defeated. In this battle, the Varmal Empire, the 5 Great Magic Towers, and the Dexa White Guild were victorious. So victory was theirs. Miras asked them to come closer because he wanted to talk. The mana in his body was almost depleted, and everything was much worse than he had thought. Now he looks like a skeleton and at first wanted to end it right now, but maybe that's not the right thing to do. Gilders realized that, as they had said, his days were numbered. Miras asked if they could see everything. Before them was an empty palace. There was no one left who could fight for his empire. His son Dimitri was his mistake, and he had made the wrong decision. From that moment on, he declared the defeat of their empire. Arthur thought that was exactly how it was. Gallius said that it was time for negotiations and that the Harmal Empire would have to pay a high price. Miras told him to name his term. He was ready to take responsibility even if it cost him his life. Gallus replied that they did not want his life. They wanted the dragon bone. It was time to return it to its rightful owner. Miras replied that it was currently kept in the state treasury, so they could take it. Gallius added that they would also need the heads of Prince Dimitri and the aristocrats who supported him as compensation for taking their lives. Miras replied that their empire would give its full cooperation in this matter. Gilders said that they must submit an official declaration of surrender to the Empire of Varmal. He said he would prepare everything. Then he asked what the representative of the adventurers wanted their guild to receive from the Harmal Empire. Arthur thought about it and said that they wanted to get the Dexa underwear brand. That was their guild's demand, and they didn't want anything else. After the unconditional surrender of the Harmal Empire, changes took place. The Empire paid huge military reparations to the Varmal Empire. Not only did it return the captured lands, but it also lost control over most of its territory. The radicals who led the battle alongside Prince Dimitri were unfortunately completely destroyed by the magical tower. The female mage couldn't believe that this magical sword had withstood even a 5th circle spell, so she wanted to see if it could withstand something stronger. She used an 8th circle spell. Her opponent, Recorus, realized that she had reached the divine realm. He had underestimated her. She created a real catastrophe in order to take revenge, because he had destroyed the other magicians and only she had managed to escape. Recorus told Fabine that there was only one way to survive. They had to strike before the spell was complete, so Fabin tried to attack her. But Angelica appeared just in time and fired 500 magic arrows. Fabin was unable to block them. He couldn't understand how he had failed to block them all. Angelica asked if they could just give up. This is an important part of her mission, therefore she cannot just leave everything as it is. Recorus recognized her. This girl is a powerful sorceress of the 1st circle, so they realized they were in big trouble. Angelica dealt with them very quickly. She took the mage's girl and said that it was incredible that she had used the 8th circle of the divine realm. Thus, the Harmal Empire, which had ruled the eastern part of the continent for centuries, tragically disappeared from the pages of history. The treacherous adventurers allied with the Harmal Empire decided that death might not make sense for those who possess the power of eternal life. But that is precisely why the Varmal Empire will forever hate and curse them, rejoicing in their misfortune. No one will seek their help or accept it from them. No one under the sky of the great Varmal Empire will ever be happy. As you know, all players had to choose a side, but some chose no one. The Black Dragon of Darkness said how good it was that she did not take part in the battle, because it could have ended in disaster. But everyone who failed the task was punished. Players are not allowed to enter the eastern part of the continent for a whole year. For them, it's like a hint that it's time to leave the game. But some don't understand how they are supposed to leave the game, and they themselves chose the Harmal Empire. Arthur founded a new base for his guild. From now on, they will fight under the flag of Dexa in the Empire of Varmal. Angelica came to Chaeyoon and asked how he was doing, as they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He was surprised to see her. Yablushko and Lemonchick reported that they had received a dragon bone from the magic tower. He thanked them for their excellent work. Yablushko replied that there was no need to thank him because he was just following orders. Jae-yoon asked Angelica if she was the scary messenger from the magic tower. She was surprised that he had called her that. He replied that he was just joking. Angelica asked him to stop talking nonsense. Lemon asked Yabluchko if she was the same great sorceress of the first circle, and he replied that yes, she was the same crazy woman. They say that this time she distinguished herself on the battlefield again. Apparently, she defeated the Empire's swordsman Harmel with the help of magic shells. Everyone is curious to know how many times she fired at him, and thinking about it, some are overcome with horror. Yabluchko and Lemon said that they should go. Chae-young asked why they were leaving so quickly, since he hadn't even thanked them properly. But they said they had a lot to do, so they had to go. Ju-yoon doesn't understand why they suddenly decided to run away so quickly. He summoned the Golden Goblin and told him to take this piece of dragon back to the vault. The Goblin accepted his order and said that he would have to make room for this useless item again. Angelica asked what kind of monster it was. He replied that it was his assistant who cleaned the room. She was surprised that he used a monster with terrible magical powers for cleaning. For the fall of an empire that had shone for 100 years, Chae-young received almost 4 million points of integrity. He also received new titles. Angelica couldn't understand how his aura had become even stronger. Ellie is also surprised that he has reached such a level without using spiritual power or virtue. Tan said that now the master is very cool and knows what he is doing. Then he asked why he looks like that. Ji-young said that it was time to pay the price for his contract with the demon. They would not back down no matter how much he hid. The girl decided to interview Aether and asked why the guild remained neutral at the beginning of the battle between the empires. But then she decided to side with the Varmal Empire after all. Was there a special reason for this? He replied that if there was a goal, it was only one, and it was related to the Dexa underwear brand. He would always wait for this player. Jae-young came to Aether to talk about his underwear brand. He asked him to listen carefully because he would only say it once. The Arcadia branch summed up the results. After the fourth scenario, player dissatisfaction grew, confirming that battles cause conflicts. Therefore, the Crisis team decided that it would be better to reduce the penalties for players or pay them compensation. Kwon thinks this is a wise decision. Many players cannot play because of the penalty for losing to Harmel. But here, director Lee Mi-yeon has the final say. She rejected the request for compensation. She said that their job is not to threaten the feelings of players, but to keep Arcadia alive. They need to focus on reducing the impact of reality on Arcadia, as was the case with the large GM Traders Association. Kwon Myung-chan agreed with her. Despite the negative comments, player activity and the number of new users increased by 15%. Immediately after the Continental Battle, he sees no need for compensation that goes against their rules. Lee Mi-yeon was surprised that he was on her side. He said he was just acting in the best interest of the company. Now is not the time to think about the players' opinions. Soon it will turn into something insignificant. Lee Mi-yeon told her employees that she understood their concerns, but there was nothing to worry about. The next update would resolve all conflicts. Kwon Myung-chan asked if she was referring to that extremely secret matter. She congratulated everyone on the upcoming update. Very soon, all Arcadi servers will be merged into one, but the real problem will come after that. Their Korean server would be the first to implement this measure, but they had to be careful because what she was about to say was strictly confidential. Jenica said she had no strength left. Even though she was not in charge, she understood that creating Arcadia was difficult. But so many changes are too much, especially this Bard of Anarchy. Because of this class, the script has been pushed forward 3 years. Why was this class even necessary, considering she spent so many nights awake figuring out the real-time translation service for this update? Jack said he was glad she liked everything and asked her to think about the good things. The stories she once told him before bedtime are now coming to life thanks to people all over the world. Back then, he couldn't have imagined such a future. Jenica thanked him for creating such a world. She asked if he remembered that back then, their story only made it to the World Tree Award. But now they could see what would happen next, and she would be lying if she said she wasn't happy. The World Tree felt energy overflowing within it. This meant that the day of rebirth was approaching. The day when they would unite the separated continents into one. The power of the World Tree had almost completely recovered. All players received a notification that an update called Pangea would soon take place. The World Tree is connected to this main storyline. Not much time has passed since the end of the Continental Battle. Tan did not think he would live to see the day when the little sprout would be reborn. There are advantages to a long life. Ellie said that it had to happen sooner or later, and that she hoped the young lambs would not get lost in the chaos. The game update began, and Jenica was delighted that the unification of all the continents was beginning. Pirate King Carlos said that now he understood what his friend had been talking about when he mentioned a new world. He was eagerly awaiting this moment. The update was complete, and a video related to the update was launched. Time in Arcadia was frozen for convenient viewing. At first, there was only emptiness in this world until one day a bud appeared. Its roots took hold in the dust. It flew through the void. Together, they created the earth, and the bud blossomed, giving life to everything else. Its appearance filled the earth with enough energy to attract beings from other dimensions. Thus began the battle between heaven and hell. As a result, the great world tree fell into an eternal sleep. Its roots could no longer support the earth. Ji-young was surprised that the world tree had revealed the story of the great battle between the saints and demons to all players. He wondered what it had in mind. He had a thought that the world tree was planning to connect Tanchika and Ellie with the rest of the story. If the era of world peace ends, then the era of chaos must also come to an end. But the light of the traveler restored her strength. Therefore, she intends to restore this world, and no one should quarrel about it. They must remember that this is how she shows her love for them. but they must beware of the chaos and dangers that come from the vile creatures who want to take over this world. They must understand her anger and beware of the lands, as well as destroy the traces of the pitiful invaders. The video ended and Ji-yoon thought that the World Tree had decided to deal with Ellie and Tanchik. Tan asked if he was okay. Ellie wondered if he was so surprised by the union of the continents. They asked what was going on. Jae-yoon thought that it seemed like the World Tree was not joking. But did she really want to betray them so badly? He offered them to continue working. Then he hugged them. Tan asked if he had eaten something wrong. Ellie remarked that she would not reduce their pay anyway. Lee Mi-yeon decided to congratulate all the players of Arcadia and announced that from that moment on, the world of Arcadia had become one. Now they could go to any continent, discover new quests, and enjoy their adventures. But of course, danger would await them everywhere. But they shouldn't worry. The Korean division had prepared a gift for all players. So, all they have to do is enjoy themselves. A World Martial Arts Tournament will take place. This event is open to representatives of all classes. Jae-young thinks it's an interesting idea, especially since there will be growth bonuses as a reward. It's probably because of the recent battle. After all, the damage was quite significant. But what if a player from another server wins? He can't allow that to happen. Tan asked if he would participate in the tournament. Ellie added that it would be offensive if he didn't participate. He said that he wasn't going to participate this time. Tan asked why, and he replied that this event didn't concern him. He doesn't need awards for level and skill because he is a Bard of Anarchy. Therefore, this event is completely useless to him. Lee Mi-yeon must be behind this, but that's to be expected because he caused them a lot of trouble. Lee Mi-yeon hopes that he will forgive her because this time she did everything she could to keep him calm. She called him and said that he had had enough fun. Ju-yoon replied that it looked like he would have to skip this event, but he decided not to let it go. He saw information online that someone was pretending to be Joa's chocolate cake. The crime was committed under his nickname. He posted this information under the nickname Joa's chocolate cake. Jae-yoon said that it turned out a little awkward, but it seemed like he would have to intervene in the end. He told Ellie and Tan that he would participate and took back his words. They immediately offered him their strength. Ellie pointed out that the demon was the last one, so now it was her turn, but Tan didn't like that. Tan said that her logic was strange. It didn't matter in what order they went. Ellie asked if he had a conscience. He should stop being so greedy. Chae-yoon told them to stop arguing. Then he apologized and said that he wouldn't need their power this time. Ellie asked what he meant. Tan realized that he had decided to use the power of the World Tree. The World Tree greeted him and said it had been waiting for his call for a long time. He said that this time he would play in the tournament as a conscript. Therefore, he hoped for its help. The World Tree thanked him for choosing their service. The World Tournament began, and the host welcomed all the participants from around the world. She was glad to see everyone on the island of fantasy. Ji-yoon thought that this map was still as chaotic as ever. Hentak greeted Ji-yoon and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He couldn't believe his eyes that this kid had grown so much. Jae-yoon said that he had changed a lot and asked if he had been training. He replied that he had been trying to live up to his status as his assistant. Then Ju-yoon asked if he was also participating, as it seemed that even the craft classes had their own competitions. Hentak replied that he hadn't decided yet. At the competitions, everyone uses the same materials and tools. Therefore, he would not be able to use his hammer, and without it, there was no point in participating. Jae-yoon told him not to lose heart and remarked that now he was getting to know his timid friend. But he didn't think his talent was hidden in a hammer. He told him to think about it and noted that he was also going to participate. Hentak was surprised that he had made such a decision. Hentak asked him in which category he would participate and what he would play. After all, he seemed to use magic, and was also a skilled swordsman. And anyway, is it really necessary for him to participate since his name alone will attract a lot of attention? Is it worth the risk? Chae-yoon asked if he really thought he would show his face. He decided to participate under the nickname Chocolate Cake Jua. Hentak asked who it was, and he replied that it was someone who was suffering because of him. So in this tournament, he is not Dex. He was a conscript named Chocolate Cake Joa. Before that, Jae-yoon called Lee Mi-yeon. She said she thought he would understand her intentions after what happened in the garden, and asked what he needed this time. Jae-yoon confessed that he plans to participate under a false name with the help of a deceiver's mask. He is curious to know who will receive the awards if he wins. She replied that of course it would be his, but the deceiver's mask could only change the system text. He asked if that was a problem. He asked if it was possible to transfer the prize to the player under whose nickname he would be hiding. She asked if he had decided to give up the prize. Jae-yoon asked if it could be arranged somehow. Lee Mi-yeon asked him to wait a moment and asked Alice if his request was possible. Alice said that the functionality of the cheater mask was limited by the user information protection system. However, it would be possible to partially remove the restrictions with the administrator's permission. Lee Mi-yeon realized that this was possible and wondered what he was up to this time. But she didn't think anything would go wrong, so she confirmed the permission. From that moment on, the rewards he received would be transferred to the player under whose nickname he was hiding. Jae-yoon said that Joa's chocolate cake would have to wait a little longer. He promised to repay him for all his suffering. The rules of the martial arts competition's qualifying round were simple. To advance to the main round, one had to win 100 battles. And when they win all 100 battles, then they will talk about the other rules of the World Tournament. But now is not the time to waste time talking. The host announced the start of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Ju-young met his opponent, but judging by the information about his opponent, he learned that he had won 97 battles in a row. The man said that this was what his 98th victim looked like. He promised him that it would all end quickly. The audience told him to show all the horror of a druid. People from all over the world watched the tournament. The translation system worked well. Therefore, even people from other countries could understand Korean. Some of the spectators wondered if this was a character from the everyday life of a destroyer. But wasn't he a warrior before, since this battle was between conscripts? After that, a battle began in which everyone could show their abilities. Jae-yoon used the power of the World Tree. He thanked Sylph for his perfect defense. His opponent was surprised that he blocked his attack so easily. He asked what kind of skill it was. Ju-yoon replied that it was his spirit's ability. But he probably didn't know that. It was also a rare class on their server. His class could use the power of animals, which was useless against him, because he draws energy from nature itself. His opponent did not understand how he managed to attack so quickly. Jae-yoon said that he was very close to advancing to the main round, but he let him strike first, so he shouldn't be offended. The man doesn't understand what incredible power this is. Ju-yoon told him to be a little gentler with him, because he felt sorry for him. After that, he delivered the final blow and defeated his opponent. This is his first victory. He said that now there are 99 left. The host was surprised that the player lost so quickly. He was the most promising player on the North American server. She decided to consider this game entertainment. In any case, the next player in this group will be Louise, a top 100 master golem in the world ranking. 780 points of integrity were deducted for summoning the spirit. Ju-yoon was surprised that it was so little. He deliberately went all out in the first round. Now he understands how much those thieves Tan and Ellie took from him. The World Tree said that her power was not like that of chicken wings and flying mice. She draws her strength from the earth, not from the heavens or the underworld. Chae-yoon said that it was not for nothing that they say that what is native is best. With such efficiency, one can compete as much as one wants. He continued the fight and destroyed his opponents one by one. Lee Mi-yeon became curious if there really was a user who could summon 100 low-level spirits. How was that even possible for an ordinary summoner? Kang Tae-hoon replied that it was impossible and that the number of attributes he controlled was beyond the limit. There was indeed a problem with balance. Lee Mi-yeon asked what this user's name was, and he replied that his nickname was Chocolate Cake Joa. This mysterious player is connected to the one who destroyed the dragon. In his case, it's not just summoning spirits. Kang Tae-hoon checked his actions. He was interested in the videos on the channel Everyday Life of a Destroyer. Even he, the developer, found it difficult to explain what was happening. But he wants to know at least his class and asks Lee Mi-yeon to give him access to this user's data. She apologized and said she understood that his actions were affecting the balance of the game, but she thought his class was fine. That was all she knew, and she couldn't say anything more. Kang Tae-hoon replied that he hadn't expected anything more. He thought he had to do everything in his power. Lee Mi-yeon is almost certain that Dex is behind Joa's chocolate cake. She and the entire administration should not impose restrictions on him. Objectively speaking, his class actions do not give them the right to interfere. Because his class is a Bard of Anarchy who has the ability to use decency to break the laws of Arcadia, what he has achieved through his actions for others. Even the creatures of the great battle between demons and angels cause complications. No one else could have achieved such a level of decency. In other words, he has had a huge impact on Arcadia regardless of his class. The biggest problem is that he doesn't need money or fame. He only craves entertainment. Dex is simply more sincere than everyone else in playing this game. Jae-young told his rival that the combination of water and light spirits was not bad. Thanks to her, he was able to experiment. She said she couldn't get out of the qualifying round. Who is he anyway? She had never seen him in the top spellcasters. Jae-yoon said that she couldn't see that he was Joa's chocolate cake. After that, he destroyed her and won his 100th victory. Thanks to this, he got a ticket to the finals. The audience saw him fight so seriously for the first time, some were upset. Because he ruined their plans, and some had already bet all their money on the player he defeated, many believed that he fought unfairly. The host thought that this was obvious, and that the balance had been upset. Therefore, something had to be done about it urgently. She decided to talk to Joa's chocolate cake. The host suggested finding out the secret of his strength and asked him to tell her. At first, he was confused, but then he had an idea that it was time to throw out some bait. He introduced himself and said that he was Joa the chocolate cake. He was sure that many people didn't like his fighting style. These people didn't understand the essence of the game. But the answer was very simple. So if they don't like something, let them become spirit summoners. Maybe elves don't like their faces. He wished everyone a fun game and said that if everyone disliked him so much, they could find him to compete. Town asked if he was in his right mind, because now everyone would go after him to destroy him. He said he had his reasons. The real player with the nickname Chocolate Cake Joe found out that he was pretending to be him again. He couldn't take it anymore, so he decided it was time to teach him a lesson. Ju-yoon thought about how the bait had been cast and all that was left to do was wait. He wondered when they would come for him. Meanwhile, the real Chocolate Cake Joa joined the game. Some players found his face familiar. 2 players discussed that they had seen him somewhere before. Joa's chocolate cake said that this despicable imposter would soon get what he deserved. All that was left to do was wait a little longer. This time he had to catch him and prove his innocence. But many of the players started looking for him to deal with him. He hid and thought that even on the event map, he had to run away even though he hadn't done anything wrong. It was all because of that imposter. Jae-yoon approached him and said that it was true. He would also feel offended if he were in his place. Joa didn't expect to see him. Ju-yoon greeted him and said that this was their first time meeting face to face. Jae-yoon was very happy to meet him and said that he was the imposter he was looking for. Joa Chocolate Cake immediately attacked him, but Ju-yeon stopped his attack using the power of Sylph's spirit. He said he understood his indignation, but that he shouldn't waste too much energy, because his weak attacks had no effect on him, but Joa's Chocolate Cake continued to attack him. Jae-yoon thought that, like his 80th level, other players often picked on him, but he tried hard and still lagged behind in development. The host announced the start of the long-awaited important battle. Players with the mage class were to compete in the arena. Everyone was eagerly awaiting an exciting battle. Some of the spectators said that Lucia was participating. Another player was surprised that he knew her. She was the Ice Witch. She is well known among European players for her beauty, elegance, and unique items. She is probably one of the top mages. In that case, she will definitely reach the final, and her opponent is definitely out of luck. But then they saw who had appeared in the arena. One man was surprised, and another asked him if he knew her, as she looked a little battered. He said that she was the one who defeated the Sword Master Angelica. Casillas watched the battle and thought that it was time to show the results of their training. Let everyone know what it means to be a PvP player. The battle began, and Lucia said that she must have been very lucky. Her equipment was barely at level 40, so she wondered how she had even made it this far. Angelica said that if she won, she would have to take back her words. This equipment was a gift from someone very dear to her. Lucia agreed and said she wouldn't waste time and would take her down in one hit. Casillas thought this was unexpected, the skill of activating a spell prepared in advance. There must have been 2 spells stored there. Angelica was surprised that her opponent used 2 spells at once, but she dodged the attack with her movement skill. Lucia was surprised that she used this skill in a duel between magicians. After that, Lucia chose an area to freeze. The ice barrier was a 3rd level ice spell. It would take time to break through it with a 1st level spell. Lucia thought it was a reckless move. Panicking, she used her memorization spell, but judging by the effects of the ice zone, her opponent's magical resistance was low. She decided to buy some time with the barrier first and then activate her buffs. Casillas thinks this is too cocky of her. Angelica broke the ice barrier with her mace, and her opponent wondered if she was even a mage. Casillas believes that wizard competitions are different from ordinary battles. The level of their magical knowledge plays a key role. As a rule, the one who uses higher magic wins. But this martial arts tournament is different. It doesn't matter who is better, but who is stronger. That is all that matters in this battle. There are few magicians in the world capable of defeating Angelica one-on-one. Angelica used a 3rd level magic arrow. Then she asked if her opponent's last spell was from the 4th level. This is a flight spell, and such a skill is very rare for a player. Angelica wondered who she reminded her of. Lucia wondered who she was. Angelica decided to compete with all her might and said that it was getting more and more interesting. Jae-yoon took off his deceiver's mask and showed his face to Joa's chocolate cake and said that he was giving him a choice, so what would he do? He asked how long he was going to be angry with him. He knew that a PC would appear in the area, a goblin judge would appear and destroy him. Joa's chocolate cake said he wasn't afraid, especially since he had participated in the tournament under his nickname. Others could find out about it. After that, he wouldn't be able to get away without punishment. Ju-yoon said that it sounded insulting. After all, he did all this to help him. Chocolate Cake Joa asked if he was serious, because he committed all these crimes under his nickname and he just wanted to play in peace. And now he even used him to participate in the tournament. He wondered why he did all this and what he had done to him. Jae-yoon apologized to him. He said that it was a mask of a deceiver that he had earned honestly by enjoying the game and following the rules. He didn't think about how much harm his actions could cause him. To be honest, if it weren't for his posts, he would never have found out about it. But now he is ready to take responsibility, so he has to make a choice. Jae-yoon asked Joa's chocolate cake if he would listen to him and do what he said. The audience watched the battle between Angelica and Lucia. Angelica cornered her opponent, and many liked her fighting style. Angelica gained many fans, and now everyone is curious to see how the battle will end. Judging by the way things are going, Angelica will win. The man said that Angelica's PvP battles have always been fast. She is strong, but for some reason she does not want to prolong the battle. After all, Angelica can only use first-round magic. Both players showed excellent fighting skills, but it is still unknown who will be the winner. Angelica understands that it is bad that the battle has dragged on. She will have to take a risk to end the battle. Lucia asked if it was okay to use a mace in a wizard competition. In her opinion, she used a very dirty trick. Angelica replied that her teacher said that victory is what matters, so why should she care about nobility? Lucia used an ice spear and said she wanted to teach her a few things. Then she used the 5th circle magic, Flight. This spell was her trump card, although it was not meant for attack. But Angelica's escape explained everything to her. Therefore, Lucia believes that there is no point in continuing the conversation. But Angelica noted that the battle was not over yet. She was sure she could still use a powerful spell. Lucia asked permission to show her a real battle. She said that she could continue to crawl on the ground, but Angelica got up. Casillas said that she must continue to fight to the end. Angelica used 100 fire arrows. The audience was surprised by the number of fire arrows, but she had not yet hit her target. The audience believed that it must be difficult to defeat an opponent with first-level magic when they were in the air. Lucia tries to remain calm because there is not much time left. She is confident that she can withstand a few hits. After a while, her 5th level spell is ready. The audience wonders if the sky in the arena has always been so dark. Lucia also does not understand what is happening and why the weather has changed so dramatically. She cannot believe that the heat from the fire arrows has created rain clouds. Angelica continued to attack her with lightning and defeated her opponent named Lucia. It was her 21st victory, and Angelica thought it was difficult. Jae-yoon offered Joa's chocolate cake to compensate him for all the damage he had caused. After that, he promised not to do it again. Joa's chocolate cake asked what other options there were. Joo-yoon replied that he could either give up his character, which disgraced him with his 82nd level. He offered to play for him, and in this world, no one could match him. He would gain power, greatness, and arrogance. Chocolate cake. Jo asked what nonsense he was talking about. How could he become him? Ji-young said that it was possible and that he would help him, so let him choose whether to become very rich and leave Arcadia forever, or become the main character of this bright story. It all depended on his choice. Joa Chocolate Cake asked if he could ask a few questions. Joo-yoon replied that he could, but preferably quickly. He was interested in how much money he would be willing to give him if he asked for it. Joo-yoon asked for some time to think about it. Considering the gold that could be immediately exchanged for cash, it would be 3 billion. Joa Chocolate Cake was surprised by this answer, but he understands that this is entirely feasible for him. Now for the most important question. Is it true that Joa's Chocolate Cake can become as cool a player as he is? He replied that of course it could. To be honest, he didn't know how to control the spirits, and they somehow started acting on their own. But still, at the level he showed in this tournament, he will be able to handle it, because he competed to prove it to him. Joa's Chocolate Cake asked if he meant that he would be able to master the power of the spirits, even with a warrior class. If that was possible, then he could become like him. Joo-yoon replied that in the end it would all depend on him. Chocolate Cake. Joa said that he would become that character and be better than him. Still, he didn't understand why Dex was pretending to be him. He was curious about his goal, but he was unlikely to find out anytime soon. But there is one thing he is sure of. In Arcadia, he is the most special. He doesn't know what this has to do with it. Maybe it's a hidden class or something else, but he has definitely found a loophole in the game and is preparing something incredible. And he's just using him in his plan. But even if that's the case, he wants to be the main character who drives the game forward. Tan said that this guy is more interesting than they thought. Jae-yoon agreed and said that he also doesn't like stupid people. Jae-yoon suggested getting down to business and that from now on he would turn him into a real Joa Chocolate Cake. If he is a warrior, it means that his basic stats for stamina and defense must be on par. He said that they are better than other classes. Jae-yoon said that it was better to see once than hear 100 times. So, to start with, he had to try to withstand a blow. He took the trial branch he had received from the World Tree. Seeing this, Joa's Chocolate Cake asked him to wait. But Joo-yoon hit him and wished him luck. Joa's Chocolate Cake asked why he suddenly hit him on the head. After that, he found himself in a completely different place and saw the World Tree and asked who she was. She replied that she did not remember inviting such a foolish person into her consciousness. Then she thought that Dex must have sent this person as a candidate to be her representative. She became curious to find out who this child was. She looked at his terrible titles. Chocolate Cake Joa asked her to stop looking at him. And if she had something to say, she should say it. The World Tree called him pathetic and sent him away. He turned back and asked what that was all about. Joo-yoon said it was strange that he hadn't changed classes. It seemed like he had been rejected right from the start. To be honest, he would have also refused if he had been asked to appoint someone like him as his representative. Joa's Chocolate Cake replied that those weren't words to say to someone's face. Jae-yoon said he didn't expect anything more. It was unlikely that he could handle it the first time. He asked him not to come any closer and noted that the branch really hurt. Jae-yoon said that there was no tree that would not fall after 10 blows. He was curious to see how many times she could knock him back. After the blow, Joa's Chocolate Cake was back in the consciousness of the World Tree. She understood what Lord Dex was counting on. She turned it back again and Joo-yoon struck it several more times, assuring her that next time it would work. After all, it only works 85% of the time. Joo-yeon said that there were only 400 attempts left. Joa's Chocolate Cake told him that was enough. He admitted that he was wrong. But Joo-yoon struck again. The World Tree said that even if he refused, he would still be sent here. He didn't understand why, but he couldn't understand it. Her strong opposition became obvious, and even if she spoke directly to him, the result would not change. She doesn't know what to do because Joo-yeon will never give up, and in that case, the Branch of Trials will lose its strength and power. The World Tree did not create the Branch of Trials for this purpose. Therefore, she decided to give this boy a chance to at least be heard. She asked him if he could become her representative and if he could really handle it well. He said he would try his best. The World Tree replied that she did not need those who tried hard, but those who were capable. Joe's Chocolate Cake replied that he might not look very good, but he was good at following instructions. She asked how he could do that with such a skinny body. He replied that he knew how pathetic and worthless he was. That was why he had suffered so much. He had been unjustly accused and harmed countless times. And they laughed at him for being weaker than rumored. No one ever listened to him, neither in this world nor in the next. But now he wants to change and rise from the ashes so that no one on this continent would dare to look down on him. She replied that in that case he had come to the right place and decided to give him a chance. From that moment on, he became her representative, who would carry out her will. He couldn't believe that this was really happening. The World Tree told him to drive away those who did not belong to this land, and then prepare for a great threat. Defending this continent is his mission and sacred duty. The Greenleaf clan will guide him, so there is no need to be afraid. She wishes him luck. Joa's chocolate cake class changed to the will of nature. Now he can summon a light spirit. All his characteristics have improved, and he has received many titles. He was surprised by the number of notifications. Jaeyoon said that it seemed like everything had worked out this time. He congratulated Joa's chocolate cake and said that he was now real. From now on, Joa's chocolate cake is considered his assistant. He said he would become a better villain than him, so he shouldn't doubt him. They shook hands and agreed on everything, but Jaeyoon asked if he really didn't care what he did with his name. He asked if he hadn't said he would stop using his name. Jaeyoon replied that they were now in the same boat, so it was too late to change. Joa's chocolate cake replied that he could do whatever he wanted. He was already prepared for this. Jaeyoon said that his new class was not only hidden. The World Tree was one of the most powerful deities in this world, so he had to take it seriously. He said that he already had a quest related to the next scenario. It was about the former saints. Jaeyoon said that he appreciated the trust, but it was better not to disclose the details of his class quest to anyone. Tan asked what the guy had just said. Ellie noted that there was something about a saint. Jaeyoon was glad they hadn't heard everything, so he quickly changed the subject and told Joa's chocolate cake that he now had a class and should start equipping himself. He asked if his cloak was the oldest thing he owned. He replied that it was, but that it was just an ordinary item. Jaeyoon asked if he knew that transcendent beings in Arcadia must have a special personal artifact. He spent 6 million integrity points to improve his cloak, but unexpectedly the World Tree appeared before them. She said that this was too much. Chae-young asked why she was so angry when he was trying so hard to help him. The World Tree remarked that he was simply imposing his decisions, and how could divine power be put into this old cloak, and how he managed to do it at all. His father's orders must not be disobeyed. Ju-yoon replied that he did it because he wanted to, but there was no need to worry about it. Soon she would see for herself that his choice was right. Jae-young asked if Joa's chocolate cake with the improved cloak could become the player in the video. He replied that of course he could. He now felt that he was capable of anything and that it was time to test his strength in a martial arts tournament. But Ju-yoon apologized and said he would participate instead. He asked if he shouldn't replace him. Jae-yoon said that he shouldn't overestimate himself because you can't win a tournament with just one good item, so he shouldn't be too upset. There would be someone at the tournament whom he really needed to meet. Meanwhile, the World Martial Arts Tournament continued until the final. Joa's chocolate cake and the Black Dragon of Darkness reached the final. Tan said that this was who he wanted to meet. Jaeyoon was curious to see how much she had grown since then. Tan said that now he would check what they had here. He noted that she now really looked like a dark magician, but of course she was still far from Argamer. The host said that everyone had been waiting for this for a long time, and finally they had reached the final of the Summoner Tournament. She introduced a new star. This participant was able to summon an incredible number of spirits, but he was not known for his good temper. He will be opposed by a participant who rules the kingdom of Maron. Her secret weapon is her appearance. Before them stands the brilliant Lord of Darkness. But will the main villain of the tournament survive? 400,000 spectators will watch his fate unfold. She thinks it will be difficult for her to concentrate. Jae-yoon said that it was even offensive that he was now a thief. Tan noted that given his behavior, it was quite logical. Ellie said she would be disappointed in him if she knew it was all an insult. He replied that it didn't matter because it wasn't him being criticized. Tan thought that they had no conscience at all. The Black Dragon of Darkness asked what he was muttering about and suggested starting the battle. He said he didn't know she was waiting for him and that she could have just attacked first. She replied that it was unacceptable for a queen to stoop to such a level. Chae-yoon said that it seemed her strange straightforwardness hadn't gone anywhere. The Black Dragon of Darkness asked if they had met before. He asked if she liked being queen, calling her a black something or other. She realized that his face was familiar and that he seemed to know Dexa. So she asked him how much he had told him about her shameful past. He said that if she won, he might tell her. The Black Dragon of Darkness said that he had to answer for that, to which he suggested starting with a small test. He materialized a large number of spirits. The audience thinks that this number demonstrates his level. The Black Dragon of Darkness said that these were only low-level spirits. Did he really think he could defeat her with such trifles? She ordered her warriors to rise up against him. There were more of them than he had expected. Some of her warriors look stronger than his ghostly knight. He is surprised that she has really reached the 200th level. She said that it was indeed so, and that he should not be too cocky. Once a dark sorcerer reaches that level, he becomes incredibly powerful. The summoned creatures scattered in all directions. The 200th level truly works wonders. The spectators began to root for the Black Dragon of Darkness. They believed that she was the hope of all dark sorcerers and asked her to destroy her opponent. She was surprised that this guy remained calm, even in such a situation. The Black Dragon of Darkness decides that things are not so simple and that she should not let her guard down. After all, he is Dexa's ally. Therefore, no one knows what he is capable of. Chae-yoon said that she has a good combination of skeleton warriors and archers, but the archer and the mage have low skill levels. By the way, the transformation of creatures depends on the skill of the zombie master. Therefore, it is worth leveling him up as well. In addition, don't forget to improve curses and offensive magic. Don't rely solely on summoning. She wonders where he knows all this from. After all, this information doesn't come out of thin air. He replied that it was very simple, because he played the same way himself. So far, these are just her guesses, but is it possible that this guy is Dex? He said that there is a way to make them follow him. It's an overwhelming power that no one can resist, and that's enough. She was surprised that he destroyed the ghostly knight with one blow. Only one player is capable of such a feat. Now she is even more certain that he is the one. Tan asked what was going on and if the master had lost his mind. He said there was no need to go that far. Ellie said that this was an excessive waste of decency. If this continued, participating in the tournament would lose all meaning. Cho-young replied that there was nothing he could do about it and that there was no room for doubt because it was so much more fun this way. He summoned the Lord of Flames and Burning Fire to destroy the heavens and the earth. The audience was amazed by such power and wondered if they were even playing the same game. Ji-young thanked the black figure for the game. Now she needed to go and continue her training. She finally understood that she was indeed facing Dex. He used his power to destroy her and won the World Martial Arts Tournament in the Summoner class. Hentak had been working on creating an item for several days, but his strength was still not enough. He took part in the World Martial Arts Tournament with a light heart and ended up in 3rd place. Hentak did not expect such a result, until he saw those who were one step ahead. He could only dream of such power before. He considers himself pathetic and cannot stand himself because of it. Even with the help of his friend, he was only able to achieve this much. But it doesn't have to be this way. With his lack of skills, he can only fill in the gaps with effort. He needs to continue forging to create stronger weapons and achieve greater mastery, to create something that no one else can replicate. The dwarves saw the incredible fire and said to call Byron immediately. Hentak created a unique item and Vulcanus appeared before him. The dwarves did not understand how this was possible. Many years ago, Vulcanus created countless divine weapons for all the dwarves of Arcadia. Through his hammer, he passed on great knowledge. Their teacher and father, Lord Vulcanus, was reborn in the hands of the Great Master. So the two must raise their hammers. Finally, their god has given them wonderful, skilled hands. They must rejoice at the rebirth of their god, and also the birth of the first hammer of their god's successor. Hentak received his title and is now respected by the dwarves themselves. Thus, the global martial arts tournament held during the server merger came to an end. Despite the fact that most of the winners' nicknames belong to Korean players, Joa's chocolate cake victory caused widespread discontent. However, most accepted this result as it was. If you consider the continent of origin rather than nationality, the winner's advantage in strength was quite understandable. This was a large slime attack, the Argamer incident, witch hunting, and a continental battle. The complexity of character development on the second continent was extreme. The players demonstrated excellent skills, and the results of the tournament were not a surprise. Everyone was most excited about the winner's skills, especially those of the summoners. After the tournament, that was all anyone could talk about. According to statistics, 60% of players chose the so-called good faction associated with the forces of heaven. Their skills are more understandable and simpler. In addition, this faction has the most information about development, but the last battle changed things a bit. Interest in summoners and dark wizards has skyrocketed. The balance, which had previously been skewed in one direction, began to shift. This meant only one thing, namely that the birth of a united continent was already underway. The dwarves announced that it was time for Hentak to leave their lair. There was nothing more to teach him. The dwarves' wish was the first hammer of the gods. He must go out into the world and glorify the name of the volcano. Hentak said he would do everything in his power. The demon said that who would have thought that the barrier between the worlds would fade away? This had not happened since the sacred battle. The world tree has awakened again, so it is time to unite the world. Now they will be able to open the gates of hell. Nigral, commander of the Demon Legion, said that the moment the gates united the demon dimension with the middle world, they would act. Arcadia will bow before the great Lord of Darkness, kneeling before the majesty of hell. But the sacred temple is also waiting for this. Archangel Michael told the sisters not to worry because victory is still theirs. The Holy Empire of Shuan is also preparing because the time has come to show the continent who the real winner is. Shu enjoyed the silence of the real world. He decided to go to the bank to apply for a credit card. The woman said he looked like a student and asked if he had started working part-time. Ju-yoon replied that it was something like that. She said that processing the application would take some time. He needed to enter his account number. The woman remarked that her son was the same age. After that, he met Lee Myeon, who said that something interesting seemed to have happened to him. He replied that he had been approached by someone at the bank about investments and had barely managed to leave. Lee Myeon remarked that asset management was an important skill. It would be useful for him to learn it. She asked how much he had saved. Jae-yoon asked if he had to answer. She said it wasn't necessary, but if he didn't tell her, she would tell him too. Ju-yoon refused but hinted that it would be enough for a long time, or to stay in a private clinic for the rest of his life in case of a serious accident. Lee Myeon replied that it was impressive and that it was clear that his bill was enormous. Jae-yoon said that maybe they should get down to business. He asked what she wanted to discuss with him. She asked him to stop the main storyline of the Era of Anarchy. He asked why she was asking him specifically. Lee Myeon said that he didn't understand, especially considering who had helped him during the tournament. It was time to pay the bills. If others found out about the Deceiver's Mask, it would be bad. So Jang Yoon agreed. But he said that it would be difficult to stop the plot from developing. She replied that it wasn't that difficult, and he asked her to explain in more detail. He understood why she asked him to do this. According to this information, the world of Arcady was in danger. If it is ruled by greed, it will lose all its charm and romance, and the initiator will most likely be the Shuan Empire. Lee Myeon asked him to protect the Gale Federation, which borders them. If the battle cannot be prevented, he must end it as quickly as possible. He agreed and said he would try. Lee Myeon thanked him because she knew she could count on him. Jae-yoon asked if he could destroy the Shuan Empire if things did not go according to plan. After all, it would not be an exaggeration. Lee Mi-yeon said that it might not be a good idea and that he should try to prevent that from happening. Dex's subordinates achieved incredible success. Angelica and her class of mages took second place in the ranking. Arthur, a tank class, took second place. Casilla's, a swordsman class, took first place. Hentak took third place among the blacksmith class. The martial arts tournament came to an end, and it was even a little sad. Only one class remained, the summoners, in which Joa's chocolate cake won. Everyone says that the finalists are real monsters.